Oh, yeah.
All right, so Megan has made her way back down here in front of the grandstands. And Megan, I'm going to say this: if those of us here in the tower who are not Peter are pulling for you so hard, we want to see you yank $10,000 out of his pocket like you would not believe. Every single person up here is on pins and needles because you can do this.
These comments coming care of
you can
Nathan
do this.
Hershey.
Even Marco is pulling. He's like, steal that 10 grand, take it. Hey, Chance Parker has lost his mind. Oh, wait, no.
His fuel
Marco
cap.
said fuel cap. He's not lost his mind. He's lost the fuel cap.
Even more important than his mind, the fuel cap.
Chance Parker has lost his fuel cap. So if you happen to see a loose fuel cap rolling around out there, Chance Parker might be the one that has missed it.
So we just hopped online with the bankshift.com live feed. Some network issues got cleaned up down there by Chad, so we are live streaming right now. And
I know you said you would never tell the prison story again, but that was awesome that you told it again this morning. That was great.
And, I just listen. We got to tell everybody what's been going on. So the last few minutes we've been running the Spring Fling Reaction Time Challenge, which has been happening. We had 25 cars randomly selected. They each got to take a swing at the Christmas tree. If they were 00, they got $100, which we had 6 racers achieve the 00. Correct? Seven racers achieved the 00.
J.R. Learcamp, David Meyer, Dennis Lithgow, Greg Dreer, Daniel McClellan, Pete Both, and Jeremy Sears.
100 skins for them. One racer, Miss Megan Lotz over there, went perfect. So she gets to get the $100. She comes back around. If she goes perfect again, she'll be paid $10,000. Just getting everybody in the live stream up to speed here. Megan's not made her second hit yet. She'll be doing that momentarily. We have called Gear Wrench Pro round 1 to the lane, so those of you watching have not missed a stitch of racing.
Not a thing.
Not a thing. You have missed some of the, I would say, most brilliant commentary ever given at a drag strip before, but you have not missed any racing.
I would agree with that. I mean, before you and I got in here, the person that was on the mic was pretty
really
darn good.
Yeah.
Pretty darn good.
Really good, that guy.
But no, I mean, yeah. $700 for the 00s. Megan Lotz
got the 1,000 for going triple. Trying to make it 10K here in a moment.
Yeah, we got a couple of new entries. So again, if you are a new entry and are going to be trying to race today, basically if your car has not been down the racetrack yet,
so like back in the day, like back 100 years ago, they used to race cars versus horses on circle tracks. They used to do that back when like automobiles first became a thing. So
got it. So they're trying to prove that the horses were better?
Yeah, something like that. So Peter Biondo is going to reenact that type of situation right now because when Megan comes around, Peter is going to be in the other lane with his foot trying to outreact Megan in her dragster.
There you go.
Man with foot versus woman and machine.
Man foot.
Man foot.
Manfoot Man. Was there a Manford Man?
There was. Yeah, Blinded by the Light.
Yeah.
Very good song. Jeff Foster Jeff probably doesn't like it.
No, I don't like it.
We like it.
I don't like it. That's a good song. I don't like that. But, I mean, that could be appropriate here. I mean, if you put your foot in the beams, you could be blinded by the light from the Christmas tree.
Could be.
So that's kind of, again, the cool thing with the Reaction Time Challenge. They get their $100 right there on the spot. They can head back into the pits. Again, if we've got any other new entries that are out there, you should be. Jeff Kissing goes, no, actually, I love that song. Worked 2 of their concerts. Love that song. It's great. But so is that seriously what we're doing? Megan is getting in the car. She's getting ready to go to take a swing at $10,000, and Peter is going to say, I will see if I can outdo you with my foot. Peter's going to miss it by a mile.
Man, those are fighting words.
Where do you think he'll be?
I think he'll be 10 or better.
You think Pete's going to be 10 or better?
I do.
All right. I think he's worse than 20.
You think he's worse than 20? I mean, he's pretty good in a car that has to then react to him. So if the only thing he's got to do is move his foot,
Well, yeah,
he's
you're
gonna
true.
be all right.
That could be true. So he's going to have to go off the bottom, though.
The big question is he going to have a literal front row seat to giving away 10 grand?
Yeah. Yes, you are. All right, Megan. Couple of folks have come close. We've had a couple of drivers, Jed being one of them, that was trip zip the first time around, came back to be 001 red. Megan, we're here. We know you can do it. $10,000 is possible right now.
Peter is pre-staging his kids.
No, man, this is a big deal. He got out the zips.
You got the Timberlands on? He's got the zips on for added performance.
He pulled out the zips.
Oh, Peter's blinking a bulb on her. Here we go.
He's pulling an HP.
002.
Jeez.
And he was 66 red. He was amped up.
Well,
within 2,000, 10 grand. But listen, I guess the other thing we can talk about here is Megan is clearly ready for round one.
Yes. That was awesome. All right, so $1,700 is what we've gone ahead and handed out here this morning, which is great.
And right on average.
Right there. So again, Gear Wrench Pro, round number one. Gear Wrench Pro, round number one. You should be in the staging lanes, please.
How would you like Jim?
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, Megan killed it. Sorry we were late for that. They started a couple minutes early, which never happens, and then had a network issue. So hopefully we're good now. But I apologize for that. Obviously planned on being live for that entire thing and tried to be. But we are here. We are live from the Spring Fling Million. It is 30K Saturday, and we're ready to rock and roll. Couple of things. I can't remember who it was that just put that. Hold on, let's see. Yeah, you didn't miss any story. There's no story. Let's see. Whoever said something about his shoe. Watch him step out of his shoe or whatever. Oh, Barry Anderson. Be funny if his shoe comes off. A couple of people have talked about the racetrack and the fact that everybody's walking around on it with no trouble. That's because that's how racetracks are. Drag strips are not hard to walk around on unless they're a radial prep, and that's very rare. And, an unnatural thing, right? Like, only radial cars run on a racetrack that's like that. In fact, these cars and every other drag race car on Earth would be slower with that much glue because it's so much resistance. It's actually bad. So yeah, that's why a normal drag strip, barely sticky, when you get off of the groove and what have you, but it's not difficult to walk around. I mean, flip-flops, sure, but regular shoes, you're barely going to stick. It's not the, trying to rip your shoes off your feet. So there you go. But we are our pro, Gear Wrench Pro, round number one, 30K Saturday. happening right here live from the Strip at Las Vegas.
In go our 2 time runs here this morning. Knocking the cobwebs off, getting themselves set up for round 1 eliminations, which will begin immediately following their run. 664.0, 104 miles an hour right-hand side. The blue Camaro goes 694.7 and 100.19. Gear Wrench Pro, last and final call. If you're not in the lanes now, you are late. We're going to be pulling you around to the ready line and beginning our first round of eliminations here momentarily.
Are you still using needle pointer gauges on your ride? Now you can get that clean, slick look of a digital dash on your carbureted cruiser. Holley's standalone digital dashes can replace all your traditional gauges with a state-of-the-art full-color touchscreen. Available in 2 sizes, the touchscreen auto dims, giving you crystal clear sharpness day or night. With access to multiple screens just by swiping, you get to view and customize all your favorite gauges. Easily set up driving screens, tuning, race, even warm-up screens. The fully programmable touchscreen allows you to customize the layout of your gauges, displaying them in analog or digital styles. You can set up warning lights and even virtual switches, eliminating the need for external toggle switches. Configure your own backdrop for that custom one-off look, or choose from the pre-configured screens. Basic engine functions are wired directly to the dash, with plenty of room for additional sensors. Configuring inputs and outputs is easily done through the dash. With predefined Holley sensors already programmed into the dash, adding sensors is easy. Non-Holley sensors are also supported with sensor scaling. An internal GPS sensor calculates speed, odometer, and trip functions. An integrated G-meter monitors your acceleration and lateral forces. These dashes are easily mountable on your console, dashboard, off a roll cage, or simply a steering column. With room for 13 multi-configurable inputs, you can be sure everything will be visible and data logged. A built-in USB connection allows you to expand your available memory for easy file management. On-screen data log playback allows you to review vital run information right on the dash, while full analysis via laptop is available. With USB keyboard and mouse functionality, setup is quick and easy. A CAN bus is included for plug-and-play compatibility with Holley EFI systems. So next time you need to keep tabs on the vitality of your engine, swipe on over to one of Holley's new standalone digital dashes. Learn more about Holley's digital dashes at holley.com.
All right, gang, back. That was not the start of Pro Round 1. That was 2 guys that just showed up that are racing for today, and they got a time trial. So somebody in the chat window said that they thought that one of the cameras was out of focus, the one that's down at the track level, and you are correct, sir. So I just fixed that, and I believe we are good to go. So now for realsies, we're going to run the 30K Gear Wrench round number 1. Now, if for those of you that are going to ask about how many cars are in today, I have zero clue, but I can tell you that on Wednesday and Thursday, 429 cars started the 30K. So if we assume that all of them are here, then 429. If it's less than that, just a happy coincidence that we'll get through our racing day even quicker. All of you guys saying good morning to each other. Thank you very much for tuning in, everybody in the chat bleachers and everybody else that's at home watching. Hey, thanks for tuning in for sure. If you're at work and you're not doing your work because you're watching us at the drag races, I am incredibly proud of you. If you've decided to call in sick today because you wanted to stay home and watch the drag races, I know it's Saturday, but some people work on the weekends like this idiot. So if that's the case and you need a note from your doctor, just send me an email, chad@bangshift.com, and I will happily send you a note so you can take it to work with you tomorrow or Monday or what have you. You need it to be milked longer, You just let me know. Oh, national anthem.
We hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets regular, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Fantastic way to start the day as the first pair fired up here in Gear Wrench Pro. It is time to begin FTI 30K Saturday officially. And it'll be a pair of competitors who have been duking it out all week long. Josh Furstenberg and Chris Arnett. Furstenberg in his 1971 Comet out of Oregon in Grabber Blue. Arnett dialed 682 in the Oregon-based 1970 Chevelle Malibu. Pre-stage on both sides, Arnett dialed 682. Furstenberg dialed 738. And the competition begins now. Red light start for Chris Arnett by just 12 thousandths of a second. Of course, in Gear Wrench Pro, bottom bulb drag racing here, 7:29.2 at 92 miles an hour for Furstenberg. Goes across the finish line, legging it through, a tenth under his dial, but then again, he knew he had it locked up once Arnett went 12 red. Arnett went 1 over, 683.3 at 100 miles an hour. Brandon Luke and Bill Perry. Perry coming up, his 1969 Firebird, the local racer here from Las Vegas, dialed 784. And Brandon Luke from Stansbury Park, Utah, 662 the dial in. And it will be Luke going red by an equal 12 foul as Arnett did in the very first run of the day. Bill Perry gets away with a 52 light and again runs about a tenth under, 772.5 at 87 miles an hour as Luke goes 655.3 at 103.47. Jacob Phelps and Tony Gambardella. Gambardella from Mims, Florida, 710 the dial-in on his S10 truck as Phelps rolls up the Idaho-based 1972 Vega. Trans brakes legal in category. Some racers going off the foot brake, some racers going off the trans brake. Pay attention inside the cockpits of the race cars and see what hand come flying up. You know the racer's coming off the button. Two hands staying on the wheel, you know they're coming off the foot brake. Or they have a very subtle movement to release the trans brake button. Gambardella right side, Pennzoil lane in the pickup truck. And another red light, 027 for Jake Phelps in the 72 Vega. So Gambardella, the beneficiary of Phelps' impatience, 7:04.1 at 89 miles an hour for Gambardella. Phelps goes 7 flat at 98.77. Henry Robertson and Steve Lambert now. Lambert dialed 768. Robertson dialed 752. So Robertson halfway home, Lambert about to be in the same position. They're gone. Both green this time. It'll be a race down to the 8-mile finish line here at the strip at Las Vegas Motor Speedway. And across the line we go. It will be Robertson. 54 on a 52 dial with a 12 light, taking 22. Taking 200 at the stripe, I should say. Lambert was 4 over, going 772 on a 768 dial. He had a 17 reaction time. Reaction time was there, but 4 over is tough sledding this late in the week. Jesse Adams and Robin Harris. Adams, the Browns Valley, California racer, the K&N sponsorship, the beautiful wrap on his 1969 Camaro, dialed 705. Robin Harris. Oh boy, Robin Harris may be putting the thumping on Adams here in the first round, and Harris does it. 57-0 to 104 miles an hour, a double breakout as Adams breaks out by a ton, breaks out by 7 hun, going 697 on a 705, taking 22 at the finish line. Adams was 25 behind off the starting line, 20 to Adams' 45. Jeff Rates and Bill Muller now. Muller dialed 745, Rates dialed 652. Gear Wrench Pro, round 1, happening right now. Muller dialed 745, and Rates again, that 652 dial, so it will be Muller getting a near 1 second head start in the Square It Up 66 Nova. Red light start for Muller by 46. Rates was 17 green. And Rates has this baby on lock. 653.7, 102. Final call, Gear Wrench Pro will now take door cars, blue sticker, lanes 5 and 7. Door cars, blue sticker, lanes 5 and 7. Leanne Day and Vince Generaldo Jr. Generaldo from Las Vegas, Nevada. Generaldo, rather. Apologies. There is a New England Dragway racer named Generaldo, and I'm mentally
Is there
defaulting to
Generaldo?
that name. So
Either way.
Generaldo. Dialed 596. Leanne Day, whose name has only 3 letters, and I pronounce correctly every time,
There you go.
is on the left side.
There you go. So with Vince Jr. getting things lined up here on the right side of the racetrack. Hey, racers, after we get through this pair, we got the advantage on the right side of the racetrack going to General Lau by about 0.07 of a second. He's going to go 600 on the 596. He's 4 above the dial at 103 miles an hour, lighting up the scoreboard, moving to round number 2. Again, that buyback window is open if round number 1 doesn't go the way that you want. And this morning, for our kids, ages, what did we say?
9 to 99.
9 to 99. No, 2 to 12 years old. Kids ages 2 to 12 years old. We are going to have an Easter egg hunt behind the tower at 10 a.m. It's got lots of prizes. We got basketball, footballs,
Fun.
scooters, golden eggs. Hint, hint, hint. Golden eggs are going to be down there. But we will have the Easter egg hunt at 10 a.m. this morning. Don't forget, fuel sales are also open today. Fuel sales will be open until noon today, so you got about 3 hours to get your fuel if you need it. Fuel sales are open. Go back and see the topals. The Easter egg hunt at 10 a.m. Matt Kielman and Ron Nichols. The hammer on the left side.
Can you be mentally 12 and participate, or do you have to be physically 12?
Depends.
Okay.
It depends.
I just have a financial problem. That's 13. You can sneak it in there. Kielman and Nichols get to the finish line, and it is the hammer. Dead on 1, 29 reaction time, 30 pack for Nichols as Kielman goes 1 over, 665 and a 664 and 035 light. Nichols took 15 thou at the finish line and drove his Oldsmobile into round number 2.
Driving the Oldsmobile. Yay! As Richard Bea and Joe Oller, maybe it's Oller, out of Mountain Home, Idaho. 642, the dial-in for Joe in the yellow Camaro on the left side, and 668 is the dial-in for Richard Bea out of Salem, Oregon. Bea in the 57 Chevrolet. Bea's going to pre-stage, Oller's going to pre-stage, and we are going to continue on with our Gear Wrench Pro, round number 1. Again, we have called our Super Pro door cars. Blue sticker to the staging lanes, please. Super Pro door cars, blue sticker, come on down.
Rich Bea going to advance on a double red light true start advantage here. Bea was 10 red, Oler was 91 red, so Bea moves on to the 57 Chevy. Chad says he wants to participate in the Easter egg hunt. He's going to drive the scissor lift down there, and any eggs that are mounted above the reach of a 12-year-old, he is going to own this thing.
He's going to swipe them up.
He is going to own this thing.
Like Dora the Explorer and her buddy Swiper. He's just going to swipe all the eggs.
This guy's dropping Dora the Explorer references on us this morning. Andy Schmall and Dennis Paz. What? First round, two of the guys who have fared the best in pro this weekend. Of course, Schmall won $30,000 on Wednesday night. Paz has been deep in the rounds multiple times.
Yeah, this one's definitely going to be interesting. I mean, what was this, the final in Gear Wrench Pro on Wednesday night, I think it was?
It was.
So a rematch of the final. I think Paz and Schmall have lined up again, and I think Paz got the better of that one. So they're basically 1-1 at this point in time, and Andy Schmall is going to even, or basically will kind of decide the final best 2 out of 3. Andy Schmall, 006 on the tree. Dead on 3 is 9 total, as Dennis Paz was 035 on the tree, taking a 41 thou stripe and bowing out. So Schmall, after getting bounced early the last couple of days, has said, enough. 9 total here in round number 1 for Andy is Steve Jaslowski and Chris Citro. The generationally separated Mustangs, Jaslowski in the 12-bodied ride, dialed at 851. Citro in the 87 Mustang, dialed at 646.
Jaslowski lets the clutch out early, goes red, and Chris Citro punches his ticket, 642.3, 106.09, and Jaslowski 854.4 at 87 miles an hour after the red light.
Nice little lap there for Chris Citro, as Scott Taylor and Sasha Hofer will do battle. Sasha in the Firebird out of Calamasa, 759 the dial on the left side. Scott Taylor in the Chevelle out of Montana, dialed in at 717.
Super Pro door cars, blue stickers, lanes 5 and 7. Super Pro door cars 5 and 7, please, with your blue stickers attached.
Sasha's in and set. Scott Taylor turns on the bottom half of the LEDs. We turn them loose. Both drivers are green. Scott, by 8 thousandths of a second, gets off the starting line first and will go 7:14 on a 7:17. It comes down to 8 thousandths of a second at this end. Both drivers under by the exact same amount. The difference in the dial becomes the difference at the stripe, or the difference in the reaction time becomes the difference at the stripe.
Brian Cerruti and Phil Unruh, first round. Yeah.
Really?
Unruh dialed 580. Cerruti dialed 643. This has all the potential to be an adventure out here as both drivers sitting in pre-stage. Cerruti's in. And it is shaping up to be a good one as both drivers are clean and green off the starting line, and it is going to be Cerruti. Double breakout. Cerruti goes 42 and a 43 with a 12 light, taking 2 thou worth of stripe. Unruh breaks out by 12 thou, going 578.8 and a 580. A battle of the mechanical mullets. Business in the front. Party in the back. Michael Jackson in the G-body El Camino. Right-hand side, the A-body El Camino of Jeff Staley. .647 the dial-in for Staley in that beautifully painted car that he built himself. Michael Jackson sporting that kind of desert tan color.
This thing is like Friday night after the football game behind the high school.
Under the bleachers.
Under the bleachers, we're going to have a party.
634 the dial-in for Jackson.
Don't tell Mom we were racing the El Caminos.
Get us a beer ball. Get us a party ball. They're off the starting line now. Staley's going to start looking to his left side as Jackson, the quicker car, arrives at the finish line on time. 636 on a 634 dial-in with a 50 light. Staley broke out by 4 thou, taking 400 at the stripe.
Wow. Well, we know who's got a homecoming date. Curtis Zinzalita and Darren Taylor. Taylor in the white Nova, Zinzalita in the blue Roadrunner. 654 the dial for Zinzalita out of Flagstaff, and a 615 for Darren Taylor out of Idaho. In the Nova on the right side. Again, we've called our Super Pro door cars with a blue sticker.
Lanes 5 and 7.
We've also let everybody know that in about an hour, Easter egg hunt time for the kids, 2 to 12.
Red light start for Zinzalita by 5 thousandths of a second. Taylor moving on. 6:13.8, 1:11. Darren Taylor in the 76 Nova advances, and Zinzalita legs it through 6:51 and a 6:54 after fouling out.
That'll bring out Shelby Williams and Jeff LaSalle. LaSalle dialed 656 here on the right side. And Shelby Williams in the Camaro dialed 680. Taking over lane number 1. Here at the Strip on the final day of the K&N Spring Fling Million presented by Optima Batteries. Are you ready for this? Shelby was ready for this. 009 at this end of the racetrack. Shelby Williams goes 680 on a 680. 13 total for Shelby Williams. Getting their first 40 thousandths of a second. Jeff LaSalle was 63 thou behind at the hit with an 076 reaction time and goes 653 on a 656. So Shelby locking one and laying one down here in round number 1 of Gear Wrench Pro.
Brad Burton and Dave Zinke coming up right now. Burton, the Snohomish, Washington-based racer, the 72 Firebird that has been driven to World Championships, dialed 679. And Dave Zinke, 69 Roadrunner, 446 pack. At least that's what's advertised on the hood. Nice wheels up launch for Burton. Burton's like, man, that is a good-looking Mopar, but I'm not happy with what it's about to do to me. As Zinke does win the round, 736 on a 733 with a 16 reaction time. Burton was late. He was 44 in the tree, took 8 thou worth of stripe, and broke out by 1 thou.
Now it's Joy Cassette and Brandon Hockaday. Hockaday, Cassette, both a couple of racers from Colorado here on the final day. Again, it's an FTIperformance.com, $30,000 to win Saturday. The buyback window is open, and it's one of those things where, hey, we've got tomorrow to drive home. You got today to try and win 30 grand. Might as well stick around and give it a shot. If you don't light up the board in round number 1 as Brandon Hockaday did, make a trip to that buyback window. Get yourself a second shot at $30,000 because, as Brian said earlier today, now's the day you got to earn the gas money home.
That's it.
You need that check to pay for the gas money to get you home. Joey Cassette is going to move into round number 2 unscathed. 607 on the 608. She was 3 thou under, getting there second after she was 039 on the tree. Brandon had the better bulb with a 25 thou reaction time, gets there first and breaks out on the loss.
Nikki Thomas, the pro winner from just a couple nights ago from Niles, Ohio, 629 dial, and Scott Burton. We saw Brad. Here comes Scott, wheel standing out of the starting line area with the 2010 Mustang Cobra Jet. On the binders is Scott Burton for the win. 6:087 at 100 miles an hour. Those OE factory Ford brakes work like a charm. Thomas goes 6:27.6, taking 300 worth of stripe and breaking out by 14 thousandths. Scott Burton played that one correctly.
Here now is John Cazzetti. We saw Joy up a little moment ago that lit up the scoreboard. I think we saw Leanne Day out a little while ago. Robert Day now. 631 is the dial in the Camaro. As Robert and John will cordially decide amongst themselves who will get to advance and who will get to walk their way up here to the buyback booth.
In a gentlemanly manner.
Of course.
John Cassette has a perfect reaction time and loses dead on 6's day with a 36 light. Cassette takes 500 worth of stripe and breaks out by 16 thousandths of a second. That was not gentlemanly.
We're going to start that again?
Right.
Perfect. And
yesterday, basically the kiss of death was having a perfect light.
It was.
It was the wrong thing to be yesterday.
It was not. Perfection on the starting line was rewarded with a rest of the day off type thing.
Perfection in the announcing booth, though, rewarded with hugs and smiles.
You got hugs and smiles?
No, we haven't got any of that stuff yet.
Oh, okay.
That's how it would be if we ever achieved it.
Are we just kind of banking that?
We're never going to get that.
Oh, okay.
It's never going to
As long as we've got that straight. Anthony Boven in the Toyota and Cliff Hall in the Falcon. 644 the down for Cliff, 822 the down for Anthony. Anthony goes red by 63 thousandths of a second, and if we get to see the Toyota again, it's going to be after he goes to the buyback window. 651 on a 644 for Cliff was 47 green. Anthony's red light ended the contest.
You know, that truck just on a hair trigger, man.
It's quick. It'll just leap right up from leap right out from underneath you. But I like it.
Kyle Rizzoli and Jamie Sturdivant coming up. Sturdivant driving the Draper, Utah-based 580 dialed Yancer chassis dragster. Kyle Rizzoli dialed 624 in the first year, introductory year, Camaro of 1967. 624 the dial for Rizzoli, the Irish kid.
Yeah.
San Luis Obispo, California. Sturdivant's going to run up next to that Camaro with the dragster, but Rizzoli was 003. It is Sturdivant with a 15 light getting the win as Rizzoli breaks out by 4th out, taking 16 at the Stripey.
Jamie, 580 on a 580. Dead on. With an O. Maybe it's Jamie who's now Irish. She's now Jamie O. Sturdivant.
Dwayne Scheidlin and Charlie Sturdivant coming up right now.
So Jamie was dead on 0. Let's see if Charles can do the same thing. Nope, Charles is going to be red by 25,000. He's still going to be dead on 0, but the red light's going to be all the difference in the world.
It's Scheidlin that's dead on 0.
So we go
12
from-
green, dead on 0 for Dwayne Scheidlin. Taking lessons from what happened in the right lane, he applied it to the left lane, and it was successful.
He went, that seemed to work.
I think I'm going to do that. I'm going to do what Jamie Sturdivant just did, and it's going to work.
I like that. 12 at this time, dead 0. So a 15-pack is what it was for Jamie. A 12-pack is what it was for Scheidlin.
C.W. Hofer and Larry McClanahan coming up now. McClanahan from Kennewick, Washington, 561 in the Cobra Jet. 757 the dial for Hofer in the Firebird. This is a dangerous little car. It has gone rounds every day.
I mean, you should certainly be able to see now what works.
Will not be going rounds unless it comes out of the buyback. Way up by the center line is McClanahan. Woo, baby. McClanahan in that very powerful Cobra Jet goes 563.5, 111 miles an hour. But talking about tip throwing through a minefield, that thing was way up by the center.
Tiptoeing off the two-step. Tim Arnswald and John Tobias. How about this matchup? Tobias and that little shorty. I mean, basically, that looks like a junior dragster on steroids.
With an afterburner.
Yes, with an afterburner. He really should add flames to the back of that thing.
Yeah, just put a little spark plug in the
Poof.
put a little spark plug in the exhaust. It'd be awesome.
Can you imagine rolling up here and doing that, making it look like a jet dragster? Be like, what do you got? It's a jet. 617 on a 614 for John Tobias. He's 22 green. Tim Arnswald got there first by just 3/10,000ths of a second, but breaks out 751 on a 753. So Tobias, who was holding at 500 at this end of the racetrack, will return by way of round number 2.
Wesley Azenga and Randy Stoke coming up right now. Stoke in the Jerome, Idaho-based Sonoma pickup truck, 632 dial-in. Azenga dialed 614. And the Sassy Grass Green 69 Valiant. Either that or Sublime. Those are the two different Mopar names for that color.
Sassy Grass.
It was either Sublime or Sassy Grass Green.
It's just a foul between them at this end of the racetrack. Randy, Wes, winner, Wes, 614 on a 614. There you go. 45 at this end of the racetrack. Dead on 9 for Wes. Randy was 46 green and ends up 3 above. And 2.5 behind at the stripe. Sassy Grass getting jiggy with it.
Brian King and John Brooks. Brooks, the 1967 Mustang Coupe, as they would say in England, with the larger then factory Cobra Jet style hood scoop on it. Brian King, 624, the dial in. True start in effect. King advances. He was 008 red. Brooks was 14 red. 618.6 and 109.36 miles an hour for King. 652 for Brooks. And King doing what I've really tried to strive to do my whole life, which is to just be least worst. Sometimes I succeed at it, sometimes I don't. It's a daily battle.
Set your goals and take small steps every day.
Yeah.
How about what we've seen, like Schmal and Paz and Schmal,
Yep.
which we've had before. Now we've got Umberger and Lamb. It's like these guys can't seem to get away from each other. So Lamb in the blue gumdrop looking cobalt, and Umberger in the green jelly bean.
They gone. And Unbound Gear is going to look to his right and go, oh, why is Lamb already there already? Lamb goes 1 over 54.5 and a 53 dial with a 009 light, taking 300 the finish line to win. Brandon was 2 over 86 on an 84, but he had a 39 light, and that was where the biggest trouble lying in wait.
Lying in wait, like a cobra in the grass, in the sassy grass.
In the sassy grass, yes.
Like a slithery cobra in the sassy grass. Jeremy Wilson and Dylan Howe. Dylan Howe, 653 is the down for the Camaro. Jeremy Wilson in the Vega Wagon dialed it at 605. Jeremy had an opportunity as he was drawn to participate in the reaction time challenge. Obviously made a incorrect adjustment in the reaction time category as he goes 23 red. And then runs 599. Dylan Howe, 31 green and 651 on a 653.
He overspeeded it.
Overdid it.
He overdid it. 597 the dial in for Freddie Jackson in the green Chevelle. And Rob Strong dialed 668 in the French's sponsored 1968 Firebird. Rob, how yellow would you like this car? I'd like it all the yellow. We can do that. We can.
How
do that,
yellow
Rob.
do you want this car? The sun.
Right. Yeah. Have it emanating its own light.
I would like it to rival the sun.
A red light start for Strong by just 5 thousandths as Freddie Jackson's 96 green scampers down to a 598.7, 115.5 miles an hour. Strong, 674.2 at 101. Again, we need those blue sticker Super Pro door cars, lanes 5 and 7, and as we have mentioned, the buyback window is open. Kevin Pollard and Gene Northrup coming up right now. Going to the buyback window, it's like visiting the confessional in the church.
It is.
Say, forgive me, Divadesk, for I have failed. Please take my $180 to atone for my sins.
And then,
Which I think also is how the confession works, too.
It is.
Sure.
It is. They'll take your money, wave their hand over the run sheet, and it kind of disappears. What you did in the first round disappears. How about Gene and Kevin separated by 5 thousandths of a second? Double breakout is what decides this affair. Kevin was 008, Gene was 003. Kevin gets their second 25 thou, goes 554 on a 556 under 14 thou. Gene ends up 631 on the 635 under 34 thou. And it's going to be Kevin Pollard coming back in the Camaro.
Ricky Duchel and Tim O'More coming up right now. Duchel dialed 621. O'More dialed 603. Once again, double duty today for Tim O'More. We saw him this morning, the dragster for the Reaction Time Challenge. We'll see that back when we get into Super Pro. Duchel goes 004 red. Tim O'More goes 97 green.
Whoa.
598.6, 116 for O'More. Was given a stay of execution on that one. Duchel 616.7 at 111.
Here now is Linda Valdez and John Tripp. Tripp, this dart out of Golden, Colorado, 601. The dial here on the right side of the racetrack. Linda Valdez is going to be getting 92 hundredths worth of a head start. And I believe Linda Valdez. Is she one of our ones that was a new entry here this morning? They rolled in just a race for the day?
That is correct.
Let's see if they can turn it into a trip worth taking for the team out of Bakersfield.
Yeah, Linda Valdez and the silver Camaro in the water box were our 2 time runs this morning.
Look at the eagle eyes on Chad sitting up there in the nest. Caught the fact that Linda's got her turn signal on.
A red light start for Linda, 067, as trip is 22 green, goes 595, 2 and 112 miles an hour advancing. Valdez fouls out, 686, 9 at 100.
I'm just glad she didn't do what her turn signal was indicating she was going to do. Right?
So now it's Danny Valdez from Bakersfield, California, and Larry Pittenger. Pittenger dialed 658, Valdez dialed 665. See if Danny can fare better than Linda. Unfortunately not. 47 red for Danny Valdez, 19 green for Larry Pittenger. And Larry goes 656-1 on a 658 dial-in to get the win after Valdez goes 67 on a 65, but red lit by 47. Our final pair of this first round of Gear Wrench Pro.
Going to be interesting.
Nick Hastings and Randy Biddle. Christmas cards not being mailed from either home to the other this winter.
No.
603.
We still got some back there?
Okay, got some doubles and stuff like that back there. Biddle dialed 603, Hastings dialed 620. Hastings first to fully stage. Biddle locks it down. Biddle has the better of the pair in reaction time, 007 at 24. And out past the finish line, it's Hastings. 2 over, 22.7 on a 20 dial with a 24 light as Biddle landed on the brakes, goes 609.9 on a 603 dial at 110 miles an hour. So Biddle, at least with this entry, eliminated here. Hastings, 22.7, advances on to the next round. So we do have a handful of Gear Wrench Pro cars to run. We have several drivers that are double entered or have 2 vehicles in the eliminator, so we'll be waiting on them for just a moment.
So again, racers, just a little reminder that fuel sales will stay open until about noon today if you are needing fuel. We've also got the Easter egg hunt that is going to be coming up at 10 o'clock this morning, open for kids ages 2 to 12 years old. That's going to be happening behind the tower. So again, while we have got all kinds of activities and fun stuff that's been happening for all of the grown-ups here over the last little while, we've got the Easter egg hunt this morning for all the kids, again, 2 to 12 years old. Yeah, the peeps are just right.
Just about cooked.
Just about ready. So we got that, what's going on. We've still got a couple of Gear Wrench Pro cars that are going to be headed back this way to finish things up. Our round number 1, the FTI round on an FTIperformance.com, $30,000 to win Saturday. If you've got a blue run sticker, those are back there. Again, remember, buybacks are available under the tower. If round number 1 does not go the way that you wanted it to go, you can take advantage of the buyback window and get an additional shot at $30,000. So there is plenty to see and plenty to do and plenty to keep yourself occupied. It's a lot.
FTI Performance, makers of high-performance torque converters and transmissions. Based in DeLand, Florida, FTI Performance produces new products on a near daily basis and has become the standard in the performance industry. From stock to top sportsman, street to pro mod, and much more, the pros at FTI will help get you and your ride into the winner's circle with their superior products and expert customer service. Check us out online at www.ftiperformance.com or call 866-726-8358. Join our family, the winning FTI family.
It's pretty amazing in the western side of the United States to have this kind of pot money, and Peter and Kyle do such a good job. Like I said, it's a pleasure to be here, man.
I heard a lot of good things about it a couple years ago. I came last year, got to experience it firsthand. It was awesome. A lot of prizes to go for. One of the big races on the West Coast, you actually get a chance to make some money if you're going to win.
If you ever question coming, just come one time and see how it is, and I think you'll come back.
With performance this raw, you need air that's pure. We started with a firm belief that innovation could improve performance. With the success of 50 years and millions of filters behind us, we continue to look ahead. Guaranteed to protect against dirt and proven to provide up to 50% more airflow. This is filtration for the future.
Trusted by all since 1960. Jags!
The leader in performance electronics. Racers know and depend on their state-of-the-art systems every day. Perform Air Pro and Perform Air Eclipse are the racing industry standard, high-tech, easy-to-use weather systems. Power-Light lithium batteries, the super powerful lightweight energy source for your machine. And the Data Quest Power Quest, the most innovative data recorders and touchscreen switch panels you can find. Check out ultronicsinc.com for these products and more. Ultronics, the choice of champions.
Systems Technology was created to develop a line of carburetors that is not only affordable, but innovative while never sacrificing quality. These principles drive us to make the best carburetors possible. From our entry-level RT series to our full race, billet CNC aluminum and stainless steel, billet XS Pro series. Our engineers have spent their entire careers in the high-performance aftermarket developing various carburetors for enthusiasts.
6 is the dial on the Pennzoil side for Nasty Nick. 773 is the dial for McLean. Stays green on both sides with a 19 thou split. Womp, womp. Wow. 774 on a 773. Seth McLean gets the win light. Nick was down there womping it, and by 11th thou, gives back the stripe.
That 11th thou is basically 1.642 womps, as according to my math.
1.642?
Yeah, he was 1.642 womps heavy on that.
Okay. 1.642.
Yeah, if he had only backed it off by...
I mean, if he would have gone like 1.643, then he would have been still like 10.
Right.
Right? 10 early.
Yeah.
So if we back it all the way down, if he was like 0.754 womps, then we would have been like...
He's got it.
No, but if you're 1.64 too much, you got to take it all out of there to be on time. So I'm thinking if it was 0.754 womps, then we might have seen that margin cut down to about what, like 6 thou?
I agree. Yeah,
5
6
thou?
thou.
6 thou, somewhere around
5,
there.
6, something like that.
Okay.
Just my quick calculations. That's what's showing.
I understand.
Yeah.
I understand. Duration of womp also comes into play.
Totally
there.
different factor. Yeah, we can start mapping that out over the course of the day as well.
All right.
Yeah.
We're getting into those.
It's like baseball. You have
we
like
start involving Amazon.
You have
like they're doing in football to get those really those like what do they call that?
Service. Yeah, AWS.
No, I'm familiar with that, but I'm saying what is NFL calling those stats that are done by AWS now? I can't remember exactly what they call it.
I think AWS stats.
Oh, all right. If we're gonna get that technical.
In baseball, you got RBI, you got WAR, you got OPS. Now we're gonna have DOM. We're gonna have DOM. Or Dow, duration of womp.
Duration of womp. Okay. I deal with AWS and Dow in my daily job.
Yeah.
You know, Amazon Web Services.
Okay.
We've got a lot hosted out there, and then Dow on our side is daily active user.
Daily active user.
Yeah. How many daily active users do you have? Drug dealers
I was gonna say-
work in Dow as well. How many daily active users?
feel
How many
like,
daily active users do you see?
I feel like I get used by a lot of people every day, so my number's probably high.
You got a lot of daily active people use you a lot?
Yeah, I got people using me all the time.
So I know we've got our door cars lined up back there getting ready to roll. We're just kind of getting through the end.
And again, a reminder, this is the FTI Performance Round, so the best losing package of this round will be awarded a free torque converter. We got random giveaways throughout the day, including stuff from ATI and Drag Race Solutions, Brodick Cylinder Heads, of course, K&N, Page Pro Products. The big grand prize tonight, of course, $30,000 to win this baby. Complete with the Sparco Event Champion hat and jacket. Todd Barton Designs Best Appearing Car Award will be awarded. Get a certificate for artwork, 4 custom crew shirts, and a plaque. And the Hard Luck Overall Award from Strange Engineering, a $500 gift card. That is an award judged by the Fling staff throughout the event.
Yeah, I think we were told that they've pretty much kind of narrowed that down.
Yeah.
We have not actually had the announcement yet, but they pretty much got that narrowed down. Kind of got a pretty good idea who that's going to be, and I think we're just waiting for a little bit more information here as far as here we go. Is Cliff Hall going to do this again? Or was that Cliff? Anyway, remember we parked him behind the tower, came up here, swung around, did a U-turn, came back. What are we doing? So Kelly Hockaday is going to finish things off here. In the 64 Falcon, we'll get through our Gear Wrench Pro category, and then we'll start to get into our Super Pro door cars. And after we get into our Super Pro door cars, hey, just a reminder that coming up here in about 25 minutes, we have got the Easter egg hunt that's going to be happening for kids ages 2 to 12. So again, if you've got your kids out here, if they've been hanging out with you this week, we will have the Easter egg hunt behind the tower for all of our kids ages 2 to 12 years old. Hockaday, 671 is the dial, 051 is the reaction time, and the Falcon goes 676 out of the throttle. Just kind of nice, leisurely, lazy stroll at 101 miles an hour.
And that finishes up Gear Wrench Pro. Got our Super Pro door slammers heading our way here. The door cars with the blue stickers that have been parked in lanes 5 and 7, waiting impatiently to get up here to the starting line. They come flooding around the corner now.
I would be very impatient as well.
George Lewis, Mike Bloomfield Jr. Bloomfield Jr. coming up in the S10 truck. Lewis from Surprise, Arizona, the 1964 Chevelle. In green. .588 dial-in for Lewis, 639 dial-in for Bloomfield Jr.
This is the Ohio-based car. Truck, I should say.
Bloomfield Jr. now going to lock it down right side of the Pennzoil side of the pickup truck. Bloomfield gets the running start. George Lewis, a solid reaction time, but he is trailing Bloomfield by a ton down there, and it is going to be Lewis as Bloomfield breaks out by about 3, going 36 on a 39 with a 007 light. Lewis goes 92, 4 over with a 25 reaction time to win.
As now Andrew Olson and Race Kidd are going to be the next two. Olson in the 70-bodied Camaro out of Sacramento, California, dialed at 577. 11 Hun, the split here with Race Kidd, who's dialed in at 577. So an 88 to a 77. Olson on the right side. Going to be getting the head start as we're into our second or third pair here of the Super Pro door cars. Again, if you've got that blue sticker, you should be in the staging lanes. If not, just kind of hang tight.
Flickering the bulbs, Olson. Fully staged. Kidd now second into that bright orange Nova. Tree down and both racers leave. Race Kidd is going to be making an express trip to the buyback window. 6:03 on a 588 for Olson. His Kidd had a 7:31 reaction time. Then goes 5:75 to 109. So Kidd, a very early exit here, likely will be re-entering himself via the buyback window.
That was very odd. Not used to seeing that out of that orange ride. Of Scott Hess and Karen Snyder. Next to Karen with a 535 dial. Going to be getting the opportunity to leave second, chasing down Scott Hess after his 558 number shows up on the Las Vegas side of the scoreboard. Pre-stage bulbs now lit between the Nova and the topless Corvette. It's a nice day. The last few days have been windy. Today's a nice day to be topless.
Red light start for Hess by just 17 thou. Snyder was a fantastic 008. Snyder goes 5:34.6, 129, getting the win light after Hess turned on the red light. And then Hess, of course, runs dead on 9 after fouling out.
Red and dead on. That's a swear jar moment. Again, remember, we do have the swear jar still downstairs at the Diva Desk. If you would like to make a donation to the swear jar to help out Greg, or to help out our buddy Greg, that would be the way to go, as Ted Seipel and Kevin Shearer. Seipel in the Ferrari, dialed at 652. Shearer in the Roadster, dialed at 533. A little Washington versus California matchup here, and Seipel has been on it on the Christmas tree. Shearer's been dangerous at the big end.
And Ted Seipel keeps up a streak of very strong reaction times as Shearer closes the gap down track. It is going to be Seipel. 1 over, going 6:53 and a 6:52. 16 light. He'll take it as Shearer also 1 over, but at a 38 reaction time. Seipel took 200 at the finish line and drove himself to a win light.
as now Darren Fadolfs and Gary Smiley. Smiley in the S10 truck, 489, giving up a sizable head start to Fadolfs' 602 dial out of Napa, California. So Smiley and Fadolfs both have got their pre-stage bulbs lit.
Smiley goes in second. 57 leaves first. Gary Smiley coming to the finish line. 603 and a 602 with a 14 light. Nice run there for Fadolfs as Smiley breaks out by a Hun, going 88-0 on an 89 dial, taking 25 at the finish line. Aaron Markov and Chris Galitti, as there are being wanton lies told up here in the timing tower. Both cars leaving the starting line. Markov and Galitti heading down the racetrack. We are just a few minutes away from the Easter egg hunt. Right down behind the timing tower as Aaron Markov advances on to the next round. Markov 15 green, Galitti 31 green, and Galitti trying to make up the difference, breaks out, going 36.7 on a 37 reaction time, taking 200 at the stripe. So Aaron Markov is a round one winner. Damon Bustamante and AJ Ash coming up right now. Talked to AJ a little bit last night. Talked to him about his departure from eliminations. He said, I don't know what happened. Trying to make up for it today. Super Pro Door Cars orange stickers to the lanes, please. Super Pro Door Cars orange stickers to the lanes, please, as Damon Bustamante, with that 619 dial-in on his Corvette, stages second. Damon's not giving an inch. Ash isn't giving anything either. And it's going to be Bustamante. Dead on zero. 16 light. 16 back for Bustamante as AJ took 300 to stripe and runs under 576.4 on a 579 dial. Rodney Snyder, Cam Brady. Super Pro Door Cars orange stickers to the lanes, please. Super Pro Door Cars orange stickers to the lanes, please, as Snyder and Brady take their turn for first round glory. Buyback window is open. As Snyder has the advantage on the starting line and the win light. 1 over, 5081, 507 dial, 29 light, taking 27 across the finish line. Brady was 1 over, but 54 on the tree. The deal breaker. Vega Wagon, Fox Mustang now. Carla Greeno and Dave Butler. Butler dialed 653 in the 74 Vega. Greeno dialed 684 in the 88 Mustang. Greeno and Butler hustling down towards the mountains, and it is going to be a win light for Butler. 652, 2 and a 653 with a 13 light. The math for Butler. Greeno took 35 at the finish line. Aggressive and broke out by 4 Hun. Dan Bain and Dave Jackson. Bain dialed 546, Jackson dialed 495. Jackson the open-topped Corvette, Bain the full-bodied 69 Camaro. Dan Bain trying to seek perfection, and he almost does it. 001 and breaks out. Bain was 001 on the tree to Jackson's 28, and then Bain decided to keep his foot down, taking 45 at the finish line, running 3.5 under. Dave Jackson, 493.3, 141, crossing second, is victorious. Jim Tattersall, 1966 Ford Econoline pickup truck, and Jake Stolworthy. Stolworthy rolls up in the orange Chevelle. 566 on the Windle. Tattersall dialed 7 flat. Wheels up, launch for the Econo line, move to the center for Tattersall, no big deal. He pulls it back into the groove. Stolworthy was 005, and it's Stolworthy. 15 pack, 1 over 005 light. Tattersall a 21 pack. The 15 beats the 21 by 600 at the finish line stripe, as the math says it should. Robert Butler and Pat Conlon coming up. 548 for Conlon, the alcohol-injected 67 Camaro Black and Gold. And Butler dialed 642 in the 1966 Chevelle. 642 the dial-in for Butler. Super Pro Door Cars orange sticker. Super Pro Door Car orange sticker. All of our Super Pro Door Cars should be in the lanes. Every last one of them. As I'm being mocked by the way I say a color. That's fine. I see you in there. Butler and Conlon all the way down to the finish line stripe. 5:47.9 at 124 miles an hour for Conlon, double breakout. Butler goes 6:39.6 at 106 miles an hour, taking 11th out at the stripe. Had a 33 light to Conlon's 21, and Butler broke out by just over 200. Paul Eddins and Alec Bianco. $548 the dial for Bianco, 55 Chevrolet, and Eddins, $548 the dial for the 1983 Toyota pickup truck. Red light start for Bianco. By a measly 10, but still a red light. Alec Bianco red lights. Eddins with 002, goes 2 over, 550 out of 548. So Bianco goes 553.3, 124. Orange stickers. Orange stickers. Decals. Orange decals. Mark Lalonde and Troy Grant coming up. Grant dialed 747, Lalonde 554. Troy Grant gets a win like dead on zero with a 60 reaction time, and he was 300 quicker than Lalonde off the starting line. Lalonde, big time trouble there. Goes 557 out of 554 and sees nothing from it. Kevin Heffington and Steve Reynolds coming up. 628 the dial-in for the 71 Nova of Steve Reynolds. Heffington dialed 669 on the Summit side. Heffington stronger on the tree and better at the finish line by a thou. Steve Heffington takes a thou at the stripe, going 672.5 on a 669 dial to win the race. Talk about a snug job. He was 200 better off the starting line, and that thing got real tight down there. 629.3 at 106 for Reynolds with a 54 reaction time, and Heffington drew him in and took the win. Jeff Devey and Alan Masham coming up now. Alan leaves red in the Nova, 22. Well, Devey had a 276 light and his scoreboard is eliminated. Thank whoever you need to for that one. As Devey goes 638, 1 at 106 to move on. Masham runs 2 over, 572 after the red light start. Is it time? It is under 10 minutes. Under 10 minutes before we have the Easter egg hunt behind the timing tower. Under 10 minutes until Easter egg hunt action begins behind the tower. Blue Hayball and Mark Yeager coming up. Yeager, the 1963 Corvette 539 dial, and Hayball 625. And the 1965 GTO. A-Ball's been having a struggle this week, but that reaction time with 006 was not a struggle. Wins, double breakout. Jaeger runs 3 under, getting there second. A-Ball runs 2.5 under, getting there first. Mike Badeau and Dave Beatty. Beatty went a couple of rounds in his 1969 GTO Judge. Badeau has been in the action in the thick of things for this whole week. 7:13 the dial. So Beatty and Badeau powering down at the top end. 7-11-5, 103 for Badeau. It's a double breakout again. Beatty was 13, Badeau was 12. Beatty took 9 thou worth of stripe, but it wasn't the right strategy as Mike Badeau Jr. gets to the finish line second and wins the drag race 7-11-5 on a 7-13 as Beatty was 5.97 on a 6 flat. Roger Cato and Victor Spitali. Cato roaring down the racetrack, goes 7:17.8 with a 002 light, taking 200 at the finish line on a 7:15 dial to win. Spitali goes 5:71 at a 5:69, but a 22 light, he's eliminated. Ryan Wilson and Laureen Rogers. Seligman, Arizona, home for Rogers, dialed 489. Wilson dialed 678. Rogers advancing as Wilson goes 15 thou red. So Ryan Wilson runs 6:11, lifting at the top end. Laureen Rogers was 28 green and took it down to the house. Next pair coming up, Spencer Massey and Pete Both coming up. Both driving his 1978 Porsche. Massey the 1971 Nova. $576 a dial in for Pete. Massey dialed 633. No red lights here. Massey in that little red Nova trying to stop the Porsche, and it is going to be Massey. 006 light for Spencer. Pete was a 30 on the tree. Pete runs 23 under. Spencer runs a mere 7 thou under for the victory. So Spencer Massey advances, taking 18 thou at the finish line. Randy Clouden. Emma DeShell coming up right now. DeShell driving that 63 Corvette, 588 dial-in. Cloud dialed 603 in the 1969 Maverick. Once again, Super Pro. Orange stickers to the staging lanes, please. Super Pro orange stickers. Great fight down there to the top end, and the wind going to cloud at a double breakout again. A lot of people playing finish line chicken down there as Emma DeShell takes 19 thou worth of stripe, runs under by 24. Randy Cloud only ran under by 8 thousandths and advances. The racer from Galt, California moves on. Dennis Bauer and J.R. Learcamp. Learcamp, the 537 dial-in. Bauer dialed 570. Dennis Bauer and J.R. Learcamp down to the finish line stripe. It is Bauer. Stop me if you heard this before. Double breakout. Learcamp took 200 at the finish line, broke out by 19 thou. Bauer was only 11 thou under his dial. So Bauer advances as being the least of the offenders. Dan McClellan coming up with Phil Pennington on the right side. 484 dial-in for Pennington in the Roadster, of course. McClellan in his own Roadster, dialed 534. Young McClellan sits and waits as Pennington comes in. Being handed breaking news on a sticky note, written in bubbly, girl-looking penmanship. McClellan and Pennington within 2 thou on the lead, and it's Phil Pennington dead on 3-5 light 8-pack. Dan McClellan was 7, took 8 thou worth of stripe and broke out by 7. Ugh. Great race between two talented competitors. Philip Pennington moving on. Kevin McClellan and Dave Pratch here now. Pratch from Woodburn, Oregon, 562. The dial-in. McClellan dialed 655. So a swift and short head start for Pratt, or rather for McClellan. Here comes Pratt. Down across the finish line. McClellan breaks out. Pratt does it. 1 over. 122 miles an hour for Pratt. 63 to 62 at 122 miles an hour. Dave was 15 on the tree. Kevin McClellan was 13, and then 6 thou too quick, taking 25 at the finish line. The Wagon Master is knocked out. Dan Lafferty and Chris Johnston now. Super Pro orange stickers. If you're not there, you're late. 468 dial-in for Lafferty. Chris Johnston dialed 608. They're in. Oh man, Lafferty's car pushed itself to the left out of the groove, and Chris Johnson drives down, lifting late, but goes 6.11.3 at 108.56 miles an hour. Johnson moves on. Lafferty is eliminated. Anthony Bovin has won a $100 K&N gift card and a $100 cash bonus based off a random tech card draw from the Gear Wrench Pro Round 1 losers from the Pro Treasure Chest. So Anthony Bovin has won that $100 K&N gift card and a $100 cash based on that draw. Hunter Walker and Gary Warniger coming up right now. Or Warnier, I should say. Warnier from Oregon, 543 the dial. Hunter Walker dialed 616. .547.7, 126.65 for Warnier. 36 reaction time as Walker was 20 red, eliminated by the red light, then run 6:19.4. Mara Sylvia and Chris Brown. Brown, the open-topped Camaro Roadster. Sylvia from Rancho Cucamonga, the 2004 Cavalier, 461 the dial. Rocking and rolling through a big first round of Super Pro door cars here, as always. Red light start from Mira by just 0.06 of a second. So close to perfect, but a little bit too quick on the leave. Chris Brown goes 5:53.6, 135. Brown dialed at 5:57, legged it through because the race was over as soon as the 006 red light of Sylvia occurred. Paul Weekman and Dennis Paz coming up right now. Paz not in the El Camino now, he's in the Silver Nova. 6:26 the dial, Weekman dialed 6:24 in his Corvette. Up and gone for Dennis Paz, but Paul Weekman's going to give all he can handle down there at the top end. Weekman charges to the stripe, and he breaks out. Weekman taking 4 Hun, goes 6:21.3 and a 6:24 dial as Paz goes 1 over, 6:27.1 with a 19 light. Robbie Gear and Rod Taylor. Robbie had a good day winning money and, of course, winning a set of Brodix SR20 cylinder heads yesterday. A profitable day at the Spring Fling Million. Rod Taylor, 522 dial. His 1967 Nova has been a giant killer of sorts. Has taken out some big names this week, showing his skills out of Kalispell, Montana. Robbie Gear, talking about showing skills. He's double-aught-1, double breakout win. Gear runs under by 6 thou, gets the win, taking 19. Taylor runs 6 thou, too quick. Man, that was wild. So Gear, the 001 light, gets him to the finish line first, gets him a win light in the double breakout. Robert Neighbor and Shane Thompson. 503 dial for Thompson, 504 dial for Neighbor. Neighbor has a lot of work to do, like 7 Hun worth of work to do, and he can't get it all done in time. Shane Thompson, 19 on the tree, 1 over, 504.2 and a 503 dial, taking 53 at the stripe. Neighbor still gets there second, 503.7, 135 miles an hour in that 504 dial, but didn't matter anyway. Thompson got to the finish line first and did not break out. Phil Unruh and Kathy Ball. Unruh from McPherson, Kansas. Brand new Camaro Roadster. Kathy Ball from Napa, California. Unruh's car pouring on the coals once it comes off the throttle stop, but it's Unruh. 09608 dial, 18 light. Kathy Ball took 7 thou at the finish line and broke out by 13, running 706.7 on a 708 dial. 040 reaction time for Kathy Ball. Steve Williams and Brad Pierce. Corvette's a pair. Williams dialed 529, Pierce dialed 579. A perfect half second of separation here. Buyback windows open, base of the tower. Easter egg hunt's going on right now. It's been going on for 5 minutes. They're scarfing up eggs down there. Steve Williams better by a Hun on the starting line and better at the finish line, over by 1 Hun. 530 on a 529, 13 light, wins it. Brad Pierce took 200s at the finish line stripe and broke out by 1/100th of a second, by about 3/100ths of a second, 76 on a 79. Darren Taylor and Mike Coltrane coming up right now. Coltrane from Boise, Idaho, dialed 496. Darren Taylor dialed 582, 69 Firebird. The Trans Am stripes, the Trans Am wing. No Ram Air 400 in there, though. 584 the dial-in for Taylor. Red light start for Darren Taylor by a measly thou. 001 red light start for Taylor. Coltrane goes 495 at 139 on a 496 dial to move on cleanly into the second round without having to make a secondary investment in his own future. Jeff Verdi, Ricky Duchelle coming up. Last and final call, all door cars. Last and final call, all door cars to the lanes. Last and final call, Super Pro door cars to the lanes, please. Jeff Verdi, unable to double up, if you will, unable to become a two-time winner, I should say, at the Spring Fling Million last night. Would certainly like to collect $30,000 here in this FTI 30K Saturday, brought to us by FTI Transmission and Converters, FTIperformance.com. Ricky and Jeff. Verdi waits. Now he's on the chip, and he's gone. Right down there to the finish line stripe, it is going to be Ricky Duchelle, 552-1, 551 dial, 007 light, taken 6th thou. Verdi was 10, goes 1 over, 592-4, 114, and just did not have the finish line prowess that Ricky Duchelle had on that run to get the win line. The wheelie wagon and the Falcon. The Falcon lined up pointing almost directly at the center line. This is going to be interesting. The wagon lined up straight. That thing will carry the front end 150 feet. Wagon dialed 645. Falcon dialed 638. There's the wagon. Huge wheel stand. The Falcon to the inside of the groove to the right. A couple of wild runs out there, and it is going to be the wagon. 46 on a 45. 003 reaction time. Driver of the Falcon took 7th thou, but broke out by 4 hun because of a 54 light versus the 03 of the wagon. 003. Have made it. We'll make it one more time. Last and final call. Super Pro door cars to the lanes for round 1. Austin Hockaday and Dan Northrup. Northrup dialed 593. Hockaday dialed 649. The green Mustang, vibrantly painted green Mustang, leading Northrup out of the gate and leading Northrup to the finish line too slowly. Dan Northrup by 8 ten-thousandths of a second, a 594.7. He's 1 over, 11 light, 112 miles an hour. His Hockaday was 38, got to the finish line second, 1 under, 648.0. Oh, the power of reaction time as Dan Northrup takes that one to the house by 8 10 thou. Rocky Pinavalli coming up, and Phil Garrison on the opposite side of the racetrack. 546 dial for Garrison. Pinavalli dialed 584. Red light start for Pinavalli as Garrison's car heads to the center line with the front end up. Garrison regrooves it, goes 547.8, 122. Continues on. Pinavalli 587.4, 114 after the heartbreaking red light. Wes Anderson and Gordon Bovin coming up right now. Bovin the 72 CUDA, 549 dial-in, beautiful car, and Anderson in his Roadster, dialed 550. Boven's in. Gordon Boven. Trip. Zip. Win light. 5:51, 5 and a 5:49. He's 2 over with the perfect reaction time. Wes Anderson took 9 thou of stripe. Broke out by 5 thou. Had a 21 reaction time. Gordon Boven. 15 pack. Moves him ahead. Ken Smith, Ken Swayo. It's all Ken all the time out here right now. 7 flat dial-in for Smith. Swayo dialed 582 in the 1972 Mercury Capri. Ken Swayo picks his spot, finds his spot, and leaves his spot quicker than Ken Smith left his in the Camaro. Swayo by 100th advantage on the starting line, drives it to the stripe, 1 over at 117 miles an hour, 83 out of 82, takes him to the house. Ken Smith, 92.7 on a 7 flat dial-in, taking 8/100ths at the finish line. Jason O'Terry and Gary Roost, 596 for Roost, 55 Chevy. Jason O'Terry dialed 704. O'Terry bumping in. Roost also bumping in by nature of that flickering bulb. And Roost just launched himself off the starting line before the tree was activated. Jason O'Terry will go down on what will appear to be a single, but he did have an opponent. Just Roost did not wait for the tree to be activated. O'Terry goes 704 at 105 miles an hour. Sasha Hofer and C.W. Hofer. That is not C.W. Hofer on the right side. Perhaps if it is, driving that Mercury Comet. Although that would make sense, as Hofer's Pontiac that is on the left side has been running at pro, so maybe it all makes sense. And I have day 90 confusion going on, which is totally legitimate. Sasha Hofer gets beat by C.W. Dead on 9, 72 light for C.W. Taking 25 for the win. That is an odd-looking winning time slip here this week. Sasha Hofer, 4 over, 61 and a 57 with a 57 light. Larry Spitali and Gary Mignacca. Mignacca from Lawndale, California, the 579 dial Roadster, 547 the dial-in for Spitali in the 1980 Monza. Mean green. 546.3, 126. Spitali green by 17. Mignacca was 41. Both of them broke out. Spitali 7 thou under, taking 4 thou at the stripe. Mignacca 27 under. Or 16 under, I should say, and that's it. So 16 under for Mignacca. Spitali was tighter and better. Jody George and Bo Butner coming up right now. Butner, the winner last night of the Spring Fling Million, collecting a $250,000 check, adding to an already storied career in the sport of drag racing. Left side is Jody George. We'll see how fickle this sport can be. Can Jody George upend Butner in the first round? Doesn't look promising. Butner wins in a double breakout. 15 reaction time for Butner. 497.5 and a 498. He's 5 thou under. Jody George was 34 in the tree. And then under by a ton. Ran 26.7 on a 33 dial, taken 400. Will Carroll and Mike Hall. Carroll from Ardmore, Oklahoma, 744 dial. 36th birthday for Will Carroll. Mike Hall dialed 681. Out of Butte, Montana, the original home of Evel Knievel. It's where Evel Knievel grew up and lived. Butte. To do some digging to see who came from Ardmore, Oklahoma, outside of Will Carroll. Congratulations to Will. Happy birthday. Ooh, red light star for his birthday for Carroll. He can buy himself a present in the buyback window. 12 red for Carroll. Mike Hall goes 685-6 at 98 on a 681 dial. After the red light, Carroll flat-footed it to a 738.4 at 92 miles an hour. We have called Dragster Blue Stickers odd numbers. Dragster Blue Stickers odd numbers to the staging lanes, please. Dragster Blue Sticker odd numbers to the staging lanes, please. Tim Arnswald and Dave Gotts coming up. Gotts from Corona, California, dialed 768. Arnswald dialed 759, left-hand side of the racetrack. And Tim Arnswald is going to be just sickened when he sees this time slip unless a miracle happens, which it did. It happened. Of course it did. Arnswald 120 on the tree. Dave Gotts was 006, and Dave Gotts took 0.2 of a second of stripe and broke out by a mile. He broke out by 13 hun. Arnswald was 6 hun under with a 120 light and won the race. Because reasons. Because reasons. CW Hofer, Dick Vandermeer coming up. Vandermeer, the 2003 Grand Am. Hofer dialed 640 on the left-hand side of the racetrack. Vandermeer crushing the tree at 008, 488.3, 139. Vandermeer taking 6 hun and breaking out. Hofer getting handed the victory with a 67 pack. 6-7, not 07, 6-7, as
a 67 pack comparatively to what we saw a moment ago.
Nate Hershey
extremely
has returned, bruised knuckles from pushing kids down. He's got some chocolate smeared across his face. All signs of a successful Easter egg hunt.
It was a fight. It was a fight down there. I mean,
hand-to-hand combat.
It really was. I mean, it was survival of the fittest at its finest. As we've got our two world standing rides, Greg Dreer and Mike Bloomfield. Bloomfield in the truck, 635. He was 001 on the tree and does not get out of the round alive. Greg Dreer, 009, 14th thou at the stripe. He's dead on 8. Bloomfield was 3 above. And with a 31 pack, Mike Bloomfield is sent to the buyback window as Greg Dreer is 17 total.
I don't know if you have any Norse kind of history in your family, but back, the Norsemen used to drink the, the blood of their enemies from their skulls, and you are eating the candy of your vanquished kids out of their baskets. It's a very fitting thing happening here.
It was one of those things that I remember us talking about this earlier in the week, that you just have to have the right mindset going into something. You cannot have that pity for, I don't care if you're 6, I'm still getting that egg. I did not get any of the gold eggs, Roar, man. I'll tell you this, there was one young lady out there who ended up with a gold egg. She was quick.
Nice.
I couldn't catch her.
She said low ET of egg.
She moved, man. She saw that gold egg and boom! Brad Burton was 3 thou early. Ryan Mangus 10 green and goes 676 on a 684. What was in the gold eggs? A secret that only those who get them will know. No, I'm telling you, the gold eggs were worth cash, man.
That's awesome.
Cash. Like one gold egg cracked open, it was worth $100.
What?
Yeah. Why do you think I was trying so hard?
Man. John Corbin, Joe Leavitt at the starting line right now.
Says Levitt here on the 66 or the 67 Nova. 627 is the dial on that right side. 555 the number for John Corbin. Corbin is going to get the win light. He is 19th thou above the dial after a 14th thou reaction time for Joe Levitt. 6:23 on the 6:27. 29 green at this end of the racetrack, taking 4 and breaking out 4. Joe Levitt will have to find his way back via the reentry round as Mike McDonough and Dave Barcelone. Barcelone now. Another 67 Nova. I just love those cars. And Mike McDonough, the Camaro out of Wichita, Kansas, 583 to the 631. Finish line says 632 on a 631 for Dave Barcelone. The Truck Town guy out of Bremerton, Washington, is advancing. Grabbed himself 0.05 of a second advantage at this end. He was 17 green to Mike McDonough's 0.22 as McDonough first to the stripe by 23,000ths of a second, breaking it out by 12 thou. Needed to slip off 11 thou and could have changed things around, but Barcelone will grab the nod as Carla Greenow. And Greg Sabatino. Sabatino in the 63 Chevy truck. The truck dialed in at 655. Carla Greenow dialed in at 706. You got like back in the day when trucks were big, burly, manly, and then you've got Carla Greenow, and it's like, you know what? I'm running out of room in my garage. I need a smaller truck. 703 on a 706 after Carla was 002 red. Greg Sabatino. Didn't we just go through this a minute ago? 127 and moving into round number 2. Difference is that 127 was green, and Carla Greenow, doesn't matter how close you cut the red light, it's still red. So Carla gets a trip to the buyback window, and we'll have to kind of step over the carnage that was the Easter egg hunt as Butch Werner and Bill Bathello. And I'm not kidding. You said apparently somebody took a page out of Duck's book. They were handing out swords down there. Granted, they were inflatable, but they were handing out swords. They handed out like 30 of them, and you can imagine what happened after that. Be like, I'm going to give a bunch of 8-year-old boys inflatable swords and hope that things don't go bad. 54th thou the split between Butch Werner and Bill Bathello. Bathello 002, 494 and a 491. How about 2 takes 7th thou and gets to move on, 494 and the 491. Butch Werner was 056 at this end of the racetrack, and the Grand Am will exit the competition.
One of the greatest kind of parody ads Saturday Night Live ever made was for a fake product called the Nerf Crotch Bat. Do you remember that?
Oh, my goodness.
It was Chris Farley and David Spade in this fake ad, and it was one of the funniest things I've ever seen in my life.
I don't see why that should be a fake product.
Well, the inflatable swords, I'm sure, were playing that role down there.
Several of them were swung a little low. John Eno and Mike Bodner. Bodner, who did like a massive burnout as part of the reaction time challenge this morning, the Kendall Park, New Jersey-based ride, 6:308 on a 6:32. Bodner breaks out. John Eno is 15 total, 15 thou, and dead on 0 for Eno as he gets there second. Bodner takes 16, breaks out 14, and bows out. It is wild stuff. Wacky, wild stuff. Jeff Broussard now and Caitlin Tripp. Got to pause for a true Saturday Night Live moment. Caitlin dialed in at 594. Jeff Broussard dialed in at 703. Big head start to the pickup truck on the left side. Six hot colors. We've only got 2 colors on the Christmas, well, 3 colors. We got blue, yellow. I guess it's 4 colors. Blue, yellow, red, and green. So we don't have 6 cool colors like a Nerf crotch pad, but we've got one was red, one was green. Jeff Broussard was green by 36 thousandths of a second. Caitlin Tripp, red by 2 thou. 595 on a 594 after Caitlin was red. Vincent Horton and Tony Trimp. Trimp in the Opal. Apparently they're getting the Opel ready to restore. They've taken all of the purple paint off of it. Tony Trimp has taken all of the green out of the Christmas tree as he's red by 9,000ths of a second. Goes 658 on a 662. Vincent Horton, 25 green, 682 on a 681 on his victory lap. This will now get Dan McClelland and James Glenn. Glenn the Firebird, 643 is the dial on the left side, and for Daniel McClelland, the Malibu dialed in at 652. We'll see his D-Mac has double entered the station wagon. I think we saw Kevin up in it a little bit earlier with Daniel driving the Roadster. I know we're getting down towards the end of our Super Pro door cars. We're talking about Anthony Bovin getting a $100 K&N gift card and $100 cash. Daniel McClelland getting a 24th red light. James Glenn, 32 green, and goes 637 on a 643. He ends up under just about 0.05 of a second, getting there second, as Daniel McClelland let go 24th out too quick, and Brian Lones is diving into the basket, the Starbucks bag of goodies that was brought up here last night. Again, thank you very much, because there's nothing like breakfast after we've had the Peeps are getting there. I think the Peeps are getting there. They're okay. But the chocolate chip cookies for breakfast were the inspiration for that. What was it, Cookie Crisp cereal? A.J. Ash in the Nova, Chris Northrup, Funny Car in the Camaro. Basically the reverse as far as the reaction times are concerned. Northrup was 23, Ash was 32, as Chris Northrup makes the wrong choice at the finish line. He got there first by 0.04 of a second and ends up breaking out 12th out. A.J. Ash, 32 green. Watched Chris just kind of drive away and goes 537 on a 536. It was Peeps, Pennington, and Corey Jackson. Peeps in the dragster last night, going a bunch of rounds. Today in the Roadster, trying to see what he can do against Corey Jackson's orange Corvette. 493 is the number for Corey Jackson, and for Peeps Pennington, on the Pennington family Roadsters, which are gorgeous no matter how you look at them. I know Eames has got like almost on the verge of like fetish for those Roadsters. 21 on the tree for Peeps is going to get him a win light as Corey Jackson drops it red 0.12 of a second. Jackson, 744 after he lifts his leg off the throttle and goes, you know what, I hate this. Racing's stupid. All right, I'll go to the buyback window. Kind of like golf. You get that whole shot that goes way over into the woods, and the next time you get one that's right up by the pin, you're like, this is the greatest game ever. You go from absolutely hating every form of life on the planet to thinking you're the greatest thing on earth. Patrick Conlon and Sean Schaefer. Conlon in the Firebird. Left side of the racetrack, Sean Schaefer going to try to pilot his Camaro down the right side to a 4.97 second run. I'm going to have to agree with that. We got like over 1,000 people watching. We need more likes. Need more likes. Of course, I'm going to refresh my screen because yesterday we were educated in the fact that, you know, this screen is not really refreshing to truly show the number of likes. 487 is the dial for Patrick Conlon. Sean Schaefer dialed 497. 5 thou was the split in reaction time. Schaefer leaving with 14 thou reaction time. Goes 497 on the 497. Takes a 12 thou stripe and will get the win ticket to punch his ticket to round number 2. Patrick Conlon, 488 on a 487. Conlon, 19 at this end of the racetrack. And then 12 thou above at the finish line, no good. as Justin Lamb has gotten behind the wheel of Jeff Devy's Camaro. The car out of Idaho, the driver out of Henderson. The driver owns 5 world championships, and I think it's something like, it's up to 30 national event wins now. And Chase Trimp. Trimp's got the 009 reaction time for the Roadster out of Wilton, California. He's 582 on a 586. Justin Lamb is 633 on a 635. Lamb was 20 thou behind in reaction time. 029 on the tree, gets there second. 15 thou under the dial. Ends up with a 44 pack. Chase Trimp was 009. Make that not a 44 pack. He was under. Chase 009 and then gets there first, 38 thou. Runs 582 on the 586. As Dave Kinney and Mike Coltrane next pair. I'm with you, George. I'm with you. Where's the love button? The love boat is still probably sailing somewhere around the seas.
Isaac's still slinging drinks, too.
Isaac.
Making it happen.
What about, wow. Dave Kinney in the T1000 goes airborne. I mean, that thing was way up in the air. 620, I'm telling you this. I've seen Umberger Chevette do things like that, but to see the T1000 do something like that is like, it's Terminator time. Mike Coltrane's going to get the win light, though. 568 on a 566. He was 003 on the tree. 9 thou quicker than Dave Kinney's 12 thou reaction time, but that was, I would say, just unexpected. I did not anticipate seeing that car do that, but I loved it. Loved it. Rod Page is red by 1 thou. He doesn't love that at all. Dustin Hinches, who was Thursday night's winner, 19 green and 613 on a 614. Rod Page, after a 001 red light, goes 619 on the 618. And I think at some point we do need to have a wheelie contest.
Just not today.
Not today, but I'm saying at some point we kind of need to prearrange for something like that, because I know that, like, John Cazzetti's car is capable of putting it way up in the air.
Okay. Well, of course, the wagon.
Oh, we already know that that Biddle car can do it. I mean, he was out, what was it, 250 feet, 300 feet, almost on the back tires. I know that, the Jelly Bean, Umberger's car can do it, as Carl Jones and Glenn Dilday. Carl decided that 4 thou was something that might work, and it didn't. His 4 thou red, 559 on a 557. Dilday 23 green and goes 556 on a 556. But now we know that the little T1000 there that has found its way back down the return road this time is very capable of putting it on the back bumper. We know the Econoline van of Jim Tattersall can do some nice wheelies.
Yep.
I mean, at some point we really should put something like that together.
I'm Evan Perkins with Holley, and we're at West Tech Performance, where we just made 902 horsepower on this Holley Super Sniper equipped Pro Charge small block Chevy. The mule for this test is a Pro Charger F1A94 equipped Blueprint Engines small block Chevy block that's got a fully forged rotating assembly. It's about 9.5 to 1 compression, aluminum heads, a hydraulic roller camshaft, a Holley strip dominator intake, and it's topped with an 8-injector Super Sniper EFI system. The Super Sniper is really cool because it's got 8 100-pound injectors and a 2.5 bar map sensor, which means it can support 21.5 psi of boost or 1,250 horsepower. Like the base Sniper, the Holley Super Sniper is completely self-learning capable, which means it can tune the engine while you drive. However, if you're running really big boost or making a lot of power, the best practice is to always have a good calibrator tune the engine on the chassis dyno or the engine dyno using a laptop. For this test, we used 3 different pulleys: a large pulley, a medium pulley, and a small pulley. The large pulley spun the supercharger a little bit slower, and it gave us some time to make sure that the tune was finessed and that everything was working well. Then we dropped down to a medium pulley, and then finally to a small pulley, which upped the blower speed to the fastest that we were able to achieve today. The first pulley made 777 horsepower, the second made 840, and once we had the small pulley on the engine, we made 902 horsepower. Holley's top tier EFI system is always going to be a multi-port style system. But what the Super Sniper does really well is it's self-contained, easy to tune, laptop tunable, and it can support really big horsepower by just bolting it onto a 4-barrel flange with a supercharger or a turbo. Learn more about the Super Sniper at Holley.com.
Racers, once again, good afternoon and welcome to Bristol Dragway as we are getting underway with the K&N Spring Fling Million presented by Optima Batteries. It is main event Friday, a Maytag Silver State Refrigeration Day. Racers have come from all over the country to participate in what will be one of the greatest fling races that has ever been held.
Father God, we thank you so much, and we come to you with extremely humble heart and what you've done for us. Father, we could never do enough to repay what you've given us. And all of God's people said, amen.
Banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
It's $1 Million Day. The cars have fired. We're pulling them into the water box. God bless America, and let's go racing.
With your champion today, Scotty Richardson. I can see it in your eyes and your emotion right now. How are you feeling about what you just accomplished, Scotty?
Speechless, to be honest with you. And this is one special to me just because we all say we want to win certain races, and this is one that I really wanted to win. Man upstairs was with me all day.
Well, good morning, racers, and welcome. We've had some pretty serious weather challenges as we've made our way through the week here. Mother Nature decided that we were to do no racing yesterday, which means that today we've got twice as much racing to do. We're still going to be able to crown some winners and determine who gets to go home with the big check, the big trophy, the jackets, and more, as once again, Galat will come to an exciting finish.
are made here in the USA with one goal in mind, so you can win. Check us out at MosierEngineering.com or call and talk to our knowledgeable and friendly technicians at 260-726-6689. The best quality and the best support. Only Mosier Engineering. Fuel Systems Technology is a manufacturer of cast and billet aluminum carburetors and accessories. We're headquartered in Riverside, California, and we would like to welcome you to the Fling. Quality innovation at affordable prices, FST. Visit fstcarb.com for all your carburetor needs.
So the tractors are doing what they need to do on getting the surface ready to go. As the dragsters and one door car make their way up here under the arch. And we've got that whole deal where the Gear Wrench Pro category races amongst themselves for a while. The Super Pro door cars race amongst themselves for a while, unless we get into the situation where we got like one odd door car. Then we take that last door car, lump it in with the first dragster, and send them on their way. The dragsters race with themselves for a while. And then when we get down to only a certain number of cars left, we'll go ahead and put them all on the ladder and finish off the day. So it's kind of like almost like scrimmaging.
It is skirmishing. It's skirmishing.
Well, skirmishing is when we get them all together. It's a scrimmage right now. Everybody's going to kind of practice with each other, and then we go and infiltrate the other gang's territory and see if we can go make some, wreak some havoc.
Mechanical fisticuffs.
Problem is, for the Gear Wrench Pro guys and gals, you're only left with that one car.
Yes. Yeah, you are a one-man band or a one-woman band, as the case may be.
Yeah, but then if you happen to be like Nicky Thomas or Andy Schmall, you basically just kind of play the role of wrecking ball.
Right. Yeah.
Or Nick Hastings.
Bashing your way through.
I mean, like I've infected your system with a bug.
Greg Hicks coming up right now. If memory serves correct, Was Hicks the winner last night of the Calcutta?
Hicks got himself $10,000 last night. I had no idea.
Burnout being completed by Hicks right side, 5:34 as Nick Hastings rolls up on the left side.
So Calvi Peru, car owner of Nasty Nick's car, is actually jumping behind the wheel today. 604 is the dial on that summit side of the racetrack. And Greg Hicks. Yeah, the funny story with Greg Hicks last night is apparently they had no clue what was going on as far as how deep Bo Butner was really going into this whole deal. Calvi Peru read by 0.08 of a second, and Hicks is, but watch. I'm going to say, is Hicks going to put up the perfect run now and like,
How does he dial 534 running 468 flat out?
It's Hicks. Don't ask me.
Man.
Don't ask me. But so last night, they didn't do as well as they wanted to. He and his partner, Jeff Taylor, decided, look, dude, this didn't go really well. Apparently they took the advice, found themselves at Viva Zapata's, pulled up a bar stool. We're about, 4 margaritas or so later, decided to come back to the racetrack and see how things were going here at the Million. They pulled up just in time for the
You got to be kidding
Nick
me.
Hastings. No, I'm dead serious. For the Nick Hastings and Bo Butner matchup, which essentially put the whole deal over the top. And when Bo lit up that scoreboard, they found out they'd won $10,000.
Darrell Pettit and Gary Williams. I come back to a racetrack sometimes to find out if I lost a sock. I don't get anything. Nothing ever.
Still looking for your rental car?
Yeah, I come back looking for things. Pettit and Williams within a thou of each other off the starting line. It's Williams, 493, 431 miles an hour. Williams was 12 on the tree. Pettit was 11. Pettit's car 5 over, playing the game wrong at the top end, and it will be Williams advancing.
All right. Jake from the tower. Jake has actually added a little clarity. Calvi apparently owns the T1000.
Okay, gotcha.
So according to Jake, Calvi owns the T1000. The Mustang is that old Glidden car. And, okay, got it. There's the man. Oh, so one of the Glidden cars, 006, taking 5/10 thou at the stripe, ends up dead 2. Opposite side was 005, dead 3.
Jansen Melton and Corey Galletti coming up now. Galletti dialed 478, right-hand side of the drag strip. Melton dialed 430 over there on the left.
Corey Galletti and Jansen Melton. Melton 15 on the tree. Galletti was 7th out better with a 008. He goes at 79 on the 78, 132 miles an hour. Galletti advancing as Melton will have to find his way through the buyback window. And remember when we were talking about trying to hijack the limo and take it through the drive-through?
Yeah, no hijack
Apparently that
necessary.
happened.
No hijack necessary.
No hijack necessary.
Part of the flight plan.
That limo went straight through. Love it.
Chuck Lynn and Cortland Carter coming up right now. Carter, 493 the dial in. Lynn dialed 489 as we continue here with Super Pro Dragsters. Cortland Carter nearly perfect with a 001, cheating up toward the center line, whomps the throttle and wins. Goes over by 1, 494.5 and a 493 at a 001 reaction time, taking 32 at the finish line. Lynn was 3 over with a 16 light. Not horrible, just not good enough to win here today.
Johnny Carter now and Gary Williams. G-Dub over on the left side. Johnny Carter on the right. We saw Cortland just a minute ago. Johnny is dialed in at 496. Gary's dialed in at 483.
496, halfway there. Williams getting ready to turn that top bulb on.
So with a 1300 difference in the dial at this end of the racetrack. Johnny Carter, first one in.
Down they go.
Johnny Carter was just late at this end of the racetrack. Had the 092 reaction time and goes 5:00 on the 496. 4 above after 92 at this end of the racetrack. Gary Williams was not like stellar by any means with an 042 reaction time, but it was enough to get the win light on that left side of the racetrack. And Gary Williams, after having a little bit of hard luck during the big money event yesterday, gets a round win here as Troy Williams and John Edwards III.
And Troy Williams, 009 red, 461, 248 miles an hour after the red light. Edwards advances, 81, 142. He was 2 under, but again, he was playing with no consequences, man. He could do whatever he wanted, and he did. He went 2 under and won.
We will not accept the consequences for our actions. You cannot force us to be responsible adults. It's not going to happen, especially not on the last day of the race.
Yeah.
Diane Pettit and Kyle Thorpe. Thorpe in the... All right, here we go. Thorpe in Dick Krieger's Roadster. Over on the left side, 532 to Diane Pettit's 552. Pettit dialed in a couple of tenths slower, gets the head start in the dragster. So little Sumner, Washington versus Henderson, Nevada. Mentioned it before. Dick Krieger, who's sitting on the wall over there, was one of the guys in the very first Sports Nationals. We headed home with a trophy. Brought it back here to Vegas. 5:30 on a 5:32. Kyle Thorpe is under. Diane Pettit under by exactly 10 thou. Thorpe under at 19 thou. Pettit will get the win light. It was 13 on the tree and brings the dragster back.
David Cook and Willie Flores coming up now. Flores, San Angelo, Texas, 498 dial-in. Cook dial 457 from Novato, California. Cook straightening his car out just ever so slightly. Las Vegas Travel and Tourism side of the racetrack. Flores, the big online fan club.
Very true.
Might have something to cheer about here as Flores has a monstrous starting line advantage that translates into a win light. Double breakout. Flores took 600 at the finish line, goes under by 1 and wins because David Cook had a 96 reaction time, and he ran 3+ under.
Here's Kurt Gross and Dale Taros. Taros in the front engine dragster. That one is also a fan favorite. 544 for Dale.
They love it.
Brother Don has been hanging out, and as you said, it's kind of the befuddling ride as, you know, Kurt Gross, guys that are used to the more traditional setup, start trying to gauge against that roll cage or the helmet of Dale Taros and realize that by the time you get to that point, the roll cage is probably about 4.5 feet removed from where it would normally be.
He needs to put like a fake helmet like halfway down the chassis so when people glance over, they're like, aha, oh no.
Oh, you could paint the scoop to look like a helmet. Scoop, make it look like a roll cage and a helmet.
Still going to leave on time, though.
Yeah.
Can't do that.
No. Unfortunately, when you give up a 10th at this end of the racetrack, that's going to be costly. Dale Taros with a 125 reaction time to Kurt Gross's 020 as Gross goes 503 on a 493. Out of the throttle at 125 miles an hour, and he gets the win light. No, now you got me thinking about it. You got that front engine dragster. You paint a roll cage and a helmet on that thing. Dragsters, blue sticker, even numbers. Need you to the staging lanes, please. Dragsters, blue sticker, even numbers. Let me stop and think about that. Dragsters, blue sticker, even numbers. We need you to the staging lanes, please. 456 for Hunter Patton, 479 for Matt Lee. Lee, I think, got down, to the round of 6 last night?
Yes.
Before he was
summarily dismissed.
Yes. Provided the invitation to exit. Hunter Patton, 10 green, 457 on a 456 for Hunter. Matt Lee was right there with him. I mean, a 12 thou reaction time. Lee takes 82 thou at the stripe, breaks out by about 6.5 on, 472 on a 479. Hunter Patton, going to win that one, going to move on. Not going to have to go to the buyback window.
Grady Johnson and Aaron Johnson coming right now. Johnson dialed 469. Johnson dialed 494. So many Johnson & Johnson references could be made here. I'm not doing it. You know why?
You're above that.
I'm better than that.
You're above that. You really are. I mean, a man of pure class.
Maybe I'm not.
You will not allow yourself to be caught up in the dirt and filth of referencing Johnson & Johnson, which would wash that away.
Hey-oh! I still like their no-tear shampoo, I'm going to be honest with you. Still a very, very dedicated user of that product. As you can tell by the health of my hair.
It's wonderful.
It is. The sheen.
It's
and
like
no crying ever in the shower. Well, I mean, because of the soap. Sometimes that happens. Going down the track now. They're within 1 thou, the same last name, nearly identical reaction times. Is there anything these people can't do? Grady Johnson, 4.709 at 145, 1 over with a 21 light, gets the win. Aaron Johnson was only 1 thou behind Grady at the starting line, but he took 300 to stripe and breaks out by 11 thou.
Oh, my goodness. Oh, Sean Schaefer and Jerry Wynn are going to be the next couple of cars that are coming up there as we have essentially kind of I don't know. I'm not even going to try for another Johnson & Johnson reference. Sean Schaefer, 449. Jerry Wynn dialed in at 464. Wynn out of Odessa, Texas. Lit up a few scoreboards last night before things were done. Once again, if we haven't found one yet, got that parts call for Anthony Bovin. If we've got a welder on property, there would be a way to get that up there and help him out. If we've already done that, that's great.
Can't hurt to double down on that, Nate. So totally.
Yeah. I mean, I want to make sure that we keep batting 1,000 there. Sean and Wirtz's dragster, 449. Jerry Wynn, 464 on the left side. .468 on the 464 for Jerry Wynn. Sean Schaefer exits the competition via a 9,000th of a second red light. And then just kind of legged it through. He's like, you know what? I'm going all the way. 448 on a 449. I said, why not?
Hey, we said this a time or two.
Or three.
It still applies today in this last day. If your automobile is in the staging lanes, stay within 1 arm's length of it at all times. That's the rule. Step away just so far as your little finger can touch. You go, that's as far as I can go. You got to stay with your cars in the staging lanes, guys and girls, because we want to keep the traffic rolling. Stay with your vehicles in the lanes, 1 arm's length.
I've got a complete vision rolling through my head right now of like everybody's got their fire suit on, and somebody's got like an elastic strap between themselves and the roll cage, and like the dog that runs to the edge of the yard and just barks because the leash is stopping him.
Well, we need to put a kid leash on the cars that keep it attached to the arm restraints.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So Robert Domino, 19 green, 452 on a 452. What is it about the Domino guys? They get really, really hot on the last day of the competition. 23 on the tree for Harkema, 489 on a 487. But, I mean, are you seeing the same thing I'm seeing? I mean, you know that little kid that's got it's almost the elastic leash. They've got the tether on the thing, and they're out there like bouncing because they're at the end of the leash and they can't go any farther?
That's what we got to have. And
we got to have
be
that.
SFI approved. So we'll get an SFI spec on those. You'll have to get them recerted every 2 years. But the dragster leash is
what
coming.
Is this? It's my dragster leash.
SFI dragster leash. Nobody can steal this idea. It's mine and Nate's. Mostly Nate's, but I was in the room, so I got to claim some IP value on that.
Cindy Wiggins just double a 4 and 82 on an 80 to get the win light. Gene Heaton, 22 green. And then goes 455 on a 456. Takes 10 thou at the stripe, breaks out 7 thou. But
I'm going to be the Winklevoss brothers of the SFI approved dragster driver tether.
Got it.
Try to take credit for it.
Well,
Sue
I mean,
you
some of the great ideas in drag racing have come from, the tower up here. It was Big Jed, who I will always give credit for inventing. He said, what we need is a track biscuit, because the biscuit is what you use to sop up everything. And it'll leave your plate bone dry after that. If we had a track biscuit, you could just send the biscuit down each lane and they'd be dead clean.
That'd be perfect.
So that Jed had the biscuit idea.
Kevin Thorpe, perfect. Massey's 14 on the tree, top end, 1 over. Kevin Thorpe by 4 thou at the stripe, takes the win light. Massey was dead on 1 with a 14 light, a 15 pack. Thorpe was perfect, has an 11 pack, and wins by 4 thou. If you are parked in lane 7, you're coming out next. So again, drivers, you got to stay next to your cars. As much as we're joking around about this new header or driver tether device, which we will employ if we need to, lane 7, you got to stay with your cars. Come on, guys.
I mean, we got a Leahy device.
Yep.
That will automatically shut off the car if necessary.
We got a Leahy device. We can have a Lonesea device.
Lonesea.
Right? We got the Hershey part.
Again,
we got the Lones part and the Hershey part combined. It's the Lonesea device.
The Lonesea? Lonesea?
Lonesea.
Either way.
Lonesea. I like Lonesea.
But we could also just make it lone seat.
Oh, there you go.
Right? Because if you've left your seat alone and you wander too far away from the car.
I like it.
So it's the lone seat device. It is a tether that attaches to your fire suit, and if you wander too far away from your car, it starts a timer in self-destruct mode in your race car.
Brittany Thornton, 485, Dylan Logan War, 460, opposite side of the racetrack. War is running down the top end, dead on 0, 58 light, a 58 pack wins because Brittany Thornton took 58 at the finish line.
Oh. I see. Got it. Those two numbers match.
We would offer it in 6 different colors like the Nerf crotch pad.
Purple would probably be the most popular color.
I think so.
I think purple would be the way to go. Of course, we should also offer it in like kind of that road flare red color. That way it's easy to spot if it happens to be laying on the floor of your trailer as you back away, be like, oh, I forgot my Lone Sea device.
Yep.
Dennis Lithgow and Parker Theobald. So Parker celebrating his birthday today. I know we've had Dennis Paz celebrating his birthday. Parker is celebrating his birthday.
Will Carroll.
Peter Biondo. All celebrated birthdays here this week. Is Parker going to have a happy birthday? So far,
yeah,
like it. 002, dead 4, 6 total. Matches the car number. Taking a 9,000 stripe. Dennis Lithgow was 14 on the treat, dead on 1. So Lithgow puts up a 15-pack to Parker Theobald's 6-pack. And Lithgow's like, all right, 15, and that earns you a trip to the buyback window. Sounds like previous days here.
Randy Lynn Ship, who had a good night last night, but certainly did not compare to the one Bo Butner had. We talked to Bo just a few minutes ago. After the winner's circle, the car refused to start. You're not going to see his dragster today because it literally has not run since the final round last night.
Yeah, I think somebody ended up, we were down there last night, I think somebody actually ended up getting out like a pair of clippers and had to like cut the battery cable just to get the thing to start.
Crazy. Jake Jones, 462, dialing against RL Ship.
The 1,000 is the difference at this end of the racetrack. Randy Lynn was 15. Jake Jones was 14. 14 and dead 6. Jake Jones is 20 total, taking a 17,000 stripe. Randy Lynn, 15 and 12,000 or 22,000 above, excuse me.
Night in the Cosmo Suite doesn't hurt reaction time that bad, but doesn't do you any favors at the top end.
No.
That's what we've learned. Because science and reasons.
I did, though, Bo stopped up here a minute ago and said, so, how's the suite? Bo knows racing. Bo knows comfort. Bo apparently knows taking limos through drive-thrus, but he said that the suite was nice. And if you get that kind of vote of confidence out of Bo, sounds like the next time that you guys get out to Vegas, whoever is visiting, Cosmo might be one of those places you want to look.
I feel like we pitch next year that the announcers go to the suite and announce everything going on in the suite as Brent Nation and Don Buckowitz go down the racetrack. Buckowitz trying to hang on to this one. The supercharged dragster of Nation goes 420 on a 418 dial-in, winning by 16 thousandths of a second. Buckowitz had a lazy 63 light, went dead on 9 and got there second.
Yeah, I think as Brent Nation lights up that scoreboard, Chad Axford and Morgan Rose, both drivers who were doing pretty well yesterday during the main event. And Racer G, appreciate that. Thank you very much. Saying that, you and I have done a pretty mediocre job this weekend.
Take it.
Yeah, definitely take it. We appreciate that.
My Yelp reviews could really use it right now, so that's good.
Yeah,
I'll take it. I'll take a solid 3.
I could take a nice little 2.5.
Yeah.
But anyway, I would agree with you. I think that we need to go do a pre-check on the suite. Sally always gets to go do the pre-check. I think it needs to be our turn.
It's quality control at this point.
Anyways, Morgan Rose did pretty good. Not quite as good as her sister did yesterday, taking it down to the round of 6. But Morgan did pretty good. And again, Morgan, who and her sister, both newly appointed mothers, very happy of that. Chad Axford red by 5 thousandths of a second and goes 456 on a 454. No good. Morgan Rose, 11 green, 455 on the 457. Hopefully everybody in lane number 7 has found their way back to their car.
Looks like it.
Because it's rolling.
Kyle Rizzoli and Greg Garrison coming up. Garrison 478 dial-in. Rizzoli dialed 486. Rizzoli looking to advance. Garrison from the fine city of Flagstaff, Arizona. Went there on a road trip as a kid. We flew to Arizona, drove all over the place. Even came up here. I was like 12 years old. Came to Vegas in like 92. We stayed at Circus a night. Rizzoli, 001 light, gets the win light, double breakout. 484.8, 486 dial. Rizzoli was 001, taking 20 at the finish line. Greg Garrison ran under by 25, and that was the end of him, getting there second at 144 miles an hour.
You stayed at Circus in 1992.
So, yeah, I was like 12. We flew from Boston down to Phoenix.
Okay.
We did a road trip where we drove around, went to different places in Arizona, drove up here for a night or two. We stayed at Circus.
Yeah.
I'll tell you, it was a legitimate experience. Like, as a kid, I remember driving down the Strip, and it was, I guess, technically the old Strip or whatever you call it in the 90s. But it was just unbelievable to see it in person and at night. And as Ron Sears and Jesse Adams head down the racetrack, Adams already on and off the throttle. Sears has problems. Adams picked up on it immediately, shut his car off, and goes to a win light once he knew he was going to go past him.
Yeah, unfortunately, Sears was 001 at this end of the racetrack, and then mechanical failure eliminates him. But yeah, I'll bet it was, if it's something you never see. I grew up here.
Yeah.
So we saw it like every day. You know, it'd be like me going to Boston and looking at the sheer size and scale of the city and be like, whoa.
Yeah. It was, but it was a great experience, and you look back on things. I remember walking down the sidewalk with my dad and my sister, and this really nice lady was talking to my dad.
Did she give him a business card?
I don't remember that part, but I remember thinking, wow, that's cool. And then
people are really friendly here.
Exactly, because I was like 12. And then years later, it's like, oh, wait a second.
She was very friendly.
He was like Clark Griswold after the fact. He was like, oh, yeah, hey.
Yeah. No, I'm sure she was an enterprising young businesswoman who was offering your dad an opportunity to, maybe engage in certain services.
I just thought it was a real friendly interaction. 485.0, red light start for Callaway by 23. Neighbor gets the pass out of the next round.
I'm just thinking that you and I kind of comparatively are not the tallest people in the world.
Not even stacked up.
But when you were cruising around Circus, I know that has always been a very popular place for a lot of, tours and junks. They'll just keep large groups there. You probably felt tall walking through Circus.
Man, that was the first thing. We walked into that building and realized the ceilings were 7 feet tall.
Yeah.
Crazy. Dead on zero. Kanan Barrio gets the win light with a 22 light. Nate Martin was 24 in the tree and then broke out, taking 2 thou. He broke out by 4.
Yeah, Circus was definitely a. Did you do the buffet at Circus any of the days?
I feel like we did. I'm sure. I'm sure we did. I'm sure that's one of the reasons we stayed there. That because
in the 90s,
$7 a night.
In the 90s, it's like $2.50 for dinner, all you can eat fried chicken and
we
mac
definitely.
and cheese.
I would guarantee we did that then.
Yeah.
They probably threw me out after the 8th chicken I ate. Mike Pennington and Austin Williams coming up now. Portion control, never my strong suit. 0-0 on both sides of the Christmas tree with the reaction time. You can see Williams down there working the throttle, but it's Pennington by 43 10 thou. He's 8 on the tree, 69 on a 68. Williams is 3 on the tree, 61 on a 59. Mike Pennington took 43 10 thou stripe, and that was the true margin of victory.
As Pat Ward Jr. and Chandler Mazier backing up from the burnout. Chandler and Dave swapping as he said, basically, guys, we got like one car here left. Like, I guess Zach, I found out Zach is now living down in Texas. So he's, graduated, kind of doing the mature adult thing, living in Texas. Chandler and Dad are down here living the dream, racing at the Strip. And then they're going to have to go back to work like the rest of us.
69 and 35, the dials.
Next week, my kid's going on spring break, and Monday morning, I'm headed back to work. Like, how is this being an adult thing any better?
Yeah, what's going on here?
Bunch of bunk.
No bunk in either of these reaction times. Both all-star level performances. Win light for Chandler Mazier, who was second to lead the starting line. War was 004, but he runs 38 on a 35 at only 157 miles an hour. Mazier, 2 over, taking a stripe by 10 and winning.
Neil Pressimone and Philip Pennington are the two that are going to do battle now. Pressimone from here in Las Vegas, lining up on the left side of the racetrack, 586. Again, another one of those like drag strip kids that grew up like so many of us did. His dad was racing out here for a while, and Pressimone and his brother Nick, I remember seeing them kind of, again, coming up as kids and are now driving rides of their own as Philip Pennington out of Three Rivers, Texas. I think the Penningtons roll in. It's kind of like the powerhouse.
Yeah.
Like a John Force type thing when they roll through the gate. I don't know how many rigs they roll in with, but they kind of circle the wagons.
They have a compound.
Set up shop, and they just got the huge crew. Advantage on the tree is going to go to Pennington by about 7/1000ths of a second as Pennington 14 green and then 490 on a 487. Neil Pressimone 21 green and 92 on the 86 dial. Pennington by 41 thou gets the win.
Marlon Goetz and Vinny Domino coming up right now. Domino from Staten Island, New York, 465 the dial, and Goetz dialed 485, sitting there in a fully staged spot as Domino is second to grab the whole bulb. Off they go.
So we've seen Rob Domino advance here. We'll see if Big Vin can do the same thing. Advantage on the tree went to Marlon Goetz, but Vin Domino, how about 12 and dead 8? Vin Domino, 20 total, taking 11 thou stripe over Marlon Goetz, who was 007 and 24 thou above. So Domino's times 2 into round number 2.
One of the great things on that vacation was we had a V8 Thunderbird, like a 90s Thunderbird, but it had a V8 in it. It wasn't the weenie little V6, it had a 5-liter in it.
I thought those like 90s Thunderbirds were only 2-seaters.
2-door, but a 4-seater.
Oh, that's right, that's
Yeah.
right. They had the little bench. Who had to sit in the back?
My sister and I.
Oh.
Lane Savar and Will Carroll coming up. Carroll had trouble. Didn't turn on a wind light in the Nova. It's his birthday. 36 years old.
Carroll?
So claimed on the back window of his car anyway. Savar rather dialed 486. I have a good boating story from that trip too. This is all shaping up like a National Lampoon story, but it's real.
No, it sounds like
it was a very memorable trip.
Totally in. So the Thunderbird, was that a rental car?
It was a rental
You said you flew out here.
V8 Thunderbird, man. It was
V8
awesome.
Thunderbird is a rental car. But they learned their lesson from that one.
Savar goes 487.6, 138 miles an hour. Carroll goes 436.3 at 157.82. So we go to Lake Mead, and it was our family and the Gill family who lived up the street from us. We traveled as a pack, I guess. So we go to Lake Mead. We rent these little boats, probably 18-footer or something like that, a little outboard in the back of it. And we're swimming in the lake. We're running around having fun. So at one point, it's like straight out of the movies, my dad's got this thing at full tilt, right? And he kind of looks back at us, and he's like, "Hey, you having fun, kids?" And we start screaming, "Dad!" The Gills had come to a complete stop in the water ahead of us.
No.
And my father was traveling at full throttle directly for their boat. A last-moment change of direction, which almost threw us all completely out of the boat, saved, like, all the lives.
Oh, my goodness.
But it was, "You guys having fun?" No!
We're going to die! We're having fun to death.
Yeah.
18 thou the split between Rocky McLean and Shannon Justice. Justice was 20 on the tree. McLean was 38. McLean gets there second, breaks out by less. Shannon Justice, 485 on the 487, ends up 11 thou under the dial and gets the win light as McLean will exit the competition and will have to find their way back there to the... I really still... Next year, I say this every year, but next year we will have the carpet and the red velvet ropes.
Dragster Orange stickers, we need you. Dragster Orange to the lanes, please. Dragster Orange run stickers to the lanes, please.
And we'll get that one person in the bathroom that makes you uncomfortable, offering you mints and mouthwash while you're trying to do your thing.
Oh, that's a no-win situation.
Standing right behind you at the urinal like, "Would you like a mint, sir?"
No win
No, I'd
deal.
like to finish what I'm doing here first, please.
Off the starting line, both cars are clean. Chris Lindsay, Laureen Rogers, right down to the stripe. It will be Chris Lindsay. 494.9, 138, 29 light, as Laureen took 18th thou at the finish line and ran under by 1, 83 on an 84. On the way flying to Arizona on that trip, they were pouring, like they didn't just, back in the day, they poured water. You know, if you wanted water, they would pour it into a cup or a glass. And the lady dumped an entire bucket of ice water down the front of my dad. So they gave him a bottle of champagne getting off the plane as a, sorry gift, which was then left in the trunk of the car in 100+ degree Arizona days, which then blew up in the trunk of the car on one of these days. So the trunk of the car smelled like rotting
grapes.
Oh
my.
Yeah. Good times. Andy Morris, Ken Nelson.
You know, I'm the more you tell me about this trip, the more amazed I am by it. As Andy Morris is 0-0 and 479 on a 477. This one comes down to 6/10 thou. Ken Nelson, 21 green, dead 9 is 30 total. Andy Morris is 009 and 21 thou above, 30 total. Ken Nelson, by 6/10 thousandths of a second, will advance. And I'm starting to begin to think, like, are you reeling me in?
This was probably the most memorable vacation of my life. It was so much stuff happened. It's all I can remember like it was yesterday.
I'm just waiting for you to tell me that, after we checked out of Circus, we went and got a room at the Mirage, and I told him my name was Papadopoulos.
No, yeah. No, there was no Mirage. The only Mirage was believing that the Circus was going to be a nice hotel. That was the only Mirage of the entire thing.
All right.
Shane Cardell, 463. Jack Ostrowski, dial 442. And it's going to be Ostrowski, 441 on that 42. As Carr went 62.3, breaking out by 7. He took 13 at the finish line. Ostrowski broke out by 3 thou, but Carr got there first and was under, so Ostrowski advances. J.R. Barclay and Chris Brown. What is it? What are the blue stones that they make jewelry with?
Turquoise?
It's a big thing out here. Is it turquoise?
Turquoise.
Yeah, that was the thing. My mom wanted the turquoise stuff, so we stopped at all these places. 457 the dial in for Brown out of Wichita. 485 the dial for Barclay.
Roar Man coming up with the appropriate description. Apparently the trunk smelled like raisins. Like a box of raisins. You crack open, you're like, oof.
Yeah.
4 thou the difference between Brown and Barclay at this end of the racetrack. JR 486 on a 485. He was 21 on the tree, taking a 3 thou stripe. Ends up 13 thou above and gets the win light. Chris Brown, 25 green, 12 thou above, and a 27 pack exits the competition to the 24 pack.
Dan Lafferty dialed 450, and Dylan Howe coming up right now dialed 464. Dylan went way into eliminations last night with my hopes and dreams riding on his shoulder.
Until those were eventually
dashed.
Destroyed. So 6 on the split. On the board. Advantage on the tree goes to Lafferty. 18th on the split at this end of the racetrack. Lafferty with a 26 light goes 452 on a 450. Takes a 16 thou stripe and wins it. 26 and 28 above. Win light Lafferty. There's now John Calici and Madison Payne will come up now.
Jay out there watching. Mom's watching at the end of the wall.
Oh.
They leave the starting line clean. Kalechi, better of the 2. He's 9 of the 25 across the racetrack, but it's Madison Payne. Double breakout, 494.3. Payne is 7th thou under. Kalechi was 8th thou under, taking 17 at the stripe, getting there first. Dunzeroni. Until a visit to the revitalizing spa known as the buyback window.
Ah. We do, yeah, you know, now you got me thinking we need to come up with a nice little name. You got the Diva desk back there. Buyback window is one thing. Justin Hoff, Giovanni Colecci. Colecci out of Idaho, Colecci out of Washington with a 501 dial.
We got the Diva desk. What about the runner-up room?
The runner-up room. Yeah, we can do something like that. But I'm going like you called it really well, like a revitalizing spa. Justin Hoff is going to need the services of the revitalization room. 007 on the red side goes 498 on a 498. He is red and dead on. That is a swear jar moment. Giovanni Colecci 16 green, and then 4999 on a 501. So
it's like a race day loan center kind of thing. You know, you're giving us a loan that we will eventually pay you back once you go rounds. You'll make the money back.
I mean, I don't know if you guys got them out there. We got like dollar loan centers here.
Yep.
Got a nice little jingle to it, the whole thing. Jeremy Cisneros dialed 466. Toby Payne dialed 491. I'm thinking so.
Is the jingle like, you're totally getting screwed, don't use our service unless you're bad at math, we're going to take your money. Is that how it goes or no?
I don't know that they're that straightforward with it, but I think they do kind of put a little bit more of a sugar coating on it.
Toby Payne goes 14th now red. Jeremy Cisneros goes 466, dead on 7 or dead on 0 with a 7 light. Cisneros would have been very difficult to beat with that 7-pack. Payne was just a little early.
Mark Dunn and Tim Thomas. Dunn left side, dialed in at 469. Tim Thomas right side. Dialed at 482. Still, let's see here. So if the buyback window, revitalizing spa.
Tim Thomas and Mark Dunn coming now. Dunn 469 dial. Thomas 482. We have called those orange Dragster Run stickers. Orange Dragster Run stickers to the lanes, please. All dragsters have been called.
Yeah, I get that.
Yeah. Dunn and Thomas. 4709 for Dunn rather gets him a win light. Thomas better on the tree at 12 to a 24, but Thomas took a bunch. He went 43, or took 43 Hunt at the finish line, and he runs under by 12 foul. Dunn, on the other hand, 24 on the tree, runs 709 on a 69 dial, and will benefit from Tim Thomas's overly aggressive approach to the 660-foot area of the drag racing course.
See, sometimes aggression is good, like when you're hunting golden eggs.
Yes.
Sometimes aggression can be the source of your downfall. If you get excessively greedy at the stripe and you try to take too much, you could just eventually find yourself like the mountain climber on The Price is Right.
Yodel yourself right off the cliff.
Right over the edge. Everything's good, and then, it's not. Jimmy Wenger and Nick Cobb. Wenger dialed 469. Nick Cobb dialed 480, and Cobb will get the win light. As Jimmy getting overly aggressive at this end of the racetrack. 14th thou on the red side. Cobb 003 green. 81 on an 18 to be 81 on an 80 to be 18 total. Jimmy Wenger ends up 69 on a 69, but 014 red at this end of the racetrack is now Paul Nero and Chase Learcamp. So a former top dragster world champ sitting on the left side of the racetrack out of Eugene, Oregon. Looks like he might have himself some nice shiny new shoes on the back of that race car. And Chase Learcamp, either that or he's just like really good with the armor all and the white shoe polish. Red light start for Nero by 4 thousandths of a second. He goes 450 on a 450. 4th thou red, dead on 8. Paul Nero is headed to the buyback window and will be making a sizable donation to the swear jar as Chase Learcamp, 006 on the tree and 467 on a 466. 006, 15 thou above, 21 total. Nero just let go too quick. Again, overly aggressive stance as far as the reaction time was concerned. Mike Calloway and Alexis Thompson. I know we've got a couple of 1-800 numbers that we've set up over the weekend for those that were victims of starting line or finish line abuse, whatever the case may be there.
Yeah, we still have a lot of concern. We still want to help.
Yeah. For those that were abused, we certainly feel for you as the victim. For those that were doing the abusing, we'd like to offer our hand. Counseling is available to help you kind of step away from those ways of not caring about the well-being of others.
Alexis Thompson owns the starting line in the stripe. 032 light, she goes 2 over, 61 and a 59. 32 light, taken 23. Mike Calloway could not have gone fast enough, and even if he could have, he would have broken out. 492, 837 miles an hour on a 93, getting there second for Calloway. You got to break the cycle. And sometimes breaking the cycle, you got to start with the wrongdoers.
Yeah,
show them some tough love.
I think it's one of those things. Some people feed on it. It's if I can go out there and beat 00 to that other guy's 30, they feed on that.
They do.
It just, I don't know, helps them feel better about themselves, I guess. But
I can't live like that. I can't live that life.
I'm just physically not capable of it. I've proven that. I'm physically not capable of doing that to
I literally can't live that life.
I can't do it. 12th thou red for Jack Sadler. Glenn Dilday was 001 red and then 487 on a 478. So Dilday getting a little help from Jack Sadler, who dropped it on the wrong side of the tree. Sadler 490 on a 490. How about 12 red, dead 2? That's a buyback window and swear jar moment.
If you have been abused on the starting line or the finish line, you can visit our on-track counseling center. $180, you get a session. We'll get you some counseling. You will be able to conquer those fears. You'll be able to get out there and show the world. But you can visit our live, on-site, starting line, finish line abuse counseling center. $180 a session. It'll help.
I love it. The on-site counseling window for those that have suffered either starting line or finish line abuse.
Yep.
Yeah, you can walk in there. I mean, your head may be down.
Yeah, walk-ups are welcome.
Feeling like there's nowhere to go, you hand them that money for that session, and I promise, you'll walk out of there feeling like you got a chance.
Head held high.
Like you got a second chance at life.
Head held high.
All right.
Darren Lotz, Mark Lalonde. Leaf off the starting line. Lalonde, 001 red. Oh. Lotz, 38 green, takes the win light, 486, 338 miles an hour, 39 rather, dead on 3 for Darren Lotz. Lalonde ran 2 thou under after the red light, 524.8.
Counseling session in Mark Lalonde's future.
There is.
As David Bills and Megan Lotz. Megan Lotz, 481. Now, Megan, yesterday, like Megan and Darren went, like they were back-to-back. Both of them put up a perfect reaction time. This morning, Megan comes back out, gets drawn for the reaction time challenge, puts up a perfect reaction time, and then turns around, gets an opportunity to do it again, was 002. This time, she got aggressive and missed in the tree by 12 thousandths of a second. David Bills is going to be lucky. 31 on the tree and 476 and a 478, but Megan, 12 red this time, gonna have to take some of that $1,000 that she got for her reaction time challenge and reinvest in the buyback window and take advantage of the counseling session as Rodney Frazier and Shelby Williams.
Steve Williams watching on as Shelby's dialed 510. Rodney Frazier, the Okie. Miller chassis, 455 to dial. That Las Vegas Travel and Tourism side of the drag strip.
So Steve's watching on to see what Shelby can do against Rodney. Continuing to make our way through round number 1. Did we call Dragster's Orange Odd?
Yes, we did. Dragster's Orange Odd as 454, 649 miles an hour for Frazier. Gets the win light, double breakout. Williams breaks out by 4 thou. Frazier breaks out by 4 thou. Frazier's 12 on the tree. Williams is 22. Margin of victory, a hun.
1 hun.
And yes, Dragster's Orange Odd. Dragster's Orange Odd.
You know, if I were one of those dragsters, since we are talking about counseling sessions, if I were constantly being referred to as odd, I may end up with a complex.
Yeah. Gets kind of drilled into your skull, right?
Good. Mike Bloomfield Jr. down 464. Peyton Janik dialed in at 470. 6 unsplit. In the ET, or anticipated ET. The dial. We'll go with that. So with Team Dilligaff, lighten up a few scoreboards throughout the weekend, just looking to try maybe go 1 or 2 rounds deeper. Maybe, obviously anybody wants to win, but set those goals. Red light start by 11th thou, and Mike Bloomfield's going to use it as an opportunity for stripe practice.
Did a pretty good job at 2. Dead on 4.
Did really good. Whacked it a couple of times to get to dead on 4.
Mark Savard coming up right now, 480. Robbie Gear dialed 448.
Actually goes, as we were wandering around kind of getting ready for the Easter egg hunt, Robbie Gear was talking about kind of in the green car here, his other ride had some issues with it. So basically he's kind of learning how to do this thing. And you know, one of the things that I did not necessarily realize, and he was talking about based on the size of the carburetor that's on that thing, what a womp is worth.
Geez, I guess that makes sense. Yeah.
You know what I mean? What a womp is worth. He says the other car, you know, this thing's got this great big old carburetor on it. And he goes, when I essentially take my foot off the throttle, it's like throwing the chutes.
Okay.
So there's apparently a womp worth based on the size of the carburetor.
It's kind of cool. I guess it's how the engine. Yeah, I guess how responsive the engine would be. As Gear and Savard go to the finish line, it is going to be Savard dead on 1 with a 5 light, so a 6-pack. Gear is dead on 8 with a 12-pack, or the 12 light for a 20-pack, and Mark Savard with 6 beats 20 by 14 thou. That was a good race.
That's a great race. Learning that what is a womp worth?
Wampum. At home. That was a Native American form of currency. The East Coast tribes call wampum. Seriously.
Yeah?
Back in the day. Yeah, wampum. Like when you go to the Foxwoods Casino in Connecticut, you get a wampum card. A player's card is the wampum card.
Wow.
Yep. Now you know.
There we go. Hannah Cook and Mike Bloomfield. Bloomfield in the Shorty Dragster, 482 to Hannah's Black Dragster, dialed in at 449. $2,000 difference between them in reaction time at this end of the racetrack. And Hannah Cook, 20 total, 19 green, dead 1, gets their second. Mike Bloomfield was 17 at this end of the racetrack, taking a 13 thou stripe. Breaks out exactly 10 thou, needed to take 3.5 thou or less, and coulda, shoulda, woulda. Avoided the counseling session behind the tower.
Sean Hart and Mike Rock coming up right now. Rock from Idaho, dialed 492. Sean Hart, dialed 455. Several people had placed their faith in Sean Hart as part of last night's Spring Fling Million race. He went in there. I mean, he was a factor late in the rounds. I think he was in, I believe, the top 10 or 12 cars that had remained.
I think he made it there.
Yeah.
Looks like he might be in Tyler Murrup's car this time.
Mike Rock, 001 red. Brutal. Hart was 18 green, goes 453.7, 151.27. Mike Rock, 496.4, 138 after going 001 red.
I think that 001 red may double the size of the for sale sign on Mike Rock's car. Like, I'm out of here. Another one of those. This sport's dumb. Corey Gallitti, Dave Secondi. Talked about Gallitti. Corey. Going home a pretty happy man with a brand new dragster. Custom painted and everything. I mean, you know, you get the roller. All you got to do is drop a motor in it now.
Done. It's all ready to go. Literally. All the rest of the car is ready to go.
Put in the motor, wire it up, and you're full on race mode.
Dave Secondi.
Go ahead.
Opposite the dragster winner. Going red by 5,000. Secondi 005 red. Gallitti was 13 green, then goes 47.3 on the gas to the lights. Secondi 482.6, 136.54. Once again, orange dragster stickers odd. You should be in the lanes.
Jeremy Wilson at a Grand Junction, Colorado, 466 over on the right side. And Dan Northrop out of Pennsylvania, 480 is the dial in over on the left side. Click, click. And 15,000 the difference between the two in reaction time. Scoreboard lights up on Dan Northrop's side of the racetrack. 12 dead 2 is 14 total, taking a 10,000 stripe. Jeremy Wilson was 27 on the tree and was essentially locked out by way of the 14 pack of Dan Northrop. So thank you.
He felt just like me when my parents moved and didn't tell me.
Locked out?
Yeah, locked out.
Lost?
Knock on the door. Who are these people? Your parents moved 6 months ago.
Why did it take you like 6 months to get back to the house?
I was 9.
I got it. Understood.
Tony Burton and Brandon Lundeen coming up right now.
Sounds like you're a pretty resourceful 9-year-old.
It was at the end of that Arizona vacation they left me. Lundeen and Burton. Lundeen goes 465.0 on a 465 dial and loses because Burton was 12 on the tree. Dead on 4, 16 pack. Lundeen was 19 pack because he's dead on 0 with a 19 light. Burton gets him by 3,000 at the stripe.
I can appreciate that. I mean, I can see if they left you here in Vegas, as Katie Harkema and Seth Zermino. Zermino right side dialed 479, Harkema dialed 466. I can imagine that, you know, you probably had to crawl your way through the deserts of New Mexico at night. You'd have to wait for the sun to go down.
Oh, yeah.
So that you could actually get through there at night. And then once you did that, you got to Texas and the large metropolitan suburbs of Houston.
I thought they just wanted to see the Southwest. They were just trying to get as far away from Massachusetts as possible before they kicked me to the curb.
You showed them. 22,000 difference between them in reaction time. Katie Harkema, 469 on a 466, no good. Seth Zermino, 11 green, 15 thou above, ends up 26 total, taking a 37 thou stripe to get the win light. Harkema was 33 on the tree and had no opportunity for advancement, as Seth Zermino had pretty much locked him out. So after you crawled through the deserts of New Mexico at night, you get to Houston. We're able to kind of sleep in the dumpsters for a few weeks.
Yep.
Hitched a ride with a trucker.
Yeah.
He dropped you off kind of in the swamps of Louisiana.
Yep.
And then from there...
Mostly horseback.
Horseback?
Mostly,
through Mississippi?
Yep.
The Carolinas?
Yep.
Got to New York, took a stint as a successful businessman on Wall Street?
Well, if you can call it that. Did okay for myself. I mean, I'm not gonna sit here and brag on it, but yeah, I was comfortable at that point in my life.
Nice.
Yeah.
Glad to hear it.
Damon Bustamante and Jerry Devenpack coming up right now. 469. Fridge full of high C in the yacht. You know what I'm talking about? As much Tang as I can drink.
tax man showed up.
Devin Pack goes 432.2, 430 dialing, 008 light, gets the win, taking a thou at the finish line. True margin of victory, 16-10 thou. A 6 thou advantage on the starting line for Devin Pack as Bustamante was 14. He was 8. Bustamante was 1 over, 4707 on a 469 dial. And it all tightened up very nicely for Jerry Devin Pack, a 1 thou advantage and a win light.
That was a smoking race as Emmett McKillop and Brian Cam. Cam over the left side out of Pacific, California, 487. Emmett dialed in 0.05 of a second quicker than that on the 485 in the American-built car. We'll line up on the right side. Yeah, as soon as the tax man showed up, tang was gone. The high seas ran dry. He had to resort back to like Capri Suns in the squeezable bag, and
it's a dark place in my past, man. I don't really want
time for you to go home and find your parents.
Yeah, I don't really want to go that deep in.
2 thou the difference between them at this end of the racetrack. McKillop and Cam racing the finish line. 482 on a 482. McKillop 26 total. He is 24 at the reaction time calculation. Dead 2 at the finish line on that 482. Brian Cam was 22 on the tree, taking a 16 thou stripe and breaks out 12 thousandths of a second. Needed to try and tighten that finish line up to 4 thou or less. Could, should, woulda, but didn't. And that's going to cost him a $180 trip to the buyback window because we are still racing for $30,000 and nobody is willing to give up that easy, right?
Right.
Go
FTI
team.
FTI transmissions and converters Saturday here at the Spring Fling Million as Hannah Vandermeer 007 red. Pettit goes 556.2 on a 556 with a 33 light, so 35 total. Vandermeer missed the tree by 7 thou and then goes 6 thou under, 486.4 at 141 miles an hour.
Chance Parker and Jason O'Terry. O'Terry, the dragster out of Norco. Chance Parker out of Roy, Utah. 481 is the dial for Chance. 446 is the dial for Jason.
O'Terry. Be waiting about 0.4 of a second here. Right down to the stripe, down to the wire. It is Parker, 83 on an 81. He's 2 over with a 12 light, taking 14 thou. Seeing his scoreboard illuminate. Jason O'Terry sees his hopes dash, running 2 over, 448 on a 446 with a 31 reaction time. Man, I'll tell you, the stadium, the Raiders Stadium, is super cool.
You like the Roomba?
I saw it. Yeah, I saw it last year driving into the national event. Obviously, when it was being built over the course of the last couple of years, but to see it all finished and everything, it's gnarly.
Yeah, it does look like a giant Roomba. It is a nice stadium. It's beautiful. Troy Williams and Raymond Harshbarger. 3 on the difference between the two. Harshbarger was 62 on the tree. Troy Williams was 32 on the tree, and Troy Williams being handed 0.03 of a second advantage on the starting line is like getting a birthday present in the middle of May. 488 on a 485. He is 3 above the dial, tightens it up to 5 thou, drives the stripe about as perfectly as you can, and goes to the next round. Harshbarger was 62 on the tree and 496 on a 495. I will say this about that stadium. They've got some of those, just like all stadiums do now for the new ones that are being built. They've got kind of that huge, LED screens and all of that kind of stuff that pretty much are as clear as any high-definition TV you have. I was actually shocked that they would do this because some of those screens point right out onto the I-15, like as you're getting about past the ARIA. You can see these gigantic screens in the stadium. Well, they had them on with the NCAA tournament. So as you're driving down the freeway, I'm sure I was totally not distracted by it in any way whatsoever, and I'm sure nobody else was either.
Allison McCain wins that one, or McCone wins that one, 470-47, dead on 4, 51 light, 55 pack, taking fourth out at the stripe. McCone punches through. Blake Allen had a way better reaction time, about half of McCone's at 26 to her 51, except Blake Allen slowed but down at the top end and let her by, going 3 over, 68 on a 65.
Jerry Wynn now and Hunter Patton. Honey Wayne back around. The dragster out of Texas. 461 is the dial for Hunter. 456. The number for Jerry Wynn. I'm sorry, but now whenever I see the Odessa thing, since you're making Saturday Night Live references with the crossback, there's a foul split between Jerry Wynn and Hunter Patton. Jerry, 455 on a 456. Dance 43 thou at the stripe, breaks out, 9 thou bows out. Hunter Patton, 10 green, 464 on a 461. Cutting Jerry Wynn loose down at their finish line. I mean, he cut bait, dropped out of the picture completely. Like he dove out of the boat. He's like, I want nothing to do with this.
And that's 2 entries, 2 first-round wins for Hunter Patton, so he's coming into the second round with both of his entries still functional. Cortland Carter and Kevin Johnson. Johnson goes red by a foul. Carter's 009 and 98.7 at 138 miles an hour to move on. Kevin Johnson, 499.5 on that 502 dial-in.
James Lee and Taylor Vetter. Taylor, who has driven juniors, super comp cars, top dragsters, and even working on an alcohol car. And James Lee on the left side out of Seneca, Missouri. 472 the dial for James Lee. Win light's going to belong to Taylor Vetter. Vetter 488 on the 486. By 32 thousandths of a second, the scoreboard on that right side of the racetrack will light up. She was 26. James Lee was 13 thou behind with an 039 light and goes 476 on a 472. Aloha.
Tom Clark and Johnny Carter. 490 the dial in for Carter. Clark dialed 451. Carter whacking the throttle, 88.6, 139, 14 thou breakout, taking 8 thou worth of stripe as Clark goes 52 of the 6 on a 451 dial with a 005 reaction time. So a 21 pack for Clark puts him on to the next one.
Oh, yeah. We got hooked up. So is Tony Tripp and Michael Johnson going to be the next two? And I do understand that the Bouttes are listening in, and we are happy to have you listening in, and we are happy to do whatever we can do because you guys matter tremendously to us. You are part of our racing family, and I don't think that we're doing anything that you wouldn't do for us. So
fact.
We know you would turn around, and if one of us were in the same boat, you guys would be the first one jumping on board to help us as well. So here we go. 41 to a 41.
And the reaction times are within a thou a second as we go to the top end. Dead on 7. 57 light for Tripp. 3 over, Ford Johnson with a 56 light, so Tony Tripp by 0.03 of a second gets the job done. Reaction times just oddly slow for both guys, 56 and 57 respectively, but Tripp got his act together at the top end and ran dead on 7.
Yummy. So, I know a lot of people are very, very familiar with the fact that Las Vegas is considered the 9th island. A lot of the Hawaiian folks really, really, really love to come over here, hang out, chill. Of course, we've got Bill Bathello, who is got the Aloha Specialties team on board, one of the greatest Hawaiian restaurants here in town, located down there in the downtown area at the Cal, and they happen to have delivered a nice little plate of food here for us. So a little spicy chicken. Brian and I are going to be a little preoccupied for a moment. Craig Hicks and Logan separated by 20 thousandths of a second.
They're preoccupied with the starting line. Hicks goes dead on 9 with a 3 reaction time at 12-pack. Logan War was 1 over, 487.3, 486 dial, but a 23 light. And Greg Hicks putting on a display out there, 24 hun. The margin of victory at the finish line stripe for Hicks, very well done with that 9-pack. Jansen Melton and Chris Whitfield now. It was Chris Whitfield last night that went all the way to the end. Came up short to Bo Butner in the final round. 476 the dial for Whitfield, 455 the dial for Melton. Melton's in, Whitfield's in. And Melton goes 23 red, so Whitfield crushing the tree with the 002 reaction time. Goes 475, 139. 452.6, 155 on the left-hand side after the 002 or 023 red light.
So as Peeps Pennington and Tim Markaglu roll up to the starting line, again, we are enjoying the little Aloha Specialty spicy chicken, and even Peter Biondo came in, grabbed a bite of it, and said that gets the Biondo seal of approval. That stuff is awesome. Yum. So Peeps dialed in at 463. Markaglu dialed in at 456. And yeah, that would be one of those things where if you felt like you needed some counseling, that will resolve your problems. That chicken is...
It is unbelievable.
Unreal.
Red light start for Peeps by 9 thou, so Tim Markaglu goes 54-2, 151 after Pennington fouls out or runs dead on 0. 009 red, dead on 0 for Pennington.
That'll result in a trip to the counseling window.
Buyback window is open for business. Kevin Thorpe, Stephanie Naas.
Thorpe, I believe, was 00 in his other car, like right off the bat. Dialed in at 456 here. Stephanie Naas has got a 496 for the Cami, Oregon-based dragster. Naas is away with a respectable reaction time. Kevin Thorpe is 00 again, and Kevin Thorpe 008 dead 2 takes 10, or excuse me, 2B10 total. Stephanie Naas, 14 green, had the 9 thou stripe, and gets the win lane.
Del Toro's coming up with his second entry. He did not succeed in his first attempt. Dustin Wirtz, and we need the rest of our dragsters. Orange even numbers to the staging lanes, please. Orange dragster run sticker, even numbers to the lanes, please. Dragsters with orange run stickers, even numbers to the lanes, please. Taro's trying to run 5:49. 4:47 over there for Words. Taro's maybe in trouble again here as Words owns him on the starting line and goes one over. 4:48.3 and a 4:47. 14 light. A 27 pack is going to move him ahead. 153 miles an hour as Dale Taros was behind him by 13th thou in the starting line and got to the finish line, taking 24, breaking out.
Now it says Tanner Theobald behind the wheel of the dragster over on the left side. Parker was up here earlier. I think it was like 6 total in his number 6 car on his birthday. And Jeff Taylor. I think it's between Hollywood Hicks. Talked about kind of a lack of sleep last night after they won 10 grand. In the Calcutta for having Bo's name in the last man standing. And Jeff Taylor 468. Well, 21 on the tree goes 469 on a 468. Tanner Theobald, 008, 1 above, 10 total, taking a 14th thou stripe to get the win light. Jeff Taylor was 21 total, so a 20 package to a 21 total light, or excuse me, a 20 total package to a 21 light. Taylor was by a thou, feeling a little lonely.
Mo Trujillo and Dennis Lithgow coming up right now. Lithgow 464. Trujillo trying to run 449. Saw Mo briefly yesterday. Made some good runs earlier in the week, went several rounds. Car skates around a little bit on Mo early. Lithgow was 006. Mo gets the win light by 5/10,000ths of a second. 4:49.7. He's dead 7 with a 12 light. Lithgow was 13 over, 65.3 on a 64 with a 006 light. And Mo Trujillo by .0005 wins the race.
Wow.
Jay Fitzgerald and Doug Johnson. 470 the dial for Johnson. Fitzgerald dialed 460. They want to win line no matter how it comes, whether it's .0005 seconds or 5 seconds. They'll take it either way. They both want it bad. Fitzgerald one off of being perfect, but he breaks out 001 reaction time. He took 6 hunt at the finish line stripe as Doug Johnson absolutely disappeared from view with the brakes on. Goes 474.5 at only 131 miles an hour. Fitzgerald must have looked like Johnson ran to the end of a tether string and just stopped.
The slingshot kicked in at the finish line and rockets him through the stripe, and with that kind of no, as you know, you're just getting there too fast. So, Jim Calloway goes red by 11,000ths of a second to David Kane's at 006 green line. Kane 477 on a 477.6. Dead 4 is 10 total. Jim Calloway wasn't going to have an easy go of it, even though he was red. He was 11 on the wrong side. So Callaway will take a trip to visit our friends under the tower as Chris Northup and Kendall Little. Funny car. I do not believe Funny Car was quite as successful as he wanted to be in his first one. He's going to try to make sure that he is not facing the same fate in the second one, as he's dialed in at 520. Kendall Little, 483 is the number over there on the right side for the Pennzoil side of the racetrack. Harker Heights, Texas versus Boise, Idaho. Harker Heights kind of tickled the bulb. Funny Car said, I'll just go ahead and stage up now. Funny Car Chris may fall victim twice. It does. Kendall Little, 488 on a 483, is 53 thou over the dial, taking a 20 thou stripe. And it looks like Mr. Chris may have backed out of that just a little bit, given some of that back. 526 on a 520, but Chris was in trouble. Even though he had a 14 thou reaction time, he was 14 thou behind, as Kendall was trip zip perfect. And then 488 on the 483 for the win.
Terry White and Hunter Walker coming up right now. $470 the dial-in for White, $484 the dial-in for Hunter Walker. Red light start for Hunter Walker by 73 as Terry White goes to the finish line a winner. 468.9, 146. White was 27 on the tree green. Walker lifting at the top end ran 498 on a 484 dial.
Floyd, I believe the answer is Bo is running in his Corvette, but I don't believe he's running the dragster today. Jeremy Sears. And out open, 473. On the right side for Ed, 490 on the left side for Jeremy Sears, and whatever this is that they brought in from Aloha Specialties, I need to know the name of this voodoo. That's magic.
Sears and open right down to the end. It's going to be Jeremy Sears by 8 thou. A 16 pack for Sears gets the job done, as a 23 pack for open doesn't. Jeremy Sears was 1 on the tree, open was 5. Open runs 474.9 and a 473. Sears 491.5 and a 490. Yeah.
There you go. Kevin Heffington, Carl Canavo. Heffington coming down to the Washington area. The in-laws there for the Thompson family, and the two crews are very used to getting together, doing a little racing down here in the Las Vegas area. For Carl Canavo, 486 for the pizza man from this part of the world. An original New Yorker. They moved out here when he was a kid, and it's been at least, I think, since like the mid-90s, early 90s, that the Canavos have been running out at the old drag strip, and now the new one. Oh, Carl Canavo has got himself a nice advantage in reaction time by like 800s plus. Carl Canavo is going to get himself a nod, taking a 500 stripe. Canavo was 19 green at this end of the racetrack. Kevin Heffington was 092. That pretty much was kind of the end of it, as Canavo goes 488 on a 486. Heffington ends up 445 on a 445. He was dead on 9, but Canavo getting an 800 advantage in reaction time. Just runs it through to pick up the win light is now Shane Thompson and Tim O'More. I was able to catch up with Chris Citro after dusting myself off and, getting the grass off my shirt, detaching the 5-year-old child and hanging my leg. But Tim O'More, Shane Thompson, both 00. O'More, 006, 536. 006, dead 9, gets there 15 thou, and lights up the board. Shane Thompson was 003 and 458 on a 456. But I asked Chris, I said, what happened to Tim's dragster? Because he said yesterday they were having a little bit of an adventure out, kind of running around town. They went to a little gear shop kind of across the way. Didn't necessarily have the parts. They were having like a coupling issue underneath in the driveline. Ended up running down to McFaddendale's hardware store, which is kind of down by my house on the opposite side of town. Found what they needed.
At a hardware store?
Here at a hardware store. Found what they needed. Put it all back together. And he goes 006 dead on.
Wow.
McFaddendale's.
Siemens and Axford heading all the way down to the end of the 8th mile drag strip. It's Siemens dead on 5, 34 light, 39 pack wins because Axford took 36 hun and broke out by 7 thou. Axford was better on the starting line, 10 to Siemens 34, but just didn't get out of it early enough and broke out at the finish line.
Mark Barnhart and Val Torres Jr. Val got himself, I'm sure, nice little chunk of money last night, making it down into about 6 cars. 3 cars, actually, I believe, wasn't it?
It was.
Yeah?
Yeah, we were wondering if he was going to be able to do it again.
So I'm sure between what he picked up in Tucson along with what he picked up here, his money for 2021 is looking good already. Stimulus achieved.
Yeah.
472 for Val, 457 the dial for Mark Barnhart. 6th thou in reaction time. Advantage went to Mark Barnhart with a 10 light. Win light goes to Val Torres on a double breakout. Torres was 16 green, gets there second, 10,000ths of a second, goes 470 on a 472. He's under 12 thou. Mark Barnhart was under 16 thou and will exit in round number 1 unless he opts to use
the counseling center.
The counseling center. They are really quick visits too. I mean, drag racers like everything fast. Quicker the better.
Yeah.
No appointment necessary. Just walk up. I guarantee within like 3-4 minutes they'll have you feeling better about yourself.
One way or the other. David Meyer and Dustin Henches.
It's the counseling center.
I mean, sometimes you got to look at like, well, yeah, that guy's here because he took 600. At least I just read it. Meyer and Henches. Dustin Henches goes down a double, or rather, 011 red light start. 438, 844 miles an hour for Henches after the red light. Meyer, 004 green, goes 4807 to 143.95. So Meyer gets the pass after Henches goes 11 red. Kanan Barrio, 458 dial. Mark Miyashiro, 492 dial. One last name, Miyashiro, ends in an O. The other one, Barrio, ends in an EAUX. 2 very different ways to get the same sound.
It's the same way you spell go for Go Saints.
Right. They both did go, but Miyashiro definitely did not leave on time, and Miyashiro gets bumped off by Kanan Barrio. 467, 4 and a 458 dial. Barrio was 30 on the tree. Miyashiro, to his chagrin, was 100 on the tree, then runs 5:01.3 at 120.
Well, greetings to Germany. We had somebody says, greetings from Germany. I said, greetings to Germany.
Achtung, baby.
Yeah, he's in Berlin. Again, we talked about what time it is, afternoon over there? Evening? No, I don't know if it's Lewis.
Lewis Bloom lives over there now.
Unless he's going under the name of Frank Mecke.
Could be.
Could be. To protect his identity. Bobby Dye and Austin Williams. Hey, speaking of birthdays, how about a big special shout out to Bobby Dye Sr. Senior who couldn't make it out here but is definitely listening along. And Mama Dye and Bobby. Oh, 3 thou red for Bobby Dye Jr. 472 and a 472. Out. 3 red. Dead 3. Bobby Dye needs to go to the buyback window. But Bobby Sr., hey, we are thinking about you. Happy birthday, man. Too bad you couldn't be here with us, but somebody's got to stay home and do the important work while Mama and Bobby are off doing whatever. Damn it, Bobby. Off doing whatever it is they're doing. But
Final
hey, man,
call.
no, seriously, happy birthday.
Final call for Dragsters round 1, Gear Wrench Pro buyback round. You are on standby. Gear Wrench Pro buybacks, you are on standby. Final call for Dragsters has been made. Shane Carr and Vinny Domino. 460 the dial in for Domino, 450 the dial in for Shane Carr. Shane at one point was looking last night like the guy who was going to mow down the whole field. It just didn't work out for him. He's trying to do the same thing today. Vinny Domino going to stand right up to him, though. It is going to be Shane Carr, double breakout. Carr was 002, ran under by a thou, taking 6 thou worth of stride to get the win. Vinny Domino was 009 and ran under by 2 thou, getting there second.
Dylan Howe and Cassie Pennington are going to go head-to-head here this time. Cassie, 467. Dial in on the right side. Dylan Howe, 457. Dial in on the left side, so with a 1/10 of a second difference in dials. Cassie will get the head start. Dylan will do the chasing. Dylan Howe getting the jump on it down at this end of the racetrack with a 16th thou reaction time, 4:58 on a 4:57. Dylan 16, take 2 thou. To be 11th thou above. Ends up 27 total to Cassie's 32 thou reaction time. And Dylan was really starting to figure this bracket racing thing out. And really starting to add to the funds for the bracket racing by visiting the payout window many, many times. You don't got to go to the counseling center. He's going direct to the payout window. Which that's definitely one of those ways to make yourself feel pretty good. Bo Hicks and Dave Mazier. Dave and Chandler have swapped spots. Chandler, who was behind the wheel a moment ago, is now leaning against the bike fence and vice versa. Dave dialed in at 469. Bo Hicks dialed in at 481. Lock loaded and gone. Bo Hicks is in deep, deep trouble. Bo had given up 77 thousandths of a second advantage in reaction time. Dave 001 and 471 on a 469. Off the throttle, just takes 500 to stripe to win. Bo Hicks was 078 dead on zero, and that is a counseling session in the making. Your car was dead zero. You were 78 at this end of the racetrack, and you are certainly going to have to be picking up a set of walking shoes and headed to the buyback window to make yourself feel better. Because that was just flat out mean. Casey Nelson and Travis Theobald, and I mean mean in the fact that you did it to yourself. Casey right side dialed 526. Travis left side dialed 479. And yes, Roarman, that's what the counseling is all about. Help you feeling better about yourself as you head back to try and fight your way back in. We are getting down to the end of this here. Again, our dragsters, final call. For dragsters, round number 1. You should be in the staging lanes. Casey, 46 on the tree. Travis, 300 better with a 13th thou reaction time. Goes 481 on the 479. Picks up the win light to move on as Chuck Babcock and J.R. Learcamp. J.R. Learcamp, 008 the reaction time, and 476 on a 472. Chuck Babcock. Oof. I think we are seeing the effects of a long, long week of racing. Babcock was not 008. Was just shy of a 100 light, so at least we didn't hit that mark. And then goes dead on 1. There's Brandon Taylor and Cody Stevenson. Stevenson right side, dialed 493. Taylor left side, dialed in at 479. Alabama versus South Jordan, Utah. 200 about the split reaction time. Brandon Taylor, 028 on the tree. 477 on a 479. Gets there first 6th thou. Breaks out 19th thou. As Cody Stevenson breaks out 490 on a 493. Win light belongs to Brandon Taylor.
Rocky McLean and Nick Axman Jr. Juana Washington home for Axman Jr. 422 the dial in, McLean. 447. A very slight offset here in the starting line. We have called all dragsters in. We have put Gear Wrench Pro buybacks on standby. Axman dead perfect on the starting line, and he goes dead 5 at the finish line. A 5-pack for Nick Axman Jr. As Rocky McLean was 27 on the tree, 1 over, 48.8 on a 47. Nick Axman Jr., brilliant run, dead 5, perfect light. Come and beat me. No, you can't. Don Sefton and Dave Oker.
Oker out of Colorado, 489 is the dial. Sefton out of Washington, dialed in at 437. In set, go. Oh, 23,000 difference between them in reaction time. Don was 23 green. Oker was trip zip perfect, and he runs 4 above to get the win by 0.02 of a second. 493 on the 489 for Oker. On the opposite side, Sefton was 23 green and 22 thou above. Ends up with a 45 pack, and not going to work.
Richard Hartman having himself a memorable weekend down in Texas. Yesterday became the first ever to drive a fuel-altered quicker than 5 seconds. Today became the first ever to drive a fuel-altered faster than 300 miles an hour. Yes. Pretty cool deal there. Cindy Wiggins and Cooper Chun going on. Wiggins 443 the dial-in. Chun dialed 508. .47, 152 for Cindy Wiggins as Cooper Chun goes 509.7, 131.51. Wind light shines for Cindy Wiggins at 003 light, 20 pack. Chun was 4 on the tree, 21 pack, margin 1 thou. Simple but brutal math. Dylan Mudd, Giovanni Colecci coming up now. Dylan Mudd splitting time with Randy Lynchip in this dragster as Colecci's dialed 501. Mudd dialed 456. Serving as team wrench. Bo and Randy Lynn certainly working well in those cars, and I'm guessing the big win last night earned him a spot in the seat of that car today. Dylan Mudd can drive because Giovanni Colecci may be in trouble. Giovanni Colecci is in trouble. 457.4, 456 dial for Mudd, 21 pack. Colecci takes 9 thou worth of stripe and breaks out by 3 thou. Tougher than a $6 steak out there right now. Megan Molinari and Calvin Locke coming up right now. 506 the dial in. Megan Molinari dialed 421. So Calvin Locke will be waiting for a very, very fast dragster to arrive at the finish line. Should be a pretty good speed differential down there at the 8th. So Calvin Locke's moving toward the center line after turning on a 004 red light. Megan Molinari 420 with a 2 at 166 after Locke fouled out of competition. Locke runs 509.7, but Molinari will advance. Jeremy Rapp and Shane Molinari. And across the finish line, it will not be Shane Molinari. Only one Molinari has advanced. Jeremy Rapp, 4.708, 146. Rapp was 005 on the tree. Molinari was 20. And Shane stood on the gas, not as hard as he could because he was only going 138 across the finish line, but he took 12 thou worth of stripe and broke out by 19 thou. Rapp was only under by 2 thou. Crossing second, he moves on. Adam Hicks from Nevada City, California, 473 the dial for Hicks. Troy Vetter dialed 460. Hey, look, we need Gear Wrench Pro. Buyback round to the lanes, please. Gear Wrench Pro, buyback round to the staging lanes, please. Gear Wrench Pro buyback round is Trey Vetter. 63.5 at 136 on a 460 dial with a 10 light. Wins because Adam Hicks crossed the finish line, taking 300 nearly worth of stripe and running 4 thou under his 473 dial-in. Gear Wrench Pro buybacks. Gear Wrench Pro buybacks to the lanes, please. Deborah Lynn and Jeff Burns. Lynn dialed 488, Burns dialed 464. Remember, best winning package in this first round is being awarded an FTI Performance Torque Converter. $4,909, $141.45. Jeff Burns 001 red, painful. Then Burns was 6 over, 470 on a 464 dial. Jeremy Wenger, Odessa, Texas, 496, the hoped-for performance of the dragster. Race Kid from Boise, Idaho, 2007 TNT chassis, 470 the dial-in.
Kind of shake things off from his trip down the racetrack in a door car.
Oh, yeah.
Where he had made a very big mental mistake, ended up with a reaction time that had like a 7 in it as the first number. Jeremy Wenger was 24 on the tree, 503 on the 496, but Race Kid, that'll do a, we talked about the counseling session necessary, picking up a win right after that. That's good counseling. That'll help you feel better about it. It's Sean Hart and Brian War. War over on the right side. And Sean Hart over on the left side. 480 is the dial for Hart. 439 for Brian War. War is going to be giving up a pretty sizable little head start. 439, definitely not the quickest car that we've seen on property, but it's getting down there. Getting down there. For the loss. Sean Hart 10 on the tree, dead 5, 15 total, and moving into round number 2. Is that like round 2 twice for Sean, or did he? I can't remember if he lit up the board in his first entry or not.
He did not in his first one,
so he's
but he did in this one.
50-50.
50-50.
50-50. Half counseling.
Donovan Williams, Robert Domino. We are really down to the end of it here, looking at the monitor showing just a handful of dragsters to pull through the end of the staging lanes, couple of pair wrapped around the timing tower. Legit old school NHRA Winston drag racing calf down there from one of the Theobald boys. Domino is being a meanie. 001 Twin light. 18 pack for Robert Domino. As Donovan Williams was 11 on the tree. Takes 8 thou at the stripe and breaks out by a single thou. 486.9, 487 dial in. Donovan Williams, just tough stuff out there. Boy, oh boy.
Ouch. 493. I want to say that's Philip Pennington. Michael. Michael's jumped into the car. Dustin Wirtz over on the right side of the racetrack, dialed in at 5:00 as we are going to go ahead and kind of roll things together here. As you'd mentioned, getting down to the end of it. I believe our staging lanes are empty as far as dragsters are concerned. We have called it Gear Wrench Pro for the buyback. Gear Wrench Pro for the buyback. We've called you into the staging lane, so you should be there. I think we also may start looking for, I know that our Super Pro door cars are on standby, so just kind of hang out. Gear Wrench Pro buyback, you should be there. Lights the long pole with the Christmas tree. 43 and a 47. Ooh. 501 on a 500 for Dustin Wirtz was 24 green, but you know, I mean, as you're leaving and you see that red light on, that's an experience I've seen.
You're a Christmas Story fan. Oh, fudge.
My father worked in profanity like other artists work in oils. But no, I could certainly see that as you go by. You're like, no. Cries, the world goes into slow motion. That's how it would feel for me. That's how it does feel for me. Because that's usually what happens. I'll go by the tree and I'll see it go red and be like, oh. It is what it is. Tim Thomas and Tom Bayer. Tim Thomas, right side, 487. Yesterday, and if he wants to continue to line up 49 on a 47 for Tim Thomas. 31 green at this end of the racetrack. To be 52 total, taking a 5 thou stripe. That was like Tom Bayer and Tim Thomas. You were talking about it a minute ago, like practice, like testing your brakes. Like who's got what brakes on the car? They were practicing. They were practicing. Tim Thomas, 31 and 21 above, 52. Gets the win by 5 thou.
J.R. Barclay and Lindsey Meserve. Barclay dial 453. And right down to the finish line stripe, 55.6 at 152 miles an hour, 001 reaction time. It's a double breakout situation as Barclay, 4507, 453 dial in. Barclay under by 23, I should say. Meserve under by 4 thou, and that's the difference. I do.
And do you?
Tastes real good going down.
Fan, not a fan?
Well, listen, I'll drink anything. Let's be honest.
For Thornton, he was 37 at this end of the racetrack, which had him about 9 thou, or excuse me, 11 thou back. And he goes 476 on a 41. Tyler Murrup, Darren Lotz. Lotz on the left side. Virginia, 472, and Tyler Murrup, right side, dial 493. Speaking of getting down to the end of it, I think we've got just the 2 pair that are sitting out there, one on the line, one on the water box, and I think our potential buy will end up with the buy as we have an odd number of cars. Kyler Murrup, 6 thou red for the guy that was really on a roll yesterday. Got down deeper and deeper into the rounds of the big money race. 496 on a 493. Darren Lotz, 472 on a 472. Was 021 and moves on for the win. Chris Whitfield, Lane Savar. Last 2 dragsters. And then the door car gets to go on the solo, and I'm going to quit trying to throw things around the tower because I will break something. I am going to go for another peep, though.
Big on Whitfield. Goes 67, 1 on a 66 dial with a 14 light, 25 pack. 7th down margin at the stripe is Lane. 21 on the tree. Ran 11 over. 32. Suboptimal number.
But you did throw in the whole we gone. Oh, we gone. JJ, the stale peeps are exactly as they should be. The only way that they should be eaten.
Wait a second. How does this one? Look at this. There was a manufacturing defect in this one. It's got 2 eyes on the same side of its head.
What is that? What's that fish? That's the same thing. A grouper.
493, 3 at 142.45. No, I think a grouper has 1 on either side. Like a.
No, but I swear there's a fish that's like flat. And
maybe a skate. Maybe isn't a skate.
I don't know
or
what
a flounder.
it is.
A flounder's pretty flat.
Ooh,
fish.
might be a flounder.
Flounder.
Might be the flounder. Dennis Weddle, 19 green, 493 on a 490. Maybe that is it. But JJ, yes, as they were designed and meant to be eaten, peeps are better with age. Is that what it is? Yeah, it might be a flounder. Google it up. I'm sure somebody in the chat bleachers can find it faster than me.
I like to say, I wish I could say everyone had a happy story in the last 3 months, but a lot of people you talk to have been out of work, and some people have been dealing with some illnesses with this whole COVID deal, but we got through it. We're here, and we should really feel blessed. I know Kyle, Emily, and myself have been looking forward to this day for a long, long time, and we opened up the gates. You guys showed up big, as usual. We really do appreciate it. We hope you're excited about racing. Everyone I've been talking to is excited, and we're about to go after it.
Cars are firing up. We're getting ready to pull our first pair into the water box, and it is going to be a lot of fun. And now, it's time to do a little racing for real.
Change Engineering $100,000 champion.
All right, Motorheads out there on Motor Mania TV, we are back with a fairly new racer to the world of spring fling racing. We're meeting up with Barbara Markoglu. Her husband, Tim Markoglu, you probably recognize his name from the winter circles before, but Barbara may be a new name. She obviously drives that gorgeous Camaro that has been campaigned out here before, but we wanted to catch up with Barbara and find out a little bit about, all of a sudden, out of nowhere, the name Barbara Markoglu shows up on the announcer screen. You're behind the wheel of the car and had never done that before, but this is new to you. What was it that led to the decision to make you decide that it was time to get behind the wheel?
Well, we were in Atco, New Jersey at an NHRA event, and we were sitting, it was a group of friends, and my husband drives Super Comp as well, and all of a sudden on the announcement they call Super Comp to the lanes, and everybody gets up and leaves me right there, and I'm the only one just standing there by myself. And then I decided, you know what, I don't want to be the only one left behind. I waited for him to do his run. He came back and I said, I want to learn how to race. So at the end of that season, I believe it was the 2015 season, Tim said, I don't have the patience to teach you how to drive. So he asked his friend Scott Albright, can you do me a favor? Can you teach my wife how to drive? And then that's when we started.
So what was the very first race car you got into? Was it a dragster? Was it a door car? The Camaro.
Yeah, it was the Camaro.
All right, so right out of the gate, this is the race car that you get. There are folks out here that, like me, started racing a Mitsubishi Eclipse. I mean, that was like the best that I could find, and you get this car. That is spectacular.
Well, that's some big shoes to fill because a lot of people drove that car and they won in that car, but I felt comfortable. It's a door car. I didn't want to be in a dragster. I'd never done that before, so it's a pretty car. I felt comfortable, got in, shut the doors, and gave it a shot.
And now you're here, racing at the Spring Fling. So the first time you rolled up into the water box here at Galat, what was going through your head?
I was really excited coming to this event because Tim has been here many years in a row, and he always came home with the shirts, race it, experience it, the big photo, and I told him I can't wait, I'm really excited, and they're right, it is an experience, you know, it's so exciting to finally be here. It's always, the Flings are always such great events, they're large events, you want to be a part of it. And it is being a part of an event because it's a team of people that work here to make it great for you, and it was just so exciting. I was a little nervous, and I was excited.
Well, we are certainly glad that you're here. Again, we're catching up with Barbara Markoglu down here in the pits. New to the Fling, but not new to racing, and we appreciate you spending a little time with us. Thank you so much, Barbara.
Thank you as well. Thank you.
If you ever question coming, just come one time and see how it is, and I think you'll come back.
All right, we're here at the K&N Spring Fling Million. We've got foot brake bottom bulb racer Randy Biddle Jr. here with us. Him and his little Malibu are a bad combination. They've done well here before. So Randy, tell us a little bit about your history here at the Spring Fling Million.
We came for the first time in 2017. We didn't get to do anything in the first couple races, but the day of the big race, we were able to win the pro side and make it down to 3 in the main race. We didn't get to come back in 18 or 19, so we made it back, and we're hoping to do better in these small races. We got packaged up 4th round last night, but hopefully keep trucking in these, and if we're happen to get lucky enough, go 1 round farther in the million. So.
What was it like foot braking down to 3 cars in the million?
I mean, honestly, I'd rather foot brake than top bob. I mean, I've just done it my freaking whole life, and top bob I'll let go, and I might be 30, 40, or 00 or red. You just never know. But bottom bob, I can usually know pretty close to what I am whenever I leave. So, to me, I mean, I'm better off going off the frickin' bottom than I am the top, so it ain't any different. I don't feel like there's any like advantage to top bob or disadvantage, so we'll just see how things go.
Alright, so you always been a bottom bob guy?
Yeah,
Leaving
bottom bob
off
guy.
the button or off the pedal?
Both.
Both?
Growing up north, we used the button a lot, but anytime I came south to any of the big foot brake races, it was always foot brake, so we've done both. But now the old girl leaves a little too hard since we sped her up, so we're strictly feet now. So.
Okay. So tell us a little bit about your car, how long you had it?
I got it when I was 15, so I'm 31 now. There was a period where I sold it for like 1 whole season, and then I ended up buying it back. So I've had it for 15 years or so.
All right, and you're with your wife Jess this weekend.
Yep,
she's
she's
driving
right
the
over
Dragon
here.
wagon.
Yeah, she's wheeling the old wagon.
So how far did you carry the wagon? How far did it carry the wheels on that last run?
According to the video, she set down about 250 feet and bounced once and set it back down right before the 330 foot cone. So it's pretty, yeah.
What kind of engine you got in your Malibu?
It's got a 555 big block Chevy in it.
What does it run in the
here it's running 6.0s. Back home, the fastest it's went is 588. So.
Again, we're into 4th round in the Gary Inch Pro Class tonight. So,
Thank you.
Thanks for taking time with us.
Yep, no problem.
Silver State Refrigeration for all your refrigeration needs at 702-433-5008. K&N has been a proud sponsor of the K&N Spring Fling since year 1. K&N Engineering is the world's leading manufacturer of washable performance air filters and revolutionary nut-driven oil filters. Whether you're looking for a filter for your daily driver or your hot rod, K&N has what you need. Keep it clean. Choose K&N. With a 40-year history of technological innovation and engineering, Optima batteries offer unstoppable power for extreme enthusiasts and others who require the ultimate power source. Optima batteries were the first high-performance AGM automotive batteries in existence and revolutionized the industry with their unique spiral cell technology. Look for the distinctive Optima 6-pack shape and get the ultimate power source. JEG's High Performance was founded in 1960 from a deep passion.
At it. Winners here will go back in the field. Water going down to the box. First pair at the ready line. Re-entry round here. Nikki Thomas and Steve Jaslowski. Jaslowski driving the stick-shifted Mustang. 854 dial-in for Jaslowski out of San Jose, California. He, of course, calls Sonoma Raceway home. And Nikki Thomas of Niles, Ohio. Dialed 628 in the S10 pickup truck that she has driven so very capably over the course of the last, let's call it 4 or 5 days. We need our Super Pro Door Car blue stickers to the lanes for buyback. Again, Super Pro Door Car blue sticker buybacks to the lanes, please. All right, who will re-enter the mix? Who will re-enter the fray? Who will re-enter the battle here on this $30,000 FTI Saturday at the Spring Fling, K&N Spring Fling Million, presented by Optima Batteries. Jaslowski leaves first. He red lit the first time. He didn't red lit now. Nikki Thomas trying to run down a street-driven, stick-shifted Mustang, capably driven by Steve Jaslowski, and she does it. 631 forward, 106 miles an hour with a 16 light. Thomas gets the job done. Jaslowski breaks out, taking over a tenth at the finish line. The car picked way up. It ran 840 with a 6 on a 54 dial. He really launched it perfectly. The only reason he can I guess the only logical explanation there is he 60-footed the car a lot harder than he probably did in the past, and the car picked up a ton. Tough to do that stick-shifted car, street-driven, street suspension. Had an 0.11 reaction time, though. Nick Hastings and John Brooks. Nasty Nick back in the 77 Mustang. Brooks dialed 655 and a Ford. He goes red. 008 red light start for John Brooks as Hastings goes 604, 8 at 112 miles an hour. Back in the Eliminator. Chris Arnett and Jeff Staley. Staley the 66 El Camino. Arnett the 1970 Chevelle Malibu. $684 the dial-in for Arnett. $46 up there on a board for Staley, both pre-staged. And they have both launched off the starting line, and they have done so within a scant few thousandths of a second. Jeff Staley, 49 with a 5 on a 46 dial with a 40 reaction time, as Chris Arnett breaks out by a ton. Took 600 at the finish line stripe, goes 6806 on an 84 dial. Almost a full 400 under the prediction, as Staley is back in it with the El Camino. Sasha Hofer, Dennis Paz. Paz 694 in the Elky, the dial. Sasha the 91 Firebird, cars we are ultimately and very familiar with here. 754 dial in for Sasha. Locked down, locked in, and locked out of here. Red light start for Hofer. 006 red. Dennis Paz lives to fight another round in his El Camino. 697, 3 and 94 for Paz. Hofer goes 757.9 after the 006 foul start. Phil Unruh, Joe Oler. As we have called Super Pro Door Cars Blue, you are up next, and we are basically out of our Gear Wrench Pro Cars in the lanes. We need Super Pro Door Cars Orange now. They make fun of me up here how I say orange because I am from the East Coast and I say it differently. I don't say orange like you guys
I have
do.
yet to make fun of you for saying orange.
Oler and Unruh looking for a win light, which Unruh will see. He goes 1 over, 582.1, 581 dial, 14 light. Nice job there as Oler took 16th out at the finish line and broke out by nearly a tenth of a second.
So let's talk about that a little bit. Orange versus orange.
Yeah.
Spell orange.
O-I-A-N-G-E.
Right. O-R, which sounds like or.
Or.
So it's orange. Now, if you would like to spell
Orange.
it your way, we could
Orange.
do A-R-E-N-G-E. Orange. Possibly.
Well, when you do the knock-knock joke, how do you say it then? How do you say it then, Nate?
Orange, you
Look
glad?
me in the eye. Look me in the eye and tell me. CW Hofer.
Own up to it, man.
Charles Sturdivant come through. 541.7, 122.88. Sturdivant advances. Hofer goes 758.3 on a 57 dial. Sturdivant gets the win light, had a 300 advantage on the starting line, which carried all the way to the stripe. I learned to speak on knock-knock jokes. That's why I say it that way.
You've convinced me now. Wow. Kyle Rizzoli and Randy Biddle here in the buyback round. Biddle in the Malibu out of Virginia, 6'11". Rizzoli in the Camaro out of California, dialed in at 627. And I can see that. If you're saying it to try and get a laugh, you get it. You nail it every time.
Fair enough. That was actually really good.
Oh, loving this matchup with Rizzoli and Biddle. Again, 627 to the 6'11", 1600 the split here. As Rizzoli will watch his side of the tree drop first, and Biddle was having none of that. Kyle Rizzoli, 009. Randy Biddle went trip zip, and Rizzoli pulls it out. Biddle ends up 600 above the dial, 617 on a 611, was trip zip at this end of the racetrack, and continues the destructive power of the bag of donuts. Your trip zip, you are out. Kyle Rizzoli was 009 and 3 above, 630 on the 627. Rizzoli will survive the round. Biddle will fall victim to the perfect reaction time.
John Cazzette and Anthony Bovin, 834 the dial-in. Cazzette, 643 the dial-in in the Nova wagon. You know what that 000's turned into? It's like in Indiana Jones, the Ark of the Covenant, when you touch it and your face melts off. That's what happens. That's what's happening. Every time we see a 000, the person's elapsed time is melting out.
I love John Cazzette with the wheels up, giving the charge in the wagon. Unfortunately, the Toyota was dead late, 1:02. The reaction time for Anthony Bovin. He takes a 29 thou stripe, goes 8:23 on the 834. John Cazzette, 20 at this end of the racetrack, and dead on 4. 24 total for Cazzette in the wheelie wagon. They got that thing toned way down. I think they need to fire that thing back up, because that thing would fly high.
It absolutely would.
It would fly like a bird.
Do they not fly jets on Sundays? We haven't seen a single plane fly over today.
Well, it's not Sunday.
I mean, oh yeah, Jesus, Saturday, isn't it?
Uh-huh.
Wow.
But no, typically, I mean, they've been pretty busy this week, so maybe they're taking a little day off.
Gassing stuff.
Eating peeps.
Gassing stuff up.
Gassing stuff up, eating peeps.
Linda Valdez and Rob Strong. Rob Strong, too strong in a starting line. Double 4 red. Valdez is 40 green. And 684 forward, 100 for Linda Valdez after getting the green light, or the win light rather, with Strong's red light start. Strong goes 7-12-4. Just at a first, I just got a notification that somebody unsent a message on Facebook Messenger, so it must have been good.
Unsent?
Whatever it was, it's gone.
I didn't know you could even unsend something.
Neither did I, but they did it.
Magical.
Ricky
Magical
Deschelle
people.
and Denny Valdez coming up right now. Valdez dialed 667. Deschelle dialed 619. I'm going to guess that it wasn't telling me how handsome I am. Or
Might have been.
intelligent. Or
It could have been that they were feeling that way and then thought better of their they thought better of their actions. Ricky Deschelle and Danny Valdez. Deschelle gets the win light. 24 on the tree at this end was better than Danny Valdez's 0.75. So with Ricky grabbing advantage here, goes 625 on a 619, taking a 51 thou stripe and moving on.
Curtis Zenzalita and Gene Northrup coming up now. Northrup, the long tow home to Pennsylvania. That's why you buy back in on Saturday.
Yeah.
To continue your quest.
Because you got Sunday to do the long tow home.
Well, that's more than a one-dayer.
It is, but with the number of Pennsylvania cars that we've had out here, I mean, they
They're
basically
gonna
just, yeah.
They're going to convoy home. Even the air freight and stuff.
Better not put it on a boat because they'd be stuck somewhere in the Middle East.
Yeah, it's going through the Suez Canal on the way home. We see a car in a year. 6:52.3, dead on 3 with a 3 light for Zenzalita. A 6-pack takes the victory as Northrup was 18 on the tree and ran 100th under her dial-in and also got there second.
Matt Kielman and Steve Lambert.
Last pair of pro machines.
Last pair? And I love our first pair of Super Pro door cars. They'll be up in a moment. Kielman, 667 the dial for the 70-bodied Nova here on the right side. For Steve Lambert, 773. Number on the left side. And a red light start for Steve Lambert. By 39 thousandths of a second, Lambert, the sheepish lion, goes red. Matt Kielman, 15 green and 6.599 on a 667 for Kielman. Gear Wrench Pro buyback round comes to a close. We are getting ready to get into our Super Pro buyback round here on the final day of the Fling. Again, it is an FTIperformance.com Saturday. Thank you so much to FTI. Not only are they the day sponsor here on Saturday, they were the round number 1 sponsor for the best losing package. Best losing package, getting one of those really nice converters, thanks to FTI. And our first pair, as we'll call our Super Pro orange sticker. Super Pro Door Cars orange sticker. We'll take you to the lanes for buyback, please. Blue sticker dragsters, odd numbers. We'll take you to lanes for the buyback. The text says something other than buyback, but we're taking you in for the buyback. So how about Dan McClelland, a member of Team Tuna Tank, and Tony Trimp that has shoved himself into a tuna can?
Right. Yeah, there is nothing large about an Opel GT. Having actually ridden in a street legal one of these cars on a short kind of trip in Southern California, when a minivan goes by, it's like the USS Nimitz is passing you. Everything, you feel like you're living a bug's life in that thing on a normal highway.
It is tiny. I mean, Jesse Adams at one point said, "Here, sit in this." I tried. I got my big toe in it, and that was about it. Looked like Cinderella trying to try on a glass slipper, and it just, I was like that goofy kid. Wouldn't work. Away goes the Opel GT, and here comes Dan McClelland. McClelland gets 300 advantage at this end of the racetrack as the Opel was 41 on the tree. Dan McClelland, 11 green, taken a 3 thou stripe to be 24 thou above. Ends up 35 total against Tony Trimp, who was 41 at this end of the racetrack and had, not only was there no room in the car, there was no room at the stripe, and there was no room at the end for Tony Trimp.
Once again, we need Super Pro Blue Dragsters for the buyback round. Super Pro Blue Dragsters, odd numbers for the buyback. Super Pro Blue, odd buyback cars.
Ooh, Charles, throwing a good one out there. You should not make a mistake that's visible from space.
I saw that one. That was pretty good.
Vic Spitali, Scott Hess. Spitali fouls it away 0.06 of a second in the Roadster. Scott Hess, 007, 6 thou under for the win on the left side of the racetrack. Oh, Kevin McClelland and Jeff Verdi. Verdi trying to get back in through the buyback round. In the Firebird, 593 for Top Gun.
The kid's through. We'll see if Pop can do the same thing, and he has got a very tough customer in Verdi. Verdi took a chunk out of the starting line, and Verdi goes dead on 6 with a 004 light, a 10-pack for Jeff Verdi, as Kevin McClelland was second by 13 thou off the starting line, took the stripe by 8 thou, and ended up breaking out by 15 thou, ending his entry.
So again, Super Pro Dragsters, blue, even, and where are we at? Blue even number. Blue even number will now take you to the staging lanes. So blue odd and blue even dragsters for the buyback round will take you to the staging lanes, please. Cam Brady and Jim Tattersall. How about the 74 Vega wagon going up against the Econoline van? Doesn't that thing look like a shark coming out of the water, like swooping at a seal?
It does look like something. 706, it is Tattersall. 706 and a 707 double breakout as Brady took a 003 red light off the starting line. Brady goes 003 red. Tattersall gets the win. So Tattersall moves on in the Econo line. Chris Galletti and Kevin Shearer. You know, we do. You bring up a good point. We have several, polyamorous race car relationships here this week.
Right? Polyamorous versus monogamous.
Race car relationships.
Yeah. Why do you got to throw the word race car in there? I mean,
you know what? Because
it is a racetrack. They'll both apply sometimes.
We've gone down some paths, but that's one I'm not willing to tread down unless we're talking about race cars.
Fair enough. Fair enough. You'll stand on the outside and be like, good luck, as you dive into that treacherous sea of destruction. Galletti was 008, goes 539 on the 537. Kevin Shearer was 28 and dead 2, so a 30-pack.
Gary Smiley and Robert Butler. And I did something I mentally told myself I would not do over the course of this event, and I referred to him, unfortunately, as Guy Smiley last time down the racetrack, who he will not be right now because he just went humongously red. Humongously red. Butler's 007 green runs 2 over, 41 on the 39 and advances, and Smiley runs dead on 9, but just a data entry mistake in his delay box resulted in a 918 red light.
Now you got me going back to the Guy Smiley. Was that the
guy
newscaster?
The Sesame Street guy that played the piano. Newscaster, you're right.
He was the newscaster guy, right?
But
I'm Guy Smiley.
Carl Jones and Dave Beatty. He was no Sam the Eagle, though.
No, he was not Sam the Eagle. Sam the Eagle was an American to be cherished and loved forever. David Beatty will not cherish nor love the red light that is showing on his side of the racetrack. 007 will end the day for the judge. He has been sentenced to the trailer, where he will spend the rest of his days until he brings the car back out again. Carl Jones, 31 on the tree and 561 on a 560.
Yes, indeedy. We need blue run stickers, even and odd. Buy back to the staging lanes, please. Even and odd blue run stickers to the staging lanes, please.
Dan Bain out of Havasu, 544. Mark Lalonde out of Cottonwood, the Arizonian, side by side with a 554. And it's 12th thou between them in reaction time as Mark Lalonde is 004, take 9th thou at the stripe, and breaks out with a 551 on the 554. He is under 28 thousandths of a second. Will beat Dan Bain's 31 thou under as Bain goes 540 on a 544.
A.J. Ash and Alec Bianco. Ash finding himself in this re-entry round, trying to scrap his way in. Bianco went red during his first attempt during the first round. As we are pair by pair kind of officially sealing the field here in this final day of competition. A.J. Ash was 11th thou better, and he will take it to the stripe and win by 6th thou. He was 17, Bianco was 28. 78 on a 77 for Ash, 57 on a 56 for Bianco. And let's just go right back down the line here. It's just the tightness of the reaction time for A.J. Ash and a nice stripe driving job on the brakes gets him a win light by 65 10th thou. Like Tony Pedregon said during our broadcast from Gainesville, it's 2 dogs and 1 bone.
Emma Duchelle and Darren Taylor. Taylor on the left side in the blue Camaro out of Rigby, Idaho. 582 going to be the number. Duchelle dialed in 0.05 of a second slower than that with a 587 in her split-windowed Corvette. Emma, who showed up yesterday morning kind of as a new entry, rolled the car out of the trailer, took one swing at it, and then went racing for the big money, trying to still get an opportunity to collect up $30,000 before we are done here today. And as we are getting closer to an Biondo round number 2, we are making our way through the re-entry round. Again, dragsters, both blue and even number, or odd and even number. So dragsters, odd and even with a blue sticker. You should be making your way into the staging lanes, please. Emma and Darren Darren handing over 0.06 of a second advantage in reaction time to Emma. She's going to go 5.88 on a 5.87. 0.22 at this end of the racetrack. Darren Taylor left with an 0.82 reaction time, and Emma just said, thank you. I'll tuck that in my pocket right here, and when it gets to the end, I'll use 400s to pay the toll and light up the boards. Pay the man.
Pay the man.
Pay the man. Gonna need a whole bunch of dimes.
Chris Northup and Rod Taylor. Taylor, Kalispell, Montana, 522 the dial in. Northup rather. Boise, Idaho, 659 the dial. We saw an ever so brief appearance. The Papa John's delivery guy thing was like for a day, and then it never showed up again.
I wonder what happened.
I don't know.
What happened?
Taylor and Northup gonna wonder what happened. At least one of them is, and that's gonna be Rod Taylor wondering what happened in a happy way as he was 11 on the tree. Goes 521.4, 6 thou under is 522, but Northup ran 15 thou under and took a hun worth of stripe.
Kathy Ball and Hunter Walker. Walker in the Chevelle, local to Las Vegas, right here. 619 is the dial. Kathy Ball getting the head start with a 7.07 on the scoreboards. Ball, the Camaro out of California.
All right, so Jeff Staley, that gorgeous El Camino, we've been oogling it all week long. Congratulations, you have been voted by the Fling staff as our best appearing car.
Some folks may have wandered by and pulled on it in the staging lanes, but either way, staging lanes, stooging lanes, depending on your performance on the racetrack.
Exactly. You're either stooging or staging.
You could end up as a stooge. Alan Mack of 30 on the tree, 573 on a 576, getting their second, 3 under. Wasn't going to work out either way. I believe Cliff Hall, 12 green, and then 633 on a 636. Will get the win. Getting there first by 9 thou is Race Kid and Dick Vandermeer. Race, who is forgetting all about what happened in round number 1 behind the wheel of that orange Nova, because nobody would hate to bring back up the fact that he was like 8 plus. Was it 8?
He wasn't his best self.
Or was it 7?
He wasn't his best self during that run.
Wasn't all that he could be. This time he was a little more than he could be. 002 on the red side for Race Kid, and then goes dead on 2. Oh.
Yeah.
Oh. Unfortunately, the windows at the counseling session for your group have closed. They are still open. I mean, if you're in the dragster category, if you haven't made your run yet in the buyback round, there is still a chance. If you're sitting out there going, you know, I'd feel much better about myself if I had a second opportunity at the racetrack, we do offer counseling. By way of the buyback, you could still have a chance to get in here. Again, for the Gear Wrench Pro category, shop hours are we've closed up shop.
Unfortunately, we have closed. Jody George, Gary Mignacca, 578 dial in for Mignacca. George, 626 the dial, the 84 Regal. Down to the last few of these Super Pro door slam repairs. And on down the line, 579-4, 113. Mignacca gets a win light, 18 reaction time. George was 37. And George's car ran 4 over at only 110 miles an hour, so that thing was slowing down at the stripe. Mignacca had half a tenth worth of stripe under his belt and a win light.
Corey Jackson and Carla Greenow. Jackson dialed 494. Greenow dialed 704. It's going to be a sizable head start for the S10 pickup truck.
It's a Sten.
It's a what?
It's a Sten. It's not an S10, it's a Sten.
Sorry, the Sten.
That's how they
I love
sold
the way
it.
Big Jed always talked about it. He called him the S-Dime.
S-Dime.
It's
nice.
the S-Dime. I do like the Sten, though. That's a good one.
That's how they sold them in the Nordic countries. John.
Hello, would you like to buy the Sten?
Would you like to buy the Sten?
We got the Sten. Look at that. Carla Greenow, 705 on a 706, was 14 green. Carla, we'll be bringing back the Sten.
We will see the Sten again. Austin Hockaday.
Feeling like in German now?
J.R. Learcamp, I am. I am evolving that character.
You have to sound more angry.
As a professional.
You have to really sound more angry when you pull that out.
You got to tighten it up.
Right? J.R. Learcamp and Austin Hockaday. Austin Hockaday breaks it out, takes 12th thou at the stripe, and breaks out 11th thou. Both Austin and J.R. Learcamp were 13 green at this end of the racetrack. Learcamp, 14 total, as he's got that 13th thou reaction time, dead on 1. Austin Hockaday was 13 at this end of the racetrack and gets to the stripe 1,000. I mean, he got there first 12th thou, needed to shave that down to 11th thou stripe, and we could have been maybe okay.
Wes Anderson and Joe Leavitt coming up right now. 623 the dial in for the 67 Nova. Anderson, 27 Roadster, 552 on the Windle. Alvarado Windles, it's on the body. Like a temporary tattoo. Leavitt and Anderson down to the 8th mile. Leavitt, 24 on a 23s, 1 over 11. Anderson broke out by a couple of hun here. Goes 549.7 on a 552 dial, taking 34 at the finish line with a 14 light. Joe Leavitt moves on.
You know, you have me thinking about kind of an interesting idea for a race. Who was it? There was somebody that put on a race where essentially you'd roll up, you dial them in. They would never give you any type of time slip. They'd just tell you whether you won or you lost. And then, who was talking about that? It was something I think we were talking about in Tucson.
Yeah, well, actually, I read about somebody's doing a race like that where you don't get any time slips until the end of the day.
Yeah.
Until you're eliminated. You don't get a single time slip until you're eliminated.
Right. Yeah. And then, basically, if you win, you got to come back. I mean, essentially, it's, I don't know if they called it the blind squirrel race or whatever it was that they called it, but it was a really, really cool idea.
It was a blind squirrel race.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I would think that at some point, you could just kind of look at it and go, all right, Tripp's car was everywhere but in the groove on the way down the racetrack. 29 on the tree to Butch Warner's 30 light. Warner's going to end up 525 on a 525, but the Tripp Mobile was left of the groove, then right of the groove, then left of the groove, then right of the groove, and finally I think about the finish line they got it in the middle of the groove. That was just like an interesting trip down the racetrack. But I got to kind of thinking about, like, you know, Beckman had an idea one time, which doesn't make it great, but it was a Beckman idea. I think that the no time slip shootout was a TNA race at Sacramento. All right. I like it. So I love the idea. I'm almost wondering, it's like you roll in here, you put a dial in on your car, and then spin a little wheel, and you either anywhere between like 3 above or 3 over. You have to either add 3 or subtract 3.
That'd be kind of cool. Kenny and Conlon to the start. Ooh, Conlon way up by the center line. Almost visiting the lane that Kenny was in down there. 6:17 at 109 miles an hour for Dave Kinney is good for a win light. Dead on zero, the 10 light, but Conlon, man, 88 on an 89 getting there second.
I think those cars have already had enough like left rear quarter panel damage. They do not need any more. Please don't scare them that way. But the no time slip shootout, I mean, I love the idea. How about Will Carroll and Calvi Peru? Peru driving the Mustang. From what I understand from Jake, is that he is the owner of the car that just went down a racetrack, yada, yada, yada. Calvi's going to get the advantage over Will Carroll this time down the racetrack, and Calvi 6:06 on a 6:05. 17 on the tree at this end of the racetrack gives him a 7th thou advantage over Will Carroll. It was 0:24. Carroll gets to the stripe first by 25 thousandths of a second, and will break out 19 thousandths of a second as Peru will win.
It would seem with your concept, too, you would, I'm not saying eliminate the announcer, but you'd almost have to some degree. So, because obviously you could park somebody up in the stands with a notebook, write down everybody's ET, reaction time, for if somebody's calling the race. If the point is to try to restrict as much information from anybody as
with
possible.
a no time slip thing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because if you're announcing everything, and you know if any smart racer would be like, get up there with a notepad, start writing car numbers and ET stuff.
Yeah. You'd certainly have to eliminate that
Annoying job.
That guy just needs to go.
It is Chase Tripp, 582, 118, double breakout. His partner was better on the tree, 15, but he took 24 hun at the finish line stripe, broke out by nearly 3 hun. And Tripp just kind of was cruising down there like, hey, my win light's on.
But Jesse, that might have been what it was, a cost-saving measure.
Exactly.
Save on paper. No, I'm kidding. It's a cool idea. I love it. Chad Axford and Dale Taros. Axford over on the left side, 486. Taros on the right side, dialed 543. It's Taros in the Tuttle-built front-engine dragster.
Dale Taros, dead on perfect on the starting line, and he goes 45 with an 8 on a 43 dial to win by 7 thou because Axford was dead on 0 with a 35 light. Holy cow. Axford dead on 0, 86 on an 86 with a 35 light, loses to Taros, who's 2 over, almost 3 over, but was perfect on the reaction time.
Robbie Gear and Dennis Lithgow. Last pair both getting flat out gnarly with each other at opposite ends of the racetrack. Lithgow, this time, Texas-based car, dialed 463. Robbie Gear dialed 448. Robbie, who has parked his other car that he found a little bit of success with yesterday, now using today as kind of like a test session.
Super Pro Dragsters, even and odd. Super Pro Dragsters, even and odd orange stickers to the staging lanes. Orange Super Pro run stickers, even and odd for the buyback route.
21 thou this time. Robbie Gear, trip, zip, 449 on a 448. Dennis Lithgow was 21 on the tree. Cut him loose at the finish line, hoping Robbie was going to break it out, but Robbie ends up 19 thou above the dial, gets there first 51 thou. Lithgow was like, at this point, I'm going to hope that this works, grab the brakes, and Robbie Gear was where he needed to be to get the win light. As now Dylan Howe and Peeps Pennington. Peeps, right side, 457. Dylan Howe, left side, 467.
Pennington and Dylan Howe going down to the finish line stripe. What a race, and it's going to be Pennington. 004 reaction time, 456. Ford taking 3 thou worth of stripe for Pennington advancing as Dylan was 22 and ran under by 21, getting there second.
Troy Williams dialed 465. Johnny Carter dialed it at 489. I mean, it's one thing to pick on each other. It's another thing when you start going after.
No, pro tip, you got to follow the Iron Sheik on Twitter. Pro tip for everybody on the property watching, you got to follow the Iron Sheik on Twitter. He's still alive and it is the most awesome Twitter account of all time. Carter goes down to a loss as Troy Williams, 16 on the tree, takes 4 thou worth of stripe, runs under his dial by 2 thou, 464.8 on a 465. Johnny Carter was 2 hun under his dial, but he was more than 2 hun behind Williams leaving the starting line, so Carter got there second and lost. Could be. We have a plethora of birthdays this weekend. A veritable tsunami of birthday wishes. A haboob. Right? Is that what it's called, those dust storms? A haboob?
But I don't know how that applies to a cloud. You're talking about that thing brings with it a, like...
It's the swirling sands of birthday wishes. 510 for Chun. 449 for Wirtz. We need even and odd orange dragsters back in for the buyback round. And we are just having a battle of wills. The chess match continues here. Wirtz actually goes in first. Chun locks her down. Cooper Chun, 10 on the tree, win light, dead on 10, 10 pack. Wirtz was 2 over, 451.5 with a 449 dial with a 35 light, so Cooper Chun takes it and takes half a tenth of stripe in the process.
Yeah, I was close. His birthday's not today.
Okay.
It's in June.
Okay, well,
No, I'm kidding.
it's never too early. Cooper Chun. Nah. Well, happy early birthday, Cooper Chun.
So yeah, his birthday's tomorrow, which is pretty cool. So he gets it done against Dustin Wirtz. Now Brittany Thornton and Spencer Massey. Spencer Massey down at 472. Thornton with a 483 dial.
Got a lot of March birthdays here, right?
Yeah.
So we got to go back, 9 months to start figuring out what the people's parents were doing? Probably the racetrack. Spencer Massey, Brittany Thornton go to the top end. It is going to be Brittany Thornton, 009 green for Thornton, 18 light for Massey. As Thornton takes 6th thou at the finish line, goes 6th thou under the dial. Gets there first. Spencer was a hunt under, got there second.
July 4th, babies, I'm thinking.
Yep. The fireworks. You know what I'm saying? Know what I mean? I wasn't talking about the ones in the sky. I was talking about the other kind. Yeah.
Trevor Harkema and Toby Payne.
Follow the Iron Cheek on Twitter.
Toby over to the right side, dialed 493. Trevor Harkema, dialed 487.
Yeah.
Breaks out by 2 thou. Was 25 at this end of the racetrack. Had as close a chance as anybody could possibly get to turn it on that scoreboard. But the win light will belong to Harkema. As my cousin, Vinny. All right.
Paul Nero's back. He's headed down next to Vinny Domino. And it's Domino dead on 1, 24 light, 25 pack. Paul Nero was 004 in the tree, took 200 worth of stripe and broke out by 2 thou. Ugh, he went 4508 and a 451 dial.
Check. All right, now we're back. This thing does this to me, everyone. I'm not sure.
It's like you override the awesomeness circuit.
It pings out. Actually, it probably knows better.
You trip the awesomeness breaker.
No, it's whatever he's about to say, we're going to shut him off right now because it has zero value to anybody.
In that case, it would have been dead 5 minutes into Wednesday when he got here.
Yeah, no. We've got them, the day-old peeps. The day-old peeps have got the appropriate amount of, the give.
Of tooth.
Yes.
They're el dente.
Giovanni Colecci, Shane Carr.
Carr and Colecci stopping the clock, and it's Sugar Shane, 461, 441 miles an hour. Shane was 22. Giovanni Colecci decided to take 4 thou worth of stripe, breaking out by 7 thou.
Well, happy birthday to you too, Floyd. Stags, if you were celebrating a birthday there, and Craig had his last week. Wondered who else is in the mix there.
Rocky McLean and Pat Ward Jr.
I don't think so.
As hey, I like what you did there. That was well played. McLean and Ward Jr. may not be their birthdays, but it's somebody's win light day. McLean, 009 green, actually goes 29 or 24 over and wins. Because Pat Ward Jr. was 72 in the tree. McLean again getting that big leap off the starting line. Pat Ward Jr. goes 436.8, 161, gets there second. Don Butkowicz and Jerry Calloway. .482 dial in for Butkowicz. Calloway dialed .485. And Don Butkowicz was 19. Unfortunately for him, his competitor was 009. Dead on 7, 16 pack for Calloway. Sends Butkowicz packing, 4807 on an 82 dial. Don Butkowicz doesn't have much to complain about there. He was 19 on the tree, took a hunt at the finish line, but Calloway's 009 and near airtight 85.7 was well done.
Marlon Goetz and Michael Pennington. Hey, did we talk about Chance Parker yet?
No.
FTI?
We didn't.
Round number 1. Best losing package. Chance Parker's getting a converter.
Nice.
Cool. Chance, you can come on up here and see us at the Dividends. Chance Parker. Our round number 1 best losing package, good for an FTI converter. I'm sure we'll see Chance back up here. Got to buy your way back in for another 30 grand. As Pennington's dialed in at 485, Marlon Goetz dialed in at 487. I think Michael was red last time down the racetrack. This time it's Marlon Goetz that goes red and puts Michael back into competition. Pennington, 004 and 484 and a 485. Marlon Goetz was early at this end of the racetrack by 9 thousandths of a second. Goes 485 on the 487. And didn't really matter much with the 9 thou red light.
Nope.
Be like everything that I do from this point on is inconsequential.
Brandon Lundeen and Mike Calloway. I'm pretty proud of us, man. We haven't bought back once this weekend. This whole week, neither of us have bought back in. Yeah, how cool is that?
Every time I leave the room, they make me pay to come back in. What is that? They didn't do that to you?
Oh, we got to talk about that. Mike Calloway gets the win light, double breakout. Calloway's 006, Lundeen is 28. Calloway runs under by 9 thou, 492.1, 493 dial. Brandon Lundeen runs under by 15. So Mike Calloway advances back into eliminations. Aaron Johnson, Tim Thomas. Down to 2 columns of cars in the staging lanes before we go back to the top of the order and allow no more re-entrants.
I love that. No more re-entrants.
Re-entrant.
You are no longer allowed to re-enter the property.
So Johnson and Thomas waiting each other out. Tim Thomas goes first, and then Johnson immediately follows. This will be a fight. Only 3 thou separation. Starting line as Thomas, 80 with a 6 on an 81, wins as Johnson got to the finish line first and broke out by 17 thou. Only took a hunt worth a strike.
Stephanie Nass and Andy Morris. The Oregonian versus the Washingtonian. That's a lot of onions.
So many onions.
So many onions.
Double onions.
Duo de onions? If you say it the wrong way, sounds like you're eating, onions in Louisiana.
Oh, yeah.
477 and 496. Of course, in Louisiana, onions being part of the Holy Trinity, right?
Well,
I think it's like onions, peppers, and
479.7, 138.05 on that 477 dial. 18 reaction time. Andy Morris not returning to beautiful Olympia, Washington yet. Meanwhile, Stephanie Nass goes 494, 8 and a 496. He's too quick.
You are too quick.
He's too quick. He's too much.
You're too fast for me.
What's the matter for you?
I don't know. Cassie Pennington, 467, and Gene Heaton dialed in at 455. It's one of those things, I think, like, I know we just got it done eating stuff, but lunchtime's coming around, and now the only thing I can think of is cheeseburger.
Second lunch, man.
Second lunch. Cheeseburger.
Cheeseburger, no Pepsi Coke. No Coke Pepsi.
No Coke Pepsi. Cassie's 467 dial even first here as Gene Heaton's doing the chasing. Cassie with a 12 bulb and dead 2 is 14 total, taking a 55 thou stripe. Cassie's 14 all together. Gene Heaton's 51 just at this end of the racetrack, and Heaton, didn't matter what he did after that point in time. Again, one of those things where she's 14 total, he's 51 on the tree. The remainder of it is inconsequential.
6th grade, man, North School, Abington, Massachusetts. The hot ticket was being able to work on the lunch crew. They actually used some of the kids to work and help wash the dishes. I'm not kidding you. So the payoff of it was 2 lunches. You got to eat both lunches.
2 lunches.
And roly-poly butterball me in 6th grade.
You volunteered for the dishes crew every day?
All up in that.
6th grade lunch crew working in the
hot dog day, it's like,
coal
okay,
mine
2 hot dogs. But when
down.
it was turkey dinner day and you got 2 of those babies, oh, yeah.
Working on the chain.
That's what it was.
That's the sound of the meat.
And
Working
Laureen
on the
Rogers
lunch
rolled
gang.
through. Laureen Rogers rolled through the beam, so Peyton Janik, a strange one here, goes 469, 146 to win, but Laureen Rogers, unfortunately, the car just rolled through the beams. It's a Sam Cooke song, man. Don't you know? I like how he's singing with a kind of a
slight falsetto.
Kind of an island style, Caribbean style accent on it.
I actually there was a great remake of that song that kind of
Like
had
reggae
that
style?
It had that reggae style vibe to it. It was really nice.
Kevin Heffington and Michael Johnson coming up now. 446 dial for Kevin Heffington. Michael Johnson dial 483. Have you ever seen the Reggae Shark video? Johnson, 483 the dial in. Left side on the Las Vegas Travel and Tourism Board lane, and it's Heffington, 446 right side. Across the finish line, double breakout again, 482.8. Johnson on an 83 dial-in, so he's 2 thou quick, takes 8 thou worth of stripe. And for Kevin Heffington, he was 7 thou too quick, going 445.3 on a 446 dial. So a matter of mere thousands separating the cars at the finish line, but it is Michael Johnson advancing. Neil Presimoni, Shannon Justice coming up now. 487 dial-in for Justice. Presimoni dial 591.
You Pessimoni, 591 is the dial. Shannon Justice, 487. Both of them 15 at this end of the racetrack, and 488 on a 487. Shannon was 15 and 13 thou above the dial. Neil Presimoni was 15 and 23 thou above the dial. And Neil Presimoni will return to be. That's the sound of the men working on the chain.
Do you have a dragster? Are you attempting to get back at eliminations? Then join us in the staging lanes immediately, because this is the last call for the buyback round of our Super Pro dragsters.
Oh, I love it. I love it. That's right.
Side effects may include, but are not limited to,
elimination,
depression, sadness,
feelings of being left out,
feelings of being excluded.
Are you suffering a
nervousness,
undeniable sense of inadequacy,
unexplained sweats, foreign smells?
Foreign smells.
Listen, some of you people have been living in the motorhome for too long this week.
Okay, now I'm with you. Have you been in the motorhome for like the last, I don't know, let's see here. When was it that Dan Lafferty left Idaho? Like 4 weeks ago?
We can see some of how y'all smell.
Yeah, when the fumes escaping the exhaust vent are visible.
Right. Yeah, that's a smell you can chew.
They are no longer opaque or transparent. Oh, my goodness. So, again, dragsters, we got that final call out there for you. Did you call Gear Wrench? Yes, you did. Gear Wrench Pro, round number 2. I see them sitting there. Some of them. The rest of them are still trying to escape the motorhome, overcome that deep sense of inadequacy.
Little hydration into the water box. Little top end check. And we're going to continue on here thusly.
Are we? So as soon as we get rid of that red truck with the flashing lights in the middle of the racetrack, we'll be ready to go back to work.
It's in the middle. We can work around it.
That is true. Nah. Yeah, we tried that once before. It didn't go so well.
Well, the truck is retreating to its position.
Run away!
Run away! Run away!
Run away!
And the next pair of Knights who say Neep coming to the starting line, Chris Brown and Jason O'Terry. 447 the dial. 458 the dial for Chris Brown as they will attempt to win a drag race with a heading
What did they went from the Knights who say nay to the
Knights who say neep.
Neep. Neep.
He wanted to cut down the tree with the herring.
I do love one of the guys that follows Reinhardt on Twitter a lot. Roger the Shrubber.
Yeah. I'm Roger the Shrubber.
It'll be another one of those things where we'll see how it all works out. I'm just looking down here and I'm like, yeah.
I thought a lot about that before he said it because I'm like, man, I'm interested.
Well, I guess there's a lot I can say about the pair that's sitting under the arch right now, but
just going to go ahead and hold those thoughts.
Yeah, we're just going to leave it at that.
Brown and O'Terry. Ooh, Jason O'Terry being super mean on the starting line and losing with a perfect light. Brown goes dead on 2 with a 23 reaction time, 25 pack. O'Terry went over the dial, 4.501 and a 4.47. Brown drove by 6/10 thou.
Now we see the violence inherent in the system. I mean, again, perfect reaction time. And
now we see the violence inherent in the system.
Again, help, I'm being oppressed.
Old man.
I should be winning with a perfect reaction time, but they are being oppressed. Megan Lotz and J.R. Barclay. Barclay on the left side, 451. Megan Lotz, 481. I mean, I don't know that I've ever walked away from the racetrack with, as you said yesterday, perfect reaction times, the losing percentage.
Red light start for Megan Lotz as Barclay goes 19 green and powers to a dead-on 5. 24 pack for Barclay, none of which was entirely necessary as Lotz was 006, and then she went dead-on 6. 6 up, 6 down. She should be perfect. Once again, we have true start. Why can't we have true finish? Why can't we have true end?
Because it would expose the beautiful commune that we have here. And anyway, Chris Northup and Jeff Taylor. Jeff Taylor is driving Greg Hicks's car because Hicks is feeling a little tired this morning. Chris Northup, funny car, over on the left side for team guess who? So a 525 to a 470. As Jeff Taylor's going to be the first one to find the bulbs. Northrup's in and set. 1,000 is what is the difference at this end of the racetrack. 472 on a 470 for Taylor. Northrop, 526 on a 525. Funny car was 12 on the tree. Taking 4th out at the stripe. Ends up 15th out above. Gets the win with a 27 pack to Jeff Taylor, 11 and 2 above.
Gary Williams and Shelby Williams. No relation. 511 dial-in for Shelby, 487 dial-in for Gary Williams. And again, we've made the final call for dragsters of the buyback round, and we're down to probably 12, 14 pair of them.
JJ calls out that, you could, like you said, we had true start, we had true end. He says we could go with true package, which is kind of what we're running right now, true package. But
Gary Williams, 000 on the starting line and getting the win. 1 over, 488.4, 487 dial, taking 14th out at the stripe. Shelby Williams dead on 1 with a 27 light and 28 pack is not enough to stop the 14, or 13, I should say, of Williams.
Gary Williams bringing in some additional lyrics into the mix from the song Convoy. He took a 000 and said, we're going to do what they say can't be done and win with this perfect light.
No. You just went eastbound and down.
I'm sorry. You're right. I did.
Convoy. If we're going to call Convoy, he just crashed the gate running 88.
There you go.
Let them truckers roll.
Let them truckers roll. You're right. Eastbound and down. That was
to the memory of
loaded up
C.W.
and
McCall,
trucking.
I apologize on behalf of Nathan Hershey.
Again,
Mark
my feelings
Lalonde.
of inadequacy are starting to creep up.
Hand of Vandermeer. Jerry Reed, C.W. McCall.
Thank you.
Artistes.
Thank you. We're going to do what they say can't be done. I'm going to take this triple O.
They're thirsty in Atlanta. There's beer in Texarkana.
And another triple O. There we go. Apparently, Williams and Lalonde have decided to try and draw the perfect reaction times near even again as far as the win percentage is concerned. He's triple O and goes 526 on the 524. Hannah Vandermeer, 51 on the tree, dead 2. And a 53 pack just not going to hold up here is Kevin Johnson and Justin Hoff.
Haslam the Hoff down there. Kevin Johnson was out-hoffed. 5007, 001 reaction time for Justin as Kevin Johnson, 21 on the tree, breaking out, running 499.6 on a 501 dial-in, taking 21 at the finish line. So Justin Hoff using a 001 to slay his opponent.
Blake Allen and it open, and Craig there in the chat. No, I have to make apologies for that because when you do something as egregious as I have done, taking the eastbound and down and mixing it up with convoy, that's nigh unforgivable.
4 or 5 truck drivers have come by with their middle fingers out on I-15.
They already have.
We've watched it. We've
already
seen
have.
it. It's been ugly.
Years ago, I made a mistake similar to that, and one of them actually tried to jump the berm and park the truck in the sand trap. I'm not kidding.
We're lucky that guy's not en route today.
Right? But, yeah. So with Ed open, here on the right side of the racetrack, 475. Blake Allen, 466. He did literally try to crash the gate.
I remember hearing that story.
Yeah, he tried.
The guy was having a heart attack or something.
He was in trouble. He was in trouble. Ed opens, 002 green, 476 on the 475. He's going to get the win light. Blake Allen, 001 red. And that was pretty much the end of the game for Blake Allen as we are here in our re-entry round. Again, trying to race our way back in. Our Gear Wrench Pro cars are lining up in the lanes for round number 2. But we are in a final day. K&N Spring Fling Million, presented by Optima Batteries. Final day of competition. You find you some tacos. I got a taco.
Of course I did.
Good for you.
Question's that.
Casey Nelson and Brian Cam. Casey, the undercover ride out of Idaho, 525. Brian Cam, 485. And I think if memory serves correct, I know it was like last night, but I think Cam got himself a nice little prize in the drawing. I think.
Yes, he did.
484 and a 485. Was 23 on the tree. I think it was like a nice little carburetor. Something like that.
FST.
FST?
Yeah, I think he was the FST winner.
Yeah. 008 and 523 on a 525 for Casey.
Gear Wrench Pro round 2. This is a final call. Gear Wrench Pro round 2. This is a final call. We are just about tapped out of dragsters.
Did you just use the term tap out? Tapped out?
Tapped out.
Tapped out on the drag?
Well, I mean, in the beer tap sense.
Yeah.
Keg's tapped out. 507-3133 for Calvin Locke. A win light as Jay Fitzgerald was 002 red. So if Fitzgerald fouls out, Locke advances back into eliminations.
That will work. Katie Harkema and Austin Williams. I saw a great Facebook post from earlier in the week, and I really wish I could remember who it was that put it up there, but I do remember the picture. It showed, I think it was like Justin Lamb's car and Brandon Umberger's car, and it might have been Burton's car, just like a whole bunch of them lined up, and the picture was captioned, buyback round. I mean, when you think about the cars that were sitting in the lane, just the talent that was sitting there, it's like, wow. Austin Williams, 006 and dead 9. He is 15 total, taking a 12 thou stripe against Katie Harkema, who was 10 on the tree, and 17 thou above to be 27 total. So by that 12 thou difference, Austin Williams will make a reappearance in round number 2.
Don Sefton is a guy whose OCD I can appreciate. Note how he has the rear tires mounted in perfect alignment. See?
I see that.
The Hoosier logos on both tires perfectly aligned. It makes my chakras line up. Very nice.
Helps you sleep at night?
Tyler Myrup has way more worrisome things to pay attention to other than that. He's just got round. He's like, I mounted the tires. They work fine. My car's fast. I'm dial 496. Let me live my life. It's like, okay, I get it. Don Sefton goes 10 red. Probably because the tires were mounted like that. 495 forward, 137 miles an hour. 009 reaction time for Myrup. Sefton missed the tree by 10 thou.
Well, I mean, it would be one of those things, you know. If you had mounted the tires with a little bit of offset.
Yeah, would have taken that.
Like the front end of the dragster.
Yeah.
With a little bit of offset in there, you might have been
rear
okay.
axle sounds like a really interesting proposition.
Sounds like a really bad proposition. One of those ideas where you're sitting there, probably in the same state that like Greg Hicks was last night, going, you know, if we were to cock that just a little bit, we might get some better traction.
Mark Barnhart and Hunter Walker right now. They lead tight within 5 thou of each other as Walker runs 2 over, 487.9, 140, taking 9 thou worth of stripe, and that was the margin of victory. Barnhart was 28, so 5 thou slower, but then a little tighter on the other end at 459.3 on the 456. So Hunter Walker advances on to the next round by 92.10 thou.
As now Dennis Lithgow and Damon Bustamante. 471 dial for Damon, 466 dial for Dennis. Oh, so Damon on the left side and Dennis on the right side. Letting each other think about it here for a minute. Lithgow. Going to be in first. Bustamante's there. Steady, go. 7 thou the difference at this end of the racetrack, and a 471 on a 471. Damon Bustamante has taken a page out of several books here today. 15-0. Seems to be a combination that's working for a lot of folks. Dennis Lithgow was 22, dead 8, 30 total. And with the 15 on the opposite side of the racetrack, Dennis Lithgow will decide which way to go as he heads home to Mansfield, Texas.
Ray Harshbarger from Waterloo, Montana, and Chuck Babcock. Babcock from Yorba Linda, California. 493 the dial in for Harshbarger. .490 with a forward, 141 miles an hour for Ray Harshbarger, taking 5 thou worth of stripe and breaking out by 26 thou. Chuck Babcock goes 2 over, 509 on a 507 with a 74 reaction time, and Babcock takes it on home to round 2.
Shane Thompson now and Jerry Wynn. You know, it's one of those things, even if you're double entered, when, especially like in the early part of the day when your name gets announced a lot.
Yeah.
Not necessarily the best thing in the world.
No, you want a little less publicity than that.
Yeah. You want to be like really incognito in the first part of the day. Shane Thompson, 456 over and inside of the racetrack. Jerry Wynn, 457 on the left side. a 1 thou difference in reaction time. Shane Thompson will wander away victoriously. 19 green and 457 on a 456. He is 11 above. To be 30 total. As Jerry Wen was 18 green, taking a 14 thou stripe and breaking out 2 thou. It's now Lane Savar and Will Farrell.
Carroll, again, celebrating the birthday.
Farrell.
Austin Williams is making sure that we hit that.
Cats.
Cats?
Feral cats. I'm wandering somewhere else.
You're going somewhere. I'm following you.
Don't.
Like General Custer soldiers, you and me. I'm
Dangerous.
following into the valley here.
Dangerous. No,
No,
Will
Will-
Carroll's having a birthday too?
He is having a birthday. They had him in the back window with the Nova. He did not apply his shoe polish talents, or Christy Ship, I think. It was very nicely done. I don't think that was Austin Williams that applied this stuff. Could have put it on the hood scoop here, I'm just saying. Would have been a little small, but Lane Savar's like, I don't care if it's your birthday, because it's my win day, baby. 484.4 on a 484 dial with a 12 reaction time. Dead on 416 pack. Carroll's dead on 619. Good for a 25, but Lane Kavar. It's like, not today, baby.
Oh, the visions of the Christmas Story scene from the alley with the bully. What, are you going to cry? I beat you, you're going to cry?
Randy Lynn Ship, 454 the dial as Bo Butner looks on.
Chad Axford over on the left side at 451 for the Kentucky-based car. This one should be a fun little battle. 300 the difference here. It's got to be kind of cool. You're Bo Butner. You know that you've added your name to a list that only 5 other people are on as $1 million winners. You know, we did talk about it last night. Randy Lynn Ship red by 9 thousandths of a second. 453 on a 454. Chad Axford, 16 green and goes to 449 on the 451. But, you know, I know there's a lot of like $1 million events. There's a lot of accolades and things like that. But even Bo said last night that lighting up that final scoreboard was one that he certainly cherished up there along with like world championships and stuff. So that tells you a little bit kind of what that means. It's Troy Williams and Dale Taros. Taros on the right side, 546. Williams on the left side, dial 461. I think our final few dragsters are right here under the arch. Round number 2 of Gear Wrench Pro is at the ready behind the tower. Dale Taros will bow out. Troy Williams, 10 green, 13 thou above the dial, is 23 total. Taking a 3 thou stripe for the win. Dale Taros, 22 dead 4 to be 26 total. It's now Tom Bayer and John Kalechi.
Bear has just pre-staged. Not a cloud in the sky today. Had some puffy clouds a few days ago. We got nothing going on up there for cloudage today, which is a good thing.
Did you say puffy clouds a couple of days ago?
We did, yeah.
A lot of puffy eyes today, I noticed.
Bear and Kalechi, both strong reaction times. Bear goes dead on 7, 4 reaction time, 11 pack. Taking 2 thou. Very, very well done by Tom Bayer. He moves on. Kalechi gets to the finish line second, runs 5:04.8 on a 5:05 dial and had a 15 light. 3 cars to the end of our re-entry round, as the always debonair Nate Hershey describes it as.
The what?
Oh, lowbrow me calls it the buyback round. Not Nate Hershey. He calls it the re-entry round. Like we're
No.
coming back from space.
No. That was taught to me by my friends on the other side of the country. Big Jed told me that, look, man, this is a re-entry round. This is, because really, again, like the prodigal son, you're lost.
Retro Rockets fired, 484-6, 484 dial, 20 light, 26 pack for Andy Morris. Competitor was 30 on the tree, took 7th hour at the stripe, and broke out by 11.
Down to 1.
Tim Fletcher, the hustle, has stepped up. Look at this guy running now. He's skidding the fencing, running with it. This may be low ET of the weekend for the change here. He's going to hustle that one over to the side. Let's watch the move here. Squares it up to the fence.
Tucks in the feet so that in case there is any wind that kicks up later, they don't.
Pro level. He's going to grab the next one. Let's see what the effort level is here. Okay, it's on the ground. More of a fast walk. Now he's going to line it up. Look at him. Look at this.
Calculating the angle of delivery.
Yeah. And he's coming in hot with that thing.
Chance Parker, final car down 495, but look at this. Look at this. I mean, he swung out a little bit wide, was able to split the middle between the puddle and the tire tracks in the water box, puts it right down in the center without, at any given point in time, even so much as nicking the water hose.
Never stop moving. That is pro-level stuff.
And it's
dead center. Dead center. A lot has been said about Tim Fletcher over the years, but, I mean, most of it has been true, but he's very good at this job.
His ability as a bike fence banner engineer, second to none.
He's breaking new ground.
And that is why we will soon put him up against the best in the world at the BFE Championships in Norsgard, Poland next year.
We need Super Pro Door Cars blue stickers to the lanes for round 2. Super Pro Door Cars blue stickers to the lanes, please. Super Pro Door Cars blue stickers as we begin Gear Wrench Pro. Round 2 eliminations here. This is it. There is no more recovery time. There is no more re-entry round. If you have 2 entries still in, congrats. Otherwise, it's win and stay or lose and pack it up.
Or, as Apollo Creed has said, and we say this every time on the final day, there is no tomorrow. I'm sorry.
Josh Furstenberg and Wesley Azenga go off the starting line right now. Furstenberg gets toward the center line and wins the round. Double breakout. 736 on a 738 dial. Furstenberg was 22. Azenga was 48. Josh took 25 thou at the finish line. Getting there, what, about 12 under? Azenga was about 13 under.
Yep. 13 under. As Tim O'More and Scott Taylor. You talk about a race like this where you've got a very significant head start. I mean, when you talk about a race where you got a significant head start, you leave the starting line. Again, we're talking about kind of like lyrics that apply. Might be that whole I will survive. First I was alone. I was petrified. Thinking I could never live without you by my side. And then the car pulls up alongside of you, and now it's all about just trying to survive. Scott Taylor turned it red 0.02 of a second. He is done. And then runs dead on 4.
I think it's more that Puddle of Mud song.
Yes.
The one about hating me.
Yeah, you might be there. Yeah, right there as well. But Tim O'More, 19 green to Scott Taylor's 2 thou red is the Gear Wrench Pro category with Curtis Zinzalita and Bill Perry.
Yes, our best appearing car at the ready line. We'll see that in a couple of pair. Zinzalita was nearly perfect last run. Bill Perry goes red in his weather-beaten 69 Firebird, which is now a Mopar-beaten 69 Firebird. As Zinzalita goes 651.9, 103 after the red light by Perry. Scott Burton and Nikki Thomas. Pair of tough customers here.
Yes. 612. The dial on Burton's side of the racetrack. 629, the dial on Nikki's side of the racetrack. And Nikki, who has already picked up one of the bonuses for Gear Wrench Pro, being the last driver standing, will will not do so today. Unfortunately, Nikki Thomas, 6:32 on a 6:29. She was 31 at this end of the racetrack. Gave up a 20 thou advantage to Scott Burton, who was 51 on the tree, nabbing a 4 thou stripe to be 12 thou above. So a 63 pack here, winning it for Scott Burton. To Nikki's 67 pack is now Brian King and Jeff Staley. Jeff Staley, the best appearing car of the weekend in the El Camino. Peter was just commenting on the fact that sitting down here under the arch, he actually had the moonroof open.
Yeah, how cool is that?
I mean, that's
Which
awesome.
is also painted in the same scheme as the body.
Love it. Brian, 623 for the local runner. Jeff Staley, 649 for the racer out of Vancouver, Washington. Win light will belong to the local and 17 on the tree. And on a double breakout situation, Staley gets to the stripe first by 7 thousandths of a second, breaks out 5 thou. Needed to take 2 or less as Brian King goes 622 on a 623.
Ricky Deschelle and Tom Gambardella coming up right now. Gambardella, the S10. Deschelle, the Camaro. 618 to dial in for Deschelle, about a second quicker than Gambardella, who's dialed at 710. Gambardella running the tonneau cover over the bed, but no tailgate.
Makes for easy access when you got to toss things in there.
Yeah, throw the fuel in there, you're good. Deschelle, unimpressed by the lack of a tailgate, goes 003, but Gambardella beats him 709.5 as Deschelle takes 400 worth of stripe and breaks out by 6 thousandths, going 617.4 on a 618 dial. Gambardella was only 5 thou under his dial.
Shame, shame, tisk, tisk.
Jamie Sturdivant and Linda Valdez.
Valdez over on the left side. The Camaro out of Bakersfield, again, one of the new entries that rolled in here today to participate, with a 684 dial, and Jamie Sturdivant, 582, the number up on the right side scoreboard. Jamie will light up that Pennzoil side with an 059 green light. Linda Valdez, 42 thou on the red side of things, runs 686 on a 684. So Valdez exits the competition. Sturdivant will take the dragster on to round number 3.
Dennis Paz and Vince Generalo. Generalo. Vince Generalo Jr. in the 65 Nova Dow 598. So Paz creeping his way in there, like Nate Hershey does in a lot of things in his life. Creeps his way in.
Exactly.
Never makes a loud entrance. General Lau goes 19 red on the bow side. Paz goes 695.9 at 96 miles an hour, drives it through the lights and advances. General Lau slow to a 610 after all was said and done.
Darren Taylor now and Andy Schmall. Schmall, 616. Going to be the dial for the Banana Beretta. And for Darren Taylor in the white Nova, which I'm trying to figure out with the Nova. Is that like a film in the back window? Is it just like...
It's an old Lexan window that's got some years on it.
Just years?
I think so, yeah. Lexan, old kind of Lexan or Plexi.
I was wondering if maybe it was like technical enough that kind of like some of the new fancier bathrooms in the nightclubs, when you go in and close the door, it automatically like
frost
itself up.
Yeah,
like if he opens the door, does it clear up? You don't think it's that fancy?
I think it did that. It just took like 10 years.
Understood.
Yeah.
Understood. 620 on the 616 for Andy Schmall, 41 green, and then at a buck 02 is going to light up the scoreboard. He was at the stripe first by 24 thousandths of a second as Darren Taylor gave up 500ths at this end of the racetrack and goes 619 on a 615. No Tom Worthington, not like General Lau's chicken.
Michael Jackson and Justin Lamb coming up. Lamb, 555 in the Cobalt. Jackson, the 79 El Camino, dialed 636. Jackson's fully staged as Lamb locks it down. Off and gone. Lamb takes the Cobalt to a win light, 57.8 on a 55 dial into the 007 light. Jackson was 0.28 on the tree and then ran under, taking 44 or 400ths at the stripe, 632.3 on a 636 dial.
Matt Keelan, Dwayne Scheitlen. Scheitlen left side.
He was almost perfect last time.
Yes, almost perfection.
Yep.
But as you mentioned in days previous to this, we reward perfection and perfection only.
That's it.
So if you are less than perfect, you need to find a way to deal with that, and years from now you can blame it on your announcers at the local racetrack or your parents, whichever one happens to be convenient at the time. As Matt Keelman, 37 green, will get the win light over Dwayne Scheitlen, who was 30 red. Scheitlen then goes 655 on a 654. Keelman, dead 5. 37 dead 5 for Keelman. Will advance him out of round number 2. And we are in the Biondo round. I mean, we got a brand new Biondo 5-layer Sparco fire suit that's going to be going out to our best losing package in this go-round. Again, we already handed out our FTI converter. I think that went to Chance Parker, who ended up getting that one, is Ron the Hammer Nichols and David Zinke. How about the 64 Oldsmobile and the 69 Roadrunner lining up side by side here? 735 the dial for Zinke, 724 the dial for Nichols.
Well, Ron Nichols, sometimes even the hammer gets it. That's exactly what happened here, as Nichols had a 98 light to Zinke's 33. Zinke goes 731.3, running under, but Nichols ran 19 out of 24, so just not the run that Ron Nichols was looking for out of his 64 Oldsmobile.
Well, the hammer got nailed.
Hey now.
Ooh, by 65 thou at this end of the racetrack. It wasn't pretty. Was not pretty. As Robin Harris and Charles Sturtevant. Harris and then over on the left side, 658 for Robin. And for Charles, Sturtevant's got a 539 dial in the dragster. Again, a couple of dragsters running in pro, and I know, Brian, you've talked about it, that dragsters have had success in pro in years past. Unfortunately, Charles Sturtevant not finding a whole lot of success on the starting line here this time with an 038 red light. Goes 541 down the racetrack, but Robin Harris with an 071 reaction time is dead on 6 and gets to move to round number 3.
Nick Hastings of the Nasty Variety on the left side and Jeff Rates on the right side. The 1967 Mustang Fastback, 652 the dial. And Nasty Nick, dialing at 618. Where that car has been living all week long. Nice wheels up launch for Hastings. Rates is in a significant amount of trouble, and he may know that. 627, 6 and 102 for Hastings on a 618 dial-in. Hastings was 10 on the tree, Rates wasn't. Rates runs dead on 9 and loses. Brian Cerruti, Seth McLean. The 70 Duster for McLean dialed 776. Cerruti dialed 642 out of Niles, Ohio.
I'm really wondering, like, between him, Nicky, Nick, all of that kind of stuff.
Ooh. Red light start for Cerruti. McLean was 002 green. Cerruti misses the tree by 7 thou. 779, 3 and 80 for McLean as Cerruti. 685, 1 and 77 after the red light.
Like one of the popular things now is to put together like communities where everybody who loves flying airplanes, and you put like a landing strip airport right in the middle of it. Is that what they set up there in Niles? Like, you got all these people who love drag racing, and then right down the middle of the neighborhood, you just put a drag strip so that if you need to practice or work on something or test something.
It's Ohio could be the drag racing state in the country. I mean, you look at some of these places, Ohio, the Carolinas. It is a hotbed of activity, man. They got a lot of racetracks. They got people that are out there just hammering them every week. So It'd be kind of neat to do a little bit of a study on where most of the winners are coming from these days, but Ohio is definitely one of the drag races in the states of the country.
Well, Henry Roberson was a long ways past the Christmas tree before it turned red. It was one of those ones where had to look at it in the rearview mirror. Was 11th thou on the wrong side of the tree. Joy Cassette ends up 029 and 608 on a 608. She was 29, dead 3 to be 31 total. Henry Roberson, 11 red at this end of the racetrack, and unfortunately for Henry, that'll bring his time here at the Fling to a close as Kelly Hockaday and John Cazzetti. Both drivers leave red by 9,000ths of a second. 009 RED going to the next digit. Win light belongs to John in the wagon. 642 on a 643. Hockaday was 009 early as well. Goes 678 on a 677. But John Cazette gets the win light on the double red light as now Cliff Hall and Robert Day. Are up now.
So Robert Day and the Knights dialed 633. Cliff Hall dialed 646. Of course, an Animal House reference there for those of you that have enjoyed the greatest movie ever made. Animal House. When they go into the bar, it's Otis Day and the Knights playing. This is Robert Day and the Knights headed down the racetrack. 649.3 at 97 miles an hour for Cliff Hall and a 646 dial. Day did not leave on time. Day actually was better in terms of being tight to the dial, 634.4 and a 633, and that is because Hall was so far out there. He kind of lazily went across at 649 at 97, got the job done.
Now Shelby Williams and Freddie Jackson. As Mr. Boo Boo joins into the chat bleachers, which he also joins into the birthday club here today. Happy birthday to you, Mr. Boo Boo. You got you and several others that are all celebrating birthdays here today, so happy birthday, sir. Shelby with a 680 dial, Freddie Jackson with a 598 dial. Shelby has got all kinds of room to work with. And we'll go 688 on a 680, taking a 10th and a half at the finish line. Shelby, 11 on the tree, 8 above the dial, gets her through easily as Freddie Jackson unfortunately had a 155 reaction time and then goes 608 on the 598 as Phil Unruh and John Tobias. It's going to be a fun matchup here. Tobias and the dragster. It's basically kind of a little small block with the muffler and the whole deal. Dialed in at 616. Phil Unruh dialed in at 583. As the Super Stock Cobalt will give chase to the Saturday night special that can run with noise restrictions at Fontana. 10th thou red for John Tobias and run 614 on a 616. Phil Unruh 91 green. Tobias is going to look at that and go, man, I had it. Could have had it. It was there. But Unruh 91 green, 582 on a 583.
John Tripp, Larry Pittenger coming now. Tripp in the dart that was really wandering around the racetrack last time. He had his hands full down there. Pittenger dialed 658. Pittenger, the full exhaust street car out of Williams, Arizona. 1967 model year dart for Tripp. They go. Tripp's car a lot more composed this time down the racetrack. Center of the groove and finish line. It's Tripp 606.1, 603 dial in, 63 light. Pittenger went down there, took a half a tenth of stripe, and broke out by 14th thou.
Dylan Howe now and Richard Bea. Bea in the black and white 57 Chevy. Not sure if it's of the Bel Air trim or not, but the 57 Chevy.
210.
210. We'll go with the 210. I like 210.
Doesn't have the fender inserts for the 57.
Thank you.
But it has two tones, so it'll be a 210. 150 was the base model.
Ah. Do you have no other line? Okay, just
6 dead on 8, 51. Distract myself from that uncomfortable conversation as Dylan Hunt 6:55.8. 51 reaction time. Bea was very tardy off the starting line, got to the finish line second, running a half a tenth under his dial, 660 with a 9.
Be like, I will not let you in and discover the deep, dark, disappointing secrets that are my life.
Larry McClanahan and Kyle Rizzoli. It's like in a horror movie when the door started to open and a little light started to pour in, I shoved it shut.
You're like, no.
Rizzoli dialed 623, McClanahan dialed 561. This car has had propensity to pull wheel stands. It's gone sideways once or twice. Let's see what happens here.
Went red by 28 thousandths of a second this time. Straight, but red by 28 thousandths of a second. Then goes 558 on the 561. Rizzoli 004 and 623 on a 623. Kyle puts together a 12-pack. Now we'll have Nasty Nick Hastings and Kevin Pollard. This is going to be an awesome spectacle to watch. Kevin Pollard dialed 555. Nick Hastings dialed 605. Hastings on the left side in the Mustang 2 gets in. Pollard on the right side in the Camaro gets in. 11 thousandths of a second the split at this end of the racetrack, and 606 on the 605 Nick Hastings. He was 10 on the tree, taking 8 thou at the stripe, ends up with a 22 thou package. Kevin Pollard was 21 on the reaction time. Kevin had like a thou to work with down there and goes dead on 9. Had to be like dead 1 or dead 0 to even hope that the scoreboard would light up.
Both entries for Hastings. On to round number 3, right?
Have we heard that story before?
Maybe every day. Ish. You know.
I thought so.
Chris Citro. The last car of this second round. Fox body shifts into high gear just before the 330 and runs 647 at 104.66 miles an hour.
That'll work.
That is Gear Wrench Pro, round number 2, in the books. Here comes round number 2 of our Super Pro Door Slammers. We have called our orange sticker cars in the lanes. The ones that have made it this far. For those of you, as we go through these elimination rounds, who are packing up, hitting the dusty trail home, we'll say this a bunch, but certainly I can't say enough about how much we appreciate you being here and participating and racing in this K&N Spring Fling Million 2021, presented by Optima Batteries and other of these events that around the country that's showing just the strength and passion of the sport of drag racing and its participants. We're back, baby. This sport is back.
Yes! Truth is, though, was it ever really gone? I mean, honestly.
It wasn't. It was not. But there were some times where it was like, this stinks a lot.
Yes. 7500 on a 747. Troy Grant was 31 on the tree. He was better at this end of the racetrack. Chris Brown was 048 on the tree, as Brown ends up going 557 on a 556 and gets the win light by one wonderful. If you're on Chris Brown's side of the racetrack, I won that by one wonderful thousandth. If you're on Troy Grant's side of the racetrack, I lost that by one lousy thou. Yes, it is all about perspective. As Jess Biddle and George Lewis in the green Chevelle at a Surprise Arizona 594, Biddle in the 66 wagon, dialed in at 6:45. Red light start for Biddle by 11 thousandths of a second will end this contest at this end of the racetrack. 591 on a 594, George Lewis, 16 green. Biddle ends up rolling it through to get their first 38 thou, but an 011 red light leaving the starting line will eliminate the long roof, and it'll be George Lewis and the Chevelle that will advance. It's now Scott Hess and Andrew Olson. Olson, the 70-bodied Camaro, from the most religious place on earth, Sacrament, California. Somebody apparently, I had no idea there was a Sacrament, California.
One of 7 located across the country.
One of 7. The land of the Holy Sacrament. Does it pan out? No. 588 on a 590, Andrew Olson. Out of Sacramento goes, bless you, my son. May peace be with you as you go on your way. Scott Hess was 53 green, 562 on a 561. Scott Hess gets to move on as Dan McClellan and Karen Schneider. Schneider has got the Corvette out of Colorado, 538. McClellan's got the Roadster dialed 535. A 300 difference between the two as we make our way down the track, and a 5 thou difference in reaction time. 001, 1 thou under. Dan McClellan gets the win light. Karen Snyder was 006, taking a 2/10,000ths of a second stripe, and ends up 6 thou under at the finish line. McClellan essentially averaging out to perfect. 001 under a thou. No sweat. He'll take the Roadster into round number 3 as Dan Northrup and Chris Johnson. We are in the Biondo round. The Biondo Racing Products. Round number 2, where we are going to be giving away that 5-layer Biondo Racing suit, courtesy of Biondo Racing Products. 594, the dial is the Colmeros commingle on the racetrack. There will be no commingling. 008, the reaction time for Northup, 596 on a 94. He is 28 total. Chris Johnson was 12 on the tree. Dead 4 to be 16 total. And the win light will belong to Chris Johnson by 12 thousandths of a second. As now Chase Trimp and Ted Seipel. 655 the dial for Seipel, 582 the dial for Chase Trimp. Trimp 582 on a 582. 19 to a 14 in reaction time. Seipel had the 14. Chase Trimp had the 19. Seipel got there first by 22 thousandths of a second, runs under by 8 thou, and Chase Trimp will advance. I can see where you're going with that. We called it, a little while ago, the most holy place on earth. Some people said, I thought you were going to say Israel. Other people said, I thought you were going to say Utah. Some people said, I thought you were going to say Outback Steakhouse. Whatever it is, but no. I mean, just the fact that somebody didn't put the O on Sacramento makes it Sacrament. Sacrament, Utah. Paul Eddins is red by 3 thousandths of a second. Robbie Gear, 009. Chasing down 559, goes 558. He's under 6 thou. It was over at this end when Eddins turned it loose by 3 thousandths of a second. He runs 549 on a 550. Robbie Gear will continue to charge through the field as we'll bring up Mike Carroll and Kevin Heffington. Heffington, 673 is the dial. Mike Coltrane, 498 is the dial.
Once again, looking for our blue dragster sticker, odd numbers. Blue dragster run stickers, odd numbers to the lanes, please. Blue dragster sticker, odd numbers to the lanes, please.
That's right. I love this. As Mike Coltrane, 10 on the tree, gets it done on a double breakout. He was 497 on the 498. Kevin Heffington, 670 on a 673. And Brian, just to give you a little heads up, as Jim Tattersall brings up the Econoline against Jacob Stallworthy. What's that? Hey,
just pair up. I have to look at my nightmare right.
You
got
to look at the car that has been your nemesis, or was your nemesis last year. He leaves straight this time, leaves red this time. The win light's going to go to Stallworthy. Both drivers leaving early. Tattersall was 96 thou quick. Jacob Stallworthy was 21 thou quick. And Trey Summers, who is also a California transplant to Tennessee, is impressed with your, no, I don't know why, but impressed with your knowledge of the Chevrolet models, with the 150 being the base model, the 210. It's something like Brian's like, yeah, I know that all the time. But he also mentioned that the post cars were taller, allowing the bigger folk to get in and out easier. He used a different word than bigger, but.
What's his name?
Trey Summers.
Trey Summers. I'm learning a lot about Brian Loans in just a day and a half or 2 days that I've met you. He knows everything about everything, but he can't drive a race car.
He's an encyclopedia.
It's really simple. That's all you. I mean, that's the way it registered in my brain.
You're right. Spencer Massey and Gary Warnier. Warnier giving up 23 thou advantage at this end of the racetrack. Spencer was 002 and 2 above, 633 on a 631. And before I kind of get out of the way here, as Peter has snuck in. I mean, he's been out giving like everybody breaks. You've been back behind the tower. You've been like working your rear end off here, but the peeps are perfectly aged. You tried it yesterday.
Okay. And I took notice on how the texture was and everything and the taste, so
it's way better today.
See if there's any I could feel the texture changed already. It's got that crunch on the outside.
Way better today.
I could already tell.
Jeff Birdie and Kevin Shearer separated by 9 thousandths of a second. Birdie, 003, 2 above, taking a 7 thou stripe, gets the win light in the Firebird. See? He's converted. Stale peeps for the win. We have converted the Terminator. And when you've got people like Brian Loans and Peter Biondo supporting a product, there is no way on earth it could ever fail.
Let's see, who is the brand behind the peeps here? Maybe we can promote them.
I'm not sure who does. Let me go see.
Well, so was it 2 or 3 days old? That's when they come.
Yeah, you crack them open, let them sit
perfection?
for a day or two. 2 days is typically best.
Good stuff. AJ Ash and David Pratt. AJ was killing it yesterday. Went deep into the million and picks up the win light right here. 018 on the tree, 100 on the dial. David Pratt was 003 on the red side, just missed it by a little bit, went 1 above. Well, we are in Biondo round 2. Best losing package this round is going to take home a Sparco fire suit. And no, it's not a cert. You come up to the tower, we take all your measurements, we size you up, put you in the fitting room, send you back to the pits looking good. Blue Hayball. Blue typically drives one of those long and skinny cars. This time he's mixing up in the door cars. That's a 65 GTO and Damon Bustamante. And I'm sorry, Blue, you broke out by 4 thou. I wasn't rooting against you, but I do like pronouncing that name, Damon Bustamante. It's my favorite name on the property. We'll be able to do that one more time. Tough break for Blue, 003, 4 thou under, taking 28. These two drivers know each other. Jeff Devey, talented painter, artist, and Aaron Markham. Aaron went, I believe, runner-up or semis at the Fall Fling West, one of the shootouts we had. Actually, I think he won one of the shootouts we had. He's doing it with hand controls. Pair of Idahoans. know if that's a word, but got the mic right now, and that's what I'm sticking to. Wow, Aaron has got full control of this race. Should be able to turn. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Aaron's 003 breaks out by 14th out. Let's just say Debbie flinched or missed it. Not sure what happened. Was way behind and broke out by less. So Debbie dodges a bullet right there. Rodney Snyder and Robert Butler. Starting to see a little bit of a trend. We saw the Novas and the Chevy 2s really killing it in the bracket racing world the last few years. And out here, I'm starting to see some of these big cars, 66 Chevelle, 65 GTO. I like it. 8th mile bracket racing. Somebody's 000. And that somebody just put up a 3-pack. Rodney Snyder, 5083 on a 508 with a trip zip reaction time. 3 thou from perfect end to end. Robert Butler didn't have a chance. He was 16 4 thou under and behind. Dave Jackson and Randy Cloud. How about that little 69 Maverick of Randy Cloud? David Jackson, Corvette Roadster. Quick 494 dialing. Randy Cloud 602. There goes the Maverick. Here comes Jackson. Another guy just taking a tree with him. He was 002, but cannot close the deal. Randy Cloud was 023, dead on 2. Jackson was 002, got there 27 thou, so got there by a little more than a fender. Needed to trim it down to maybe 3/4 of a fender. Name of the game is get there first by as little as you can. If you can't get there, what do they say? Send them. Larry Spitali and Phil Pennington. All right, I see the bang shift up on the screen. What's up, guys? Appreciate you guys tuned in. And yesterday we had a big crowd watching that. How about Bo Butner winning the Spring Fling Million? That was really, really cool to watch. Whitfield put up a good fight, but Butner was the one that ultimately was in a winner's circle. Limo picked him up right on the winner's circle pad there and right to the Cosmopolitan. Give the win to Phil Pennington. A couple of rips down there in the 7th out stripe. Nicely done, Phil. 021. One above. Spitali was 037. Dead on. Loses on a hole shot. Has Mark Lalonde and Shane Thompson. Pair of quick door cars here. 506. For that beautiful 67 Nova of Shane. Shane was yesterday's sponsor. Title rights of Friday's main event, Silver State Refrigeration. Another driver going after the tree hard and getting it. Shane is 004, and he closed the deal. Shane actually got there first. By 11th out, he broke out, and like I said, if you cannot get there, send him. Malone didn't do it. He was 24 in a tree. He was behind by 11th out, but he broke out by more. Needed some brake pedal there. Dennis Bauer and David Butler. Of course, it always looks easier from behind the glass. Pair of green light starts. That little Vega veers left, takes the long way down. And it works out for him. David Butler's 022, dead on the number. I'm going to say if David went straight, he would have broke out by a number or two, but veered it left, brought it back in, went dead on for the win light. Dennis Bauer, 039, also dead on. That race was decided right here on the starting line. Rod Taylor and Patrick Conlon. How about Kalispell, Montana, and Lake Havasu City, Arizona? Taylor drops to red by 5 thou. Conlon was 0.25 at the start, holding 4 big numbers down at the top end of the racetrack. See if he makes any adjustments or if he keeps 4 in his pocket for round number 3. Roger Cato and Carla Greenhow. Talk about a variety of vehicles here. Check out that 2020 Camaro and that little 96 S10 facing off here. Great part about bracket racing, it's even money when you stage up. Doesn't matter if you're 84 years old, 19 years old. This time Cato should be able to turn the win light on easily as he has a huge reaction time advantage. Carla just missed it. Cato did not. He was 12. Rolls on past Carla, eases out of the gas, makes a smart move, goes 5 above for the easy win. J.R. Learcamp, good matchup here, and Ken Swio. As the chat board starts to talk about wanting loans for president. Loans for president. All right, I'll talk to him about that, see if he has any interest. There goes Swio, here comes JR. Both drivers doing what they do. 006 to a 12. Good race. 8 thou pack for Learcamp. That's getting it done. Ken Swio was 12, got there 6 thou. It looked good on the racetrack, but it didn't look good on the time slip. Here's Emma Duchel. Does a nice 150-foot burnout in that 63 split window Corvette. And again, talk about different types of vehicles going out of here on FTI 30K Saturday. Final day here at the Fling. It's been a great week of racing. Talking to a lot of guys and gals in the staging lanes and a lot of happy faces out there. That's what we strive for.
Oh, man, I'm not sure what you did to Nate, but he just came around the corner and grabbed me. He's leaving pretty rapid fashion. I have no idea what went on in here, but all right, we'll just move ahead with it.
Well, I think he got insulted because somebody in the chat room said Brian Loans for president. That was about the time of that.
I'm a dumb guy, but I'm not dumb enough to take that job. As Emma goes dead on for a 20 red light for the pickup truck on the opposite side of the racetrack. Ended that one quick, but a nice run for Emma to move on to round 3.
And Brian, I love dragsters. Don't get me wrong. I have more fun running a door car, but when push comes to shove and I'm in the final round of a big money race, I want to be in my Race Tech dragster. But calling the shots, these door cars are more fun. I'm going to call it like it is.
Yeah, I mean, it gives you something different to look at. Obviously, different paint schemes, different body styles. You can throw little nuggets in there. But listen, the dragster is the right weapon for the job, really, when you get right down to it. Laureen Rogers and Joe Leavitt. Leavitt, one of the 600 million Novas we have on the property this weekend, and the only Pontiac Grand Prix we have on the property. That's Laureen Rogers. Her car wandering around. She will be headed back to Seligman, Arizona, as Leavitt goes 25 on a 23 and an 0.26 reaction time. And Laureen's car wandering around actually scrubbed off a lot of ET. She had the better reaction time, but will not advance because she ran about a tenth off her dial. Dennis Weddle, Jason O'Terry, 92 Pontiac Firebird, 703 the dial-in. Dennis Weddle, the 2008 Pontiac GTO body car. Normally runs top sportsman with this thing, dial 493. O'Terry and Weddle, both pre-stage as we are working our way through our Super Pro door cars, and we got very few of them left back there in the staging lanes. Lots of dragsters stacking up. Red light start for Jason O'Terry, 007 red. As Weddle, 5014, 124.97. O'Terry, 777 at 70.82 miles an hour. So Dennis Weddle advances in the Pontiac GTO. Hunter Walker coming up. You got Vince Horton here. Horton's car is great, man.
I was looking at that. I like the way it has that little lean to it.
It does.
It's gonna do the twist.
It was like, I thought maybe it's because like a guy my size was sitting in it, but it's actually set up to load the suspension that way. Because when he hits the throttle, whammo.
There it goes. 1 thou red. Ouch by Hunter Walker. Vincent Horton will move on to round number 3. 6 thou under the dial after an 0:30 reaction time. As a little pro stock looking burnout out there, Brian. Remind me to tell you about a story about Emily, a first. I don't know if you were here when I said she's batting 1,000. She won her first and only national event.
Yeah.
Okay. We'll wait to the next over the line burnout.
Okay.
Because it has something to do with that.
Butch Warner and Dick Vandermeer coming up. Vandermeer, 2003 Pontiac, dial 491. Butch Warner, one of 2 Grand Ams we have on the property. The other one being driven by A.J. Ash. This one dial 525 out of Oregon.
I like those Grand Dams. They have good visibility. They work well. They're lightweight. What do you think? Big block Chevy in there?
It's got to be, right?
I would say so. I mean, that's a safe bet if all else fails.
Right. If you're going to pick one motor out here, go with big block Chevy. And Dick Vandermeer goes 5,000ths of a second early as Butch Warner dead on 9 with a 34 light advances on after Vandermeer fouls out.
All right, there's the over-the-line burnout. So here's a story. First national event with Emily. She's driving a 170-mile-per-hour Roadster. It was the one I won the world championship in the year before. I was a little bit nervous, but we went to Bristol, and I said, it's altitude. It won't be as aggressive with the horsepower there. So her biggest fear was the burnout because she's used to dragsters. She's not accustomed to line locks.
Okay.
So the whole way down, Brian, in the minivan, she's YouTubing videos, and I say, just YouTube a burnout video, and I'm in the driver's seat, okay, let go the line lock, go. Kick it up, let go, go. All right? We get to Bristol. First, it's hard for me not to laugh. First time run, she was under the misconception that she'd kick it once, and it would just drive out. So she just drives out of the water. Now the other guy's already done with the burnout and everything. I back her up. Kicks it again. Couple of feet. Didn't get the wheel spinning. She was under the misconception that she was hitting the gas too hard. That's why it was going out. But in reality, you have to kick it and get it up on the tire. Call this pair.
Ricky Deschelle lined up next to James Glenn. We'll pick that story up in just 1 minute as Glenn inches the Pontiac Firebird in. Red light starts on both sides. True start means that James Glenn will win with the 007 light versus the 013 of Deschelle. 6:39 for it, 106 for Glenn. Deschelle goes 5:53.3 after the red light. All right, so we got no wheel speed.
Yeah, so no burnout. Now, remember, first time shot, all of her friends are up at the front watching, big moment, right? So now, after 2 or 3 tries, the guy in the other lane's already actually, I think it was pre-staged already. So I lean in the car and I say, and there's no 3-step in this car, no rev limiter. I lean in the car and I said, just forget it, just put it to the wood. You got to get it spinning, just put it to the wood. She puts it to the wood, and she put it to the wood. Went all the way out to 150 feet. As Mike Badeau and Darren Fidolf ends his day with 006 red, Badeau is 025. He'll move on to round number 3, 11th thou under. So that was how she started. Gets to 150 feet. Now, I just turned red because I woke up to the, not red mad, just
right,
embarrassed.
Just like,
embarrassed for her, really.
Yeah.
So I woke up to the, I think it's announced, the starter. I think it was Mark Lyle at the time. And I just put my hand on his shoulder and said, listen, man, I really do apologize. She'll never do that again. And, she's just getting the hang of it. Yeah, but that was how it started. And she ended up winning the whole race. It was really cool.
That's amazing. That was the first run she made. She wins the whole race.
Yeah. I mean, it looked really bad. And the last time run she made, she was 038 red and went like a 995. We had no idea where it came from. I didn't know if it snatched the wheels out. We just lowered the chip, put a little weight on the front, and rolled the dice. She beat David Tatum first round.
David Tatum. Dang. Mike Hall goes red by almost a second. Steve Williams will take advantage of that by going dead on 8:21 light. But Mike Hall, very, very early. Then he runs 6:9:04. So Steve Williams advances in his Corvette. That's cool, man. It's like I watched one of the most memorable things I think I've ever seen in sportsman drag racing was David Rampey at Norwalk several years ago. The car wouldn't go down the racetrack. He qualified very last in comp and then just annihilated everyone. And it's like, you know, you never really know how a weekend's going to go until you settle into eliminations. As bad as it may look, sometimes it turns out good.
Yeah, I've been on both sides of the fence there, sure.
Now it's John Eno and Phil Garrison. Garrison 546, Eno dialed 658. Garrison in the Camaro has a huge starting line advantage and a win light. 547.7 on a 546 with a 14 light as Eno goes one over 039. Phil Garrison advances on in his 68 Camaro.
So the way she capped it off, she beat Marvin Benoit in the final. She was 003, took 009 to go 989, and Marvin Benoit followed her through and was 987 behind her.
Man, and Benoit's no easy customer either.
No, absolutely not. Yeah, it was. I actually won right behind her in Superstock, and one of the most memorable moments that I could ever had at the drag strip.
That is amazing. Greg Dreher and Bill Botello going down the racetrack. Dreher out of California looks to his right in his little Chevette and sees Bill Botello's scoreboard light up. Botello is 004. Dreher was 39, which is not where he normally is. And then Botello goes on to run dead 6, so a 10-pack for Botello. And Dreher one over at 118 miles an hour, not good enough.
Yeah, a 10-pack right about now is going to light up a lot of win lights. That's a nice job there for Bill.
Little 1964 Falcon rolling up. Left-hand side of the racetrack. Mustang and the Falcon, the factory, they're identical underpinnings. Identical cars mechanically underneath the skin.
Pinnix?
What?
What?
A Mustang and a Falcon are identical underpinnings, like the underneath
Oh,
the chassis and all that
gotcha.
stuff. Yeah.
Gotcha. Yeah, every race in the announcer booth, either Jared or Mike Eames or Nate always use this lingo that I'm still learning. You know, it's I'm getting there. I tell you what, I'll probably be a really good announcer. About the same time, you're going to be a really good race car driver.
Dave Barcelone from Bremerton, Washington is a pretty good racer, but in this run, the Falcon driver's better. 636 on a 634 dial 006 as Barcelone breaks out, taking 3,500 at the finish line and running 24 under the dial.
They'll bring up David Kinney and Dennis Paz. Paz, the veteran from Stockton, California. He's knows how to hit the top, knows how to hit the bottom. He's not afraid. He's got David Kinney from Bowling Green, Kentucky. I believe that's Nick Hastings' other ride.
It is, and Kinney looks pretty good in this thing. He's made some really nice quality laps in it.
Yeah, if you're driving for Nick Hastings isn't going to pick a nobody to get in his car. He's gonna load the car up, head west, and he's gonna draft somebody good.
So Kenny and Paz going to make this a battle. They leave within 3 thousandths of one another, and it's going to be Kenny. Dead on 2, 17 reaction time, 19 pack. Dennis Paz took 13th thou at the stripe and broke out by 8th thou. He was 14 on the tree. Kenny was 17. A couple of very good racers making very split-second decisions at the top end.
And Brian, that's what it comes down to. There's a lot of parity out there, but when you get down to it, you have to make the right decision in the heat of the moment. That's what decides the winners from the losers.
So Nasty Nick Hastings coming up, as we mentioned before, in the majority of a 1977 Mustang. Dialed at 605. And Gordon Bovin, this thing is beautiful. 72 CUDA. Classic E-body, sitting down over those big rear slicks. Got to be running a Chrysler big block in there because no self-respecting Mopar guy would put a Chevy engine in that thing. They get down to the big end of the racetrack. It's going to be Hastings dead on 6, 11 light, 17 pack. Bovin was 005, and he went 18. He took 18th thou worth of stripe, but he broke out by 6. Thou, that is.
Yeah, good job for Bove and the 005 just needed to trim it up a little bit more. Hastings moving on.
Tim Arsenwald looks over and sees Bo Butner. Now, Bo Butner is not racing his dragster today because after the winner's circle celebration, it wouldn't start again. They have an electrical problem with it. It wouldn't run after he won the race.
And even better and funnier than that, they hit the starter button. It just kept going. They couldn't get it to stop. Oh, yeah, it was just going and going and going. And then somebody screamed out, I think it wants to go another round. That was great to see Bo Butner last night. He was genuinely excited.
He absolutely was. Another great feather in his drag racing cap as Tim Arsenwald's looking one for his cap, which would be eliminating Bo as Butner goes absolutely perfect and then goes 5:04.7 at 122 as Arsenwald was a day late. Butner caught him early, got off the throttle, still took 700 with the stripe, but got the job done with plenty of margin.
Tell you what, Butner and Randy Lynn Ship, they're showing up this weekend.
They are, and Arsenwald run dead on zero, but his reaction time just was not competitive. Jeff Broussard and Phil Unruh as we continue to work our way through Super Pro door cars, and I see no more of them at the end of the staging lane, so we are just about done with Super Pro door cars, round number 2. Unruh goes to the finish line with a win light. Double breakout. Unruh's 2 thou under, 6.11.8 on a 6.12, but it was Broussard that took 11 thou worth of stripe and broke out by over 200ths, I should say.
As Brian said, getting towards the end of the door car part of round 2, John Corbin and Gary McNaka. 578 for the Roadster. Corbin says he'll run a 556. Corbin went deep in the million yesterday. Anyone who made it down to the last 12 got a good chunk of change. Classic look, 68 Camaro, purple with the black stripes. Pair of good reaction times. Win line, dead on the number, John Corbin. Nice lap right there, 13 pack, he's 10, dead on with the 3, McNaka. How about McNaka, 14, takes 4 thou to lose. He's got to go home with that time ticket in his hand.
You're only as good as your last run, or your attitude, I guess. It depends on what your last run was, and it's a long ride home for a lot of our competitors with a long time to think about stuff. Dustin Henches will leave a happy man no matter what happens this round, as he won the $30,000 race the other day, the Mosier Engineering $30,000 race. Henches trying to beat up CW Hofer here, and he does. 16 on a 14, 40 light. Taken almost a 10th as Hofer was just dead late on the starting line and had nowhere to go. Hofer runs 586 and gets there behind Henches.
Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits will take Dragster's blue sticker even for round 2. Dragster's blue sticker even.
Henches told that crazy story that one of his daughters broke her leg at soccer practice the day before he won. His wife's at home holding the fort down, and he said, you know, should I stay, should I go? And he decided to stay, and obviously it was a great decision for the family budget, that's for sure, as Carl Jones and Ryan Mangus leave the starting line. Mangus goes to the top end and goes 80 on a 77 and wins as Carl Jones went streaking by and took half a tenth, 557. Look at Mangus, a speed under 100 miles an hour down there.
Yeah, Carl Jones took a lot of stripe, but I think Ryan Mangus helped them out a little bit with that. Probably killed about 5 miles per hour at least. CW Hofer, we saw CW's wife just a few pairs ago missed a tree uncharacteristically late. She started with a 1, and I watched her in Tucson, Brian. She was ripping it there, and something happened there. She couldn't get it done, but this time we'll see if the other side of the Hofer family can carry on through round 2 here. Wow.
Man. 001, 002, and it is a 5008 on a 499 for Sean Schaefer with a 001 light. Hofer ran 3 over with a 002 reaction time, and Schaefer tucked it in there, taking 14 thou, and that was the margin of victory.
Yeah, both drivers just picking a tree up, and that's what my friends used to say when they hit the tree really good. I just picked it up and took it with me.
Nice.
And then it was Donnie Saban who said, I knocked the glass out of it.
That's a good line,
Yeah,
too.
yeah.
AJ Ash rolls up in the Nova. Justin Lamb sitting in the Camaro. Lamb dialed 635. Ash dialed 540.
Like the working taillights on AJ's car.
You can see it.
Brake lights.
Yeah, when he goes and stages that thing, you can see him flickering and blinking. Lamb might have given him a little bit too much leash here. That's what a good racer does. Lamb was dead on 7 and loses. Ash was 1 over, but he had a 19 light to Lamb's 35. 12 thou worth of stripe taken by AJ Ash in the win. You've done this enough. You've won enough out there. You're AJ Ash. How soon off the starting line do you understand that you have an advantage over this guy?
I would say probably right around 300 feet, about half track. You feel like
Because that's when you're gauging where you're supposed to be and where you're
Yeah.
supposed to be.
At that point, you're in the groove. You know, the beginning part of the race is over. As far as that, for me, the beginning part of the race is all about keeping in the groove. Once you get to about 200-300 feet, you're starting to watch the closure rate. So I'd say 300 to 400 feet. AJ knew he had him.
Glenn Dilday and Mike Coltrane coming up right now. Coltrane 568 dial, Dilday dial 558. The dials here the reaction time's almost dead even. It's Dilday 60 with a 6 on a 58. Over by about 1.5, 22 reaction time. Coltrane was 29. He goes over by 2 and change. Dilday takes a hun worth of stripe. And again, just kind of a workaday route right there. Workaday round win, I should say. Lunch pail round win.
So, Brian, I have a surprise for you. We dug into the treasure chest, the prize vault. We have another hood scoop to give away.
Another hood scoop?
Yeah, so
Okay.
I know you had a hard time finding a dragster that needed a hood scoop the
Yeah,
most.
yeah.
We got to do it again.
Okay, I like it.
Putting you to the test.
Of the remaining competitors, we got to find somebody else that's in need of a scoop. Okay, I like it.
Wow, Peeps Pennington and Troy Williams. Take your pick.
Yikes.
That Roadster, that was the beautiful Roadster, Pennington-built Roadster that turned on that win light to be the 2019 Spring Fling Million champion. T-Dub doesn't care about anything right now except the win light. 11 to a 14. Peeps veers over. He's looking at him. Look at that. 3 thou margin of victory. Give it to Peeps. 0-11 dead on to an 0-14 dead on.
Man, and that's literally it. They're both dead on 8, so it just came down to the 3 thou at the starting line, 11 to 14. Those are 2 stone cold killers out there. That is unbelievable.
Yeah, Peeps is a young gun. Troy, he's a veteran, a lot of experience, but when I'm telling you, they think alike. They know what it's almost they ran each other so many times over the past few years that, you know, he's going to drop right about now, you know, and they usually do, but you try to mix things up sometimes because you race the same guys over and over. You have to mix it up. If you're a pitcher, you got to throw them a curveball once in a while.
Yeah, if you fall into a pattern, guys are going to pick you to pieces, I guess.
Oh, they'll pick you apart.
Austin Williams and Cindy Wiggins. 463.4 for Williams at 460 dial-in, 004 light. Williams took 5 thou worth of stripe, and that was the margin of victory. Cindy Wiggins was 3 over, 446 and a 443 with a 005 reaction time, as Williams was also 3 over, but had a 004 light, a little bit of distance at the finish line, 5 thou.
Yeah, what impresses me about that lap, Brian, is Austin Williams was getting chased, looking over his shoulder, dropped 6 miles per hour, and only took 5 thou.
Insanity. Taylor and Carter to the finish line stripe. It is Brandon Taylor. It's also a true start win because Taylor was 005 red, Carter was 012. The worst red lights eliminated. Brandon Taylor advances. Chance Parker and Willie Flores coming up now. Flores from San Angelo, Texas, 498 dial. Parker dialed 496 from Roy, Utah. Inspecting dragster hood scoops on the way by. Seeing who needs a hand. Our current crop of dragsters looks okay for the moment.
Yes, you know, it's companies like K&N that make our job hard.
Yes.
And Regils. Look at all these nice hitch scoops out there. The old mailbox type, you don't see that much anymore. Is Chance Parker. Has the better reaction time, takes just a little bit too much stripe down there to break out by 7th thou. Willie Flores turns on the win light, 023, dead on with an 8.
So Brittany Thornton dialed 482, Donovan Williams dialed 481.
I'm going to make a prediction. The Williams brothers have not had, to their standards, they haven't really showed up to their standards. I mean, they're going rounds, don't get me wrong, they're driving well, but I'm going to say that a Williams, someone with the last name Williams is going to go very, very deep today, maybe to the final.
Listen, man.
It's like hard to shut them out.
It's like bet on the sun coming up tomorrow. The Williams are going to go deep. Okay. I'm going to say something dumb. These are two things that are going to happen over the course of the next few hours. But no, I think you're right. You know, we've got to that part of the weekend. They've certainly locked it down, probably to get some of that frustration out of the way.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the cream of the crop are going to rise to the top. Just give them enough time.
Red light start for Donovan, 027. You officially have put the announcer curse on somebody in your career now. 4806 at 141 miles an hour. Brittany Thornton, 484.8 at 143 with an 024 light advances. It's like a guarantee. You get people all hyped up. You know, you're at a race. You've been seeing this car do wheelies for 3 or 4 days. You tell the whole crowd, you are not going to believe what you're going to see. And the guy comes off and paper slips the thing a half inch off the ground. What are you going to do?
Yep. Absolutely. Speaking of which, you just reminded me of something. I was at, was it Pink's? I believe it was Pink's at Englishtown Raceway Park. So I had my stocker there. I was just having fun. And I was doing wheel stands. So they picked me as one of the 8 to do, to do the wheel stand for the wheel stand contest. And I'm telling you, Brian, that car, if I loosen the shocks all the way, I could stand it up as long as it wants to go. And it was a little miscommunication between me and my crew member, and we, instead of having a full loose, we had a full tight, and I blew the tires off in front of everybody. True story.
3 clicks the other way, man. 5:54.6, 121 for Bennett. 004 reaction time, taking 2800 at the finish line. Morgan Rose was 33 in the tree. Pettit being 004 just kind of owned it from that point forward. Rose ends up 1 over, 458.5 and a 457. Bill Kuhlman's a guy. Well, actually, it was a burnout contest. Bill Kuhlman back in the 90s had a brand new Pro Mod in Englishtown. They're offering $500 for the burnout contest, and he barrel rolled a brand new Pro Mod car down the center of the racetrack trying to win a burnout contest.
What was the prize?
$500.
Okay, so he was about 99,500 in the red.
Yeah. Logan Warren and Jerry Calloway. 460 the dial in for War, 485 for Calloway. Jerry Calloway, 001 light, and he loses. Calloway runs 3 over off the throttle on the 145 or only 140 miles an hour. Logan Ward drives by at the finish line for 8th thou, and he wins the drag race, 461 and a 460 with a 17 light. Gary Williams and Corey Gallitti. Tomball, Texas, for Gallitti, 456 the dial. Gary Williams, Bradenton, Florida, 487. We mentioned the Williams family. We saw Donovan go red just a few minutes ago. Once again, inspecting hood scoops here as we have another one to give away in the prize vault. So Williams and Gallitti get to the finish line, 489, 137. You can't keep a good family down for long. Gary Williams punches his ticket onto the next round against a very tough Corey Gallitti, a guy that won a dragster just a few days ago. Gallitti was 1 over, 457.0, 25 light, but it was Gary Williams, 12 on the tree, 2 over, 89 on an 87, taking 3 thou worth of finish line like an absolute pro down there.
And Brian, that is exactly what Gary Williams needed to give him some spark right there. I mean, he's going against one of the best in the country, and that was a big, big win light for him.
Huge win light to do in that fashion, as well as Trevor Harkiman and Hunter Patton coming up right now. Right side of the racetrack. You know him as Honey Wayne out of Crockett, Texas. 488 the dial for Trevor Harkoven out of Coeur d'Alene, Idaho. Patton flickers the bulb. He's ready to go. Red light start for Harkoven by 16 thou, so Patton gets the free one. 17 green, goes 62.6 at 149. Moving on to round at number 3. Parker Theobald and J.R. Barclay. Barclay from Henderson, Tennessee, dial 486. Theobald, of course, St. George, Utah, dial 492. So Theobald, with that 492 on the dial-in board, moves into pre-stage. Barclay 486 over here on that Pennzoil side. Fully stages Barclay. Theobald now flickering that bottom bulb. Powering off the starting line within 8 measly thousandths of a second. The wind light comes on for Parker Theobald. 492, dead on 619 light, 25 pack. Barclay was 2 over, 88 on an 86 with an 11 reaction time. Parker Theobald takes 8 thou worth of stripe. J.R. Barclay, I believe, gave it up with only 135 mile an hour terminal speed. It was Binder City down there. The brakes working very well, perhaps too well for J.R. Barclay. Shane Carr and Chandler Mazier coming now. 470 from Escondido, California is Mazier. Shane Carr from Bradenton, Florida. We have seen so many times this week, so many different racers from across the United States meeting up, battling it out here on the strip at Las Vegas Motor Speedway. Incredible action, an incredible spread of competitors from all across this nation. Pre-staged on both sides, they're weighing it out. Mazier and Carr in. Off they go. Reaction times matched to the thousandths of a second. They power to the finish line. Stripe at his car. 464.8, 463 dial in, 17 light. Mazier goes 471.8, 470 dial in, 17 light. Margin of victory well past that third digit all the way out to the fourth digit to the right of the decimal place. 6/10,000ths of a second. Kevin Thorpe, Court E. Gross. Gross dialed 495, Thorpe dialed 459. So similar numbers, just arranged in a slightly different order. The old school dude out of Knickerbocker, Texas, getting it done over here. Kurt E. Gross trying to stop Thorpe in his tracks, does it. Dead on 125 light 26 package. Thorpe 58.9 at 144 miles an hour, 006 reaction time. And we are rip-roaring through the dragsters now. Round 2 here in Super Pro. Dustin Wirtz and Dale Taros coming up right now. Taros from La Mirada, California, the 543 dial-in of what we have described as the knuckleball on 4 wheels of this contest, this front-engine dragster. Dustin Wirtz, the 503 dial-in on the left-hand side of the racetrack.
I met Dale out there in the pits, and he gave me permission. It's going to be on in 2022.
You're going to drive it?
That's going to be my match race car versus Kyle.
Awesome.
That's it. You could bring your van, bring your Fiat, bring anything. It's got to stop somewhere.
Wirtz and Taros right down to the finish line stripe. Taros' car cheating up toward the center line, but get a load of Dustin Wirtz. 21, dead on 5, 26 pack, taking 36. Yep, Dustin Wirtz is good at drag racing. And Dale Taros, 545 and a 543. Nate Hershey has returned like the prodigal son. As we've mentioned before, we need orange stickers, odd car numbers. Orange stickers, odd car numbers to the staging lanes, please. Orange odd, dragsters to the staging lanes, please. Sean Hart and Jake Jones. So Sean Hart and Jake Jones go down to the finish line stripe. Dead on 17 reaction time. Hart took 300th of stripe and broke out in the process. 4.804 on a 482. I believe Hart may have another entry left, but I'm not 100% sure on that. We have called odd number orange sticker dragsters to the lanes, please.
Going to give Brian Lones a little bit of a break. He's been working hard up here, and we're going to bring in Marco Pervolaris. Marco made his announcing debut on Tuesday. Looked like you felt right at home on Tuesday, Marco.
You know, I've really enjoyed this, and if some of you were thinking, man, we're glad we finally got rid of him and he got to do some things off the mic, well, guess what? I'm sorry. I'm back. I'm thankful to be back, and I hope all of you are enjoying this beautiful Saturday at the K&N Spring Fling Million, 30,000 to win, FTI Saturday. How you doing, Peter?
That's it. I'm doing well. I'm doing well, Marco. Thanks. I'm really pumped up. We had a great day yesterday. The Winner's Circle celebration with Bo Butner was one of our best. I mean, it was really cool to see somebody of that caliber that has won a lot of stuff on the big stage, a lot of NHRA big trophies and championships, and to see him how excited he was at our event was really cool to see.
Well, to see it resemble when he won the NHRA Pro Stock Championship, that's just a dream come true. How about Madison Payne, 016, dead one, getting behind 3 thou. Mike Bloomfield Jr., 016, take 3 thou to be 2 thou under. Madison Payne, third generation, moving on to round number 3.
There you go. How about a 17-pack? Madison Payne, you know, comes from a bloodline of a racing family and has a heck of a good crew chief out there. Tom Bear helping out.
The
Good
professor.
They're a good team together. Ken Nelson and Nick Cobb. That's Big Ken over there. 456, Nick Cobb 482. Pair of good drivers right here.
Absolutely, and you can say that about so many different people on the West Coast. I mean, the participation that we get from both the West Coast and the East Coast drivers, we appreciate all of it regardless of where they're from. 16 thou separate him, top end, Winlight. Winlight goes to Ken Nelson, 20 on the tree, dead 6, 456. Nick Cobb was 004 on the tree, but 24th thou above on the 480, 484, 482 puts him 2 thou behind.
Yeah, I think Nick had control of that race, and you saw him looking over and just scrubbed off just a little bit too much to let Ken get around him.
Kyle Rizzoli, left side, 485 dial. Shannon Justice, right side, 487. 0.02 of a second separating the two. Now San Luis Obispo, that's on the coast of California. Lexington, North Carolina, that's almost on the coast of the North Carolinas. So we got a premier coast-to-coast matchup right here. How about that, Peter?
Yeah, it doesn't get much further than that. It's probably about 2,400 miles.
That's got to be...
What do you think, Nate? California to North Carolina, 2,400?
I think you're 500 off, Peter.
28.
Ooh, Kyle Rizzoli going to get the win. 023, dead on 2 on the 485. Shannon Justice, 011, take 15 to be 1 thou under. Wow.
Ouch. Needed to take 14 or less. How about this? Dan Northrup, the Kamikaze Kid, and Grady Johnson.
This is another almost coast-to-coast matchup. We're separating the sides of the country, and they're coming right together here at the Spring Fling Million.
Good stuff. Richard Biao. You won a $100 K&N gift card and $100 cash based off a random tech card draw from round 2. Congratulations, Richard. The long distance award was won by Vinny Domino.
How about that?
Staten Island, New York.
6 thou separate him. Winlight, give it to the Kamikaze Kid. 008, dead on 0, taking 16 thou at the stripe. Grady Johnson, 014, and goes 10th thou above the dial. Danny Northrup, 8th thou total. Kamikaze Kid moving on.
Wow, Lela must have read. That was good timing. Vinny Domino from Staten Island, New York, was the long distance award winner, longest tow, traveling 2,625 miles. He wins a case of K&N oil filters and a case of ATI trans fluid.
You know where he is right now, Peter? Just look at the computer screen.
Oh, this might be a sign. He's got the stunner. Who do you got? Vinny or Jesse?
Another coast-to-coast good matchup. It's going to be a very evenly matched race. Vinny Domino turns it 3 thou red. The stunner, 004, and goes 16 thou under, getting the free look at the 482. So Jesse Adams moving on. Megan Molinari in the top dragster. Blower car. 421 left side. John Edwards III, Chesapeake, Virginia, 481. That's 5 straight pairs that both drivers live coast to coast distance-wise from each other. So, but like I said, everything's coming together here. And we're all having a great time together. So 0.6 of a second. Head start going to John. Double red, true start in effect again. John Edwards, 017 on the red side. Molinari, 22 on the red side. So John Edwards, lesser of the 2 red lights, moving on. It's been a while since we've seen true start in effect. It's saying hello again, huh, Peter?
That's it. It's popping its head. And Marco, we're looking for a dragster that can use a hood scoop upgrade, because Regil Hood Scoop gave us one to give away for. He said, you know what? Greg Regil said, you know what? Take this, bring it to Vegas, take a look out the window at the tower, and see if you see a nice dragster that could just use a little bit of a hood scoop upgrade. So
Hey,
keep your eyes peeled.
Hey, I'm looking around at the hood scoops right now, and they all look beautiful to me. Nicely painted. There's some nice ones, so I'm not thinking of any yet, Peter.
Greg Hicks, yesterday's Fake Speed Calcutta winner, won 10 grand sitting on the grandstands. Turns on the win light right there. Double, how about one above. About a 13 pack with Greg Hicks. 002, one over with a 1 as Chris Brown missed it just a little bit. 044 goes dead on with a donut. That's 459.0 on a 459, but was 31 thou behind at the stripe.
Giovanni Kalecki, left side, 5 flat dial. Kanan Barilo, 448. Think there might be a dial change here. Hold on just a second.
And I stand corrected. We are still looking for a dragster that could use a hood scoop upgrade. Yesterday they gave it a Regil hood scoop. Today we're giving a K&N hood scoop away.
How about that in the differentiation
Yep,
there? We got the best of both worlds.
Tyler Wright sponsor, K&N since 2010.
Giovanni turns it 3 thou red. Kanan would have been a little bit behind, but goes dead on 7 on the 448. So Kanan moving on. Robert Neighbor, left side, 466. From Ontario, California, Los Angeles area, Tim Thomas. Now, I believe Tim Thomas, it doesn't show where he's from, but I know he's from the East Coast, so we're going coast to coast this round just all the time.
Once again, Tim Thomas from North Carolina. He's a hitter.
Well, at least somebody remembered out of the 2 of us.
I believe it was you reminded me, he was a $1 million race runner-up a couple of years ago.
It was either Tim Thomas or Timothy Thomas.
Father-son, yep. So Robert Neighbor, and this is a good matchup right here. Both drivers are very well familiar with top end of the racetrack, so this should be fun to watch down there.
One of them's got a big time starting line advantage. Winlight, Thomas, 19, getting there first. Go 482 with the 5 on a 480. Rob Neighbor goes 19th thou above, but was unfortunately behind on the starting line.
Yeah, Neighbor just flat missed a tree, and Tim Thomas made him pay.
Peyton Janik, local from Las Vegas, left side, 470 dial. Robert Domino, 453 out of Hawley, Pennsylvania.
Talked to Robert this morning. He seemed fired up. He seemed confident. His reaction times have been good. He said today he's going to try to close the deal.
Yes, and Peyton Janik going some rounds in the million yesterday. Definitely been both drivers finding their groove.
Attention to pits. Wade Archer. Wade Archer. You have won yourself a Mazia starter. Please come pick up your prize. We'll get your picture taken with our beautiful ladies at our Spring Fling Diva desk.
25 thou separate them. Winlight, Janik, 11, take 11 to be 22 thou above for the win. Robert, behind on the starting line, was dead on 8 to put him 11 thou behind.
Going to bring up David Bills and Michael Pennington. This time, Michael Pennington in a dragster, 470 to dial. David Bills, 478. Still looking for a dragster that needs a hood scoop upgrade. Got a K&N hood scoop.
They're all looking pretty good to me so far.
So once again, Wade Archer, please come pick up your Mazia starter. I want to appreciate the guys at Mazia. They build quality stuff, Marco. I mean, starters, water pumps, best in the business.
And you got to love their customer service. Good people, and they're racers. And they're here this weekend, Chandler and Dave. 1 thou separate them, top end Winlight. Give it to Pennington, 015, take 8 thou at the stripe to be dead on 8. Bills, 016, 15 thou above to be 8 thou behind.
So Marco, I can feel the passion in your voice. Do you miss, you've been on this side of the fence, one of your favorite races of the year, and you're on the sidelines helping us out. Do you have an itch to be out there?
I always have an itch to be out there, but to get to experience something that I never thought I'd be able to experience before and just feel a whole new version of the sport, you know, it gives a great appreciation for both the racers, the staff, the racetrack. But I'll admit it right now, Peter, it'd be great to be out there, but it's great to be right here, right now.
Yeah, Marco, how many Spring Fling you've won 2 30Ks?
120 and 130.
Yeah, so 2 big checks.
Great memories.
Not many 25-year-olds can say that. So Mark Dunn and Lane Cavar.
Lane Savar.
Oh, mixing it up there on me.
Lane Savar, the young gun on the West Coast. Mark Dunn, the veteran out of Texas. 9 thou separate him. Winlight. Savar. 8, take 8 to be dead 7 for the win. 15 total. Mark Dunn, 017, dead 6. 23 total. Savar, moving on. Jeremy Cisneros, 468, left side. Chase Learcamp, right side. I should have looked at them both the same time, because Chase Learcamp, also 468. Learcamp making his Spring Fling Million debut. Looking for more win lights. Eight thou separate him. Top end. Winlight Cisneros. 11 to behind 2 thou to be dead 5. 16 total. Learcamp 19, take 2 thou at the stripe to be 5 thou under. Mark Lalonde, left side, 526. Andy Morris, right side, 478.
So, Marco, as the racing days come to an end tonight, we have to pick out a hard luck award. Strange Engineering, Jeff Stange and the gang over there gave us a $500 certificate from Strange.
Did you just say Stange? I thought it was pronounced as Strange, but I did hear from somebody that, is it pronounced Stange?
I don't think there's an R in his last name.
That's interesting. Very cool. 16 thou separate them. Win light. Morris 20 on the tree. 13 thou under. Lalonde 004 get their first 32 to be 29 thou under.
So we'll have Nate and Brian also keep track of that. Just mentally, if you see someone that had some bad breaks, they could use a Strange certificate. Be pretty cool to give it to somebody. I think I forget what happened at Bristol. I think somebody had like a shock broke and he went sideways, and the guy was pretty happy. He came back. We gave him the Strange cert. So looking for it. Right now we're looking for two things. We're looking for a dragster that needs a hood scoop upgrade. We're going to give him a K&N hood scoop, and we're looking for the Strange Hard Luck Award. And it can happen this round. Like if a guy goes, you have the mic, Marco, so if a guy goes 000 and dead on 2 and loses,
I'll have to make a note of that. 8 thou red for Mike Calloway. Darren Lotz, 22 to be 7 thou under for the win. We got a left coast matchup. Left side, Race Kid, 470 out of Boise, Idaho. Alexis Thompson, 461 right side. Right here from Henderson, Nevada. 900 head start, going to Race Kid. Both drivers have seen each other in the other lane multiple times, duking it out here on the left coast.
attention in the pits. Dragsters, orange sticker, even number. Dragsters, orange sticker, even number. To the lanes for round 2. Now all dragsters have been called for round number 2. Good matchup right here, Marco. Was Alexis? She was
down to 6 cars in the million
in the
yesterday.
big show.
Yeah.
Love watching the younger
Race
generation.
Kid, trying to get something rolling here. 25 thou separate him. Top end, win light. Give it to Thompson. 14 takes 7 to be 37 thou above for the win. Kid a little behind on the starting line. 19 thou above puts him 7 thou behind.
Yeah, you can see Alexis. She was sizing them up down there. Took 7th out, down a little bit of speed. You saw her move out of the groove just slightly as she was looking over. Nicely done. She's coming into her own.
Yeah. Funny car, Chris Northup. Left side, 526. Right side, Philip Pennington, 487.
Marco, dragster or door car? What's your favorite to drive?
It depends. I like them both. It's really hard to say.
Just different, right? You like them both, just different.
I like them both. It's just different. That's the best way to put it, Peter.
Yep, me too. I mean, I always think the dragster, ultimately, when it comes down to it, is probably the best weapon. But the door car technology, and especially running 8th mile, really brings a lot of parity to it.
You gotta love feeling the suspension working door cars. 15 thou separate them. Top end, win light. Give it to Pennington. 009. 15 thou above. No, funny car, Chris. 24 takes 6 thou to be under 6 thou. Jerry Wynn, left side, 471 dial, right side. Tony Trimp, 481. 1/10 of a second head start going to Tony Trimp.
Yeah, Marco, so I'm really getting excited watching the racing this weekend for multiple reasons. But from a, if I may say so, selfish standpoint, I'm building a new race tech. Justin Lamb's actually helping me out with it, and
What kind of body did you go with?
I went with the carbon fiber.
That'll look nice. Nice, clean, and simple.
Yeah, really looking forward to it. I'm going to try to mix it up with I haven't been able to get out much. 002 red to a 009 red. This time the lesser 2 red is Jerry Wynn. 002 red, 5,000 under. He'll pick up the win. Tony Trimp, his day is done. I think Tony's still in, Chase Trimp's in the Roadster.
Correct.
So he still have a chance.
Chris Lindsay, 496 dial, left side. Mark Savar, 482 right side. Just watched his son Lane roughly 10 pairs ago put a good lap down. So dad's gonna try. Be like son. Chris Lindsay, the wheel man.
Yeah,
literally a wheel man.
Yeah, Chris is a sponsor of the Spring Fling event. He gave away a set of front dragster wheels. He's really making a name for himself in the racing wheel industry.
Savar, 15, dead 4, 19 package for the win.
So in a minute we're going to talk about the Strange Hard Luck Award because Nate went through the files and we have a winner.
Nate Hershey picking up the slack. Man, we were a bit confused there.
What do you mean picking up the slack? Do you mean I'm slacking, Marco?
Come on, Peter.
I love putting Marco on the spot. 420 is a quick dial.
Top dragster alert.
That's it. What is that? What kind of setup is that, Marco?
I can't tell if that's a Brad Anderson Hemi. The blower looks big enough to be one of those.
Oh, I was just trying to figure out if it was a blower or a pro charger.
Really, Peter? You can't tell the difference? About 50,000 separate them. Give it to the top dragster. 16, take 21 to be 23,000 above. 423 at 173. Brent Nation getting the win. Michael Johnston was behind on the starting line. Dead on 3 to be behind.
173 mile per hour in the quarter mile.
Peter, you must have been looking at the car behind, because if you look at the car on the left-hand side, you would have been correct in the last pair with one of your choices.
Yeah, it must have been my subconscious just mixed up there.
If
that makes sense.
Is that a blower on the left-hand side? What is that,
That is
Peter?
a pro charger, my friend.
Gosh, you're wrong with the top dragster. I'm wrong with this pair. We got to get it right, Peter. Come on, man.
That's Jack the Quack Ostrowski. Blend his days. 24,000 red. Seth Zermano. 021, one above with a 536 pack was good enough that time.
Left Coast Young Guns doing some work out there.
You gonna start making this an East Coast, West Coast type battle here, or what?
I'm ready.
All right, I'm ready.
Okay, well,
let's do it.
Let's let the racers figure that out. We'll just call it out. We'll call it as we see it, right?
They're gonna decide for us, absolutely.
Okay. Simple enough.
Rodney Frazier, Emmett Milcop. And after this pair, we'll announce the winner of the Hard Luck Award. Strange Hard Luck Award. I think RTC TTF MF, whatever that means on the chat board, was listening to our conversation.
18,000 separate them.
I'll stop there.
Win light. Give it to Frazier. 9 dead, 9 on the 455, 18 total. Emmett, a little behind on the start, taking 4th thou at the stripe to be 13 thou under. Peter, back to you.
All right, Strange Hard Luck Award for a $500 Strange certificate. I'm going to let Nate announce it because you did the hard work.
I was going to say, picture this. I got a mouthful of almonds, but picture this. You're rolling up for the million. It's round number 1. Your trip zipped perfect on the tree. You get down to the other end and the scoreboard lights up on the opposite side of your lane, on the opposite side. Your trip zip and out. You make the walk to the buyback window. You pay your $500. You get back for the re-entry round. You are hyped up. You are on it. Boom, your trip zip again. You get to the finish line and the win light's on the other side again. That, my friend, is hard luck. And that, my friend, was unfortunately Bill Dyke's day yesterday.
Yeah, I'm not too sure. I mean, stats in bracket racing, I don't know how far they go, but to beat Trip Zip in the middle of your first round and lose it, and beat Trip Zip in the buyback and lose, I'm going to venture to say that it's never happened before. It's right there, but Robbie Gear picks up the win. Robbie Gear won the Prodix SR20 heads, right, Nate? Best package was 2 thou away from 50 grand on top of it. And if you guys were tuned in to on Bank Shift to the Prodix run for the 50K yesterday, that was pretty intense. A lot of 000, 1 thou, 000, 1 thou, 2 thou over. I think it was 3 000s like 1 and 2 thou under.
Peter, now that I'm on this side of it, I never thought somebody could sweat so much.
Well, you're going to learn a lot about us. Stick around.
One of them's 000 and is going to get the win light. Give it to Dylan Haug. Perfect. Take 5 thou to stripe to be 13 thou above for 13,000's package. Dylan Haug continuing the role that he's been on this weekend. Gary Devenpeck, 18 on the tree, dead 0. 18 package to be 5 thou behind.
And Dylan Howe is a young driver. I'm going to say he's somewhere in the area of 17 years old.
I'm gonna say 17 or 18.
He is going to be a force to be reckoned with for decades to come. Mark my words.
Driving like he's about 10 years older than that now, I'd say, Peter.
Right. And just so you guys know, my last prediction of a 17-year-old, I don't think I really knew you well back then, but my last prediction of a 17-year-old was Justin Lamb. I nailed it. Nailed it. Yeah, he's won a few.
6 thou, separate him. Top end, win light. Give it to Chad Axford. 1 dead, 4, 5 total for Axford. John Kalecki, 7, take 2 to be 4 thou under. Wow.
I'm going to put out a final call, Dragsters round 2. So Gear Wrench Pro, you're on standby. Final call, Dragsters round 2, Gear Wrench Pro on standby.
Glenn Dilday, left side, 480 dial. Taylor Vetter, right side, 489.
Good matchup in the water box. That's probably before your time, water box, right, Marco? Did you get that?
I didn't get that.
Okay. Right now, Glenn Dilday, 12 on a tree, takes to win. Taylor Vetter drops at 11th outright. I'm going to use some terminology that you might not be familiar with because you're like 2 decades and change younger. So like,
here we are talking about Borla mufflers. I've seen those before. What are you up to now, Peter?
All right, I'll get you sooner or later. I'll get you. Rolling into the water box. Tim Markoglu and Dylan Mudd. Good matchup right here. Floyd Knobs, Indiana, and Staten Island, New York. So like apparently Vinny Domino lives just a mile or 2 further. I know they live within 2-3 miles of each other. So Rennie Domino lives about a mile or two further east than Tim Markula for the long distance award. Timmy's in trouble. Mud was 003 and closes the deal. Timmy, margin at the stripe, 0003. Marklu breaks out by 11th out. Mud was 2 over the dial.
What would you say 0003 is with an 1/8 mile dragsters going this speed in inches, Peter? This is your department.
Yeah, you're talking about 2-3 inches right there.
2 to 3 inches at the stripe at 148 and 151 miles per hour.
I mean, it's less than a thou. It's almost quadruple zero. So it's
Now,
quadruple zero is just about a tie.
Now, Peter, a lot of people say that some can see that down there. You being one of the best to ever drive the finish line, can you see that like that?
Trip when you get down to the 10,000s? Heck no.
Well, there you have it. It's just not really possible to see it with the naked eye. 5 thou red for Tony Burton. Chris Whitfield, 15, 8 thou under. Whitfield moving on after being last night's runner-up in the million.
Having a hard time finding a dragster with a not so pretty hood scoop. I was telling
Nate, I think you might need to help us out again here.
They struggle with it, and the problem is companies like K&N and Regils, they're not manufacturing the mailbox hood scoop anymore. Carl Canaveral and Cortland Carter, little Texas versus Nevada matchup.
Racers, your attention. The Fig Speed trailer is closing soon, so if you need anything from Les Figueroa at Fig Speed, Les is closing soon. Red for Carl, Cortland, 19, and 2 thou under getting the free look at the 501. Cortland moving on.
Yeah, Canaveral was deep red and didn't have a chance at that. Was way above the dial as well.
Brian Cam, left side, 485 dial, along the coast of California. Lindsey Meserve, right side, 456, out of St. George, Utah.
I want to thank Fig Speed for coming out and supporting this event. Local to the strip at LVMS.
Now, if any of you have forgotten, the first day of the weekend, Les Figueroa decides to take his Polaris Turbo Razor out, and he goes 000 perfect on the first hit. And then, unfortunately, first round of eliminations on Wednesday, it was damaged beyond an easy fix. So, unfortunately for Figueroa, couldn't continue, but man, he was a hero for what he did. One of them's in trouble. Lindsey Meserve for the win. 001, get their first 29 to be 17 thou above. Brian Cam behind on the starting line, 8 thou under.
Yeah, and this is the point of the day, point of the weekend, and if your wind light doesn't come on, you have to load it up and head back home. So these drivers are, at this point, at this stage of the game, they are really, really hunting for that wind light. I mean, you always want to see a wind light, but right now it's your last chance for a spring fling big check until we get to Galat.
Now, Peter, would you say that at these big bucks races, regardless of the results before, is it safe to say that you're most hungry on the first day or the last day?
I'm going to say the last day. Well, it depends on the first few days.
One of these drivers is 000 and is going to turn on the wind light. Terry White, 000, getting there first by 3/4 of a dragster length to go 16 thou above for the win. Schaefer, a little late.
Yeah, he was further up behind at the start. He didn't have much of a chance to make up 600s in the short track, as they say, 8th mile. That's hard to do. You got to really count on your opponent either taking a boatload of stripe or letting you back around him. And you still probably have to pray after that too. 66 is a lot. Hunter Walker and Tom Clark.
Tom Clark. Go ahead, Peter.
Nate pointed out, I think we might have somebody in the running for the hood scoop that needs an upgrade. Hunter Walker is going to light up the win light. 10 on a tree, 488 on a 487 number. Clark was 004 red and goes dead on 5. All right, so this bank shift, Jags and Hoosier bank shift watchers, that dragster in the right lane right now, unless we see something really out of the ordinary come around the tower in the last batch of dragsters here, we're gonna have him as of now the leader for a dragster that needs a hood scoop upgrade. Now, Tim, don't take that as an insult. I mean, your car's nice. I just think we could fancy up that hood scoop a little bit.
Modernize it a little bit.
There you go.
Meanwhile, A-Dub, Austin Williams, 438 left side, Tim O'More, 536 right side, 4,000 red for Williams. Tim O'More, 20 on the tree, 534 on the 536. Tim, moving on.
Yeah, and I'm not sure if Austin's in his other entry, but I got to say, I've watched Austin run stock, super comp, and super gas now, and I haven't watched him bracket race much. I'm impressed. He's laying down some good laps down there.
Proving yet again that versatility, knowing how hard it is to come by in this sport, we're seeing it.
Mo Trujillo and Val Torres Jr. So you're very familiar with both these drivers. Who do you have? Who's your pick?
It's hard to argue with Val Torres Jr., but Mo Trujillo this season, he's done really well in Top Dragster over the years. So 2 different venue successful drivers going at it. 9,000 separate them. Win light. Give it to the seasoned Top Dragster driver. Mo Trujillo, 12, take 3 to be 24,000 above for the win. Torres, 21, gets behind 3,000 to be 18,000 above.
Now you say take 3. What do you think? 450 at 154. You think Mo was wide open 2 over, or?
I'm going to say Mo was wide open 2 over. Val Jr., what do you think, Peter? Was that taken -3?
Yeah, I think Val Jr. might have gave that back. 474 at 141. 474, that should be mid-140s.
Well, nonetheless, Val Torres Jr. exits the weekend, but a great overall month on the West Coast for Val Jr. and the Torres family. J.R. Barclay, left side, 453. David Meyer, right side, 482. 9,000 separate them. Win light. Give it to Meyer. 15, take 16 to be dead for 19 total for the win. David Meyer moving on. Barclay, 24, 11,000 above to be 16,000 behind.
Meyer doing work at both ends of the racetrack. Dalbrin, we talked about this earlier. You weren't here, Marco. The Williams brothers have been kind of quiet to their standards leading up to FTI 30K Saturday, and I made a prediction that one of the Williams brothers will be in the final today.
That's always a solid prediction.
And that's why. He's 15,000 behind the tree, but gets there 1,000, and he took 1,000 to go dead on with a 9. See, that's a driver that's a winner right there. He turns the race around the starting line. He's 15,000 deficit and makes it work at the other end.
Well, Babcock 004 putting it together on one end, but unfortunately 511 at 135 might have just been on a slow run there, Peter.
It looks like that. So Jags Hoosier, Bankshift.com. Who do you guys think is going to win tonight? I want to see some picks. We are in Biondo round 2 with 413 entries. Oh, I'm sorry, 418 entries today. How about dead on with a donut for Justin Hoff? No good. A little bit behind the tree, and that cost him. Jeremy Sears was 006, take 003, and Marco 006, take 003. That's going to turn on a lot of win lights.
That is always. looking for answers on the chat. Get your picks in. Who do you think is going to take the win tonight? Even though we're only in round 2. All right, I see. First prediction, Honey Wayne. Can't argue with that. Alexis Thompson, local. Okay.
Attention to pits. Gear Wrench Pro, round 3 will take you now. Gear Wrench Pro, round 3 will take you now as 00 lights illuminate the computer screen right here. It's a 003 to a 009. How about Shane Thompson making it happen at the other end with the 009, one above 459. Chance Parker had a slight edge with a 003 start, but 484, 3 above at 134. Might have made the wrong decision down there.
We got a couple saying Hastings, Tim Thomas, Gary Williams.
Who's like a dark horse? Who's like an underdog that might? I want to see everybody's predictions, but mix it up a little bit. Like Hannah Cook and Peeps Pennington. Look at this matchup. Now, some may think Hannah's an underdog here. Peeps Pennington, former Spring Fling Million winner, but looking at Hannah's numbers earlier in the week, I'm going to say this is just about an even money affair.
Absolutely. Hannah, 450 left side. Peeps, 459 on the right. 13 thou separate him. Top end, win light, give it to Peeps. 9, take 13 to be dead 4, 13 total for the win. Cook, dead 4, 022 on the start, 26 pack, good lap. Pennington, moving on.
Both drivers go dead on with the 4, and 13th thou was the difference down here, and that's what was the difference down there. Both cars running really consistent. Those cars, oh wow.
Monster matchup alert. Here we go, Peter. We haven't seen this matchup in a while here, but only at the Spring Fling Million in round number 2. This could be a second round, final round at any race in the country.
Arguably 2 of the best to ever strap a helmet on. I mean, Hunter's kind of young to give that title to. Gary earned it. Hunter's getting there, but I'm going to tell you right now, by the time Hunter gets a few more years under his belt, I can only imagine how good he's going to be.
12 thou separate him, win light. Give it to Williams. 29, dead 8, take it 7 thou. Hunter, 17, 27 thou above to be 7 thou behind.
See, just like his brother, Gary Williams didn't kill a tree. He was 29 against one of the best in the business, but finds a way to make it work. And that's what the Williams brothers do.
That's why there's 2 ends to the racetracks, and we do our best to make it work, and that's all we can do, right?
Rocky McLean and Greg Hicks. Greg Hicks was enjoying a couple of cold beverages watching the event last night in his motorhome, I guess, down there, and won $10,000 as a spectator. And had no idea. He won a fixed speed Calcutta.
Hicks, possibly on his way to a good recovery. Oh, Rocky McLean, 21, dead 3, 24 total. Hicks, 004, get their first 34. Get their first 34 to be 14 thou under. Hicks needed 20 or less. We're going to hold for a minute, pick up a piece of debris off the track. Let's look at some of these predictions here. Looks like, let's see.
Madison Payne. Muncie Racing says Madison Payne's going to win.
Okay. I'll tell you what.
Like that.
I think we got a good series of dark horses. Madison Payne, Logan Moore. There we go. David Meyer, John Corbin. Multiple people saying David Meyer. And Tanner Theobald. No, that's a great group of dark horses right there.
Margo, there's nothing dark about those horses. Those guys are ringers.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. some people might not know him across the country, but out west here, they're pretty well known.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you get to the late rounds of a spring fling event, typically is a Shark Tank.
Speaking of Tanner Theobald left side 491, 25 thou separate him and Calvin Locke. Give it to Tanner Theobald, 001, take 17 to be 20 thou above for the win. Calvin, 26, 12 thou above to be 17 thou behind. Here we got brother Travis Theobald. Left side, 482 dial. Right side, Galitti.
Not sure if that's Corey. I'm going to guess that's Corey.
Galitti's going to be at a 451 dial.
Another one of the matchups that would be nice to watch right at that finish line fence at the 8th mile. A couple of Jeff Verdi fans online. Galitti flickers the bulb. Both pre-stages are on. Galitti's in.
2 thou separate him. This is nasty. Oh, that is nasty. 004. Take 4 to be dead 5. 9 total for Travis Theobald. Galitti, 002. 11 thou above. Getting behind 4 thou.
Well, they didn't disappoint, that's for sure. 004 leaves second.
That was a good prediction there, Peter.
Sean Hart and Kendall Little. Little Utah-Texas matchup, 454, the quick dial-in for Hart. What do you think? Probably 454 right here, probably a 598, 632, 615.
Well,
somewhere in that area.
I would say a 598 to 632 is a solid prediction. A 582 might have a hard time going 454 here. So, if I were to guess,
look at these two.
Sunset's 615 is a common combo, so I'm going to say 615, Peter.
Wow.
Whatever's cubic inch that is, Sean Hart, 000 dead 1. 1 thou total. Get you some of that. Sean Hart, painter boy. How about a painter boy and a racer boy all in one? Kendall Little, 1 thou on the red side, 11 thou above. Sean Hart sharing that car with Logan Moore, going 1 total.
Only bad news about that is Logan, there's only one way to go but down after that lap.
Unless he's perfect on both ends, Peter.
Yeah, that's 000 dead 1. Now Mark Kidd was 000 dead 0 the other day.
I'm still out of breath from that
yeah,
one.
you're into it. I love the passion in your voice. Drag racing's in your blood. You're a competitor, and you can feel it. Timothy Thomas and Tim Pettit. Both drivers doing their job down here. Let's take it to the 8th mile stripe. Give it to Timothy Thomas, getting a nod by 0.0008. Less than a thou. And right there, he took a thou, Marco. 489 at 133.
Usually 489, I would imagine. What do you think? 136 to 138, Peter, somewhere in that range.
Yeah, I'd say at the very least, maybe even hitting the low 140s. Looks like Jeff Burns from Texas is going to get pushed off. Tough break for Jeff Burns. You know, nobody likes to lose, but when you don't even have a shot, that makes it even harder. So I'm not sure what broke with Jeff Burns' car, but he didn't like what it felt like and save it for another day. So Nick Axman's going to pick up the win here on a single. 423 is Nick styling. Listen to that.
Top dragster alert. Axman taking the long way around. Goes 440 on the 423. How about Nathan Martin, former $1 Million race winner? 456 on the left side. Kanan Barlow, right side, 461. $17,000 separate them. Win light. Give it to Barlow. 7, take 1 to be 24,000 above. Martin, 24, dead 8 to be 1,000 behind. Damon Peters at Bustamante or Bustamante?
Bustamante.
Damon
Bustamante.
Bustamante and Jeremy Rapp, both drivers, heads up tree, 472. $13,000 separate him. Top end, win light. Give it to Rapp. 3, take 7 to be 6,000 under for the win. Bustamante, 16, 12,000 under to be 7,000 behind. Margin of victory, 6,000 in the double breakout.
Attention in the pits. Super Pro door cars, round 3. We'll take both blue and orange stickers. Super Pro door cars, round 3. To the staging lanes, please. So the Professor, Tom Bear, left side, 496. David Acker from Brighton, Colorado, 492.
That's a big time starting line advantage. Don't want to give Bear almost 400. He will make you pay. 19, get their first 36 to be 9,000 under. Oker behind on the starting line. 10,000 under. Ooh, margin of victory, 1,000 in the breakout. So Bear getting the nod by 1,000.
Yeah, David Acker was pretty far behind the stripe and needed to get further behind just by 1 more thou. Again, you can turn a deficit into a win. You watch Williams brothers do that the last 2 times they were down the track. Dean Bush and Tyler Mirup, 496 for Tyler. Dean Bush, 480. As the rear engine dragsters continue. Getting towards the end of beyond round 2, we called Gear Wrench Pro round 3. We called door cars for round 3.
How about Tyler Mirup? 5 total, 002. Dead 3. Bush 14. Oh, screen disappeared. Either way, Mirup is 5,000 total.
Another one of those young guns, Trey Vetter.
Justin Lamb's cousin. We were just talking about Justin Lamb. Bob Siemens on the right side. 515 dial for him, 462 for Trey. How about 1 thou? Separate them. Win light. Give it to Siemens. 19. Be behind 24 thou to be 16 thou above. Vetter. 20. Take 24 to be 9 thou under. David Kane, left side, 477. Deborah Lynn, 492 on the right.
And as part of the staff, as an announcer up here, we're not supposed to play favorites. You know, it's just kind of the unspoken rule. But Deborah Lynn wrote a very nice message on the car, and I want to appreciate that. And she might be in trouble. Yeah, she is. She was late on a treat, broke out by 14 thou. David Kane made a pay 22. Takes 18 thou at 489. 12 above at 119. Man, talk about dropping the anchor. Dave Mazier and Ed Open. I'm sure these two drivers have run each other before. Mazier, he has that, you know, the typical staging pattern in bracket racing is bump, 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 bump. Ed Open, he has like that slow roll. He lets you put your opponent pre-stage, and then he just slowly pre-stage the stage in one motion. What do you think about that, Marco?
It's something that's worked for Ed for many years. Much success to both these drivers, regardless of how they do it.
Mazier, we talked about the Mazier family and Mazier products earlier. I can vouch for them. I use them in my own dragsters.
5 thou red for Open. Mazier 15, 7 thou under, getting the free look at 471.
J.R. Learcamp and Darren Lotz. So we saw Megan Lotz earlier in the Spring Fling Reaction Time Challenge hit a 000 reaction time. We paid her $1,000 cash on the spot. She came back to do it a second time. If she did it a second time, she would have been handed $10,000. She missed it by 2 thou. Having a lot of fun here, Marco, this week at the Spring Fling. Good to be back. Good to be back in Vegas with the million.
Especially on a beautiful Saturday to finish things off, and
really, especially after what the country has gone through in the last couple of years, probably 2 years. What is it? Well, last year or so. It's good to be out racing. Good to see everybody. It makes you appreciate it that much more.
absolutely, and just another testament to the fact that we are on our way for the world to become a great place again.
Absolutely. I can't wait. J.R. Learcamp, Darren Lotz.
One of them is perfect. Win light. Give it to Lotz. Perfect. Dead 4. Taken 20. Learcamp 18. Dead 6 to be 20 thou behind. Lotz 4 total.
Yeah, 4 total. That's like a 97%er? 98%er?
Pretty accurate. I was thinking the same thing.
Well, yeah. Yeah, that's way up there. Vinny Domino and Cassie Pennington. Big Vin, multi-time New Media track champ. Call him Medium Vin now. He's been going to the gym, looking good.
Absolutely, taking great care of himself, working hard at that New Media dragway with brother Robert and father Big Bobby Domino.
Big Bobby, shout out to Big Bobby and Ange. So we got a little New York, Texas matchup. Who's going to bring it? Vinny's in control, closes the deal. Vinny's 10 on tree, takes 23 thou. Cassie actually was 35, dropped him, so probably fed him about 15 of that thou. As she goes 468 on a 468 at 144. Vinny was 461 on a 461, won it on the starting line. All right, here's big brother Robert. As we get towards the end of round 2, Robert Domino and Doe Johnson.
Supposed to be Doug Johnson.
Silent H? Or just a mistype?
Mistype.
So Robert Domino. Robert won the American Todd's Extreme Paint, fully equipped, full roller dragster at the Bristol Million in 2020. No split final, 0. I mean, runner-up got a tech card for the Million, and the winner got a beautiful dragster worth $40K. That was nuts. Crazy. This time, Robert's got some work to do. Vinny turned the win light on. Can Robert do it? Nope. Got there first by 26 thou to go 10 thou under. Doug Johnson is 005, drops to 3 above. 476 at 139. Last couple of pairs. Chris Whitfield, last night's runner-up, and Dustin Hedges. All right, who do you like here?
I like them both. Both of them have been to final rounds this weekend. A lot of win lights turned on. I'm liking this matchup.
I'm going to say 14 is going to be the worst reaction time of this pair.
Solid prediction. Peter, you are correct. As 6 thou separate them. Winlight, Hedges, 10 was the worser of the two. Dead 6, 16 total. Whitfield, 4, take 14 to be 2 thou under. That, as advertised, was a race.
Yeah, exactly. 004 Whitfield took 14th out. That's not bad. A couple of feet down there and breaks out by 2 thou.
I'd take that lap all day long.
What do you think? 14th out at 100 and with opponent going 138. Probably about, call it about 3.5 feet, 4 feet.
You got more. Yeah. Like I said, this is your area of expertise, so I'm going to agree with whatever you say here.
All right, then I'm right.
That doesn't mean you're right all the time. Whoa there.
Shane Carr and Michael Pennington as we wrap up Beyond-O round 2. This time it's Pennington, 005, dead on with a 9 to take out Sugar Shane, who was 1 above after a 16 reaction time. And C Money just gave a new look to the Spring Fling marketing team. Wow. Are you going mining? All right, GoPro Live with the head strap. Now we're really getting sophisticated.
Peter, we're just having too much fun here in the tower, aren't we?
GoPro Live with the head strap. I like it. So Pennington, little feather in his cap, taking out Sugar Shane. Last pair of Beyond-O round 2.
Lane Savar left side, 485. Kevin Thorpe right side, 455. 0.3 of a second head start going to Lane. Tree drops. 1 thou separate him. Top end win light. Who's it going to be? Give it to Savar. 20 takes 17 to be dead for the win. Kevin Thorpe, 21 on the drop to be 2 above to be 17 thou behind. That was a very entertaining Beyond-O round 2. We got some great matchups there.
Yeah, and it's just going to keep getting better and better. Marco, you are a talent when you sit in the race car, unlike Brian Loans. I'm only ranking on Brian. I still don't believe it. He says he is not. Yeah, he's incompetent behind the wheel of a race car, but something's not adding up there. Had a great time calling the shots with you, Marco. We're going to leave it to Nate and Brian for the rest of the day here as we get march one round closer, cut the field in half towards the Spring Fling Big Check.
Well, looking forward to handing the mic over to the pros. You guys are in for a treat coming up here, as you have been all weekend with these two. Thank you for listening, and back to you guys.
Well, before we do that, I was announcing yesterday, and I said that I miss Jared Pennington because he could have sang me happy birthday. He always does that when when it's around somebody's birthday time, and he actually did. I don't know how this is going to work out, but I'm going to try it.
Play right into the mic. You're good.
Thank you, Jared. I don't know if you or JJ are listening to, but this is Jared Pennington giving me my own personal birthday message.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Peter. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, bud. I hope you have a great one. Congrats on a great turnout out there.
Thank you, Jared Pennington. Not sure if you're listening to at home, but we're always thinking about you. And hey, hats off to you. Focusing on family, focusing on getting JJ in a big car. I'm sure we'll see you at a drag strip this year. Do a little track prep. Get ready.
Peter and Kyle. For 10 years, the two of you have amazed the racing community. From that very first fling in Bristol, a decade ago, to this richest payday in bracket racing history today, these events have become the gold standard in our sport, and we all owe you both a huge debt of gratitude.
It has the makings of an instant drag racing classic. Race it, experience it, bring some of the best in the business together, offer a huge purse, and let them rip.
You probably had no idea just exactly what you had on those 10 sheets of paper. We hope you still have them because they probably belong in a Hall of Fame somewhere. The first event didn't go exactly as you had planned. Both of you worked your guts out, lost money, and wondered if you would ever attempt this again. You stuck with it though. Spent a few more years in Bristol, building up the brand. Then, you ventured west, added the strip at Las Vegas Motor Speedway for the left coasters, and after a few years, you doubled down and you two upped the ante.
It's like I can't even think about it. It's like I don't even know what to think. It's amazing. It's right now. I don't even believe it. I mean, it's a long race. It's the best in the world, and I want it. So I mean, it kind of doesn't make sense in a way with these guys that race for a living, and I build countertops and cabinets, So
$1 million race. For the last 4 years, that event has made headlines in the bracket racing community and made household names of guys like Jeff Verdi, Luke Bogacki, Randall Reed, and Peeps Pennington. Not to be outdone on the East Coast, you took your brand to a new place, the state-of-the-art Galat Motorsports Park. There, you sold out the pre-entries in record time and showcased a world-class facility. Let's don't forget about the event that was the birthplace for the Spring Fling experience, Bristol. Which brings us back to this moment in time, a special moment, the Fall Fling 500K, a race that will no doubt live up to the 10th anniversary of an event dreamt up by two best friends. Over the last decade, there have been hundreds of thousands of dollars awarded, thousands of passes down the track, more products given away than one can count, and most importantly, countless memories made from these events. You two always say thank you to the racers, the staff, and the sponsors who've helped to make the Flings, the events, and brand they've become. Now it's our turn to say thank you. On behalf of every member of every staff, at every track, for every sponsor, and for every racer who's ever walked through your gates, thank you for daring to dream big, for sticking with it through those first few years, for believing in the brand. And above all,
thank you for your commitment to bringing the best bracket races in the world to all of us. You have left an incredible mark on the sport. For anyone who dares to follow in your footsteps, you've set the bar high. Here's to 10 more years of the Fling. We can't wait to see where you take it from here.
Peter and Kyle, 10 years going. I'm proud of you. You guys are doing really well. Keep it up.
A disciple here. Just taking this opportunity to wish you, Kyle and Peter, congratulations on their 10th anniversary of their Spring Fling product. And thanks going, guys.
Are you still using needle pointer gauges on your ride? Now you can get that clean, slick look of a digital dash on your carbureted cruiser. Holley's standalone digital dashes can replace all your traditional gauges with a state-of-the-art full-color touchscreen. Available in 2 sizes, the touchscreen auto-dims, giving you crystal clear sharpness day or night. With access to multiple screens just by swiping, you get to view and customize all your favorite gauges. Easily set up driving screens, tuning, race, even warm-up screens. The fully programmable touchscreen allows you to customize the layout of your gauges, displaying them in analog or digital styles. You can set up warning lights and even virtual switches, eliminating the need for external toggle switches. Configure your own backdrop for that custom one-off look, or choose from the pre-configured screens. Basic engine functions are wired directly to the dash, with plenty of room for additional sensors. Configuring inputs and outputs is easily done through the dash. With predefined Holley sensors already programmed into the dash, adding sensors is easy. Non-Holley sensors are also supported with sensor scaling. An internal GPS sensor calculates speed, odometer, and trip functions. An integrated G-meter monitors your acceleration and lateral forces. These dashes are easily mountable on your console, dashboard, off a roll cage, or simply a steering column. With room for 13 multi-configurable inputs, you can be sure everything will be visible and data logged. A built-in USB connection allows you to expand your available memory for easy file management. On-screen data log playback allows you to review vital run information right on the dash, while full analysis via laptop is available. With USB keyboard and mouse functionality, setup is quick and easy. A CAN bus is included for plug-and-play compatibility with Holley EFI systems. So next time you need to keep tabs on the vitality of your engine, swipe on over to one of Holley's new standalone digital dashes. Learn more about Holley's digital dashes at holley.com.
FTI Performance, makers of high-performance torque converters and transmissions. Based in DeLand, Florida, FTI Performance produces new products on a near daily basis and has become the standard in the performance industry. From stock to top sportsman, street to pro mod, and much more. The pros at FTI will help get you and your ride into the winner's circle with their superior products and expert customer service. Check us out online at www.ftiperformance.com or call 866-726-8358. Join our family, the winning FTI family.
With performance this raw, you need air that's pure. We started with a firm belief that innovation could improve performance. With the success of 50 years and millions of filters behind us, we continue to look ahead. Guaranteed to protect against dirt and proven to provide up to 50% more airflow. This is filtration for the future.
trusted by all since 1960. Jags!
Performance this raw, you need air that's pure. We started with a firm belief that innovation could improve performance. With the success of 50 years and millions.
The leader in performance electronics. Racers know and depend on their state-of-the-art systems every day. Perform Air Pro and Perform Air Eclipse are the racing industry's standard high-tech, easy-to-use weather systems. Power-Light lithium batteries, the super powerful lightweight energy source for your machine. And the Data Quest Power Quest, the most innovative data recorders and touchscreen switch panels you can find. Check out ultronicsinc.com for these products and more. Ultronics, the choice of champions.
Systems technology was created to develop a line of carburetors that is not only affordable but innovative while never sacrificing quality. These principles drive us to make the best carburetors possible. From our entry-level RT series to our full race Billet CNC aluminum and stainless steel Billet XS Pro series. Our engineers have spent their entire careers in the high-performance aftermarket developing various carburetors for enthusiasts, pro racers, everyone in between. They helped form FST with the same goal that we all share, to get the best performing system into your vehicle for the best price possible. We too are the users, cruisers, and enthusiasts pushing our street rods, muscle cars, and drag cars to their limits. We understand the time and investment that you put into your vehicle, and FST is our opportunity to bring you something innovative, quality driven, and affordable. Get yours through most reputable online retailers or learn more at fstcarb.com.
Of handicap start. True Start was created to level the playing field by equalizing the pressure for both drivers regardless of which driver's tree drops first. Mosier Engineering has been racing across 5 decades through 3 generations of racers and is proud to have been supporting sportsman ranks since the beginning. Everything we make from axles, rear ends, suspension, and brakes are made here in the USA with one goal in mind, so you can win. Check us out at mosierengineering.com or call and talk to our knowledgeable and friendly technicians at 260-726-6689. The best quality and the best support. Only Mosier Engineering. Fuel system.
Well, we're back. We have replaced the professional announcing staff here. It's like the Folgers Challenge. We've replaced the professional announcers with 2 idiots. Nick Hastings and Josh Fisterberg coming up right now. Fisterberg coming up as Nate and I have returned. Great job by Peter and Marco to take us through that round 2.
Fantastic. Fisterberg in the Comet. The guy that has given us plenty of opportunity to figure out how to say his name. Again, the chat bleachers have assisted us with that, and now by the process of repetition, it's kind of locked into the brain. And Nick Hastings, of course, that one just keeps coming up and up and up and up and up. And Nick's got the T1000 on the left side out of Shelby, Ohio. Fisterberg in the Comet. And away we go. 20 thou going to be the difference here as we get underway in round number 3 of our Gear Wrench Pro category. And Nick Hastings lives up to the namesake. 12 on the tree, dead 6. He's 18 total against Furstenberg's 0.32 reaction time. Furstenberg got there first by 4 thou and broke out. 7:34 on the 7:36.
He nasty.
That boy nasty.
Jay Cazzette and Tony Gambardella coming up right now. Gambardella, 710 dial in. Jay Cazzette dialed 608, 77 Vega wagon with the simulated wood grain roof rack. Only missing The Griswold-like grandmother wrapped in a carpet up there.
But take a close look at that wood grain. Unfortunately, we won't get an opportunity to see Joy Cassette come back really close, but there are little tikis airbrushed into the wood grain. That is a killer car.
7099 Gambardella, 89.55 miles an hour. He advances on a double breakout, taking 300 worth of stripe with a 15 reaction time. Cassette, 49 on the tree, and that's where it got bad for him.
Now we got Justin Lamb and John Cassette. So we saw Joy just a moment ago. Unfortunately for Joy, the trip has come to a close. We'll see if John could keep it going for the family or if Justin Lamb is essentially going to complete the shutout on the Cassettes. Justin dialed in at 5:59, a 5-time world champ behind the Gumball Blue Cobalt with the Silver State Plumbing emblazoned on the side. And John goes green, heads straight towards the center line. Justin Lamb is green right behind him, and Justin Lamb 560 on a 5:59. Lamb was 13 green at this end of the racetrack. That gave him a 23 thousandths of a second advantage leaving the starting line. Goes 560, getting their first 10 thousandths of a second, is 15 thou above, and will hold on for the victory as John's 036 light, essentially, he runs dead on and cannot complete the round point.
Phil Unruh, Brian King coming up right now. Unruh and King leave clean. King, that unassuming little 68 Camaro is a giant killer. 624 and a 623, 17 reaction time. Unruh runs dead on 8, but had an 80 light. So Brian King taking a half a tenth of stripe. Confidence level achieved as he wins.
Well, we're moving on up. As Robin Harris and Chris Citro. Are you kidding me?
Again?
The water box.
Oh, boy. Third time's a charm.
Chris Citro, 4th time now. Chris Citro, 647. Robin Harris dialed 658. Robin Harris, one of the local runners from here, taking over the left side of the racetrack, and Chris Citro leaves 15 thousandths of a second early. The red light is on. The black Mustang will be bowing out as a 659 on a 658 comes up for Robin Harris after a 25 thousandths of a second green light. So Harris green, winner. Citro red, bowing out. And once again, Paz and Schmall.
Andy Schmall, Dennis Paz, Schmall the Banana Beretta, and as we said, familiarity breeds contempt. These guys, like every day, multiple times a day, have managed to race each other. I don't even know how that's possible, but they've done it. 616 dial in for Schmall. Paz dialed 696.
It truly is one of those moments. You pull in the staging lanes, you get that Newman.
Hello, Newman. Hello, Paz. Hello, Schmall. I wonder if they call each other by their formal names. Hello, Dennis. Hello, Andrew. Dennis Paz has got double 001 red. Andy Schmall takes the rubber match here. 6:13-2 at 112 miles an hour. Schmall will advance to the round of about 12 cars. We got about 24 coming back right now. Be down to about 12 after this round.
He's heading back to the trailer right now. I really hate that guy.
Yeah.
I have a strong dissatisfaction every time I run into that guy. Cliff Hall and David Zinke. Zinke, the 69 Roadrunner, 734, and Cliff Hall dialed in at 646. Jeez, I'm still thinking about that. Cliff Hall, 64 Falcon out of Carmichael. He's got the left side of the track, and David Zinke's Roadrunner in stage, set, and ready. Red light start for Zinke. David turned it red 14 thousandths of a second. Cliff Hall 20 thousandths on the green good side and 643 on a 646 to finish off the run. He had kind of that free look at the 646, was just kind of cruising down, listening to a little feel-good music, knowing that round number 4 will be coming up soon. And, you know, I mean, on a Saturday afternoon, that's what you're supposed to listen to is feel-good music.
Jamie Sturdivant, Kyle Rizzoli. Play some of that foot-tapping music right now. Sturdivant dialed 580 in the Dragster. Rizzoli dialed 624 in the Camaro. It has had multiple pilots in it over the course of the weekend. Still haven't seen a single plane fly over this place today. Not one. I figure even just like a stray.
It is silent. Hey, door cars, both color stickers to the lanes for round number 3, please. Door cars, orange and blue sticker to the lanes for round number 3, please.
Rizzoli and Sturdivant both leave green. Rizzoli, the better reaction time in the Camaro. Kyle Rizzoli dead on 5-10 light. That's a 15 package. That's taken 21 at the finish line. That's a solid run for Kyle Rizzoli. Jamie Sturdivant was only over by 14 at a 22 light. That 22 light took her out of contention of this race, but Jamie Sturdivant, 581.4 on a 580 dial. A good effort, just not good enough against Rizzoli.
Dylan Howe and Shelby Williams. How about a battle of the young guns in the Camaros? Dylan, 69 bodied Camaro left side, second gen racer. Shelby in the 70 bodied Camaro right side, second gen racer. 681 and a couple of red light starts here. Shelby is going to get the better of the math. She is 16 thou early. Dylan Hun was 35 thousandths on the red side, and with the value of the double red light, Shelby Williams advances past Dylan Howe here in the Gear Wrench Pro category. And Mo, to answer your question about that attorney office, Paz and Schmall, at one point they were attorneys in the personal injury service, but based upon their ability to agree in the number of times they've met, they are switching professions and will now focus on divorce.
Due to irreconcilable differences, they have separated professionally. Tim O'More and Matt Kielman. Kielman and O'More also suffering a difference of opinion here as to which one of them will be competing in the next round of the pro category. We have called Super Pro door cars both sticker colors. I like when we become bi-stickeral. It means we've gotten pretty deep in the program.
When we bring up a non-segregated community.
Yes, 597.8, 116. Tim O'More wins in a double breakout. Matt Kielman took 17 thou, was 0.29 on the tree, but he broke out by 33. Look over at Tim Moore, he broke out by 32. In effect, he was the second slowest guy on the camping trip when the bear showed up. First slowest guy, chompy chomp chomp. Sorry, pal, you're not making the trip. You're not coming down to breakfast tomorrow. Tim O'More is coming down to breakfast.
There you go. There you go. I mean, I always thought that if you were the first slowest guy when the bear showed up, you were chompy chomp chomp. The second slowest guy was just maimed slightly and saved for later.
Yeah, I mean, he might have got scratched. Might have got his jean pocket torn.
Curtis Enzalita and Scott Burton. Burton in the Mustang on the right side.
Second slowest guy comes away with the coolest story.
That is true.
Yeah.
That is true, because he can actually tell the story. 009 red for Scott Burton, goes 610 on a 615. Curtis Enzalita was ready for that. 001 and 2 above. 654 on the 652 for Zenzalita.
Congratulations to Corey Galitti, who has won a complete Biondo 5-layer Pro Light Sparco suit for a best losing package of 013 during round number 2. So the guy wins a dragster, the guy wins a fire suit.
Hey, quick correction here. Appreciate the heads up, Justin. It was actually Ryan Mangus, not Shelby Williams, in the car.
There's Mangus in that car.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah. So, again, we've got several of the drivers that kind of swap around the days. So, Justin, appreciate you keeping us honest on that one. Thank you.
Nick Hastings and John Tripp coming up right now. Tripp is in the Dart. Hastings is in his 77 Mustang.
Yes, I was actually given the heads up that apparently the Mustang is a former Glidden-owned vehicle.
Pretty awesome.
That is really cool.
A red light start for Nick Hastings by 0.03 of a second. So it will be John Tripp advancing 6:03.5. 007 reaction time for Tripp, and Hastings again 3 thou early. Goes 6:04.5 across the stripe.
Seth McLean is rolling up here on the solo, and it kind of makes me wonder. A lot of things make me wonder, but kind of makes me wonder now that Nick is relegated to focusing strictly on one car. Does that enhance or take away from his ability?
Listen, double Nick is more dangerous than single Nick.
All right.
How about that for a
I'll go with that logic.
philosophical approach?
I will go with that logic.
If I'm fighting 2 Nicks at once, I'm in danger. If I'm fighting 1 Nick at once, I'm in less danger. 773 at 86 miles an hour. I'm not sure if he knows karate or anything, but I just mean there's 2 of them, so.
Yeah, but there's also the theory that if there is 2 of them, he's got to fight over here and he's got to fight over here. So he's kind of like having to put focus in both places because you don't have to fight both. I mean, it's not like we're going to line him up and he gets 2 cars in one lane and you only get 1 car.
Listen, there's a theory that this world is flat, too.
We'll go with that.
You know?
I'll just let you just take your little ideas and head on into the corner and think about Flatlander. Chris Brown and Robbie Gear.
For the record, I do not believe the Earth is flat.
He puts that on public record, but
I bet
behind
a bunch
the
of people in our
scenes,
chat room do, though.
behind the scenes, when the mic is off, he is constantly telling me how flat the world is.
As a billiard table. Is this on?
So Chris Brown in the Camaro out of Wichita, Robbie Gear, who is driving the Nova, has been wheeling the dragsters all weekend. He's got the Nova. He's doing well. 559 to Chris Brown's 556. And yeah, we will do. We've been on some Saturday Night Live kicks. We've had the Nerf crotch bat. We've had a few other things. We'll go ahead and throw out there the coffee talk.
Coffee talk with Linda Richmond.
Coffee talk.
Chris Brown has gone 002 red. Oh no. Robbie Gear takes the win light 556.8. 009 reaction time, and Brown again missed the tree by a very slim margin of just 0.02.
So as Chase Trimp and Philip Pennington will back up the Roadsters.
Ooh, Roadster on Roadster violence here.
It's going to be awesome. It's going to be awesome. Pennington's Roadster dialed in at 485 on the right side. Trimp's Roadster dialed in at 584 on the left side. And as we do wait for them to stage up, we've been calling a lot of folks up here for prizes. We've been calling a lot of folks up here that are going deeper and deeper into the rounds. Just want to go ahead and send a reminder out to everybody that as we are now on the final day and some folks are beginning to kind of pack things up and make decisions for the rest of the weekend, that we do need to have the property vacated by 9 a.m. Monday morning. So if you want to hang out here tonight, chill tomorrow, whatever the case may be, you're welcome. 9 a.m. Monday morning, we got to have kind of be on our way.
Chase Trimp and Philip Pennington lead the starting line. They fly to the finish line, and it will be Trimp. Dead on 5, 26 light, 31 package overall. Phil Pennington, 483.9 on a 485 dial. He took 22 worth of stripe. Just, again, it comes down to that moment of decision. Is it going to be me? Is it going to be him? Pennington took the stripe just by a little bit too much. What's going on Monday? Why we got to get everything out of here?
Monday?
Yeah.
It's a new day. It's actually top secret stuff. Jeff Devey and Chris Johnston. Johnson in the Camaro, Devey in the Camaro. How about 67, 69 Camaro? That's one that we, kind of have to throw out there as well. Oh, Jeff Devey is not going to do well this time. Chris Johnson, 16 green, goes 631 on a 610 to get the win light. Devey, reaction time started with a 6, and he goes 653 on a 634. So basically, just to call it as it is, that time basically the wheels fell off for Jeff Devey, and that was not going to be one of those that was going to be a good experience in any way whatsoever. So it ended up the way that it did as George Lewis and Jeff Verdi roll up next, and yeah.
So it's a lot like this experience I've shared working with you for days. It's not a good experience whatsoever.
Exactly.
I understand. Red light start for George Lewis, 12 red as Verdi 004 green seems to have found his mojo. Dead on 8 to go along with that 004 green light. Look out, kids. Jeff Verdi is on the prowl.
Breaking news, Jeff Verdi is a good driver.
Yeah, good at drag racing, guys. Jeff Verdi, good at drag racing.
Phil Garrison and Scott Hess. Garrison dialed 547. 68 bodied Camaro. Scott Hess, he's got the 66 Nova. Again, we had the 56, or the 55, 56, or 57 Chevrolet discussion. We'll toss it out to the chat room. 67 or 69 Camaro.
You got to go 69 Camaro. I mean, come on. That's going to win. That's going to win by like all of it.
Hands down, you think?
Yeah.
Phil Garrison was 12 red. Scott Hess was 8 thousandths of a second on the green side. and he goes 563 on a 562. Garrison, too quick at this end of the racetrack, gets there first, too quick at that end of the racetrack, and Scott Hess is rolling around number 4.
I think if you look at the design periods of the design generations of any car, the last model in a particular generation always looks better than the first one, because you get to figure it out a little bit,
fine tune it.
Had a little zhuzh along the way. AJ Ash and Randy Cloud coming up right now. Look at that cool front end of the 69 with the fog lamps in it.
Okay.
67's nice and clean, but a 69's better looking car.
I'm just saying, as of now, with 2 votes in, we're split 50-50.
Of course. Cloud, 602 dial, and AJ Ash, dial to 578. Both racers dial up great reaction times, and it's Randy Cloud, 6013 at 114 miles an hour is a double breakout. Cloud taking a thou versus Stripe. Ash runs 77 on a 78, getting there second with an 11 reaction time. So Randy Cloud hanging tough out there. Nice win. Now it's Dennis Weddle and Dan McClellan.
Dennis versus Dan. Dan's got the Roadster on the left side. 534 is the dial-in.
Remember that whole Nike Dan versus Dave thing in the 90s, and that neither of the guys actually qualified for the decathlon in the Olympics? Remember that? They like staked their whole advertising campaign on those guys, and they both just not good.
Fizzled.
Yeah.
Weddle was 006 and 494, and McClellan is pulling over. McClellan got just before the stripe, got out of the groove. He was 2 thou red at this end of the racetrack. 648, and it looks like he's come to a stop.
He has come to a stop down there. Just wants to make sure if there's anything he didn't like, something apparently that the way the car sounded or felt, so he has come to a stop and he's going to take a quick look. Pro level move, that's what we want people to do if there's ever that situation, to make sure we do what we can to protect the groove, if you will.
Yeah, I mean, you just with the amount of experience that Dan has behind the wheel of the car, like you said, I mean, just heads up. The guy knows what the car is supposed to feel like. He knows what it's supposed to sound like. Something down there got his attention, and he went, woo, woo, woo. I'm going to go ahead and pull over here, and we'll just wait for fire and safety to come down here. If they give me an okay, if it's good to fire up, we'll go ahead and do that and drive off. If not, hey, we're happy to offer a tow service, and we'll get you back to the pits. So we'll hold up here just for a moment. I think we got Mike Coltrane and John Corbin. We're going to be our next 2 in Super Pro. And again, while it's quiet, just kind of a reminder for everybody, we are starting to get down towards the end of the evening. A couple of things that we can get taken care of. Again, if you have not yet, come on up here by the Diva desk to close out your tab. And you do have a little bit of time in between rounds, or maybe you're done and you're just kind of waiting. Now would be a great time to head up there and see them at the Diva desk. Again, if you trickle up here little by little over the next few hours, rather than everybody kind of waits until the end of the day and all lines up down there, it makes it a lot quicker, a lot more effective, gets you in and out of there a little bit faster. So if that is where we're at, come on up. We can start closing out those tabs. If you've got payment coming to you from previous days' races that you've yet to pick up, we can get all of that settled and things will be taken care of. We've also got a handful of some of the Spring Fling apparel that is still available downstairs. Got a couple of hoodies, got some t-shirts, things like that. And then again, from the track side of things, everybody, you are welcome to hang out here for a while. You can hang out here tonight, hang out here tomorrow. The only thing we ask is that by 9 a.m. Monday morning, we do need to have everybody kind of headed out the gate, if you haven't gone already, just so that we make sure that we're getting ready for, the next stuff that we've got rolling in here.
And listen, let's be honest, at 8:45, Nathan's going to be in here knocking on doors, so you don't want that. You don't want Nate Hershey kicking your door in a bathrobe at 8:45 a.m. on Monday morning.
Yeah.
There's a lot better ways to start your week than that.
There is. Than me in a bathrobe at your door going, hi.
And sometimes the bathrobe, unfortunately, comes open, and there's a lot of things that nobody needs to see, and it's, it just, none of it's good. None of it's good. Do us a favor and be out of here by 9 a.m. Monday morning.
It's certainly not something that is appealing.
No. To a certain portion of the population, maybe, but to most people, no.
I wouldn't even go that far. And I wouldn't even go that far. So apparently they've got a little something that they're going to take a look at. And
I'm wondering if it broke a rear end or something, because they got the ramp truck coming down, so probably some of the drive line. Doesn't look as though we've got anything to clean up yet, but we'll find that. Oh, they're running a scrubber, so yeah.
The fact that the scrubber's headed out,
I guess that means we do.
We're going to go ahead and negate the last statement from Brian.
Strike it from the record, please.
Yes, stricken from the record. All right, so let's kind of debate this for a minute. I don't know. Did we call Dragster Orange yet? All right. We called Dragster Orange sticker to the lanes, please, for round number 3. So Dragster Orange sticker to the lanes for round number 3. We've been looking at a few things, and again, I know there's a couple of cars left out there. What we are looking at is we've still got a K&N Dragster scoop. Did we give it? Okay, never mind. That's what I was going to say, is he was kind of the one we were thinking about, and it's been given. So we have given it. Okay, good. That was the one I was talking about. That'll work. So then we don't need to discuss that any further.
Nope, that debate's over before it began.
That has been long finished. Well, we're in round number 3. Today is the Goodyear round. We've given away the converter. We've given away the final Biondo 5-layer suit. We are going to be giving away our final set. Excuse me, it's the Hoosier round. We're going to be giving away our final set of tires from Hoosier. We've got a few more things to go through before that's done. I think the Gear Wrench Pro treasure chest is running a little thin, which is exactly how we want it to be at this point in the week.
Timed out. Timed out perfectly.
We want it to be thin at this point because that means that, you know, everybody that's sitting over on the other end of the tower, you know, Chelsea and Lella and everybody, they've all essentially handed out all of the good prizes that are there.
Yep.
So we've been able to do that. We handed out our bounty. We handed out our carburetor. We've handed out our weather stations. We've handed out almost $60,000 worth of prizes. We've still got more to go. We've still got $30,000 worth of FTI money yet to be claimed. We still got another champion's jacket, another trophy, and I think half of a 2-day-old fried chicken.
Yeah, that one's tough. No one's really
figure out
how taking that.
to give away the other half of the 2-day-old fried chicken.
We'll work on that.
I am glad that we did get. I mean, Peter's sold on the peeps.
Yeah, that was that's a positive development.
I mean, it's a self seller.
It is.
It's a self seller when you really try it. We got that part done.
Ate the fresh one, then he comes back in for the ones that we've allowed to be part of the open air environment here. Said it was better.
Yeah.
So, what are you gonna do?
Again, I love the way that it was described the other day. Aged like a fine wine.
Like a fine wine. Yeah.
Or a nice steak.
That only takes like a day.
I wonder. I am thinking deeply because I now have an idea. I wonder what would happen. I'll bet in like 3 hours in a dehydrator, I could have these things perfect.
I thought you were going to say we should stick it in the ceiling and then take it out and give it a Reinhardt at the national event in a couple weeks. see what that's like.
Let it fully age for a couple of weeks?
Yeah, that's a whole thing we could try.
I'm just thinking, man, I'll bet 3 hours in a dehydrator and these things would be...
What do you get a dehydrator for, man? That's the first question. What do you get one of those for? What do you dehydrate?
Beef jerky.
Okay.
A lot of homemade beef jerky, man. And we did find that now you can go to Costco, you can get pre-sliced. They actually slice it like in the quarter-inch slice or quarter-inch.
Then you marinate or whatever, and then you dehydrate it.
Yep. It's pretty simple. Little Ziploc bag, quick little mix. Roll it in there, push all the air out, set it in the fridge overnight, throw it in the dehydrator the next morning, and by that night, it's perfect.
I thought I had some weird hobbies, but man, you're just blowing me out of the water here. No,
serious?
I'm just kidding.
Like-
No.
like-
Making homemade beef jerky would be great. Yeah.
That is spectacular, and I mean, you can get a dehydrator for like $50 maybe.
$50. What do I look like over here? Who do you think you're talking to? $50.
I'm talking to like
My
Mr.
kid's gotta
TV
eat, man.
guy.
$50.
You know, I mean, you got all them fancy jackets that you wear on TV.
Those are only half jackets, so it's only in the front. They're Velcro. They only stick to the front of my shirt.
They turn around.
If I turn around, there's nothing.
That's why we never see you turn around and actually look at the racetrack
Right,
to see what's going on.
It's an open back program. It's very bad.
Oh, I think that's going to be something I'll have to Photoshop next time I'm at the track. I'll turn around, take a picture of you guys standing up there in the TV booth, Photoshop the back in, making it look like the front's all this nice jacket, the back is a hospital
Just
gown.
awful. Yeah, a hospital. It's a Johnny.
It's an open hospital gown.
Yep.
Oh, we'll see. Yeah, it looks like we do have the car. It's just about to the top end of the racetrack. The scrubber is doing what it needs to do out there.
Well, and again, this is a great point as to what he did down there to get out of the groove. It contained this to a fairly small area, considering if he had taken the thing straight down the center of the racetrack all the way to the turnout, we'd be talking about a huge, long cleanup. Right now, it looks to me like we're just concentrating on maybe 150, 200 feet max.
Yeah.
Well past the finish line. Well past the finish line.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen things like this that would take a couple of hours to clean up, but because of Dan's actions, it's not going to take anywhere near that. We're only talking, should be just another few minutes, given what we're seeing down there, but we'll let them do what they need to do. And again, the trick, the key, the factor in this whole thing is that the crew here, they're obviously not going to turn the track back over until it's absolutely right. So we're in good shape.
Remember that time you muscled around some kids today at that Easter egg hunt? But up here consuming the spoils of your dastardly deeds all day.
I am, again, immediately transformed to a Saturday Night Live moment, a Chris Farley type moment. Do you remember when you muscled those kids around? That was awesome.
It was awesome.
Yeah, actually, that is one of the things that they do here at the Fling event.
It's cool.
That sets aside. They've always got something that they set aside for the kids that are. They're just great about taking care of everybody that comes through the gate. They've got a lot of stuff for the racers. They've got stuff for the kids. Emily thinks of just about everything, and to have kind of that Easter egg hunt go as part of it, that was a lot of fun this morning. It truly was. Yeah, I mean, we've already got the equipment headed back this way, which is exactly what we want to see. You know, the scrubber is already back here and parked. We got the drag tractor out there finishing things up. Fire and safety has cleared off the top end. And it won't be long before we get back at it with Corbin and with Coltrane. In our Super Pro door car contingency, again, we have called the dragsters orange stickers to the lanes for round number 3.
So just a little more work with the drag down there at the top end, and we'll be right back to firing up cars. We've got our drivers loaded back in here at the starting line. If you have a car in the staging lanes, please get back to it. Please get back to your vehicles. If you have a vehicle in the staging lanes, we're obviously going to keep up our pretty aggressive pace here once we get fired back up again.
Are we back to the dragster tether thing?
Yeah, don't make us pursue that idea. I think we got a winner on our hands, Nate.
I think we do. I really do want to use the bungee cord so that after it gets to a certain point, it snaps back.
Snaps back, yeah. Got to be careful where you mount it, though, because, I mean, depending on how strong the person is, they can just tip the dragster over on its side if it's mounted up high, if they get a run and start at it.
Looking like a football training camp,
Yeah.
dragging the dragster
Right.
through the staging
Yeah,
lanes.
like pulling a tire or something, yeah.
Some of those things would work out well. Some of the ideas that have been out there before have not worked out so well.
No.
Like the breakaway roll cage. Breakaway basketball hoop worked well.
Good on paper.
Breakaway basketball hoop worked like a charm. Breakaway roll cage?
Not so much.
Not so much.
Remember Dominique Wilkins back in the day breaking those glass backboards? It was awesome.
There was definitely some shattered dreams and shattered glass all over the place. I'm wondering, where is this breakaway backboards? Marco, is that a thing for you? Like when you're out playing ball, you're dunking on everything, you got to have the breakaway boards at home? Come on. You made, so was Spud Webb.
Could have been a Muggsy Bogues Spud Webb situation.
Yeah,
here. We
Muggsy
didn't know.
Bogues, Spud Webb. Those guys were vertically challenged,
Yep.
but they were some of the best in the business.
They could fly.
I mean, you could have just like...
Yeah, well, Shaq just pulled the entire structure down.
Yeah, Shaq would pull the whole,
just
the
collapse
rig,
the entire
everything.
program.
Camera guy sitting on the back of it. He goes flying in the air like an old
Right.
trebuchet. Gets thrown to mid-court.
Dave Zinke has won a
Bounces
$100
off the
K&N
wood.
gift card and $100 cash based on a random tech card draw from Gear Wrench Pro Round 3 losers from the Pro Treasure Chest. So Dave Zinke, a $100 K&N gift card and $100 cash from a random draw of Round 3 losing racers.
Congratulations.
Softening the blow. Water's down. Once that four-wheeler gets out the way, we'll send a couple of much faster four-wheelers down the racetrack. Round 3, here we go again.
Here we go again. On our own. Shane Wynn checking in from Australia. We got the overtaking lanes checking in. Lots of folks. Lots of Aussies. Aussie.
Oi, oi, oi. I think they're running some funny cars down in Australia this weekend. I thought I read that somewhere. Mike Coltrane and John Corbin coming up right now. 555 dial for Corbin. Coltrane dialed 498. Burnouts completed. Tires heated up. Engines rumbling away behind us.
I just got awarded 42 points from the chat bleachers for using the word trebuchet accurately in a sentence. That's about the only points I'm going to earn today.
Hey, trebuchet is a great word. Especially when you don't say a trebuchet.
Trebuchet.
All right, Corbin and Coltrane getting us back up to speed. Oh, man, Corbin jumped the tree. Corbin rolled the beam, so Mike Coltrane will motor down 496.7, 139. Very tough break for John Corbin. So as Emma Deschelle backs up, Shell, the aerospace component sponsorship on the front scoop of the car. Kim and Al Cussy down there in Tampa, Florida area. Had a chance to tour their facility a few years ago. Great people, make really nice stuff. Al was a machinist with Rockwell. He was actually the guy that made the original control sticks for the space shuttle. No
Really?
kidding, no fooling. And he had one in his office. He had like one that had a little flaw in it.
Yeah?
Maybe on purpose, who knows? But a legit control
like the
stick.
legit joystick
Yes.
for the space shuttle.
Super cool.
That is a trophy to hold on
Yeah.
forever. Mike Badeau, 712. Emma Duchelle dialed in at 587. So the Vet on the right side, the Chevelle on the left side. 34 thousandths of a second is the difference at this end of the racetrack, and a 588 on the 587. Emma Duchelle will take her ride into round number 4. Mike Badeau Jr. with a 20 thousandths of a second reaction time gets to the stripe first, 50 thousandths, breaks out on the loss as Emma Duchelle will get the win line. Apparently we are being signaled that we must recap the run very quickly because otherwise the numbers are disappearing on us.
Very fast.
Very
Butch
fast.
Warner and Jake Stolworthy coming up now. Stolworthy, 66 Chevelle. Butch Warner, Nampa, Idaho, in the 88 Grand Am. 526 dial-in for the Grand Dame. 571 dial-in for the Chevrolet. Super Pro Door Slammers, round 3 competition. We are getting down near the end of them as I'm not seeing any more at the end of the lane, seeing a bunch of long skinnies down there. Chevelle goes rip-roaring up the starting line with the front end of the air, but here comes Butch Warner in the Pontiac, and it is going to be Warner. 524.5 and a 526, taking 2 thou worth of stripe at the finish line. 18 reaction time for Warner. Stolworthy was 21, but then ran 2 under, going 569 and a 571, and Warner was only 15 under, so hey, good enough for him.
So at Jacob Stallworthy, bowing out here, Rodney Snyder and Bo Butner. Snyder in the Camaro, Butner in the Corvette. Bo was a winner last night in the dragster. I heard him talking about it in the last go-round, the issues that happened with the dragster. So Bo is focusing solely on his super gas style car here today. He's got his hands full with Rodney Snyder. They leave at almost the same time. Bo Butner, 13 green and 5 flat on the 499. At 135 miles an hour, Bo legs it through. Rodney Snyder was 12 on the tree. gets there first, 26 thousandths of a second, and breaks out by 12 thousandths, 22 thou.
I have seen a guy do what Bo's trying to do. Win the big one, then win the day after race. That was Steve Sisko. Last year in Michigan, he won the big one, then won again the following day. Bo's trying to do the same thing. Damon Bustamante and Vince Horton coming up. Horton and that really unassuming little 1979 Malibu. Nothing over the top, nothing crazy fancy, but a good driver, great driver. Consistent race car, dialed 682.
Both drivers leave early at this end of the racetrack, and True Start impacts the outcome of the race. Vincent Horton, 682, leaves first with a 002 red light. Damon Bustamante leaves second with a 007 red light. And Bustamante falls to the True Start as Vincent Horton will get into round number 4. 678 on a 682 to finish up the run.
Roger Cotto and Shane Thompson coming up right now. Cotto, as we mentioned, runs his car on the throttle stop. 715, because it is a super gas car, super comp car, right?
Super gas.
He runs a super gas. So
Super
it's
gas.
705 index up here, so he runs it in that setup all the time. Shane Thompson crushing in the tree, as is Cotto, and it is Thompson. The Shane Thompson fan club goes wild in the starting line. 5041. 505 dial, 16 light. Cotto was 15 on the tree, took 15 thou worth of stripe, and Cotto eliminates himself by breakout.
You know, I asked Roger one time, I said, hey, man, what exactly will you, because I'd never seen his car run, and this was his older car. I said, what will the thing run flat out, not on the stop? And he said, honestly, it runs mid-eights if we run it all the way out, but he runs 1005 for super gas. I'm not exactly sure what the new car is capable of running flat out, because I don't think I've ever seen it run anything other than like 1002, 1003, 1004, like somewhere between the 1002 to 1007 split. Never seen it run anything else than that. Patrick Conlon and Bill Bathello. Bathello on the right side for the Aloha Specialties, who brought a little plate of chicken up here. Kept Brian and I very occupied for a little while. That stuff was definitely some good grinds. 493, the dial for Bathello. Patrick Conlon dialed 548, and Conlon goes 548 on a 548. Overcomes a 9 thou deficit in reaction time. He was 14 on the tree. Gets there second as Bill Bathello, 005, take 21 thou to break out 4 thou. 492 on the 498. So unfortunately, the Aloha Spirit is eliminated, and Patrick Conlon will advance as James Glenn and Phil Unruh up next.
But listen, if you can produce chicken like that, you're a winner every day in my book.
Oh, that stuff was
otherworldly.
Yes, it was. Good grinds, that was for sure. Phil Unruh and James Glenn, 3 thousandths of a second was the difference between the two at this end of the racetrack, and James Glenn lays down a nice lap. 18 to be dead on 3, gets their second 7 thou. Phil Unruh was 15 on the tree, goes 6:11 on the 6:12, and it looks like James Glenn may have grabbed the brakes significantly at just 107 miles an hour.
Dave Kinney, Spencer Massey. This is good right here. This is good. Kinney driving the Nasty Nick Hastings-owned Pontiac T1000, wheel-standing little car over there, and of course Spencer Massey in his familiar red Nova. Absolutely, 100%. Identical reaction times, dead on 1 for Kinney, 18 pack. Massey was about 15 too quick there. So Spencer Massey takes 16 thou at the stripe and loses by exactly that much.
That was a mean one.
That was very mean, but it's indicative of what happens around here. All the nice people go away early and only the mean people stay. And then it becomes mean on mean.
So it's true then. Only the good die young.
In bracket racing, absolutely. I'm living proof. Dave Butler and Ryan Mangus on the starting line right now. Mangus goes 681.2 and a 679 dial with a 12 reaction time as Butler 652.1 at 108 miles an hour. That 653 dial, 016 reaction time. Butler breaks out, taking 27 at the stripe.
J.R. Learcamp and Nasty Nick. Nick in the Mustang twice out of Shelby, Ohio, 605. The number that Nick is going to be focused on here, and J.R. Learcamp in his 63 Corvette, 537 going to be the number over on the left side. Almost identical roll in and light those blue LEDs. Red light start for Nick Hastings by 9 thousandths of a second. The Mustang rolls through early, 605 on a 605. Red and dead on 3, which is and will most likely be a slight little donation to the swear jar. 13th thou on the green side for J.R. Learcamp. He's one above, 638 on the 637. As Joe Levitt
and Frank and the Falcon come rolling up.
Falcon Frank,
which may be what Joe Levitt will be saying in some form if he loses to him. Levitt.
Oh, I hate that Falcon guy.
Dialed 624, and Frank and the Falcon will be moving on as Levitt went 19 red. There's not so much that Falcon guy, it's that Falcon tree this time. 636 with a 1 on a 635 dial in for Frank. 041 light, but again a 19 red for Levitt. Stopped him cold. Dustin Henches and Steve Williams. Ooh, man, big one. Williams, 533 down the Corvette. Henches dialed 615. What are you going to do with all your free time tomorrow?
Couch. For some of it. And then hang out with Carter for a good portion of it.
Nice, man. That's good.
Definitely hanging out with Carter for a good portion of it.
Nice.
What about you? Mostly
Airplane?
flight.
Flying couch.
Flying couch.
Airborne couch.
You getting your first class upgrade as usual? Because you're important like that.
Listen, man.
With your half jacket.
I'm going to make him pay tomorrow.
10 thousandths of a second between Dustin Henches and Steve Williams, and Steve Williams, 533, dead 1. Dustin Henches, 615. He's 11th thou above the dial. And Steve Williams, by the minimalists of margins, what was it, like 0005?
0004.
0004. 4 10,000ths of a second, Steve Williams slips by to take out Thursday night's winner.
Dang. Glenn Dilday and AJ Ash coming up right now. Ash came up short in his Pontiac Grand Am. He is going to try to keep his hopes competitively alive here in the Chevy 2 Nova. 540 the dial in for AJ. Glenn is dialed 557. The tension and intensity rising with each pair as we continue to cleave this field in two pieces. Repeatedly. Red light start for Dilday by 1 thou. AJ Ash was 008. Goes 36.6, 127, running it through as Dilday goes dead on 5 after the 001 red light.
Sean Schaefer and Philip Pennington. Pennington out of Three Rivers, Texas. 477. Phillips in the Roadster on the right side. Sean Schaefer in the Camaro that he is splitting the driving duties with Mike Coulter. 499, the number for Schaefer on the left side.
Second race in a row, Pennington's had to face another Roadster, right?
Roadster.
He had a Roadster last time. He's got a Roadster over there this time.
That's where you need to get like Peter Griffin up here instead of saying Roadhouse and just Roadster.
Roadster. Hey, Chris, got a Roadster. Phil Pennington goes to the finish line. It doesn't see a win light, and Sean Schaefer goes 5:003 at 138.43. 1/1000th margin of victory for Schaefer. He was 11 on the tree. Goes, 4 thou over. Pennington goes 1 hun over, but he was 008 on the tree. Yikes, 17 over. Man, that was wild.
Inconceivable. As Logan Moore and Cortland Carter are going to pop up now. Cortland, we switch from the Roadsters
to
the Dragsters.
Hello, Brian.
You're good at that.
Oh, you're driving a dragster today? Oh, that's nice.
I like that one. 501 is the down for Cortland. 460 is the down for Logan. Logan Moore is in control as they leave the starting line, and Logan Moore will leave still in control. 007 and 21 thou above the dial, tightening it up to a 4 thou stripe as Cortland Carter was 26 on the tree, dead 6. 32 total, and gets beat to the stripe by 0.004 of a second. Looks like he jammed the brakes to be dead on 6 at just 138 miles an hour.
Yeah, signals were jammed, the brakes were jammed, everything was jammed. The copier might have been jammed too at that point. Chad Axford and Tim Pettit coming up right now. Pettit, 554 dial. Sumner, Washington's home. Axford, of course, dial 458 over there. Left-hand side. The Kentucky rifleman leaving the starting line, trying to run down Tim Pettit and failing to do so. Pettit dead on 730 light, 37 package. Axford's 5 over at 463.8 with a 48 light. None of that was what he wanted to have happen.
Didn't we hear somebody in the chat room? You know, I think Peter and Marco were asking about like dark horse, like pick a dark horse.
Yeah.
I think there were several folks that said Madison Payne is the dark horse here that we need to watch.
495's your dial.
I think it'll work.
Could work. Seth Zermeno completely disagrees with that opinion. 482 dialing for Zermeno. It's like, why is saying all that nice stuff about her? What about me? I'm here.
Right. I said, I'll
I'm a nice guy.
Talk about dark horse. I'm going to show like a dark trailer. You can just put it in there and close the door.
I'm a good guy.
Why is everybody against me? 482 to the 495. We're stage set. Tree drops.
Oh, Seth Zermeno actually might have taken that personally. Perfect reaction time. Dead on 8 pack against the dark horse, who has been relegated to the glue factory. 494, 338.66. As Madison Payne was 25 on the tree, but ran 7 thou under.
Oh, that's a little.
Well, I was trying to complete the thought.
I know we're talking dark horse, and you're like putting it straight to the. I'm thinking maybe just the stable. Let's just stable it for a little while. You're sending it like off for its eternal doom.
Nah, I might have said stable on Wednesday.
Okay, fair enough.
I'm at a glue factory state of mind right now.
Okay.
Which is a new song I have coming out.
It is. I mean,
glue factory state of
Tom
mind.
Worthington is right. We've said that before, and it's something that Eames and I say a lot of times. When we are on the last day, you're right. I mean, we're sending the glue. It is Thunderdome.
It is Thunderdome. It is
2
Mad
men
Max.
enter, 1 man leaves.
Troy Williams and Brittany Thornton. This happened to be a man and a woman went red by 3 thou. 483, 3-1, for Brittany. Troy Williams' legs are through. 482.6 at 143. Was 13 on the tree. So we'll see Troy Williams Jr. again. Gary Williams.
And Jake Jones.
I feel like that was a Taste Great Less Filling thing. I was like, Gary Williams or
Jake Jones. I'm just waiting. You'll speak and I'll counteract you.
Gary Williams.
You. Jake Jones.
So Williams.
Jones.
489.
464.
Dragster left side.
Sure. I'll go with you on that one. Dragster right side.
Nate's a jerk.
Yes, I am.
Yeah. They're gone clean. And again, Jake Jones reacting, whomping the throttle, 002, dead on 5, and you saw the scoop just absolutely flopping back and forth down there.
If the scoop is a rockin', it was a rockin'. He gets the stripe by 0.007 of a second. 002 takes 7 to be dead 5. Jake Jones, the scoop was a rockin'.
Rodney Frazier, Willie Flores coming up now. $4.99 the dial-in for Flores, $4.56 for Rodney Frazier.
So the Texas and Oklahoma matchup. Talk about a long. That may be. I know there's a lot of state rivalries out there, but Texas and Oklahoma.
That one's stout.
That one is up near the top.
That one has some history.
7th thou between them at this end of the racetrack, making 8th thou between them at this end of the racetrack, and Willie Flores with an 0.23 reaction time gets to the stripe second, breaking out by 0.03 of a second. Rodney Frazier breaks it out 19 thousandths of a second. Frazier checks out, and the Texas team advances to round 4.
Jeremy Cisneros and Hunter Patton coming up right now. Patton from Crockett, Texas, dial 464. Cisneros, dial 468. As we have had the bat phone has dinged up here. Final call, Dragsters, Gear Wrench Pro, round 4, stand by. Gear Wrench Pro, round 4, stand by. You'll be called to the lanes momentarily. Should have about a dozen of you left. Then you'll be going on the ladder.
10 thousandths of a second is between them in reaction time, and this time Jeremy Cisneros will take out Hunter Patton. Cisneros 12 thousandths of a second is where he was at on the reaction clocks, goes dead to. He's 14 total, taking a 30 thou stripe. Hunter Patton was 22 thou in reaction time and 22 thou above to be 44 total, and check it out.
Greg Hicks and Brandon Taylor now. The X-Mobile right side, 474 dial. Taylor, 479, so very, very tight here. Hicks, who we saw earlier, made a visit up here, said that previous evening's festivities went late into the night after winning $10,000 in the Calcutta. He didn't know he could actually spend 10 grand at the Mexican place on margaritas, but they pulled it off.
They were successful. When he puts his mind to something, 1 thou between Brandon Taylor and Greg Hicks, and Brandon Taylor, 479 on a 479, 9-pack against Greg Hicks, who was 6 thousandths of a second behind the green light, takes a 5 thou stripe to break out 2 thou. I think they're going to maybe see if they can go reopen the tab.
I think they're going to have to. That would give you reason to, as Ken Nelson and Andy Morris come up to the starting line.
Well, it was one of those things, and again, keep in mind, Greg Hicks yesterday was 1 thou away from that $20,000 bonus in the run. He put up a 1 total run. What was he, like 001 dead zero?
Something like that.
And that could have gotten him $20,000 if only it weren't for that thou. So they went out and kind of, relegated that for a little while.
Nelson, Morris, stripe, it is Nelson. Dead on 8, 3 light, 11 pack. Taking 3 thou stripe at the finish line. Print the time slip, analyze it, love it, repeat it over and over again. Andy Morris on the other side was 20 on the tree, got to the finish line second, 477.
I'm sitting there with like all of the fancy wraps and all of that kind of stuff now. If you ever get yourself like a perfect run ticket, many people have.
Oh, that would be awesome. Wrap the dragster with it?
Wrap the dragster with it, or the side of the, you've got a big white toter home and a big white trailer. Just make that like kind of diagonal down the side of the trailer out
with
there.
With your face next to it.
Yeah.
Like with your
maybe
giant
not that.
face. A time slip and a giant, or maybe the time slip laid over your face. That'd be freaky, right?
You could tattoo it on your face. That might be weird. Tim Thomas grabbing a big advantage over Kurt Gross here as they leave the line. Gross is going to be feeling a little gross. Tim Thomas was 008, 483 on a 481. Still gets to the stripe first by 22 thousandths of a second. Kurt had an 052 line, ends up dead on 5, so he was 57 total and 22 thou behind at the stripe as Tim Thomas ends up 27 thou above and 008 in reaction time.
We need Gear Wrench Pro, round 4 to the staging lanes, please. Gear Wrench Pro, round 4 to the lanes. The dozen. The dastardly dozen. Gross and Thomas.
I like dastardly.
Thomas being all superchargery over here on the Pennzoil side. Dial 420. Janik's got plenty of horsepower as well. Finish line stripe. Give it to the blown car. 422, 173 for Brent Nation. Nation's 022 in the tree. Taking 10 at the finish line. Janik is dead on 7, but was 45, Nate.
You look at this time. We are in round number 3. And, of course, round number 3, according to the flyer, is when you start racking up a paycheck. If you turn on a win light in round number 3, you're going to make a trip to the pay window. And speaking of that, again, we mentioned it before. We'll mention it again. If, for some reason, you are kind of already done with your racing, you're starting to get things put away, John Edwards is going to go red by 12 thousandths of a second. Dan Northrup ends up with a 478 on a 480 with 17 green as he gets that free ride down the left side. But if for some reason you're kind of getting things done, you want to come up here and get your tabs taken care of, if you got payout coming to you from previous days, come on up here now while it's not super busy, because towards the end of the night it's going to get really busy, and if we get people trickling up here a little bit sooner, it'll get that all taken care of. You'll get your money earlier, everybody will get taken care of. So as you are going through the afternoon, just pop on up here. The ladies down there at the Diva Desk will be happy to help you out. Michael Pennington and Parker Theobald. Two of like the largest families on property. They'll both roll in with a complete convoy of trucks. Parker dialed 492. Michael dialed 470. And identical reaction times between the two. Both 003. 470 on a 470. Michael Pennington lays down a 5-pack. 003 at this end of the racetrack. Dead on 2 for Michael Pennington. Parker Theobald was 003. Gets to the stripe first by 9 thousandths of a second to break out 7 thousandths of a second. So identical at this end. No respect for the birthday boy. Michael Pennington zips on through and lays down 5 total.
Man, he just made all that up. Next, Dustin Wirtz and Shane Carr, please.
I did make all that up, but it sounded great, didn't it?
It did. Flowed right out.
Sounded amazing.
463 dial-in for Carr. 503 dial-in for Wirtz. Pro round 4. Pro round 4. Bring your 12 bad selves to the lanes. Pro round 4 to the lanes, please.
Speaking of your bad self,
Shane Carr, 006, dead on 6, 12-pack. Dustin Wirtz, 1 over, 29. Thanks for playing. Shane Carr moves on to the next round.
Like I said, speaking of your bad self.
Yeah, that was nasty. Corey Galitti, Vinny Domino. .460 to dial in for Domino. Galitti dial 478. Clash of cultures, baby. New York taking on Texas.
Tomball, Texas, as they say, deep in the heart of Texas.
The City Slickers taking on the Country Boys.
New York City.
Yeah. Tomato sauce taking on salsa. Picante.
I like it. Definitely different uses of tomato. Ooh. Vinny Domino, 1,000th of a second red. No bueno. Corey Galitti, 004, 475 on a 478, and he gets the opportunity to leg it through and see exactly where it would have ended up. So a 001 red light will end the charge for Vinny.
Austin Williams, Kanan Berrio. Berrio, 450 to dial. Williams dial 462. Both of these Texas runners. Waxahachie for Austin Williams, right down the road from the Texas Motorplex. Magnolia, Texas for Kanan Berrio. Right down the road from that guy and the lady that fix up the houses, right? That a Magnolia, Texas thing.
Oh, yeah, it is.
Straight down the racetrack. 462, 139. Chalking up for Williams. He's dead on 4. 26 light 30 pack. Barrio was 1 under, 49 out of 50, taking 18th out at the finish line.
I would have to ask that. I would have to ask that of my
Joanna
wife.
Gaines and her husband.
Yeah. I'd have to ask that. My son loves the show for Demolition Day. Demo Day.
Yeah.
Anytime you're in there just swinging the hammer.
Knocking stuff down.
Hey, we got an update on the swear jar. Swear jar for Greg Boutte. We need to shove a lot more money into that thing. We've done really well so far. But so far we're up to over $1,200.
Nice.
Over $1,200 is in the jar for Greg Boutte. We can shove that thing full. Again, especially as people are coming up to finalize their tabs, take care of those things. Darren Lotch, Jerry Wynn, that is awesome. Appreciate the update on that, Emily. Over $1,200 in the jar now for Greg Boutte. I know we can get that a little bit higher. But thank you so much, racers, for helping out and showing Greg our appreciation for what he's done. I know we can do a little more. Let's load that thing up. So Jerry has got a 470 number. Darren has got a 486 number. We are sitting in pre-stage at this moment in time. Jerry tickles on the LEDs. Darren does the same, and away we go. 11 thousandths the difference between the two at this end of the racetrack. Jerry Wynn was 17 green, goes 469 on a 470. Darren was 28 green, goes 484 on a 486. Double breakout math applies, and the winner will be Jerry Wynn returning.
Chris Whitfield, Kyle Rizzoli. 485 dial in for Rizzoli. Whitfield dialed 476. Not sure I'd want to be seeing Chris Whitfield over there. Not sure I'd be wanting any of that. The current time.
That is certainly one of those things where after you watch the performance last night and remember that he got better with each round.
Yeah. Like a peep. Better with age.
Better with age. The longer he lets the dragster sit out of the car, the more seasoned it gets.
Right.
That's like, put it back in the wrapper.
Kyle Rizzoli ain't scared. Attack mode on the starting line, 007 light. It's Rizzoli, 87 on an 85 dial. Whitfield, 474.9, 476 dial. Whitfield took 28th out at the stripe, and that was a mistake as he broke out by 11 thousandths of a second. One of the things interesting about an event like this, too, where it is multiple races, it's a race every day, effectively, that the majority of people are in every day, is you do see people and you learn about what their habits are. You know, Peter talked about it a while before. I'm not sure if you're in here or not, about, you know, kind of you race people for long enough, you know where they like to dump on the racetrack, you know where they like to do certain things. So there is an element of trying to build some randomness into your program here so you don't get kind of the book on you. You know, oh, this guy's gonna drop you at 600 feet every time. This guy's gonna drop you here. You know, it's kind of interesting.
So like poker, you got to go out in some hands that you normally wouldn't bluff on.
It's exactly what he said.
Did he really?
He really used that analogy. Yeah.
I didn't.
Yeah, he used that poker analogy. It was pretty cool.
Yeah. 8 thousandths of a second, the difference between Dave Mazier and Philip Pennington. Pennington will get the win on a double breakout. He's double away at this end of the racetrack. Goes 4th thou under. Dave Mazier was 16 at this end of the racetrack. Gets there first, 7th thou, and ends up 19th thou under. Win light will belong to Pennington.
Lane Savar coming up on the Pennzoil side, 489 dial in. Jeremy Sears, 490 dial in. Why can't you guys just come to an agreement? Just make it the same? Come on, 100.
I know.
Come on, guys.
All right, fine. 489 and a half.
Right. Savar going to be second at stage. Savar going to be first to leave and do it 2 thou early. 002 red for Savar. Jeremy Sears, 489, 4 at 139 miles an hour. Sears takes advantage of Savar's red light and lane lifted early, 507.4 at just 112.96.
Lindsey Meserve and Mo Trujillo. Mo, his current situation is on the left side of the racetrack. Lindsey Meserve is across the way. 455 for Lindsey, 448 for Mo.
Mo has been looking good this week, as has Lindsay Meserve. You can see Lindsay moving the car around a little bit on the starting line, angling it correctly. Lindsay Meserve and Mo Trujillo. They're off. They're green. Lindsay Meserve is less green than Mo Trujillo, and that turns out to be a good thing. 454.8, 455 dial. Meserve goes across the finish line, 21 thou ahead of Trujillo, and 2 thou under her dial-in. Trujillo was 5 thou under his dial-in, 40 on the tree, and that's literally what it's coming down to here this afternoon. Just a handful of scant thousandths of seconds. Hunter Walker and Dylan Haug now.
Hunter, at one point last year, arguably the hottest gun on the planet, and Dylan Howe, who is rapidly making an argument for himself.
He's warming his gun is warming up as we speak.
Yes, it is. 459 for Dylan on the left side, 489 for Hunter on the right side. Okay.
Yeah, 006 for Dylan, and thank you, 006. 60 on a 59 with a 3, taking 31 thou to stripe. Walker, 487.8 on a 489 dial-in.
At this point, you talk about the hot gun thing. I think Dylan's gun is hot. Now he's just adjusting the scope for windage.
I think you're right.
You know what I mean?
Is there a clarification on this? If he does win the 30K, do I still win some of the Calcutta money that I had on him last night?
That's been spent.
Hey.
Hey, Super Pro Door Cars, round number 4. Super Pro Door Cars, round number 4. Let's get you headed this direction, please. Super Pro Door Cars, round number 4. Let's get you headed this direction, please.
David Cain's like, what about me, bro? 002 in the tree, 2 over, wind light, 138 miles an hour, taking 26,000 to stripe. Doug Johnson was 26 on the tree. He ran 2 over. Just wasn't quick enough down there at the top end, wasn't quick enough on the starting line to match Cain's blistering 002. Bought himself some time, and he was able to go 2 over comfortably for the win.
Look, I'm totally good with that. David Cain, just like any kind of mono sport, whether it's UFC, whether it's boxing, whatever it is, you know, those that are like primed and ready to go, especially when you're talking about the big title fights, they're, you know, basically, you know, fighting for that position. Dude, you want to take a swing at Dylan? You both are into the next round.
Yeah.
Go line up.
Right.
You guys go ahead.
Tim Thomas and Tom Bear coming up, 493, 488 the dial. I'm looking forward to watching Jake Paul get the stuffing knocked out of him next month.
That's going to be entertaining.
That's going to be fun.
That's going to be entertaining.
He thinks he's somebody because he beat up a guy who used to play in the NBA that was like half his size.
So, 493 to a 488. I mean, it's always entertaining when somebody voluntarily will jump into the ring and they're just going to get a beating. 5 thou is the difference at this end of the racetrack. 21 on the tree and 494 on the 93 for Tom Bayer, who's continuing to roll through. Bayer, 5 thou is the stripe. 5 thou is the margin of victory, and Bayer gets the win light. He was 36 total. Tim Thomas, 26 on the tree, and then goes 489 on the 488.
Super Pro Door Cars, we need you to the lanes, please. Super Pro Door Cars, round number 4 to the staging lanes, please. Super Pro Door Cars, we need you to the staging lanes, please. 471 the dial-in for Rapp, 449 for Robbie Gear. Man, 002 and 007, they are right there with each other. It's Gear in a double breakout. 448.5. on a 49. Jeremy Rapp took 5/10,000ths of stripe and broke out, going 470 on a 71. 5/10,000 of stripe. How does that even? That's nothing.
My.
It's one of the little tangs on a new tire. That's what 5/10,000 is.
That is. Oh my. And that is like. I mean, with that being the last run of your day, that's something that's going to eat at you for a long, long time.
David Meyer and Travis Theobald coming up now. Theobald from Washington, Utah. 481 dialing. Meyer dialed 481. So there you go. Dueling 481s.
I'm not going to bring it up yet. We'll see what happens. But we'll watch the tree drop at exactly the same time. And again, we've called it Super Pro Door Cars, round number 4 to the lanes, please. Super Pro Door Cars, round number 4 to the lanes, please. David Meyer getting the win light here. Travis Theobald, red by 14,000ths of a second. David Meyer, 15, say it with me, dead zero.
Dead zero.
I want to say that's like the at least 7th time that's come up today to be 15 dead zero. It's the thing that the cool kids are doing. 15 dead zero.
Jesse Adams and Tim O'More. 534 dialing for O'More. Adams dialed 479.
Ooh. There's a nice little compliment to get. How about Sal Biondo sending in a message saying that he's enjoyed listening to us over the last couple of days.
That's great. Certainly sincere thank you for that. I know
Absolutely.
that I can speak for myself. I've had a great time, and I know hope the feeling's mutual. It's been a lot of fun.
Oh, I'm absolutely loving it. And it's nice to know that Vin 001 Red Light cost Sal some money to go into the swear jar.
534, dead on 8, 16 reaction time for Tim O'More, so 24 altogether for Tim. Adams goes 1 over, 480 on a 479, had a 25 reaction time. Just got boxed out.
Yeah, definitely.
Taking free throws. Got boxed out.
Got boxed out. Not laughing about the 001 Red Light. That was heartbreaking, but laughing at Sal having to pay at the swear jar. Glenn Dilday and Terry White. Terry on the right side, 472 is the dial in the Pennzoil lane. For Glenn Dilday, coming out of Shelby, Missouri, 481 is where we're at. And Sal, I am certainly looking forward to seeing you again soon, as we are pre-staged between Glenn Dilday and Terry White.
Red light start for Glenn by 001. Terry White. Smooth on into the next round. 469, 946 miles an hour. Terry White advances. And Glenn, a departing shot, went 479, 742.55. Super Pro Door Cars, round 4. Say that in Thai.
It really doesn't translate.
Well, say Super Professional Automobiles, round 4.
Okay, let me see if I can remember that.
I just did an English to English translation for you.
I know. It's hang on.
You think about it. I'll call this run.
Yeah, I'm going to think about it for a
Bob
second.
Siemens, Gary Williams now. They call him G-Dub. He's going to have to be about that good at the finish line stripe, and it is going to be Siemens. 17 on a 16, 009 reaction time. Williams was 2 over. 490 on an 88, 2 and change. 024 light, so Siemens taking 32 on the finish line stripe, moves on. The Ogden, Utah racer earned that one. The 009 light got him off the blocks, and he was pretty tight to the dial, just going that 1 over 17 on a 16.
All right, got it.
Okay.
รถยนต์ของซุปเปอร์มาที่นี่ตรงที่4นะ
That's so awesome. That's awesome that you can actually speak Thai. That's crazy. It's not crazy, it's great.
It's one of those things. I had to really think of it because, again, those are not things that you say on the everyday scale. You know, normally I'm asking for, hey, can I have some chicken?
Right. How would you say that?
Huh?
How would you say that?
ขอไก่หน่อยได้ไหมครับ
Just what I thought. Dustin Hinches.
Exactly like you thought.
The accent I thought was a little strange at the end, but I'm not going to critique you. 496 the dial for Myra. 485 the dial for Hinches. Right down past the finish line stripe. 89.4, 85 dial for Hinches. 006 light. And for Tyler Myra, he made the wrong call down there. 5:03.2, only 130 miles an hour. 003 reaction time. Myra was kind of in charge down there. And the brakes did not do him any good.
No, didn't help out. Brandon Taylor and Alexis Thompson. Thompson, who is, again, she went down to 6th last night, trying to continue to slice her way through this field here today. And Brandon Taylor out of Alabama over on the left side. Taylor, 476 is going to be the number. For Alexis Thompson, 461. As the pre-stage bulbs sit lit. They sit lit. Here we go. Blink, blink. Out of Brandon Taylor. Alexis Thompson very carefully creeping in. Brandon Taylor grabbing the advantage at this end of the racetrack and locks it down. 476 on the 476. 007 at this end. 29 thou the margin at the stripe as Brandon gets there first. Alexis Thompson was 22 green and could not catch up to Taylor.
Here comes Tanner Theobald and Dylan Mudd as we are down to the last couple of handfuls or a couple of pair of dragsters here. I see a bunch of full-bodied automobiles in the staging lane. So, Super Pro, round 4 door slammers. You should be in the lanes. Don't make me turn this race around. 459 the dial-in for Mudd, 490 the dial-in for Tanner. And it will be Mudd in first.
No, Mudd's in Bristol.
Mudd is, sopping wet clay in Bristol, Tennessee under the water today at a 1/10,000th margin of victory. Dylan Mudd, 59 on a 59, a 10-pack. We look across, 90 with a 3 on a 90 with a 7 light, a 10-pack. 3,000 starting line differential was all but a race at the finish line, and it goes to the 4th digit to the right. Dylan Mudd, by 0.001 seconds, advances. Wow. That's the tightest race of the weekend so far.
Wow, it is.
Literally the tightest race of the weekend.
We've had a bunch of 3/10,000s. We've had some 6, some 5s, but a 1/10,000 margin. Mudd moves on to Shane Thompson and Nick Axtman will be next. Thompson here on the right side. Axtman grabs 0.010 of a second advantage and 422 on a 423. Axtman looked like he might have grabbed himself a little break there that nudged the car over to the left, but he gets it done. Shane Thompson, 456 on a 458. Axtman, 22 on a 23, was under 7 thou, taking just 1 thou at the finish line. And I'm now curious. Jake from the tower says he's just painting today. I'm wondering if he means more like 1980s Karate Kid paint the fence thing, or if he's talking more like Bob Ross, Happy Little Trees.
Got to be Bob Ross, Happy Trees.
Got to be a Bob Ross, Happy Trees.
Kanan Barrio and Darren Lotz coming up. I picture him as more of a watercolor guy.
Paint by number?
Yeah. Oh, definitely. Yeah, I don't mean like, I don't mean like Matisse. I mean like, dunk the thing in water and just run it across the page like a 6-year-old.
I was wondering if maybe you'd actually have the page that you just run the watery. You don't even pick the color. You just run the watery brush and the color kind of appears.
Yeah, you know what? There's a life hack to that. You just take the whole thing and dunk it in the tub.
It takes all the skill away, man.
Oh, who's to say there was any to begin with? Lot style 472, Barrio dial 459. In order to lose something, you got to have it in the first place. For Darren Lotz, he's in the driver's seat here. Can he hang with it? Yes, he does. 473.5, 472 dial. 15 over, 15 light, 30 pack. Dead on 4 for Barrio. Unfortunately for Barrio, the dead on 4 came with a 47 reaction time.
Oh, Peeps Pennington and Mark Savar. Savar here on the right side, 482 for Peeps Pennington, 457. Yeah. Pennington will wait. We'll give up the head start to Savar out of Puyallup, Washington. As we have got our door cars headed in and our final dragsters now sitting in the water box. Good man, Jake. He said he just does what she tells me to. Smart.
Yeah.
Smart life skill. Ooh. Mark Savar did not move at this end of the racetrack. Peeps Pennington, 006, gets down there just before the speed trap, lifts up out of the throttle, and goes 482 on the 457. So that's certainly a disappointing moment for Savar. You get all the way down here to round number 3. And again, I'm not saying that the heavy lifting is done, but once you give, once you get, like you said, past first round, buyback round, second round, really feels like you kind of round a corner and you're now like on the shorter road to try and get the winner.
Yeah. And then
that's just devastating.
It all comes to a quick stop.
Yeah.
A quick halt. Mike Pennington, Sean Hart. Final pair of dragsters here before we go into round 4 of Gear Wrench Pro. Pennington, a 0.3 of a second head start over Sean Hart. Negligible in terms of basically every other function of your life outside of drag racing. Pennington and Hart on the power to the finish line. It is going to be Pennington dead on 2, 6 light, 8 pack. Sean Hart 1 over 2 reaction time, 16 pack. 8 thou is the margin of victory for Michael Pennington. So the Hoosier Racing Tire round 3 has come to an end. In a few minutes we'll be telling you who won that pair of Hoosier Slicks.
Sounds like a good plan. We've got our Gear Wrench Pro, round number 4, the Mickey Thompson round cars, sitting behind the tower. And it won't be long before we start. And I mean, it's always this way. Get down to where it's just going to start going by quicker and quicker and quicker. And fairly soon we'll be sitting here in almost a melancholy type moment going, where did the weekend go? So the banner swap has been done. Really? I had no idea Brian King has got a for sale sign on his Camaro. Why? Why would you do that, man? Such a beautiful race car. I like that ride. So our first pair in Gear Wrench Pro is going to be Brian King and John Tripp. I agree with that, NHRA Mom. But he's not a banner setup guy. We have officially given him a title. He is the bike fence banner relocation engineer. Moved up. Specialist last year, engineer this year. We're proud of him. He's making such great strides in his career. 6:23 to a 6:05. John in the Dart out of Golden, Colorado, lines up right side of the racetrack. Brian King, who I did just see, written in the shoe polish, down in the lower corner of the window. The car is for sale. So if you've always wanted your very own 1968 Camaro with the rally stripes on it, the opportunity is there. Lane calling out the dark horse for him. Again, as Peter and Marco had asked earlier, everybody kind of pick out maybe a dark horse that you think might come out and light up the scoreboard here on this one. We'll see if the dark horse for Lane can do it. Brian King, 6:20 on a 6:23, gets to the stripe first by 35 thousandths of a second and breaks out. 6:20 on the 6:23. John Tripp was 69 at this end of the racetrack for a reaction time. Goes 6:03 on the 6:05. Gets there second, gets the win light. As now Cliff Hall and Justin Lamb. Hall in the Falcon, 6:45 going to be the dial. And for Justin Lamb, 5:59. Lamb was racing late into the night on that Big Money Friday. I believe was able to get down to the final couple in the pro category before it came to a close. This time it's a 1,000th of a second difference between Cliff Hall and Justin Lamb, and I think that signified that Cliff Hall was close to his end as Justin comes flying by with a whomp, 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 whomp. I think I heard 4, maybe 5 quick whomps down there. And again, brings us back to the conversation we had earlier. What's a whomp worth? Depending on the duration of the whomp, depending on how quick it is, depending on the size of the carburetors or carburetor, whatever the case is, what's a whomp worth? Apparently it varies by car. Justin Lamb, 5:59 on the 59. He's dead on one, getting their first 600ths of a second as Kyle Rizzoli and Andy Schmall. The matchups are getting bigger and tighter as they always have. Rizzoli, big winner down in Tucson. Lining up left side, 6.23 second is the dial. Andy Schmall lining up right side, big winner on Wednesday, dialed in at 6:15. Away we go. Both drivers are green. And a 30 thou light for Kyle Rizzoli gets him dead on 4 and to the stripe first by 13 thou. Andy Schmall was 25 green, 22 thou above, ends up 45 total. Kyle Rizzoli was 30 green, 4 thou above to be 34 total. Kyle Rizzoli moves on with the victory as Tim O'More and Ryan Mangus. Final call, Super Pro Door Cars. Super Pro Door Cars need you into the staging lanes for round number 4, please. Final call, Super Pro Door Cars will now take dragsters back to the staging lanes for round 4, please. Super Pro Dragsters, let's get you headed back this direction. Super Pro Dragsters, round 4. We are in the Gear Wrench Pro round number 4. 7 thousandths this difference between Mangus and Tim O'More. Left side, Tim O'More was 6:010. Ryan Mangus, 23 green, take 30 thou at the stripe to be dead on 7 and 30 total. Tim O'More had to have a 0 in the little number column, but he also had to have a 598 instead of the 601. That's now Robin Harris and Tony Gambardella. Gambardella out of Mims, Florida.
I was just in the other room listening. I'm surprised how good you sound, because I stand here and I think, man,
this guy's an idiot.
Put up with this, but I'm over there and you sound like you're doing a pretty good job.
It's the difference between hearing it live and over the speaker. The speaker translates it.
Dead on 7. Gambardella wins with a dead on 720 light because Harris was dead on 4 but 75. But yeah, man, you come over there, it's like, listen to this guy.
If I turn the mic off, then it sounds like, or if I were to use your mic, it's this special microphone.
Okay.
If I were to switch mics with you, then you'd hear me kind of in my real tone. And my real tone would be something like this.
Seth McLean and Nick Hastings. Hastings is 615. Seth McLean's a...
Yeah, it's very
So then I
unpleasing.
switch back to the real microphone, and it sounds more like this.
Yeah. Technology, man.
Right.
Hastings leaves with the front
the
end
filter.
up. Seth McLean has thrown the kitchen sink at nasty Nick Hastings, and he knocked him out dead on 6. Perfect reaction time. Hastings dead on 6:21. Wow. Yikes.
Yes, Terry Lee. Fake it till you make it.
The party in Nampa, Idaho will be rocking tonight. And
Yes,
I don't
it
know how
will.
many people that will involve, but all of them will be there.
That was quite a swing that Seth McLean was able to put that one straight over center field and get the win lane. Curtis Enzalita gonna get the solo shot here. We'll get a free look at 6:52. And then, after a 22 reaction time, goes 6:53 on a 6:52, and we'll win it. To move on to round number 5 in Gear Wrench Pro.
What happened to the rest of them? Where was I? What happened when I was gone?
What happened to the rest of them?
Yeah, well, give me everybody who won and what the what the MOV was. I'm just gonna write it down real quick.
I'll go grab the run sheet, and you can review that as much as you'd like.
Chase Trimp, Dennis Weddle going to be our first pair as we move into Super Pro door cars here. And for anybody that's loading their trailer right now, anybody that's getting ready to head, whether it's east, west, north, or south, whatever direction it is, thank you very much for being here. Thanks for being a part of this K&N Spring Fling Million presented by Optima Batteries. It has been a gathering of the best, baddest, and brightest, man. It's been awesome. And continues to be. We still got plenty of time to go, but overall, speaking overall.
Jake, I'm not sure what we mean by my former life having been an air traffic controller, but I certainly hope not, because air traffic controller hold thousands of people's lives in their hand at any one given time as airplanes transfer to and from airspaces, and nobody wants me to be the one in control of their life. So
I've seen you drive an automobile. I don't want that.
Right?
I don't want it.
Nobody wants that.
What everybody wants is a 00 reaction time. Both of these drivers have it, but the only one that can get a win light is Chase Trimp. 84 on an 83 dial. He gets a 009 reaction time, so we're talking about a 7 thou margin of victory. Chase Trimp took 7 thousandths of stripe, and that was the key to his win. Dennis Weddle was 008, but he was 2 over, running 494.3 on a 492.
Scott Hess and Mike Coltrane. Coltrane on the right side, 497. Scott Hess on the left side, 563. As the Nova lines up against the Camaro. Again, I think Mike and Sean Schaefer sharing the driving responsibilities on the Camaro here this weekend. Mike Coltrane has taken control of this matchup as Kelly Hess is darting towards the outside. Mike Coltrane, 497 on a 497. 006, dead 9. Mike Coltrane gets there second for the win as Scott Hess was 23 green, taking a 6 thou stripe and breaks out 14 thousandths of a second.
Nate, I told you we'd have an answer on who won those Hoosier Slicks from round 3. The answer is Tanner Theobald. Won a set of Hoosier Slicks with the best losing package of 010 in round 3.
Again.
Jeff Verdi and Patrick Conlon.
Doesn't make it any better, just softens the blow.
Exactly. 593 the dial-in for Verdi, 548 for Conlon. We saw Verdi put together a very, very tight run last time. We'll see what he can do in his Firebird now. The Top Gun Pontiac. And Jeff Verdi attacking the starting line like Nate Hershey at a Ruby Tuesday salad bar. 595 for 111 miles an hour. 593 his dial-in. He's 18. Conlon's 41. Runs dead on 1. Verdi wins it by 9 thousandths, really on virtue of his reaction time.
It really was. Blue cheese, bacon bits, and grape tomatoes.
And you like those smushy croutons I got there, I bet.
Load them in.
Yep.
Load them in.
Knew it.
Blue cheese and bacon bits, baby.
Knew it.
Vincent Horton and Chris Johnston. Johnston has got the 69 Camaro. 610 is the dial on the right side. Vincent Horton, 677 in the Malibu. Vincent seems to be one of those guys that just will not give up here and is making it work. 16 on this end of the racetrack, 2 above, gets it done. Chris Johnston, 610 on a 610. He is unfortunately nowhere near where he needed to be in reaction time. That was the, like you said, everybody got around. Those apparently have. Chris Johnson didn't get the memo because the 198 didn't pay off.
As a generalized rule, if the sun changes position before your automobile leaves the starting line,
that's bad.
Not great.
That's bad. Yeah.
James Glenn, Butch Warner. Warner dialed 524, Glenn dialed 637. A lot of times about recognizing patterns in this sport, right?
It really is.
Patterns and tendencies.
It really is. You see certain tells that show up when different scenarios play out in a race. As James Glenn and Butch Warner separated by 1,000th of a second at this end of the racetrack. James Glenn was 15 green, goes 638 on the 637, getting there second. Again, patterns that emerge. Butch Warner, 14 green, gets to the stripe first by 23 thousandths of a second, breaks out 9 thousandths of a second.
J.R. Learcamp, Randy Cloud, 601 dial in for Cloud, 538 for Learcamp. The Maverick and the Corvette. As the afternoon turns to evening here at the strip at Las Vegas Motor Speedway, the lighting changes. We've talked about it every night. The reaction times change a little bit. You see the tree differently. For J.R. Learcamp, it is a double breakout win. 537.9, 538 dial, taking 51 thou at the stripe. And Randy Cloud went 6003 on a 601, getting there second.
A.J. Ash and Emma Duchelle. The Nova, I guess the driver, I should say, out of Long Beach, Mississippi. Right down there on the coast. Beautiful part of the country. And Emma Duchelle.
Not the one that Snoop sang about. The LBC is the one in California, not in Mississippi. Just to clarify, because some people...
You don't think Snoop was talking about down there in the, heart of Mississippi, right there next to Louisiana, kind of making things happen?
I did till I saw the video. Then it didn't look anything like that.
Well, I don't know. I've been down there.
Nice place.
It is. It is. Emma Duchelle, 587 in the Corvette. Now, Emma, out of Palmdale, California, that is a little bit closer to the Long Beach that Snoop sang about, LBC. Not, still a couple hours away, but it's kind of there. Kind of there. A.J. Ash is going to get the better of the two in reaction time as A.J. to the stripe will go 29 green, dead 7, taking 13 thou to get it done. Emma Duchelle, 37 green and 588. On a 587 as Craig Garcia throws out another of the Saturday Night Live references with the Quiet Storm.
Quiet Storm's one of the best.
Quiet Storm.
That's a good pull. Like Quiet Storm's like you're a fan. If you know Quiet Storm.
If you know Quiet Storm.
Quiet Storm's good. That was a Tim Meadows.
Loved it.
Yeah, that was great.
Along with the, yeah, that's disgusting.
I was expecting you to say like 10 or 11. Steve
a little
Williams
bit
and Bo
later.
Butner. Ooh, Steve Williams and
Nice.
Bo Butner at the starting line. Butner's got the quicker of the two cars by about 0.4 of a second. And Bo Butner, Domo Origato, Mr. Roboto. Oh,
He
perfect
finds
reaction time.
Bo Butner falls to the perfect reaction time kiss of death.
Once again, at least a dozen times now.
Perfect and bye-bye. Steve Williams is 28 total, 27 on the reaction clocks, 530. Excuse me, he is 37 total, 28.7 on the reaction clocks, 532 on the 531, and Bo Butner grabbed too much stripe.
By 3 thou?
Ish.
Shane Thompson and Robbie Gear. Literally from the penthouse to the outhouse. Gear, 5 57, Dial Thompson 503, and there it goes, Shane Thompson 5019, running under his 503. Dial in 003 light, but Robbie Gear taking 3 thou worth of stripe, breaks out by 21 at the finish line. I have been handed a ladder that is fresh off of a printer. The toner is staining my fingers as we speak. I'm going to speak to the management about this, but we'll get to that later.
Slick them clean. You'll be fine.
Oh, it's stuff that does taste good. 7 cars remaining in the pro category. As we now get a look at our next pair of Ryan Mangus and Frank and the Falcon. Falcon Frank.
I don't even want to attempt the last name.
Well, it is definitely profanity in a different language. I think we've been snooking on that one, so I'm just sticking with Falcon Frank. And that's exactly what Ryan Mangus is going to call him. Falcon Frank moves on as Mangus goes 004 red, 679 for at 99 miles an hour. Frank goes 636.9 at 108.00.
So, Gear Wrench Pro, round number 4. Was that where we were at? Yeah? No? Super Pro. Sorry. It was Super Pro. Door car round number 4. That's what I needed to know.
Great news for Robin Harris, won a $100 K&N gift card and $100 cash based off a random tech card draw from Gear Wrench Pro round 4 losers from the Pro Treasure Chest. So Robin Harris, $100 cash, $100 to K&N.
So as Brian had mentioned a moment ago, did you run through this or did you just say there was a ladder?
Nathan, I handed it to you because you've always demanded that you run through it this week, so why break tradition now? I've bent to your every whim over the
I don't
course
remember
of this.
demanding that, but if you fell victim to that
whim,
whole mental thing
just
of
by all means,
the insertion of
by all means, take us home.
You know what? Fine then. If you're going to throw that kind of guilt trip out there.
I wanted to do it. Reverse psychology rules. So remaining 7 cars here in the pro category, Gear Wrench Pro at the Spring Fling. Gambardella will have the bye. It'll be Zinzalita taking on Rizzoli, McLean taking on Williams, Lamb taking on Tripp. 7 will become 4.
I wonder if they can hear this at home. One lone peep rattling around in the box. That's all that's left. And again, as things do begin to thin out here, just a couple of quick reminders, everybody. If you are hanging out, putting stuff away, because maybe you're didn't quite go as far as you wanted in competition today. Remember, if you are going to be owed any money, or if you just want to come up here and even up on your tab, now would be a good time to do that. Again, the Diva Desk is open down at the bottom of the tower. They will get you squared away. They will get you taken care of. So you are free to come on up here and get that taken care of. And then, again, we just need to have everybody off property by Monday morning, 9 a.m. So we got plenty of time. Again, if you want to hang out in Vegas, do a little sightseeing. I think I heard somebody talking about, like, first time out here to this part of the world. They want to drive out and see Hoover Dam, those types of things. You'll have a lot of time to do that type of stuff tomorrow if you want. But we just, again, ask that by 9 a.m. Monday morning we've got everybody outside the gate. Thank you.
Dave Kinney and Sean Schaefer coming up now. Schaefer heating the tires. 5-flat dial-in. And Dave Kinney driving the Pontiac T1000, complete with its tiger tail on the back. It's an old-school Pontiac thing. Didn't usually see them on T1000s, normally on GTOs and stuff. But.
Well, with the T1000, that was the sport version.
Oh, yeah.
So
yeah, you got about a, 2.5 liter big block in the front of that thing?
I mean, that you didn't know that's what the T standard for, was tiger.
It's a tiger. It's my face tattoo. It's like a tiger in my face.
Don't make me get angry. Don't make me show you what it can do.
Dave Kinney, here you go.
616, the dial for Kenny on the left side, and Sean Schaefer. I can't help it. I was going to avoid it. I'm going to grab the tiger by the tail.
There he goes. Did it.
Had to do it.
Did it. I like it. I respect that about you. I respect that about you.
I tried, and I couldn't
Complete
stop
lack
it.
of self-control.
So here we go. Tiger off and away. Here comes Sean Schaefer. Advantage to Schaefer in the Roadster by about 13 thousandths of a second. Sean Schaefer was 25 green at this end of the racetrack, but Dave Kinney will get the win ticket. He was 38 green and goes 617 on a 616. He's one above, 24 thou behind at the stripe as Schaefer breaks out on the loss. And it looks like we are getting a lot of attention paid to Diane Pettit's car out here as she comes out. Ooh, that's not good.
The wispy smoke coming out of that exhaust header is suboptimal news, as Diane Pettit's car being pushed off the starting line, and Troy Williams Jr. will get a broken single here, a competition single. Very tough heartbreaker there for Diane Pettit.
That's just terrible.
It sticks.
It's terrible. So Troy Williams on a 485 solo shot. Ends up with a perfect reaction time and 484.7. Does it make you feel better or make you feel worse? You and I having not really having to be in that position very frequently.
Yeah, it's tough either way. You know, you come this far into the event, and you just want to be able to finish it, on your own terms.
Yeah.
Jake Jones, Dan Northrup now. Northrup 478 the dial. Jones dialed 463. Glad the many threatening messages we got from the truckers after you misidentified eastbound and down and the song Convoy earlier have stopped. I was fearing for your safety.
I was too. I will say this, though, as Jake Jones and Dan Northrup do battle. Northrup 21 green, 478 on a 478, taking a 5 thou stripe. Jake Jones was 37 on the tree, goes 462 on a 463. That one was nice and tight from start to finish. After I had done that, obviously I did take a little break, ran over to the truck stop here to grab the soda. Everybody asked, hey, are you that guy over there? I said, yes, I am. I'm Brian Loans. Nice to meet you.
Yeah, I listen, I admired your courage. You went into the truck stop like the belly of the beast. I didn't realize you try to do it to me, though. You
printed out some business cards and handed them out.
No wonder you're so eager to go over there. Mike, I'm going to have to go. There's going to be a roadblock when I'm leaving here tonight. I'm going to have to put on this fake, well, I already got a beard, so I can't really put on a fake mustache.
And hopefully I identified your rental car right. You got the soul, right?
Yes. Yeah, I got a red dot Pennington 14, 16 for Taylor on the starting line. Pennington dead on 7. Taylor was dead on 9. We go down there. Pennington has the 14 reaction time. Taylor has the 16 reaction time. The true margin of victory was how much stripe Pennington took, and it was 45 10,000ths worth.
How about Jeremy Cisneros and Willie Flores? Albuquerque versus San Angelo. Little New Mexico versus Texas. Willie Flores, 498. Lining up on the right side and Cisneros with the American-built ride and a 468. 3/10 head start. Gonna go to Willie Flores. Again, as you had mentioned a moment ago, the shadows now fully engulfing the tree down there on the starting line, making it a whole lot easier to see.
Cisneros saw it loud and clear. 001 light, 1 over, 69 with a 4 at 139 miles an hour. Flores was 11 on the tree, and he goes under. Goes under by 3 thou, taking 7 thou at the stripe. So Willie Flores is eliminated, and Jeremy Cisneros with a 001 light gets it done.
Here's Dustin Henches and Lindsey Meserve. Dustin, who was a winner in the Camaro, trying to stay alive in the dragster. Lindsey Meserve, another one of those drivers that when she gets hot, tends to stick around for a while. Last trip down the racetrack, lit up that 001. At least at this end of the racetrack, we'll see if Dustin's got a little something for Lindsey. And can Lindsey stop Dustin from going another round? The heat is on. 004 and 456 on the 454 for Lindsey Meserve. Dustin Henches was 21 at this end of the racetrack, gets to the stripe first by 10 thousandths of a second and breaks out 2 thou. Needed to take 8 thou or less at the finish line to get it done. Lindsey 004 and 25 thou above, ends up 29 total for the win.
Dave Meyer and David Kane. Meyer dialed 481, Kane dialed 477. So Meyer rolls into pre-stage. Kane sitting there already. Meyer just slapped a full Nelson on him off the starting line. He goes 4.809, 006 light. Kane ran under by 21, going 474.9 on a 477 dial-in. So David Meyer, taking 43 thousandths or 10 thousandths worth of stripe, advances on to the next round. A squeaker.
It was a squeaker.
It was a squeaker.
All right. Darren Lotz, Jeremy Sears. Lotz, the Virginia-based car, backing up on the right side of the racetrack with the 472 number. Jeremy Sears on the left side with the 489 dial. And I'm looking at some of the dragster pairings that we're seeing down here coming up. We're at that point. There is nothing really left out there that somebody can go, I prefer that matchup over that matchup.
Yeah.
I mean, at one point you're just like, whatever, pull in the lanes and we'll see how you line up.
Sears and Lotz powering past the 330, powering past the 8th mile. It is going to be Jeremy Sears by 6 10,000ths. Both of them run dead on. Sears runs dead on 5 with a 9 light. Lotz runs dead on 1 with a 13 light. You know what that equals? They both equal 14, kids, using an abacus at home or maybe slightly confused about basic math. But then you go all the way out to that 6th decimal place, and there is somebody winning this race, and that somebody's Jeremy Sears.
Hey, if you're listening in out there right now, please help me send help. Brian has lost it. Call the police.
They can't help you now.
We need all dragsters back to the staging lanes, please. All dragsters, we need you back to the staging lanes, doubled up, whatever the case may be. We need all dragsters back to the lanes, please.
Austin Williams and Philip Pennington help me complete my slow slide into madness here. Pennington goes 18 thousandths red. Williams has problems with his car, and he pulls it off to the side down there. It looked like something might have gone away in the drivetrain for Austin Williams as the car was 104 short, and then he saw some smoke come out of it. He is pulled to a stop. Pennington goes 487.5. He fouled himself out 018, and we send our track folks down to check on Austin Williams.
Yeah, Austin already out of the car back there taking a look at it. I mean, I'm certainly hoping that whatever it is something that's fixable, but at this time of the day, it is time is not on your side.
No.
You're starting to really kind of tear through the rounds pretty quick. It means that the time that you've got to try and get something repaired is almost non-existent. I mean, we got the tower binocs up here, and we're looking kind of down track, and I can see something kind of hanging down below the car. It might just be a belt that's kind of, dangling down below the cage. So I don't necessarily see anything under the car. Obviously, they've got a much better view than we do, and our binoculars here in the tower are only so powerful. It's not like, I don't know who in their right mind would sit up here and set up a spotting scope or something to try and look down track. That would be silly.
I do. No guy that did it. You and I both work with him.
Like
mustache, tall,
something like that
voice.
Might be a little bit overkill, but
I don't think it lasted a whole season, though.
No. I mean, I will say this. It was definitely one of those things. If you wanted to see something down track, you could see something down
it took
track.
a speck of a person and made it into a Lego-sized person in the scope. It did that. It did that effectively.
It was a little bit better than that.
Yeah. We need pro bracket. Come on back. JJ is just.
Yeah.
It's getting intense in here.
Well, Gear Wrench Pro, round number 5. Gear Wrench Pro, round number 5. Let's go ahead and get you headed back this direction, please. Gear Wrench Pro, round number 5. We'll get you headed back this direction. Again, dragsters, if you are still in round number 4, we do need you in the staging lanes. Want to make sure that we get you all taken care of. So Gear Wrench Pro, round number 5. Let's get you headed back into the staging lanes, please.
So Austin Williams being towed off the top end. It does not appear that we have anything to clean up as we've not dispatched any of the fleet of equipment here. And once we get stuff parked, we'll fire up this next pair of dragsters, Shane Carr and Ken Nelson.
Shane Carr and Ken Nelson. Nothing.
I guess not.
There is no
lies.
We were not.
Lies.
We were not in any way whatsoever talking about a plan of your demise. Ken Nelson and Shane Carr separated by 0.03 of a second. Advantage to Shane Carr with 17 green and one above, 463 on a 462.
I really feel like that's someone who is planning my demise. That's what they would say.
Here, got you a bottle of water.
This water tastes like almonds.
Look, it's completely sealed up. Nobody's ever opened it. Just because it may look like there's a needle hole in there, it's not. That's condensation.
Corey Gallitti and Dylan Howard coming up right now. Dylan, 459, the dial-in on the dragster. 476, the dial-in for Corey Gallitti. Rocking and rolling off the starting line is Corey Gallitti as Dylan Howard trying to knock him out of competition, and he does. 458.9, 459 dial, 014 line for Haug. That's the winning numbers. On Galitti's side, he was 009. He took 8 thou worth of stripe, and he broke out by 0.04 of a second. Is there a better way? I'm sorry to interrupt you, but is there a better way for a young guy who is literally very green in this world? We can't say that anymore, but is there a better education? He went to college this week, right? Dylan Haug went to drag racing, bracket racing college this week.
Dude, I think I think you're right as far as like the higher education thing, but to show up at an event like this, I think maybe I would say you're kind of in graduate school here.
I got you.
You know what I mean? It's a higher level of education here.
That's a great point.
You know, and then you spend the next few years after you get working on your master's degree,
honing it in.
Yeah. I mean, I totally see where you're going with that.
Yeah.
But it's like this level it's higher than that.
Pete Bennington, Jerry Wynn, hurtling toward the finish line stripe. Wynn dead on 6, 14 light. 20 pack, taking 9 thou at the finish line. Textbook stuff. Peeps Pennington was 004, but only 144 miles an hour, so it was anchors away down there. Scrubbed off a lot and let Wynn by 95 10 thou.
Terry White and Tom Bayer. White out of Minden, Northern Nevada guy. 470 is the dial for Terry, and for Tom Bayer, 493. Speaking of kind of that alluding to the college type thing, the professor of his own drag racing school, sitting over on the left side. He's been doing a little teaching of his own over the last couple of days. You know, he's had several students that have been participating along, and the professor's actually showing them, look, guys, let me show you how to go some rounds.
He even yelled when he was going by, yelled at one guy, so what's wrong with your medulla oblongata?
No,
as he's
you're wrong. Colonel Sanders. 493 is the dial for the professor on the left side, and 470 for Terry White. 23 hun split. Ready? No. All right, teach. 002, dead 2, 4-pack.
Dang.
Tom Bayer. Terry White was 11 green. Gets to the stripe first. 8-10 thou is what it was at the finish line. Not the tightest that we've seen, but it was tight. 8-10 thou. Terry White breaks out 0.07 of a second, but the teach puts up 4 total.
Logan War and Tim O'More coming up right now. War and O'More. Dialed 534 for O'More, 460 for War. So Tim, pull that thing down into low gear and hammer the gas first as Logan goes in second. Oh, man alive. Double O's on both sides of the tree. Finish line stripe. It is going to be Logan War. 4604 with a 001 light, a 5-pack. Tim O'More ran 3.5 under, basically. 009 reaction time, taking 3 hun and breaking out By some.
And on his way back down the return road, Tom Bayer goes 5-pack. It's workable.
That's doable.
That's workable. Kyle Rizzoli and Brent Nation. Nation working on that 420 dial. We still got the blown alky car that is kind of making its way through the field. Kyle Rizzoli
on it too.
That thing's awesome.
Yeah.
That thing's awesome. And again, running those low numbers, staying consistent. Kyle Rizzoli on the other side, 483. And I'm wondering how many times Rizzoli has had like a blown alcohol car go screaming past him.
The
Probably
speeds,
not too many.
yeah, and this thing makes big speed. I mean, the 421 is quick, obviously, but it could run quicker than that, but they have it set up to make speed, and it does it in spades here. So Rizzoli goes all the way in.
Kyle Rizzoli's got enough room to hold on as he's dead on one. It was a 4-pack for Bayer. It was a 5-pack right behind that, and now Kyle Rizzoli puts up a 7-pack. 006 dead one for Rizzoli. Brent Nation was 28, leading the starting line. And although he was going in a hurry, he had nowhere to go in a hurry. 423 on a 421.
Dylan Mudd and Robbie Gear coming up now. The Mud Man. The Mudmeister.
Making muddies.
Making muddies. Making mud pies.
Yeah.
Robbie
The
Gear down
Mudderino.
448. Mudderoni. Muddled me some mint for a mojito. Mud.
That was good. I do need a good bass line right now.
Waiting on Robbie Gear.
My name is Bud.
Oh, there's that too.
Mm-hmm.
Robbie Gear goes 001 red, so Dylan Mudd goes 457, 151, 24. Mudd advances. And again, getting down to the small numbers here.
Nick Axman, Bob Siemens. 517 the dial for Bob. 421 the dial for Nick. Axman, who had that heartbreak last night. I mean,
yeah,
was cruising, had kind of his mojo going, was making it work, and then had a mechanical failure on the car where they had to back him back off the starting line. 421. I mean, obviously a big difference in the setup to try and get to the 420 dial, as we saw in Nation's car a little while ago. And now Axman lining up on the left side, still dialing in at those big, big speeds. Bob Siemens, 517. That is a huge head start. Siemens giving it a go. And the kiss of death.
Another perfect light loss.
Axman was 20 on the tree, 422 and a 421. Bob Siemens, trip, zip, perfect at this end of the racetrack, taking us to probably, I don't know, at least 12 that have been trip, zip, and bow out in that round.
I have. Yeah.
Cheese pizza. McLean 475. Thomas dialed in at 480. As Tim Thomas.
Thomas is taking it to Rocky McLean out here, 16 to 30 on the tree, and Thomas goes 12 thou over. 28 package for Tim Thomas as Rocky McLean took 1/1000th of stripe and broke out by 3/1000ths of a second. Instant heartbreak.
Instant. Michael Pennington and Seth Zermino. Zermino 481 on the right side. Pennington 485 on the left side. Final pair of dragsters in round number 4. The Mickey Thompson round. We're getting ready to go into our Goodyear round number 5. Our Gear Wrench Pro cars are back there lined up. We've got the ladder. There's 7 of them left.
FTI $30,000 Saturday here. Thanks to our friends at FTI Transmission and Torque Converters, FTIperformance.com. Their continued support of the Fling Series is amazing. Certainly great to have them as the title sponsor of this final day of competition.
Pennington in control with a 007 reaction time and locks it up as he is dead on 5. Puts up 12 total here. Cesar Mina was 25 green, dead 3. And thanks for stopping by.
Thanks for being a part.
Thank you for your participating contribution
yeah.
on today's FTIperformance.com Saturday.
Got to be rolling our pro cars here momentarily. Gear Wrench Pro has provided a lot of great entertainment this week, and especially provided a lot of great interest and intrigue when the bottom bulb racer enters the main field, and we're a couple of rounds away from having that happen.
Well, we do have a moment. As like clockwork.
So you like the looks of a classic carburetor, but you want the benefits of modern EFI. With the versatility of an externally mounted ECU, then Terminator X Stealth was designed for you. Terminator X Stealth is an easy-to-install, standalone EFI system with the option of a 4150 or 4500 throttle body. Stealth throttle bodies give you the old-school carburetor look, but inside, they're packed with all the benefits that today's electronic fuel injection has to offer. Our 4150 throttle bodies come in 2 versions. The first holds 4 fuel injectors. That's enough for 650 horsepower on a naturally aspirated engine or 600 horsepower if you're pushing boost. The 8-injector version can handle 650 horsepower naturally aspirated, but really likes boosted applications, pushing upwards of 1250 horsepower. And if you still need more power than that, then the Terminator X Stealth 4500 is the choice for you. It boasts 8 100-pound-per-hour injectors and can flow 1440 CFM. That's more than enough to keep most large cube engines happy. And it's definitely not shy on power either, with horsepower numbers pushing 1500 naturally aspirated and 1250 on forced induction setups. They don't just look good either. We've packed them with industry-leading technology. With our Terminator X or X Max ECUs, you'll get onboard diagnostics, full control of your ignition timing, configurable inputs and outputs, as well as a wideband O2 sensor that's capable of fuel map self-learning. This all adds up to better idle quality, improved reliability, and all-around better drivability. And in our 4150 throttle bodies, you'll find kickdown provisions for GM's TH350 and 400, as well as the 200R4 and 700R4 transmissions. It's also set up for handling Ford's C4 and C6 applications. And Mopar friends, you can always add our throttle lever extension to connect your 904 or 727 kickdown. Put some excitement back into your classic ride. Upgrade it with EFI. For more information on Terminator X Stealth, visit us at Holley.com.
Trusted by all since 1960. What you want, when you want it, at a price you want to pay. Cheers!
With performance this raw, you need air that's pure. We started with a firm belief that innovation could improve performance. With the success of 50 years and millions of filters behind us, we continue to look ahead. guaranteed to protect against dirt, and proven to provide up to 50% more airflow. This is filtration for the future.
Trusted by all since 1960. Jags.
Ultronics, the leader in performance electronics. Racers know and depend on their state-of-the-art systems every day. Perform Air Pro and Perform Air Eclipse are the racing industry's standard high-tech, easy-to-use weather systems. Power-Light lithium batteries, the super powerful lightweight energy source for your machine. And the Data Quest Power Quest, the most innovative data recorders and touchscreen switch panels you can find. Check out ultronicsinc.com for these products and more. Ultronics, the choice of champions.
Systems Technology was created to develop a line of carburetors that is not only affordable, but innovative while never sacrificing quality. These principles drive us to make the best carburetors possible. From our entry-level RT series to our full race, billet CNC aluminum and stainless steel billet XS Pro series. Our engineers have spent their entire careers in the high-performance aftermarket developing various carburetors for enthusiasts, pro racers, and everyone in between. They helped form FST with the same goal that we all share, to get the best performing system into your vehicle for the best price possible. We too are the users, cruisers, and enthusiasts pushing our street rods, muscle cars, and drag cars to their limits. We understand the time and investment that you put into your vehicle, and FST is our opportunity to bring you something innovative, quality-driven, and affordable. Get yours through most reputable online retailers or learn more at
pretty amazing in the western side of the United States to have this kind of pot money, and Peter and Kyle do such a good job. Like I said, it's a pleasure to be here, man.
I heard a lot of good things about it a couple years ago. I came last year, got to experience it firsthand. It was awesome. A lot of prizes to go for. One of the big races on the West Coast, you actually get a chance to make some money if you're going to win.
If you ever questioned coming, just come one time and see how it is, and I think you'll come back.
Serious gearhead. Gear wrench tools will help you get the job done right. Silver State Refrigeration is your source for all your refrigeration needs in Nevada, Arizona, and California. Started in 2003 with only 2 employees, Silver State now employs over 150 people, servicing both commercial and residential customers.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're getting close, and that makes me happy. I'm not going to lie to you. I'm tired. Tired. And I'm almost out of iced tea. Oh no, I got enough. My jug still has enough in it. Super Pro Dragsters, round 5 to the lanes, please. That means you jackholes, get in here. It's time to go racing. Let's see. Yes, JJ, I am on very little sleep, dude. I got 5 hours last night. That was the most I've gotten in 5 days. So Monday night, Tuesday night, Wednesday night, Thursday night, Friday night. Yeah, so I got 4 to 5 hours of sleep the last 5 nights. So, and tonight will probably be about the same. Because I have to be on an airplane at 8 o'clock in the morning, which means I have to be at the airport at 8, which means I have to drop at 7, which means I have to drop my rental car at 6:30. So I have to leave the hotel at 6 o'clock. That's where we're at. It's the same as coming here. Just driving the other direction 5 miles farther. Lane Weber, I am whipped. Gene Mahalik, I think I'm saying that correct. All of you guys, thank you very much. Steve Ball, where am I from? I live in Texas now, the DFW area, but I am originally from Northern California. I grew up in Morgan Hill, which is south of San Jose. So I grew up in Santa Clara and Morgan Hill, and then moved to Texas, then lived in Texas for 10 years, then moved to Southern California, then lived there for 12 years, then moved back to Texas. So that's where I'm at. Jen Tripp, if I give a shout out to your husband Kyle Tripp, then everybody will ask for shout outs because that's what they do. Everybody asks for shout outs. So I am not giving a shout out to Kyle Tripp. Thanks for joining us, Davey Dog. Yeah, Mopar man, no, because that's the other thing. So I got to pack all the stuff up and jam it in the rental car. Not the same as every night, because every night I leave all the power cords out and I leave some other power stuff here and like Cat 5 cables and stuff run to cameras and everything. Not the cameras, but just run where they go. So tonight I have to get all of that up. I got to take all the 300 and some odd feet of extension cord and wind them up because I got to put them back in the tower. I got to drive the scissor lift down the 8th mile, around the tower and over into the parking lot, park it. I got to come back and get my rental car, and then I got to head out. It's going to suck. What am I looking for? I'm told to look at the moon. Oopsies, I'm pushing buttons. Things don't work now. It's your fault. I see the moon. It's over there, behind the pole. It's full. Big old honking round moon. Steve Ball, you're in Napa. Yeah, I raced at Sears Point a bunch. Joel Flork Gaming, just started watching drag racing and you like it so far. Dude, that's awesome. Thank you for joining us. We appreciate it. Tell all your friends. Kyle, you're like, my wife is smart. Chad's funny and good looking. That's what you were thinking. I know it. Yes. Somebody on here said that I was good looking. Somebody must have said I was smart too. So ladies, hello. I like long walks on the beach, iced tea, beer, burnouts, scotch, a good steak on occasion. Mr. Ray, it would be easier to sleep in the car at the airport. Fair point. Done it multiple times. And I can assure you that 2 hours in the hotel room bed is better than 3 hours in the seat of a rental car. Ask me how I know. Oh, I know it wasn't you, Neil Sabo, my minion of all minions. Dude, just so you know, ladies and gentlemen, Neil and I have been talking about putting the band back together. So it might happen. Do Do you know what I hear? Do you know what I hear? I swear that's how the Christmas song goes. Maybe it is how the Christmas song goes. Anyway, I hear rumpity rump rump rumps of man motors. Big block Chevrolets in the house. Yes, Susie Warmouth. You grew up in San Jose and remember when Morgan Hill was tiny? Now it is not so tiny. Oh, by the way, Terrell, that's awesome. I didn't have a beard at the beginning of the week. That's funny. Oh, yeah, and somebody did say that their girlfriend had a beard like me. That's really funny and sad. Are we in round 5? Can somebody tell me that? Oh, I know, Chuck. I think we're in round 5. Jags! Every time they play the Jags over the loudspeaker, it makes me happy. Mickey Barnes. I'm not giving you a Mickif Barnver. Mickey Barnes. Whatever. That's not what we're calling you. I think it's funny. You think Brian and Nate talked a lot. Because, dude, I've talked more than they have to myself the last 4 days. Round. Yes, number 5. Number 5. Number 5.
Hey, congratulations, Darren Lotz, winning yourself a set of Mickey Thompson slicks for the best losing package in round number 4. Way to go. Super Pro Dragsters round number 5. Need you into the staging lanes, please. Unless you just covered that a minute ago.
I did, but it's always good to reinforce. Always good to reinforce.
Go team. Go team.
So Seth McLean was full-on ninja level last round. We'll see if he can go back to, samurai ninja warrior guy here. He may need it against Ryan Mangus. Well, Mangus went red. 5-thou red. Seth McLean is going to be down to the last, or down to the semifinal in category. Goes 72-2, 72 dial, 26 reaction time. He was 28 total pack.
That's right. We're at the point where we got the ladder. We have to, make notes, write things down. Important-y stuff.
Burnout's complete for John Tripp and Justin Lamb now. Having just seen Mangus go out, Lamb going to try to take care of John Tripp, and Tripp has made it this far. He smells a semifinal berth.
So Tripp in that 67 Dart, which the car really, kind of the previous 3 days, has posed some challenges for him, but it has really kind of come into its own. They've got to figure it out.
Yeah.
And I think one of the biggest tests that it's going to face is going to be right about now, as Lamb is dialed in at that 557. I mean, Lamb has proven that, I won't say this a bad way, there are some chinks in the armor.
Yes.
It's just very hard to find.
You got to weave it through.
Tripp's in and set. Justin Lamb's on the right side. I don't think John found the chink in the armor.
Nope, he shot right into the thickest part of it. 555 to 120 for Lamb. It is a double breakout as Lamb was 18 and Tripp, unfortunately for him, was 85. Tripp runs under his dial by nearly a tenth, going 595.8 on a 604 and getting there second. So Justin Lamb took 3 thou worth of stripe, 18 on the tree, moves on.
Now to Curtis Zinzalita and Kyle Rizzoli. We've got Seth McLean moving on. We've got Justin Lamb moving on. We know that Tony Gambardella, who's sitting in the water box in the truck, will round out the 4.
And Gambardella will race the winner of this pair? Maybe. We should
Not
reset
guaranteed.
the ladder. So we reset the ladder on reaction time, so that's correct, yeah.
Yeah.
It's only taken me the whole week to not remember that.
I love it. It's taken the whole week to not remember that.
This thing go down. to the 8th mile finish line. 6:23, 403 miles an hour for Kyle Rizzoli. Another double breakout here. Zinzaletta was better on the starting line. He was 13 to Rizzoli's 39, a pretty wide gap out there. Unfortunately, at the finish line, Zinzaletta had the hammer down, took almost a half a tenth worth of stripe, and broke out big time.
So Gambardella going to get a shot at the tree based on the reaction times. We'll reset the ladder. For those of you that may not be quite familiar with how we do things at the Fling.
Right here. Hands up. Hands up right here. Gambardella, 724, Ford, 78 miles an hour. Not both hands, Foster, just one. I was raising my hand to be recognized. I was not giving my wallet to this rapscallion that I've been working with.
No, I'm absolutely understanding the position, because it took me a while to get used to that too. I'm used to being handed a ladder. That's what it is. Yeah. You run it the rest of the way through. But here, I think it certainly adds to the program. It gives everybody an opportunity. I mean, because if you have one round and they set the ladder based on reaction time, and maybe you didn't do so hot, somebody else goes out, they're really great on it, boom, all of a sudden they're at a position where they've got an opportunity to buy, you don't. By going back each round, looking at the reaction times and resetting the ladder each round, I love the way that it evens things out.
So the semifinal in pro is set.
Gambardella, Rizzoli, McLean, and Lamb are the four that will return.
Engines rumbling away, crisp idle. Next to the timing tower, competitors waved ahead. Jeff Verdi, the first of those competitors to emerge from next to the tower, the Top Gun Pontiac Firebird, to race Steve Williams. An all-star battle to get us started here. 5:30 the dial-in for Williams, 5:92 the dial-in for Verdi. They have both been champions in their own respective way. Verdi, the only guy to ever win 2 million tagged races in the course of a single year. Steve Williams, a world champion, divisional champion, multi-time national event winner. They both know pressure.
So you're saying they're pretty good at this?
Yeah, it's interesting because you feel like, you know, as a guy like Williams under less pressure in this environment because it's a little bit different than what he does traditionally. Is Verdi putting more pressure on himself because this is his ball yard, this is his playground, this is where he excels versus being a class racer in a traditional environment?
You know, that's an excellent question. I don't know if we'd look at it in that particular way. I mean, after listening to his interview when he won the first million here, you know, he basically said it's hard to believe being out here. I'm a guy that builds counters and cabin tops.
Well, Verdi's not going to have to go back to do that quite yet. Dead on 3, 14 light, 17 package for Verdi, as Steve Williams was 31 in the tree, gets to the finish line second, running under his dial-in by 2 thousandths, 5:29.8.
Shane Thompson and Chase Trimp, a couple of West Coasters, going to go head-to-head. As Chase Trimp in the Trimp and Adams stickered up Roadster, 583 is the number. And Shane Thompson, who yesterday during that run for the 50K second-guessed himself in what would have been a $50,000 run. He's just trying to get the job done here against Trimp and move on a little bit closer to the 30 grand. He'll pull it off. 500 on a 502. He's 11 thou under the dial. Chase Trimp 681 on a 683. Trimp is 12 thou under the dial, and by a 1 thou margin on the double breakout, Shane Thompson will get to return in the Orange Nova.
Vince Horton, AJ Ash coming up right now. Horton, again, the most unassuming car, I would say, left in the Eliminator, maybe in all of eliminations. This is 1979 Malibu. It works great. He drives it like a pro. It is just not a car if you line up everything we got and you go, that's the one. That's going to do it. AJ Ash is aiming to make sure he is not the one to do it. Ash dialed 536, Horton 676. Vince Horton right in the thick of this one. Ash marginally better on the starting line, but he is better at the stripe. Ash goes 2 over at 120 miles an hour, 11 reaction time. Horton was 4 over. So Ash takes 31 hundredths at the finish line stripe to win by exactly that margin, as Vince Horton ran 6.809 on a 676 dial with a 13 light. The math just went away from him here in the late rounds.
Nick Hastings and Falcon Frank.
There he is.
That's the guy. The Falcon over the left side, 635. Nasty Nick and Dave Kinney had to correct the number there. Again, kind of doing the driver swap. I think Nick's been pretty much piloting the thing, and I think Nasty Nick is bowed out in the pro category, so we'll just remember that. But the T1000 616 is the dial for Dave Kinney. For Falcon Frank, we'll see what happens. 616 is on the board. 016 is the reaction time for Dave Kinney, and 618 on a 616, taking a 17 thou stripe. We'll get the win line for Dave. Well. Falcon Frank was 25 at the hit, and 638 on a 635.
Mike Coltrane, J.R. Learcamp. Learcamp dial 536, Corvette Roadster. You know it, you love it, maybe you don't. Personal preferences apply here. Mike Coltrane, Miller chassis, Miller built, Camaro Roadster, dial 496. A Nova with orange headlights. I can see your childlike glee as AJ Ash drives back to the pits.
That car's so cool.
It is cool. A Malibu with LED white headlights.
That car's cool too.
It is really cool. You're a headlight man. I respect that.
I do like the headlights.
Coltrane. We are children. He stages second. And off they go. Learcamp 004 red light start. Coltrane's 5 green and goes 496.7. Dead on 7 with 5 light. That's a 12 pack. Learcamp 004 red, then goes dead on 4.
Jeremy Cisneros and James Glenn. Glenn has got the black Firebird right side. Cisneros has got the dragster as we are making the pair that is transitioning.
Well,
the transitional pair.
Oh, I got you. I see.
Yeah.
Between
one door car. Where was your mind at?
It's 2021, man.
I'm just saying.
It's a weird word these days.
Yes, Mod Squad. Headlight man. Like him the headlights. 467 and a 637 are the dials. Dragster is Cisneros. Door car is Glenn. Down go the lights. We stay green with a 14 thousandths split in reaction time. Dragster 005, take 8 thou, and Cisneros ends up 468 on a 467. He's one above getting the win light. James Glenn was 19 green, dead 5, 24 total, and no good.
Jeremy Sears and Lindsay Meserve coming up right now. Meserve dialed 455. Sears from Port Orchard, Washington, as we had this discussion. 488 dial. Meserve dial 455. If you were not around for the Washington discussion the other day, just rewind the tape by 2 days or so. 2 to 3 days. Comedy gold, I would say.
It was good. Now, you got Jeremy Sears out of Port Orchard, Washington, and Lindsay Meserve's actually out of St. George, Utah. Just north of St. George is a town called Washington.
Whoa.
Utah.
Oh, mind blown.
Eerie, isn't it?
It is.
Eerie.
It's a small world, man. Very small world out there. As the tree comes down, green, and Lindsay Meserve is looking tough. 007 reaction time. 454-1, taking 12 thou stripe. Lindsay Meserve wins the race. As Sears, she runs 9 thou under her dial. Sears runs 14 thou under his. Margin of victory, of course, 5 thousandths, favoring Lindsay Meserve.
Here now is Dan Northrup and David Meyer. Meyer, one of those guys that's saying, kind of a dark horse pick for a few folks. I don't know if he's really considered a dark horse here, but He's still in the mix. 480 is the number for David Meyer. Dan Northrup, 478. As Northrup going to light up that pre-stage bulb. We continue to whittle our way through the field. 13 thousandths of a second advantage is going to go to David Meyer. He is 11 green, 481 on a 480. Gets there second, 19 thousandths of a second. Dan Northrup, 24 green, 476 on the 478. Under 3 thou. Under 13 thou. And bowing out. Quietly take your bow, exit the dance floor.
Don't make eye contact. Just leave.
And Dave Meyer.
Jerry Wynn, Shane Carr. Carr dialed 462. Wynn dialed 469.
So with Wynn and Carr lining them up, Super just to answer. We've still got a little ways to go before we find out who's in the final. Getting a little ahead of us here.
Carr flickers the bulb, locks it down. Sugar Shane may have met his match, and Jerry Wynn right down to the finish line. It's Wynn. Double breakout. Shane's 25, Wynn's 23. Shane takes 9 thou to run 4.604. Runs under by 16. We go across the aisle. We see 468.5. It was Jerry Wynn just 5 thou under his dial at 469, following Shane Carr across the stripe for the win. Jerry moves on.
Michael Pennington and Logan War. War on the left side. Michael Pennington on the right. A little Lavernia, Texas versus Erda, Utah. 459 to a 469, 1/10 of a second. Difference in the predicted elapsed times. It's Pennington taking over the right lane. And for Logan War, again, part of that big dollar shootout that was happening down there in Tucson, went a lot of rounds just as he's done in the last couple of days. I mean, Logan War is certainly kind of capable of making an argument for himself. There's a lot of cars, and I think I was talking with Gary Dunphy about it. Drag Champ, what is the top 10 list going to look like this week?
Oof.
And
good luck with that.
Looking at what's been on display here this weekend, I don't know. How do you even make that choice?
Michael Pennington's going to try to make a case for himself. Pennington powers through 468.8 on a 469. The double breakout is the weapon of choice, I guess, at the moment. Pennington was 11 on the tree, takes 12 thou at the stripe, runs under his dial-in by a measly 2 thou. Logan War, on the other hand, was under his dial-in by 16 thou and crossed second.
Yeah. That'll bring up Tim Thomas and Nick Axtman. Thomas is going to be getting about 0.6 of a second head start. 480 for Tim Thomas, 421 for Nick Axtman. I mean, obviously, you got to put your 3 winners maybe in the top 10.
Yep.
So far, you got.
Yeah, I mean,
you got to do it.
You got to do it. I'm guessing Bo's hitting leadoff.
Bo's probably hitting leadoff. I mean, with what he's done between the dragster and keeping the door car, the super gas car deep into the rounds. I think actually
Randy Lynn should be
Randy Lynn's going to take up a spot. Schmall definitely gets a spot there.
And a big charge here coming from Axman for the win. Dead on 0, 23 light, 23 pack for Axman, 27 pack for Tim Thomas with an 18 reaction time, dead on 9. Axman taking 41, 10 thou. Stripe is your winner in this round. Axman Jr. moving on as Tom Bayer and Dylan Mudd come up, or that's Dylan Howe come up. No, it is Dylan Mudd. My apologies. I got all my Dylans spun out. So Dylan Mudd driving the Randy Lynn ship piloted dragster. Dial 458.
Yeah, they're back from the burnouts, and again, we've got maybe 4 or 5 that are kind of locked in, and then the other 5 how do you pick from the 300 that are on property when really 50 of them, maybe 30 of them, could all rightfully claim a spot in the top 10? And I mean, no disrespect to anybody. It's based on overall performance over 4 days.
I think Hastings got to be in there because, overcoming some craziness.
Taking 2 that deep into the big day and every day. I don't know. I do not envy the position that Gary's got this week. Not an easy thing to look at. Bears down 492 and goes red by 0.08 of a second. Dylan Mudd, 005, 456 on a 458. After he was handed the win light by way of the red light from Tom Bayer.
Dylan Howd coming up right now with Austin Williams next to him. So Williams got the car fixed. Whatever ailed him before, they have effected the necessary repairs. Dylan Howd goes 009 red. Austin Williams gets to the finish line 4607, 150.03. Dylan goes 456.6 at 151.34 miles an hour. Heck of an effort by Dylan this weekend. Been fun watching him race the door car. Been fun watching him race the dragster. And great work. Austin Williams goes on to the next round and was looking grim for him there for a little while when he had that problem with the car, but clearly they thrashed and got it repaired.
Yeah, it looks like we still got a couple sitting back there as we are waiting for some drivers to get back. But we'll let them make their way back here and we will get round number 5. The Goodyear round. Finalized. Again, coming back with 4 in pro. The ladder in pro looks like this. Did you see it?
I did.
I held it up to the mic.
That was nice.
Yeah. Hopefully everybody got a chance to look at it. Or I could get Chad to zoom in and I could hold it up to the window.
Yeah, that'd be perfect.
Just be like, can you see the ladder? That would be awesome. I don't know if Chad can do it. We'll try that maybe later. Anyway, no, the ladder, it's going to be Justin Lamb and Seth McLean. Lamb with lane choice. It'll be Tony Gambardella and Kyle Rizzoli. Gambardella will get lane choice there. Oh, now he's... Hold on. I know I'm behind, Chad. Hold on. See, I'll kind of move it around so everybody can see it go in there. There we go.
Yeah, just go ahead and read it. Perfect.
Take a screenshot. You'll be able to see the ladder.
Yeah, listen, we couldn't see it at the window, but hold it up to your microphone again.
Yeah. That helped.
Hashtag pro announcer.
Oh.
I'm sending text messages with them, so I said, I can't help it. I was shaking because I was laughing so much. I said, hold it up to the mic again. So that's why Brian said it. Oh my God. Ah, that's hilarious. Yeah, G. Michael, you ain't kidding on the Barrett Jackson. Barrett Jackson's awesome though. Yeah. Awesome. They're laughing at you, JJ. Hold on.
At this point, you are just digging down deep for whatever is left in the tank, kind of like the racers are doing at the same time.
Absolutely. But they got it so much easier than us, so. Oh, man, I'm kidding, of course. Come on.
Boy, I'd love to
These are
switch
jokes.
places with one of those guys. Love to be able to, just kind of take it easy the rest of the day. Put my feet up,
Not have
sit
any
down.
sort of anxieties or fears or.
I mean, if I could just sit down in the car and go for a ride, going for a ride really actually helps me calm down.
Yeah, so there you go.
I mean, these guys are going for ride after ride after ride.
Yeah.
So TD McLeish is asking in the chat, does Lamb Components carry springs for Camaros and Chevys that are not using coilovers? The answer is no. They do not make any stock replacement parts, you know what I mean, that fit in the stock application other than brakes. They do make brake kits that will mount to your factory spindles, depending on what you have, but for everything that somebody would normally make a race car out of. So Camaro stuff, Fox body stuff, all the Mustangs, all the Camaros, new Camaros, all of that. They make brake kits for all of those. So like all the Copo cars, all the factory super stock stuff, that's all the late model stuff. They do all of those. All of the the GT500s, the Cobra Jets, they're wrong from the factory because apparently Ford doesn't know how to make things stop. So the pedal ratio is all screwy and everything is not right on it. So if you want the ultimate from them, then you actually send a bunch of your parts in together, like the pedal box and your spindles and all that, and they put everything assembled, so you literally just plunk it on the car, already assembled with, depends on what you're doing with the car, but they can do it with ceramic bearings and all of that. It's really cool, and it's all done by hand in Southern California in Upland, and it's great. I know the family very well, and I've done a lot of stuff with them, and they're great people. So yeah. No reason to RIP Tom Bailey's 69 Camaro. It's not done. It melted the nose and the doors and the wiring and the plumbing out of the front, but inside it is perfect. The roof, all of that, all the rest of it's fine. It's totally fixable. Now, mind you, that thing's got a jillion hours in the nose of that car and all that. It's going to take some work, but it is by no means dead, not even close. So I was there. I saw it in person, so it's going to be fine. Let's see. No, it is not a Justin Lamb cap. This is a Lamb Components cap, but that's funny. No relation. So vroom vroom and stuff. Here comes the last of our Goodyear Super Pro round numero 5. So yeah, here we go.
Troy Williams Jr. has the bye in this round. The rest of the cars will be following shortly.
They will be here in short order.
So for Troy Williams Jr., the opportunity for a clean shot at the racetrack. His own miniature version of this morning's Spring Fling Reaction Time Challenge. She goes 12 red in attack mode as always.
Doesn't get the $100.
4807, 144.13. So Troy Jr. uses his time shot in that manner.
And I do hear what should be our final pair roll in this direction. Well, our final pair is certainly not going to disappoint.
Kyle Rizzoli and Mike Pennington. And Rizzoli, for good measure, is also in the pro category still. Or at least he was trying to be. Yeah, he's going to race Gambardella next round. So Rizzoli has 2 cars and 2 classes going on here. Kind of a dream scenario. Michael Pennington dialed 484. Kyle Rizzoli dialed 484. Michael Pennington from Lavernia, Texas. Rizzoli from California. Nate still in his squeaky chair. There it is.
Thing does sound like a Canadian goose, man. So the pre-stage bulbs lit, waiting, thinking, contemplating.
Oof. Exact same time they staged. Almost left at the exact same time as well. All scholastic reaction times, and it will be Kyle Rizzoli. 83.8 on an 84 dial with a 009 reaction time. Mike Pennington committed to the finish line, went 009 as far as he took 009 on the stripe. But we went 83.4 on an 84.4 dial. It came down to 4 thousandths, and it favors Kyle Rizzoli.
So that wraps up Goodyear Tires round number 5. And then we'll start getting our cars back here for round number 6, the Ultronics route, here in a little while. We'll let our folks at home kind of take a little breath. We've got our cars getting ready to come back. And again, we are coming back for a couple of gnarly pairs in our pro category.
How would you like champion racers you know and trust to handpick the best products in the industry for you and your vehicle? With over 25 years in the business and 8 NHRA World Championships, Sal and Peter Biondo of Biondo Racing Products will get you the right parts at the best prices, along with unmatched racer-friendly advice. From safety equipment to electronics and everything in between, call the racers at Biondo or visit www.beyondoracing.com. High performance, low prices. Get the parts you need now at Jegs High Performance. Free same-day shipping of an extensive selection of 1 million items from over 600 brands. Jegs offers unmatched value through everyday low pricing. Find it cheaper and we'll match it. Click on Jegs.com today. 100% satisfaction and lifetime support included with every order. The place for performance since 1960. Jegs. Next time you're in the market for a new 2 or 3-speed transmission, torque converter, super damper, or parts to upgrade your current transmission, let ATI supply you with American-made quality products. ATI is family-owned, has a staff of 70 people who work out of 100,000 square feet with 32 CNC machines, and we do it all in Baltimore, Maryland. Whatever you need, ATI can help. Check out ATIRacing.com or give us a call at 800-ATI-3433. At ATI, performance is our passion, and we make our passion your performance. Strange Engineering has been the leader in drive-in suspension and brakes for over 50 years. From street cars to top fuel dragsters and everything in between, Strange has evolved its product line to handle the most demanding of applications. Remember, don't just race. Race Strange. American Race Cars specializes in designing and building some of the most competitive race cars on the planet. Founded in 2004, American has quickly become one of the premier chassis builders in sportsman racing. Travis Colangelo and the American team focus on...
Hey, Gear Wrench Pro, round number 6. Gear Wrench Pro, round number 6. Let's get you headed back this direction, please. Gear Wrench Pro, round number 6. Go ahead and make your way back to the staging lanes, please. Gear Wrench Pro, round 6.
Family today. For more information, visit AmericanRaceCars.net or see us at the track. A proud sponsor of the Fling events, Autometer is the brand the champions depend on to keep them running at their best. Check out the complete line of gauges, dashes, and data acquisition solutions at Autometer.com. Power, precision, passion. Autometer. As a proud sponsor of the Fling events, Brodix gives away a set of heads at Vegas, Galat, Columbus, and Bristol. Brodix is also the presenting sponsor of the Run for the 50,000 at Vegas. Strength, durability, and power are just a few factors that make Brodix the best in the industry. Proudly made in the USA for over 50 years, Brodix utilizes state-of-the-art technology and continuous research and development to bring you the best in the industry. Since year one, Altalab Weather Instruments have been a supporter of the Fling series of events. At this year's event, Altalab will again be sponsoring the Best Dialer Award by giving away an Altacom 4X weather station to a racer who goes dead on with a 0. Reliability, accuracy, Altalab. Mazir Enterprises is very proud to be a part of the Fling series of events. As a dedicated family-owned business comprising of dedicated drag racers, Mazir works hard to provide racers with the very best quality components. Win, lose, or draw, we wish all of you a great Fling weekend of racing from Mazir Enterprises. Kid Performance and Dyno have been serving the Northwest since 1974, specializing in personalized machine work and engine building. Family owned and operated, Kid Performance prides itself with optimum customer service and promises to give you a great value for your money. See Mark Kidd or visit kidperformance.com. Alltronics Inc. wishes all their customers good luck at this week's Fling event. With over 25 years of experience, Alltronics continues to develop innovative products for the racing industry. From weather stations to data recorders to lightweight lithium batteries, Alltronics has the right product to help you get to that final round. Visit alltronicsinc.com and let us help you get on the fast track to the winner's circle. For over 25 years, Regiles has been building fiberglass and carbon fiber dragster bodies and components. More than 90 leading chassis shops rely on Regiles for high-quality, lightweight components. Stop by the Regile display on the Midway and receive a 10% discount on all orders placed this week. Goth Enterprises is proud to be a part of the Fling Racer Appreciation Prize Program with their CVD drive shaft assembly. If you're looking for improved consistency in performance, contact Brett Goth. Brett would also like to wish all the racers good luck at the Fling this week. More and more bracket racers are relying on Mickey Thompson tires to help them to the winner's circle. From the Big Bubba to the Little Bubba, Mickey Thompson has a tire to fit every application. Lindsay Racing Products have been manufacturing quality wheels and components since 2003. We are a proud sponsor of the Fling event since year one. Visit lrpwheels.com and give Lindsay Racing Wheels a chance to enhance the look of your hot rod. Fig Speed carries today's top racing brands and is dedicated to serving the sportsman racer. With over 25 years of racing experience, Fig Speed is your source for all your racing parts and service needs. If ever you need answers, don't hesitate to contact Fig Speed at 800-847-6648. Rad torque guns are the world's most powerful and reliable torquing systems with the highest power-to-weight ratio. Rad torque guns are available pneumatic, battery, and electronic drive systems with torque ranges from 500 to 15,000 foot-pounds of torque. Rad torque guns are being used around the world by companies such as Boeing Aerospace, Caterpillar Equipment, GE Wind Towers, U.S. Military, and many more. Rad torque systems are also very involved in the drag race community, sponsoring many events as well as a large fleet of Rad-sponsored race cars. Visit radtorque.com. When it is time to purchase a weather station, turn to the industry leader, Computech Systems. Computech has been providing racers with the best in weather monitoring and ET prediction for over 30 years. Just ask any of our customers, including past world champions David Rampey, Justin Lamb, Luke Bagacki, and Jimmy DeFrank. From their handheld weather station, the Race Air Pro, to the new Race Air Cloud Trailer mounted system with wind, paging, and texting, Computech has what you're looking for. For more information, check out Computech.com and let Computech put you on the fast track to the winner's circle. Call 301-884-5712 to order risk-free with a 30-day money-back guarantee.
We now need Super Pro to the staging lanes, please. Super Pro, we're ready for you. We'll take our remaining 15 cars in Super Pro, and we have a semifinal in Pro. Once again, Super Pro, 15 cars remaining. We want all of you to the lanes now, please. Get this field hacked down. We will be running the two final rounds, if you will, final two rounds of our Pro category. Our semifinal coming up now. Then will be the final. We'll insert that winner in. And that winner will go in when the Super Pro field is at 4 cars, creating a 5-car program and adding a round of fun for us. So it's going to be a good deal here as we're down to the very small numbers of the night. We need the 15 remaining cars in Super Pro to the staging lanes now, please.
Goodyear Tires is proud to introduce a series of tires designed specifically for sportsman racers. If you are looking for the round-by-round consistency needed to be a Fling champion, choose the tires that NHRA world champions like Justin Lamb and Peter Biondo choose. Choose Goodyear Tires. Help keep your race car in place when traveling by using Page Pro Products wheel chocks. Visit PageProProducts.com for dragster, junior dragster, or golf cart wheel chocks. At Todd's Extreme Paint, we pride ourselves in supplying a quality product for racers, by racers. As racers ourselves, we pride ourselves in giving our customers an outstanding one-of-a-kind paint job at an affordable price in a timely manner. Todd's Extreme Paint takes pride in superior customer service before, during, and after the sale. Todd's Extreme Paint. True Start, a product of CompuLink, has been used at all Fling events since 2016 and now used at over 50 tracks nationwide. In a double red light situation, True Start awards the win to the racer who red lights by the least, regardless of handicapped start. True Start was created to level the playing field by equalizing the pressure for both drivers regardless of which driver's tree drops first. Jegs has been a part of Peter and Kyle's Fling events from the start because they know what racers are looking for in a big buck bracket race. Get the performance you're looking for at a price you won't believe from Jegs High Performance. Free shipping makes it easy. Dial 1-800-345-4545 or click on jegs.com. Are you looking for that big bore kit to hop up your pit bike, or maybe a nitrous piston for your hot rod? Look no further than Wiseco Performance Products. Whether you need components for your daily driver or your 300,000 horsepower twin turbo monster, Wiseco has you covered. One name, one solution. Wiseco. Are you tired of missing your dial-in? Do you want to tighten up your race day packages? Crew Chief Pro can help. The leader in drag racing software, Crew Chief Pro offers the latest in ET prediction software to help you get dialed in. Visit crewchiefpro.com or see us at the races. Are you looking for a new chassis? Or maybe someone who understands what you need for your current race car? Check out Race Tech Race Cars and Components. Race Tech Race Cars. For winners only. CollectorTethers.com will strive to provide the best products and service to our customers at the lowest prices possible. We take great pride in our company, our commitment to customer service, and to the products we sell. We want to wish all our friends and fellow racers good luck at this week's Fling event. Are you in the market for stainless steel headers for your door car or dragster? Stainless Works offers the highest quality stainless products made to bolt on any application. Made from premium 304 stainless and featuring beautiful show quality TIG welds, all Stainless Works products come with an unmatched lifetime warranty. Rob's Automotive and Collision is a proud sponsor of the Fling events. Automotive repair, heavy-duty truck repair, trailer repair, and roadside assistance. Rob's Automotive and Collision. More than just towing. Mullis Race Cars is back and better than ever. Since its inception, Mullis Race Cars have won countless national championships as well as Best Appearing and Best Engineered awards. Under the new ownership of Glenn Gordon, Mullis Race Cars will continue the company's long-standing commitment to excellence and attention to detail that racers have come to expect from Mullis. Same name, new look, Mullis Race Cars. Fuel Tech USA is an international company specialized in developing and manufacturing state-of-the-art performance engine management systems. The company's elite staff is always keeping a grip on the forefront of technology available while guaranteeing top-notch quality and customer support.
Yay, race cars. Semifinal round of Pro Eliminator, and it is Seth McLean and Justin Lamb here. 5:53 the dial-in. Seth McLean dialed 771. And Seth McLean has been a giant killer today, and perhaps no giant stands taller in his way right now than Justin Lamb.
Right. I mean, Justin Lamb has been on it with the Cobalt and will continue to be so. So Seth McLean bringing the A-game into this matchup. The Duster out of Idaho dialed in at 771. Justin Lamb with a 553 dial. Getting himself set up there just before rolling it into the pre-stage position. McLean's going to be the first to find that pre-stage bulb. And we will decide which will be the final two that get to roll in and battle it out for that $500 gear wrench bonus as the last car standing in our gear wrench pro category.
McLean locks it down. Lamb going to be second to stage. Justin Lamb has a 3/100th advantage at the stripe, and it's going to be him, or rather at the starting line, him at the stripe as well. 55 out of 53, 17 light, taking 5 thou at the stripe. Seth McLean went 7.705, ran under his dial by 5 thousandths, and still got there second.
Now with Kyle Rizzoli and Tony Gambardella out of the water box, a little California versus Florida matchup here in the semifinals. We know that Nevada will be represented in the final of Gear Wrench Pro. The question will be, is it going to be an all left coast final, or is Gambardella going to make it a cross-country affair for the second time?
We have seen Gambardella battling every day like we've seen everybody else battling every day, but we have not seen him under the lights. We have not seen him in this situation. He has certainly visualized himself being here. We just hadn't seen it come to fruition yet.
Blinkety blink blink go the bottom blue bulbs. Same scenario as the last pair. 0.03 of a second advantage belongs to the pickup truck. And whoa! Wow. Tony Gambardella was holding 3 hun, taking a 4 hun stripe and goes 705 on the 708, under 3 hun on the loss. Kyle Rizzoli dodges a massive mortar shell that was fired his direction after an 0.46 reaction time. Gets to the stripe second and breaks out by just 9 thou. So Kyle Rizzoli will come back to take on Justin Lamb in the finals of Gear Wrench Pro, the Camaro versus the Cobalt. Justin Lamb, by way of the 0.17 reaction time, would have lane choice in that pair.
Wowzers. Rizzoli pulled like the Vulcan mind meld on him or something down there. Just tough break for Tony Gambardella, but nothing to hang his head at. A great race. Made it down to the Final Four in Pro. Made it down to among, what, the final 16 cars, basically. 19 cars left. After starting with 400 plus this morning.
Yeah, and looking at the representation that Kyle Rizzoli has had over the last couple of big buck bracket races that have been held out here, Rizzoli's season is off to a tremendous start, going deep into the rounds just about every night, now making his way into the final round here to take on Justin Lamb. That is what we will look like in the Gear Wrench Pro Final when they come back. And again, our round number 6 for the Ultronics Super Pro side of things is back in the staging lanes, getting paired up. Again, still looking at the fact that we have got 15 on that side of the affair. Hey, just a quick little congratulations. Curtis Zinzalita, after the random tech card draw, you have got a $100 K&N gift certificate and $100 in cash sitting up here waiting for you at the Diva desk. And James Glenn, you have won a set of Goodyear slicks, courtesy of Goodyear Tire, based on your performance in round number 5. So James Glenn picking up the Goodyear tires. Curtis Zinzalita getting the $100 K&N gift certificate and $100 cash. So we've got that waiting for you up here at the Diva Desk. And again, racers, remember that Diva Desk is certainly open for business as far as getting the tabs taken care of, getting stuff squared away before the night comes to a close. So make your way up here. Again, it makes it a whole lot easier as folks kind of make it in one by one rather than having an entire line of people trying to get things done at the end of the night. Also, racers, just a reminder that by Monday morning at 9 a.m., we do need to have all of the cars, trailers, haulers, rigs off property. Need to be on the outside of that gate, and we'll get you on your way back home, wherever that may be. Hopefully, for everybody, some of the weather that has been terrorizing the Mid-South will have gone away long by then, and that your drive home will be safe and uninhibited by any of the weather. We certainly want to make sure that everybody who has made that haul out here, whether you came from California or up in the Northwest or back east, out south, wherever it is that you may be, we certainly want your trip home to be safe and uneventful, so that wherever your next stop, whatever your next racetrack destination may be, whether it's, back home to work, boo, or on to the next racetrack to race, yay. I'm just saying, come on, comparatively, where would you rather be headed?
Facts.
Right?
But what if you work at the racetrack? What happens then?
Then double yay.
Double yay. That's a fact. Double yay is definitely a fact on that.
It's certainly not a bad thing if, you can make your job, make your living at a racetrack. Like some people get to do.
Some people. Some people.
It's good. It's definitely an awesome thing.
Bunch of cars down there. Not sure if we have all 15, but we do certainly need all 15 of our Super Pro cars back. We have the majority. But we got to have them all.
I know for you, Brian, tomorrow morning you'll be leaving on a jet plane.
Yeah, man. Heading back
but you
east.
do know when you'll be back again.
Yeah, I literally do. Yeah, that Peter, Paul, and Mary song is totally wrong when it comes to my life, because I'll be coming back here in just a couple of weeks. Looking forward to getting my stuff together at home, doing some NHRA.com stuff like we do during the week, and then getting my notes all put together for the 4 Wide Nationals coming back out here, hopefully to see some of our fine competitors here this weekend. Those that indulge in the class racing variety. If they're going to hit the racetrack, the Nationals will be fun to watch them. Be hanging out with Reinhardt on Friday, be hanging out with you and Reinhardt on Saturday and Sunday.
That's the plan at this point. Coming back here to do another one of the Camping World races. It's just so awesome that they jumped on board to help out with all of that stuff.
I'll tell you, and we've talked so much about the companies that are supporting this event and the companies that, support racing and stuff like that, and it's just, there was some harrowing moments last year, and it's like, man, just when you think this couldn't get any worse, it just got worse.
Yeah, right.
And then it's like, what do you do now? And lasting memories. It's like we can go into some of this stuff in a few minutes as AJ Ash comes up. Ash will be lined up next to Axman Jr.
Oh man,
who's firing up his race car. But yeah, it was Camping World's been an interesting and unique breath of life over in the NHRA. So it's going to be fun to watch that whole thing develop. We really legitimately have one race under our belt. I mean, we were branded, I guess you'd say, Camping World last year, but the actual sponsorship has really kind of kicked in for this year. So
yeah, it'll actually be the second time here at the Strip that Camping World has been on board. Kind of got that one last one in before everything went truly
lights out.
Yeah.
AJ Ash dialed 534 on the right-hand side of the racetrack. Axman dialed 420 on the left.
How about a 1.34 second head start to AJ Ash? in the Nova. He's dialed in at 534 to Axtman's 420. That car's really moving when it gets down to that 660-foot mark.
It is. It is going to be tough for the door slammer to deal with the big speed that Axman will be bringing to the house here. But Ash is a talented guy. Working the brake pedal now as AJ Ash is in. Axman locked down. All right, AJ's put himself in a good position here as Axman comes to the finish line. It's Ash. Wow, 535.7, 535.34 dial, 20 light, taking 3 thou. Pro-level stuff. Axman Jr. wasn't bad. He was 25 on the tree, 15 over, going 421.5 and a 420 dial-in. But AJ Ash took 38 10,000ths worth of stripe. The speed difference, 40 miles an hour at the 8th. So there was about a Hail Mary and a half as Ash went across the finish line with the pedal coming up off the floor.
Catching that football right on the fingertips for the touchdown and moving on as Shane Thompson and David Meyer will be our next two. Thompson dialed in at 4.99 seconds. David Meyer in the dragster here. And, of course, for those that are watching along in the chat bleachers, the door car dragster matchup, kind of a big thing for everybody. We've had one door car advance against the dragsters. Let's make it 2 door cars advancing against the dragsters as Shane Thompson lays down 2 total against David Meyer. Thompson, 001, dead on 1, getting there first, 26 thou. David Meyer was 17, dead, or 11 above, as Thompson needed that lap and took advantage of the moment.
I feel like Meyer might have said Thompson's mom wears combat boots or something in the staging lanes. I don't know what just happened out there, but that was that was something. 2 total. Relentless. Jeff Verdi now trying to go 3 for 3. The door cars here. Jeremy Cicerno's dial 467, left-hand side of the drag strip. Verdi dial 591 of the Pontiac. Red light start for Cicernos. It is a triple killing out here for the door cars as Jeff Verdi will advance 91.7 on a 91 dial with a 14 reaction time. Jeff Verdi is showing shades of the skills we saw just a few years ago when he won the first iteration of this K&N Spring Fling Million presented by Optima Batteries. Mike Pennington and Troy Williams Jr. coming up now. We can't put another door car through in this pair.
I mean, the door cars,
even among my limited intelligence, I know that there isn't one on the starting line. See what I
door
did?
cars have already completed a hat trick.
They have. The axis of evil has triumphed. Michael Pennington. Troy Williams Jr. Great matchups. What talent out there right now. 483 dial-in for Williams, 468 for Pennington. Red light start for Pennington by 5,000. Troy Williams Jr. 0.04 reaction time. Dead 1 5-pack for Williams Jr. Just to put an exclamation point on it. Pennington ran 1 over, 69 and a 68.
Wow. So 3 of the 4 advancing so far have been door cars. Dave Kinney now in the T1000 going up against the dragster of Lindsay Meserve.
Kinney in that short little, tiny little T1000s like that kid in the movies, like, let me at him, and they're holding him back by his forehead, and he just can't quite reach. So now it's his turn to try to go 4 for 4 in the door slammer versus dragster battle this round.
I don't know. I mean, you've had the door cars that have all moved on. You've got, a Firebird, the Nova, all of that kind of stuff.
Listen,
so we could have 3 door cars and a go-kart.
Say it with me and say it slow. T1000.
Terminator 1000.
T1K.
We'll see if the race tech ride can stop the bloodshed that the dragsters have experienced so far.
Only a thou separation at the finish line. It is going to be a dragster beat a door car for the first time this round. 455.2 for Lindsay Meserve on a 453 dial-in. 48 light for Meserve. Dave Kinney was 47 on the tree, took 28 at the finish line, and broke out by 5 thou. So Dave Kinney, again, a 42-mile-an-hour differential. That is a very, very difficult thing to deal with down there, especially when you have a car as minuscule as a Pontiac T1000.
So we know that what we will get are 3 dragsters, 4-door cars. At least at this point. Because we put through 3 dragsters, we put through, 3-door cars. This will be the 3rd dragster that will roll through. Either Austin Williams or Dylan Mudd.
Oh, man, this is like a battle of buds.
It is. 461 for Austin Williams on the left side. Dylan Mudd dialed in at 456.
Bud racing with the Butner operation. Austin Williams racing with his multi-time championship self, and it's going to be Mudd. Mudd was 14 on the tree. 55.9 and a 56 dial. Austin Williams took 1 10thou at the finish line and broke out by 6 10,000ths at the stripe. Yikes. Dylan Mudd is not a guy to be trifled with out here.
At this point, it's kind of like the trifecta over there.
Yeah.
Between Randy Lynn racing her way into a final, Bo racing his way into a final, now Dylan Mudd behind the wheel of Randy Lynn's dragster, keeping the car alive, headed into the quarterfinals on the Super Pro side.
Mike Coltron's like, hey, what about me? I'm out here doing stuff. I got a cool car.
He does.
You're right, Mike, you do. You do, Mike. Dead on, too. Well done. So Mike Coltron will be back, and he will be back to take on an opponent which we will learn when the ladder is recalculated, refigured.
Caught that.
I was about to go
I like the way you
step
caught
in it
that.
again for the 90th time in 4 or 5 days, but I stopped myself.
You got
said,
it.
Hey, they're going to reorder the ladder because that's what we do here in the reaction times. But who did have the best light of the round is you keep meticulous notes.
Shane Thompson, 001.
That's pretty good, I think.
Not over yet.
Who else we got?
Rizzoli, who is trying to stay in 2.
And win.
Rizzoli is back. He's parked the Camaro, got inside the dragster. I mean, it's going to be a challenge to do better than the 001, but certainly not
he did a handspring.
A fleet that cannot be accomplished.
We have some video. I'm not sure if we're able to run it tonight, but we have some video of Kyle getting out of the Camaro, back handspring into the seat of the dragster, place his helmet on basically in flight. It's an incredible feat of agility.
That was pretty cool.
Does not look like a guy who has that type of flexibility in him or that level of athletic ability, but bam, there it is. Adrenaline.
Dragster Jeff Kreider asked how many T1000s Chevette. So we're here this weekend. Let's see, we had Umbergers. I think it was...
Oh, Umbergers is... Oh, yeah, we had Umbergers,
Chevette.
Dreer's.
Chevette.
We had 3 of them.
And then the T1000.
Yeah. A grand total of 3 that I can remember, which at this point is meaningless because anything we can quote-unquote remember not going to be accurate.
So we'll decide the last one that gets to join up with Mike Coltron, Dylan Mudd, Shane Thompson, Jeff Verdi, A.J. Ash, Lindsey Meserve, and Troy Williams Jr. We'll either add Wynn to that list or Rizzoli, as Kyle has already advanced into the Gear Wrench Pro Final in the Camaro. Rizzoli on the right side of the racetrack out of California. Jerry Wynn on the left side. 468 is the dial for Jerry. 483 is the dial for Rizzoli. And we're going to be coming back even 4-4. Dragster door car.
I like it.
I do too.
Kyle Rizzoli, 008, owning it against Wynn, and Rizzoli goes 3 over, 486 and a 483 dial, 008 on the starting line, taking 4th out at the stripe, being and taking the 2 zeros, doing the thing that people sing songs about, and winning. Jerry Wynn, 467, 146 got there second.
What are the things that people sing songs about, Brian?
Being the 00 and taking the 00.
Well, that song.
Yeah, what do you think I was talking about?
No, I'm just making sure.
Come on, man. PJ North. Yeah,
PJ North, yeah.
Yeah. And so now we're going to wait for a few minutes. We'll have our pro final. We'll have our round of 8 Super Pro. Then we'll come back with a round of 5 with all the remaining cars in, 3, then final. That'll be that. But we got a little ways to go yet. Hang tight, hang with us if you're watching on bankshift.com. You know, this time of the evening when we're effectively running out of cars, slowly but surely, working our way towards the end of the night. So what's the hive mind talking about there in the chat room?
Well, apparently they are insinuating that we may have set the conversation off in a different direction. Like they were headed one way, and we said something that may have, triggered the conversation to go another way. Nothing. We're completely innocent in this whole thing.
Okay.
Basically we were commenting on the fact that, the blue LED ring on the headlights and versus the white, really bright LEDs. I mean, we were talking about, what LEDs have brought, to the world of illumination, in the frontal regions of the race cars.
Listen, I'll be honest with you. I'm a gas headlamps man. Okay.
You like that?
I think headlights peaked in about 1909.
Okay.
When they were powered by whale oil. After that, all downhill.
And I can do that. I mean, but they basically claim that because we were talking about the power of illumination, they took it in a totally different way.
Like Illuminati way?
No, no, they took it in a different way and started down this path that I just couldn't follow. Given the direction that we have up here, they started going down a road that I was like, whoa, kids. No, stay up here on the straight and narrow. You guys should not be going down there. And they just kept spiraling out of control. At some point, I had to make the decision to just step away and say, hey, I can't go with you. I can't go with you. It's just not.
No longer lead you as my flock.
I can no longer control this. And then they turned around and tried to say that it was all my fault.
Well, they got one thing right this weekend. There's been a lot of nonsense and jibber jabber in there, but we know one factual thing has bubbled to the top.
Right. So that I don't know, See, exactly the question right there that Shasta asked.
Yeah.
Brings it all into focus. If they have to ask what is the straight and narrow, I can't help you with that. I've done what I can do, and I'm sorry. I have failed the flock.
You really have, and I'm glad you feel it and have internalized it.
And Charles, you're right. The straight and narrow is a drag strip. It is straight. fairly narrow, and you should stay there.
Oh, Jaylene is throwing paperwork down. Jaylene, thank you. Thank you, Jaylene.
Queen Jaylene, the one who handles all of the back clocks and gets everything taken care of.
Ooh, let's talk matchups in Super Pro.
Let's do.
All right.
Would you like me to illuminate the
ladder?
ladder?
I've lit my whale oil lamp.
You've lit your whale oil
I put
lamp?
on my stocking cap and illuminated my whale oil lamp. Thompson versus Mudd. Rizzoli versus Meserve. Williams Jr. versus Ash. Verdi versus Coltrane. Those are the pairings. Coltrane, Verdi, Ash, Williams Jr., Meserve, Rizzoli, Mudd, Thompson.
Okay.
I just did a mic drop of that, but it was a piece of paper, so it gently.
I liked it.
It lacked a lot of drama. It just gently floated down.
No, it was actually fine. Hey, David Meyer, you have won a Perform Air Eclipse weather station for your package in round number 6. David Meyer, you have won a Perform Air Eclipse weather station. Congratulations. A very nice little thing to go home with. Terry Lee is correct. I am choir boy. Completely innocent in this entire situation. Hey, Gear Wrench Pro, and Super Pro will take you back to the lanes. Thank you very much, Gleghorn. Appreciate that. As we've mentioned, I know Brian said it. I'm going to say it again. It has been a really fun weekend.
It has.
You know, we've certainly missed having Jed around, who's been kind of my partner on the mic for so many years. Get to work with Mike Eames from time to time. It's always fun to work with Brian here. And I'm not going to go into the list of all of the announcers that I work with because there's so many of them and it's so much fun. I mean, Ryan Gleghorn got to share with Mike with you for a little while, and Jake Hodge. And I mean, it's awesome to be able to sit down in a booth with anybody. It's really awesome to be able to sit down this weekend with Brian.
Yeah, no, we've had a blast, man. It's great. And it's fun, too, because in a normal weekend when we work together, it's normally kind of us handing off one to the other, and one guy's running one way and one guy's doing something else. So it's neat to be able to kind of hunker down here and do our thing.
It is. And it's also, you know, there's always a different approach to things based on the event that you're at.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
You know, when you're in a national event, it's a different approach that you have to take because there are different responsibilities, different things that you have to do. When we get here to a high dollar bracket race like this, we get to take a little bit different approach to that as far as delivery and what we're talking about. Different categories, different everything is going on. And so it's nice to be able to switch up the styles from time to time. And yeah, Brian, like what you said, we do not get to sit side by side a lot. I think one of my favorites, I was actually talking with Alicia about it. I still remember the night that we did a late night session at St. Louis.
Oh, yeah. I do remember that.
That was, thank you, Matt Zapp. The late night session at St. Louis that year was a ball.
It was super fun.
That was a blast. Yeah.
No, not in East St. Louis, in St. Louis proper. We got to clarify that because there's a lot of things that happen late night in different parts of that city that you probably don't want to be involved in.
Yeah, we were in the tower calling the race in St. Louis. And Big Jed, you're welcome, man. Again, you know, I know that everybody out here loves you, misses you. We can't wait to get to see you again. So whenever you get the chance to stop by and hang out with us, just know that the gates are going to be open, the racetrack is going to be open, and the door to the announcer booth is going to be open whenever you want to walk in.
And Kyle's there for $20. You can come straight through the gate. Yeah, oh yeah. Gate will be open, $20 gets you in. Yeah.
For Jared? For Jared, for Big Jed, Kyle's going to discount it to 25.
Yeah.
Kyle's going to discount it to 25. Hey, we're going to take a little break and go take care of something really important.